I have traveled through time in an antique room. On the bed, the young man woke up slowly, feeling the memories of this new world that had just been poured into his mind, and his heart was full of shock. This place called Yinglong Continent is exactly the fantasy and immortal world described in those movies and novels. The boy's name is Wuchen, with an ordinary appearance and ordinary IQ. If you ask what the difference was between him and other people of the same age on Earth before he came to this world, is he an orphan? In addition to the legends that make people imagine, such as turning rivers and seas upside down, picking stars and moons, this new world called Yinglong Continent also has an extremely real and cruel side. The strong are enough to despise the imperial power and respect the world. The weak are like ants, trampled on by others. Wuchen smiled bitterly. Oh, the world is quite mysterious. I was free in my last life, mentally prepared to make the best of it. But the problem is, how can you make me bedridden when I just came here? By searching his memory, Wuchen now has a clearer understanding of the current situation. The guy with the same name and surname that he possessed is a descendant of a general in a country. Just because he did something stupid because of love not long ago, not only did he lose 90% of his cultivation, but he also made a big mistake and was banished from the imperial capital. This matter even alarmed the Lord of Daliang, who said in person, "If you are not summoned by the emperor, you will never be able to return." After his grandfather Bu Huazheng learned about this, he turned from a strong and vigorous general of Liang state into an old and frail old man with white hair overnight. But things have come to this point, and this old general who has almost reached the highest position in the country can only accept it sadly. He still comforted himself in his heart. Well, Chener was demoted to the cold frontier this time, which can be regarded as far away from the dynasty disputes. Thinking of his children, Bu Huazheng, they have all died for the country on the battlefield. If his only grandson can spend the rest of his life in this place where the emperor is far away, this old tiger general can be regarded as having something to comfort him. However, Bu Huazheng thought things were too simple after all. The poison in Wuchen's body suddenly broke out after lurking for several months. At this point, the young master of a native general family died. Wuchen, who came from Earth, was reborn in a shell. However, he was reborn, but the poison in his body had not yet faded. This made Wuchen, who had just traveled through time, lie straight and could not even speak. The only thing that could move a little was his eyeballs rolling in his eyes. Wuchen saw a beautiful girl with tears in her eyes kneeling beside his bed. Her delicate hands holding a handkerchief were gently wiping the medicine marks from the corners of Wuchen's mouth. She whispered in a low voice, "This is the last dose of medicine, master. Please get better soon, woo." The memory inherited from his predecessor let Wuchen know that this beautiful woman was his maid, Wan Xiaoyao. Thinking back to the time when the eldest son of the Bu family committed a serious mistake and was banished from the imperial capital by the king of Daliang himself, the servants and guards who used to be eager to lick his ass, as well as his friends, had long since fled. Only the maid Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chun were willing to accompany Wuchen to this bitter and cold border town and serve him wholeheartedly, even at the cost of the emperor's anger and the loss of their skills. Seeing her crying and pitiful appearance, Wuchen really wanted to pat her on the head and tell her with a carefree smile not to worry. But now he had already exhausted all his strength just to open his eyelids slightly. How could he even speak? Damn it, I'm dead after just crossing over? What should I do? At this moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The God-level selection system has been successfully integrated. The boy was overjoyed. Wow, haha, now I can have fun. Ding dong, the comprehensive evaluation of the host's current situation has resulted in, he is handsome, but he is a scumbag who is about to die because of the poison. Wuchen's smile, which had just bloomed from the bottom of his heart, froze instantly. Well, actually, you don't have to say such a long list. Isn't it enough to just say that I'm handsome? Humph, you really don't know how to behave. Oh, okay. The system changed its ways and said, evaluation result, a scumbag who is about to die. Wuchen was almost so angry at the system that he traveled back again. Ding dong, please make your first choice among the following options. Option 1, I don't feel anything about this inexplicable crossing and ask the system to let me go back to where I came from. Reward for this option: send the host back to Earth and get a small medal of one-day tour to another world. Option 2. Choose to work hand-in-hand with the God-level selection system and venture into this bizarre world. Reward for this option: completely remove the remaining poison in the host's body and give away a newbie gift pack to another world. I choose the second option. Wuchen made his choice almost without hesitation. Before crossing, he had been struggling on the bumpy road of life, and he had imagined more than once that one day he would be able to go to a world of martial arts and immortals, holding a 3-foot sword and laughing at the 9 heavens. Now, the opportunity is right in front of him. If he chooses it, he can also get a gift pack reward, so why not? As for option 1, return to Earth. As an orphan, Wuchen had nothing to worry about in his original world. Instead, he was full of longing for this fresh fantasy world. Buzz. The next moment, Wuchen felt a sense of comfort and lightness. The feeling of cold wind blowing through the bones, soreness and weakness, suddenly disappeared without a trace. It seems that just as the God-level selection system said, the remaining poison in the body he was reborn in has faded away. Ding dong, the reward corresponding to this option has been issued. Please check it. Ding dong, all status information about the host will be included in the System Information Panel. The System Panel is only visible to the host, and it can be summoned with a thought. Wuchen raised his eyebrows slightly. Ha, is it true? Why does it feel like playing a game? As soon as his mind moved, a translucent system panel really appeared in front of Wuchen's eyes. Wuchen, peak of the 4th level of the Savage Martial Realm, 500 points. Strength rating, trash in combat. Other attributes have not been activated and cannot be viewed. After reading this, Wuchen's heart suddenly sank. Only at the peak of the 4th level of the Savage Martial Realm? Wuchen, who inherited the memories of the original owner, naturally knew that whether in Daliang or other countries where he lived, the strength of the cultivators from low to high was Savage Martial Realm, observation of Qi Realm, control of Qi Realm, and Divine Realm. Each of these major realms was further divided into 9 minor realms. Savage Martial Realm, even if it was only the 4th level, was an unattainable existence in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, although this world was full of martial arts, those who could open their meridians and condense their power and cultivate mysterious energy were rare talents. At the age of 15 or 16, Wuchen was able to reach the peak of the 4th level of the Savage Martial Realm, which was quite good in this cold frontier. But, if placed in the imperial capital city where many masters gather, it is really not good enough. Reckless Wu, after all, is still just a reckless man. Only when the cultivator reaches the realm of observing Qi and can condense visible and tangible Xuangang on the surface of the body, can it be considered to have escaped the category of reckless man. When Wuchen, who had traveled through time and space, thought of the previous identity of the person whose soul he possessed, he couldn't be happy at all. The descendant of the great general's mansion, with the accumulation of massive resources, has only cultivated this? Oh, by the way, the predecessor of this body of mine was cheated, so that his cultivation level plummeted by more than 90%. Alas, you are also a poor person. But don't worry, since I borrowed your body to travel through this alien world, I will fulfill your deep obsession for you. After all, I have a system to open plugins, so I won't be a weakling who gets beaten. Let's take a look at what good things are in this alien world newbie gift pack first. With a thought, the gorgeous treasure chest lid displayed on the control panel slowly opened. Ding dong! The host successfully opened the alien world newbie gift pack, and the qualifications of all professions such as treasure appraiser, beast tamer, alchemist, and weapon forger were awakened, and obtained a special item primary realm double order. Wuchen was stunned. Oh my god, is it so awesome! He inherited the memories of his predecessor, but he knew very well how rare those special professions such as treasure appraiser and beast tamer were. These people were collectively called special job masters, and they were all outstanding in a certain field. In order to become a special job master, in addition to requiring the cultivator to have the corresponding outstanding talents, they must also cultivate the mysterious energy attributes that complement this profession. For example, a beast tamer must have an affinity with beast souls and cultivate the most natural wood-based mysterious energy. if the cultivator of the Mangwu realm is already a strong one in 100 among the ordinary people, then the special job master is undoubtedly the one in 1,000,000 among the vast cultivators, the darling of heaven. Moreover, the achievements of other special teachers are limited to a certain field. Wuchen is amazing. A novice gift package directly makes him a full-time and all-round existence. Wow, ha ha ha, this gift package is quite nice. Look at the other thing. After use, it can increase the host's current Xuanqi cultivation by 5 to 7 levels. But because it is a primary order, this item is only effective for cultivators in the rough martial realm period. Ha, not bad. Wuchen grinned and thought to himself, now I am in the rough martial realm, and even with the worst luck, I can increase my Xuanqi cultivation by 5 levels and reach the peak of the rough martial realm. With better luck, I can directly break through the rough martial realm and reach the higher level of the observation of Qi realm. Huh? Why is the corner of the young master's mouth slightly raised? Wan Xiaoyao was suddenly startled. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Bang! Before the well-behaved little maid could distinguish carefully, there was a loud noise at the door. It turned out to be a thin, gray-haired old man who was kicked into the house and fell to the ground. Grandpa Achun! Wan Xiaoyao exclaimed. It turned out that this skinny old man was the old slave Achun, who followed Wuchen and came to this cold frontier with the maid Wan Xiaoyao. Humph! An old dog dares to block my way? As the voice sounded, a young boy with a big belly arrogantly stepped into the door. His pair of bean-sprout eyes, full of evil, looked at Wan Xiaoyao, who was lying on the bedside of Wuchen at the moment, with her exquisite figure fully exposed. He licked his toad-like thick lips and said with a sinister smile, "Ha ha, little beauty, when you see my new master coming, why don't you crawl over and kneel down to greet me?" As soon as the fat boy finished his arrogant and domineering words, the 2 servants and thugs following him started to yell at each other. Pay back the money quickly. Yes, it's only natural to pay back a debt. If you can't pay it back now, then according to the contract we signed before, from now on you are my master's slave. Wan Xiaoyao frowned and her pretty face was instantly covered with an expression of tension and anger. She had been with Wuchen since she was a child, and she had seen a lot of scenes in the family of generals. Her vision and courage were far better than those of her peers. But now, she no longer has the towering tree of General's Mansion to provide her with shade. Plus, when she left the imperial capital, all her cultivation was completely destroyed, and her own young master, who was her backbone, was in a coma. Wan Xiaoyao, who was only 14 or 15 years old, was filled with panic and helplessness at this moment. In comparison, Achun, the old slave who had experienced many ups and downs, seemed much calmer. The old man said weakly but firmly, "It is still far from the repayment deadline stipulated in the contract, and Yaoer is still free. But you, trespassing without permission, this crime." Ha ha ha! What a joke! The old slave Achun hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the fat boy, who was as fat as a toad, laughing wildly, and said arrogantly, "This is my Lin Zhuliang's house. My young master comes whenever I want, so how can you call it trespassing? I let you live in my house for free for 3 months, and I didn't take a single copper coin. Now you are telling me trespassing?" Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoyao, who had a soft and kind personality, couldn't help but shouting sternly, "What a bastard who confuses right and wrong! At the beginning, you were so diligent that you invited my young master to stay here and gave this house to us. Young master refused to accept it, so you shamelessly begged us to stay here, and said that if we gave you half a copper coin, we would look down on you. How come it's our fault now?" Lin Zhuliang grinned with a broad toad mouth and sneered, "Hey, at that time, I saw that Wuchen was dressed in bright clothes and had an extraordinary demeanor. His profound energy, cultivation is also really amazing. At a young age, he has reached the peak of the observation of Qi realm. Such a young hero, I, Lin Zhuliang, naturally want to make friends with him. But the result, at this point, the disdain in Lin Zhuliang's eyes became more and more intense. Hey, after others obtained the qualification to practice in the Blood Dragon City Academy, they all became stronger and stronger. But this waste is going the other way. His cultivation is gradually declining. It didn't take long for him to fall from the peak of the observation of Qi realm to the wild martial realm. Now he is seriously ill and is about to die. Why am I still pampering him? You 2 slaves have to buy medicine for him, and you have borrowed a total of 7 gold and 19 silver from me, including interest and rent. Lin Juliang hooked his finger in a mean way. A total of 100 gold, pay it back now, and we'll be even. Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Achin were trembling with anger. It's really a case of a tiger falling into the plain and being bullied by a dog. When they were in the imperial capital, even if they didn't rely on the towering tree of the general's mansion, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Achin's own cultivation alone could kill this unreasonable bastard in front of them with just a slap. But now, for the sake of their own young master, the two had to suppress their anger and said, "The repayment date written in the contract has not yet arrived, and we—" "Humph, I don't care about you so much." Lin Juliang raised his head arrogantly. "Pay it back immediately." "What? You still don't pay it back? You can also pay it with your body, heh?" After that, he looked at Wan Xiaoyao with a hungry look. Even though she was dressed simply, it was hard to hide her pretty appearance. Her facial features were as delicate as a painting. Her skin was as soft as jade. The exquisite figure of a 14 or 15-year-old girl made Lin Juliang's appetite grow. As for Wan Xiaoyao, Lin Juliang had been drooling since the first time he saw her. But at that time, he was restrained by Bu Wuchen's strength and suppressed his beastly nature. But as time went by, Bu Wuchen's physical condition deteriorated, and he even fainted for many days. During this period, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Achin were unable to bring in a decent rescuer. At this point, Lin Juliang finally believed that Bu Wuchen, who once made him afraid, was now just a useless person lying in bed for a long time. He finally couldn't help it, showing his fangs and revealing his true nature. "Come on, little beauty!" Lin Juliang was about to pounce on Wan Xiaoyao, but the old slave Achin grabbed his legs. "Huh? Get out of the way, you old dog in the way!" Bang! Puff! The poor old man was kicked far away by Lin Juliang and hit hard against the wall, vomiting a large pool of blood. Seeing this, the 2 accompanying servants smiled sinisterly. "Hey, my master has shown mercy, did you know?" "That's right, if not, with my master's 7th level cultivation in the Mangwu realm, you, an old dog, would have been dead after being kicked like that." "Ha ha ha!" Listening to the 2's flattery, Lin Juliang was complacent. "Let's spare this old thing's life for now. After all, when I'm done with my job, I'll need someone to take the blame." What do you think of this scenario? The evil slave saw that the master was unconscious and weak, so he simply killed him, intending to forcibly occupy his maid. As a result, I arrived in time and stopped him. After killing the evil slave, I captured the maid's heart. Upon hearing this, the 2 men flattered him. "Great, great, great! Master is wise." Well, according to the style of those city supervisors who prefer to keep things simple, they will definitely be happy to close the case. Lin Juliang snorted arrogantly. Although Bu Wuchen has become a waste, his identity as a student of Blood Dragon City Academy is a bit tricky. If we kill him, we will naturally have to find a scapegoat to get away. If not, with my identity, killing an outsider who has no roots in Blood Dragon City would be no better than slaughtering pigs and dogs. That's a must. Master, what you said is absolutely right. At this time, on the bed, Bu Wuchen, who had heard all of this, gnashed his teeth in hatred. What a bunch of despicable and shameless people. In fact, he had woken up a long time ago, and had long been unable to tolerate the despicable behavior of Lin Juliang and his group. With a thought, he used up the primary realm ascension order at the first moment. He thought that with his rapid increase in cultivation, he could immediately eliminate evil and punish evil. Who would have thought that the system told him that because he had been poisoned for a long time, although the remaining poison had faded, the damage to his meridians and dantian could not be healed in an instant. Therefore, the energy of the primary realm ascension order was excessive, and it was not as smooth as expected, and it would take more time. Before this process was completed, Bu Wuchen could not move. Any mistake will lead to the end of going astray, dying and disappearing. "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, ah!" At this moment, the boy screamed hysterically in his heart. In his previous life, Bu Wuchen had a tragic fate, was an orphan and had to endure all the hardships to survive. Now he has just traveled to this new world, and there are 2 people who are willing to endure all the hardships for him. Even though they know that the person they are protecting with all their heart and soul is just a rich and powerful abandoned young man who has long lost his power and has only 1/10 of his cultivation left. and will never be able to turn things around, they still do it without hesitation. In Wuchen's view, how lucky is he now? However, the current situation of the old and the young made the young man extremely distressed. The old slave Wuchen was kicked and seriously injured, curled up in the corner with his breath dying. The maid Wan Xiaoyao was also unable to escape from Lin Juliang's clutches and was grabbed by him, screaming, "Let me go! Let me go! Ah! Scream! Scream!" Lin Juliang grinned. "My young master, I want to see if you can wake up that sick guy to save you." "Ha ha!" Just at this moment, Ding Dong, Primary Realm Ascension Order, is activated successfully, and the host's Xuan Cultivation Realm is raised by 5 levels. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the 9th level of the Mangwu Realm. As the system prompt sounded in his ears, Wuchen had already jumped up from the bed impatiently. Lin Juliang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and before he had time to take a closer look, his hand that was holding Wan Xiaoyao's arm had been squeezed and thrown away by an irresistible force. Then, bang! Wuchen punched Lin Juliang in anger with all his might. Ouch! This sudden and powerful punch directly made Lin Juliang's face dent. Bang! After taking Wuchen's powerful punch, Lin Juliang's face was covered with blood from his nose, and 2 of his front teeth fell out. The sudden pain made him only able to make a low ouch sound. Then, his body, like a giant fat toad, smashed the tables, chairs, and benches along the way and slammed against the wall, causing more than 10 cracks on the wall. At this moment, Wuchen felt the power of his blood expanding, and he felt indescribably happy. But the others were extremely shocked by this sudden change. Young master? Wan Xiaoyao was surprised and happy. The old slave Wuchen, who had been kicked by Lin Juliang and was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing and sweating, couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his weathered face when he saw Wuchen's brazen attack. As for Lin Juliang's 2 followers, they looked just like their master, as if they had seen a ghost. Isn't he seriously ill and bedridden? How could he knock down my young master with 1 punch? The strength of that punch just now is definitely more than 4 bulls. Yes, for a cultivator in the Mangwu realm, every time he advances to a higher realm, he can gain half a bull's strength. So, Wuchen has not only recovered from his injuries, but his Xuanqi cultivation has also reached the 8th or 9th level of the Mangwu realm. At this time, Lin Juliang, who had 2 front teeth knocked out by a punch, said to the 2 servants with a lot of nonsense, "What are you doing? Go together and kill him." "Ah!" But he is a student of Blood Dragon City. The 2 hesitated a little. "If anything goes wrong, I will take care of it. What are you afraid of?" The frustration mixed with anger made Lin Juliang completely crazy. Then he heard a kanglang sound, and the big knife was unsheathed. The 2 thugs were both Lin Juliang's confidants who had followed him for many years and had reached the 9th level of the wild martial realm. Now they both had weapons in their hands. In a 2-on-1 situation, Wuchen, who had just raised his Xuanshu realm to the peak of the 9th level of the wild martial realm, with the help of the Primary Realm Ascension Order, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Ding Dong, the God-level selection system was successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Go ahead, even though you know it's dangerous. Don't lose your manliness. Reward for this option: permanent strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, speed of a cheetah, and take effect immediately. Option 2. Admit defeat decisively, and then try every means to seek the other party's forgiveness in order to turn hostility into friendship. Reward for this option: a badge of the identity of a self-sacrificing peace ambassador. Brother must choose the first option. Wuchen licked his lips excitedly. Admit defeat? Reconciliation? Not possible. Even without the system reward, Wuchen had to fight to the death with the opponent. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and the speed of a cheetah. In an instant, Wuchen felt an unprecedented sense of fullness in his body, as if he had endless strength. At this moment, the 2 servants had already approached from the left and right. The blades in their hands were frost-shining and merciless, as if they were already murderous, holding the intention of killing with 1 blow. "Ha! Even if your cultivation has recovered a little, so what? How can you fight against the 2 of us, the 9th level of the wild martial arts realm, with bare hands? Just be obedient and let yourself be killed." It happened in a flash. Just when the two servants' fierce blades were about to chop Shenruchen's neck and waist, the latter suddenly moved. The young man turned his feet and turned his body to the side. In an instant, he turned and moved calmly to avoid the two people's left and right attacks. The cheetah wind speed that Wuchen had just obtained through the system reward allowed him to crush the two opponents of the 9th level of the Mangwu realm in terms of speed. Bang! Bang! The two servants could not see clearly where the fist shadow came from, but they felt a sudden pain in their necks. Then their eyes went black, and they spit out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground on the spot, dying. It turned out that the cervical vertebrae of both of them were directly smashed to pieces by the power of Wuchen's punch. This, how is it possible? Lin Juliang was directly shocked by the scene in front of him. Wuchen, who was still bedridden a few breaths ago, and whose Xuanqi cultivation had fallen to the 4th level of the Mangwu realm, step by step during this period of time. How could he suddenly burst out with such a terrifying Xuanwei? Just one punch could kill a cultivator of the 9th level of the Mangwu realm? Even a cultivator who had just stepped into the Guanxi realm would never be able to do it. In the observation of Qi realm, without exception, one can attach the mysterious Qi to the body surface. With the blessing of the mysterious power, one can display combat power far beyond that of the Mangwu realm. But this Wuchen, from head to toe, can't see the slightest bit of the aura of the mysterious power attached to his body. In other words, he has never reached the observation of Qi realm. Then how can he punch with such a terrifying force? At this moment, Lin Juliang's heart, like his fat body, trembled with fear. He naturally had no idea that Wuchen, in addition to the nearly 5 bulls' strength of the Mangwu realm peak, also possessed the 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength given by the system. This kind of strength, let alone being used to deal with 2 opponents of the Mangwu realm 9th level, even if a cultivator of the observation of Qi realm 1st or 2nd level was hit on the neck by Wuchen's full-strength attack, he would most likely be killed instantly. Young master, how come he suddenly became so strong? This question also emerged from the hearts of the old slave Ah Chun and the maid Wan Xiaoyao. The only difference from Lin Juliang was that they felt shocked and happy at the same time, while Lin Juliang was horrified and only had fear deep in his bones. His bean sprout-like pupils were shining brightly. Damn it, for now we can only hold that old dog hostage first. Wuchen has always taken good care of the slave and maid who followed him. As long as I have hostages in my hands, I will definitely force him to negotiate in exchange for a glimmer of life. Lin Juliang did what he thought. He endured the severe pain of his face collapsing and rushed towards the old slave Ah Chun in one step. But how could his speed be faster than Wuchen now? The fat guy reached out and grabbed, but failed to pull the old slave Ah Chun into his arms. Instead, another big hand clamped his wrist tightly. Then he squeezed it hard. Crack, crack! The sound of bones being crushed was heard immediately. Ah! It's broken. Let go quickly! After Lin Juliang cried out in pain, he roared fiercely. Wuchen, I'm warning you, let go quickly! What you just killed were just my 2 dogs. It's no big deal. But I am the legitimate second son of the Lin family. Lin Juliang roared fiercely. Hurting me is like making an enemy of the entire Lin family. Do you know? If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly and give me a gift and apologize. From now on, you and I will keep our distance and live in peace. Just at this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system has been triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, ignore threats and take revenge. Reward for this option, bronze skin and iron bones, takes effect immediately and opens a portable warehouse for the host. Option 2, release the grip and agree to reconcile with the other party. Reward for this option, 250 copper coins. Wuchen seriously suspected that the 250 copper coins in option 2 were full of sarcasm and malice. He chose the first option without hesitation. Buzz! The next moment, a faint bronze luster lit up from Wuchen's body and disappeared in a flash. Originally, when he broke Lin Juliang's arm bones, his own hand also felt a little painful. After all, the force is mutual. It's like a person who only gets the strength of a boxing champion but does not have the opponent's pair of arms that have been tempered by thousands of hammers. In this case, if this person punches with all his strength and hits the opponent's face, the enemy will be defeated, but his own hand bones will inevitably be injured. Now, Bu Wuchen has a copper skin and iron bones and can freely wield the suddenly skyrocketing strength, and no longer has to worry about the situation of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself. So he put more force on his hand, causing Lin Juliang to scream in pain. Bu Wuchen himself showed a simple and innocent expression and asked, "Well, if I break your arm and completely break off relations with the Lin family, will it be very, very serious?" "Nonsense!" Lin Juliang's voice was anxious and angry. If you listen carefully, there was even a hint of crying in his voice. This guy was crying because of the pain. He just managed to hold on and said, "My Lin family is one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City. Hurry up and let go of your hand and apologize to me, otherwise you will die, you know?" Lin Juliang thought that after revealing his identity and background, Bu Wuchen, who was like a rootless duckweed in Blood Dragon City, would definitely be afraid. After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Besides, he didn't think the boy in front of him was worthy of being a strong dragon. Who would have thought that the young man in plain clothes would grin? "Hey, after hearing what you said, I really want to try it." Try what? Lin Juliang had a bad feeling. "Of course, I want to test the wrath of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City, to see how powerful they are." "What? You? Crack!" This time, it was no longer Lin Juliang's arm that was broken, but his neck. At this point, the crisis was resolved and the dust settled. After all, he is the young master of the so-called 3 major families in Blood Dragon City, so he should have a lot of good things on him, right? On this side, Bu Wuchen slowly searched for the spoils. On the other side, whether it was the old slave Achun or the maid Wan Xiaoyao, the shock on their faces lasted for a long time. They never thought that the young master who was a playboy in the imperial capital, and later complained about himself when he was demoted to the border town, could still have such a tough face of killing and decisiveness. Especially the maid Wan Xiaoyao. She looked at Bu Wuchen busy, licking the bag in a daze, and couldn't help wondering if everything she saw was an illusion. The girl lowered her head and rubbed her eyes hard. Then, she didn't dare to open them again. It seemed that she was worried that if she opened her eyes, the young master who sat up in shock from his dying illness and was invincible and killed people everywhere, would return to the bed and return to his previous dying state. Wan Xiaoyao took a deep breath, as if she had finally made up her mind. She pinched her cheek, which was as white as jade without makeup. "Hiss! It hurts!" She grimaced in pain and mustered up all her courage to open her eyes. "Young master, is he still there?" "Young master is still there, still there. Ha ha ha, this is not an illusion." "Woo woo woo." The little maid cried with joy. At this time, Bu Wuchen's mouth was almost stretched to his ears with joy. "He, you are worthy of being the 2nd young master of the Lin family. The small change in your sleeve pocket alone contains 3 gold and 12 silver coins. There is also a note with a face value of 1,000 gold coins. I am rich now." The memory left in his mind by his predecessor gave Bu Wuchen a clear understanding of the prices in this world. In Yinglong Continent, 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. A copper coin can also be split into 10 small copper corners, and its purchasing power is naturally only 1/10 of that of a copper coin. In this cold frontier Blood Dragon City, just more than 10 silver coins are enough for ordinary people to eat and wear for 2 or 3 years. But for cultivators, just buying some food and medicinal materials that can replenish blood and chi, enhance strength, and help cultivation can spend more than 10 silver coins in a blink of an eye. Therefore, the 4 words, poor in literature and rich in martial arts, are not just casual sayings in this world. And at this moment, the 1,000 gold that Bu Wuchen got from licking the bag is definitely a huge sum of money. Huh? What is this? Bu Wuchen found that Lin Juliang also kept 2 books close to him. The pages were gilded and the characters were cursive. When he looked at them, the pages seemed to have a magical power that could capture his heart. Just as Bu Wuchen was looking at it carefully, 2 crisp system prompts suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding dong, the host's all-round special master's treasure appraiser ability has been automatically activated, and the object in front of him is a mid-level ordinary grade unique martial arts, Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang. Ding dong, the host's all-round special master's treasure appraiser ability has been automatically activated, and the object in front of him is a mid-level, ordinary-grade, unique profound skill, Flame Tiger Fist. Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, compared to the 1,000 gold bills, these two books are really good things. For any cultivator, both martial arts and profound skills can be said to be the most core cultivation resources. The martial arts can directly affect the speed of the cultivator's realm improvement and the ultimate upper limit of the cultivation height to a large extent. The profound skills are the exquisite way of using the profound energy, which can allow the cultivator to exert more powerful combat power through the use of every move. In Yinglong Continent, there are clear levels of strength and weakness in both skills and mystical techniques. From low to high they are mortal level, mystical level, spiritual level, earth level, and heaven level. Each level is further divided into 3 grades, lower, middle, and upper. In this inconspicuous frontier, many practitioners practiced low-quality skills and miscellaneous martial arts. There are very few who can truly enter the grade. For most of the practitioners in Blood Dragon City, the mortal level middle grade skills and mystical techniques are definitely heavy resources. Mortal level middle grade skills and mystical techniques, and they are all unique copies? The former Wuchen was a bit of a playboy, but as the young master of the general's mansion, his vision and knowledge were by no means ordinary. He knew that there were unique copies and general copies for both martial arts and mystical skills. The so-called unique copy is the original work with its own book soul. Book soul is a good thing. It can make people practice martial arts and mystical skills with twice the result with half the effort. And it is easier to comprehend the essence of the book and reach a higher level in a short time. In contrast, those general copies that were copied and dictated did not have such miraculous effects. For example, for the same mystical skill, Zhang San practiced the unique copy with the book soul, and he could practice it to the great success in a year or two, while Li Si, who practiced the general copy, might have practiced it for 10 or 8 years and still be stuck at the small success level. Therefore, the unique copy of martial arts and mystical skills, even in the imperial capital, is also an extremely precious practice resource. Few people would be idle enough to carry such coveted good things on their bodies and flaunt them in the market. Are the young masters in this cold frontier already so generous? They actually carry around the only copy of the martial arts and profound skills? The young man made a move. After a flash of white light, the 2 unique skills and mystical skills were already in his pocket. Wuchen was secretly happy. Hey, this portable warehouse rewarded by the system is really useful. With just a thought and a move, you can store the things you want to keep properly in it in an instant. Moreover, the things stored in the portable warehouse will not rot or spoil no matter how long they are kept. These functions are very similar to storage rings. Storage rings are a kind of mysterious device that contains space and can hold objects. They are extremely valuable. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, I'm afraid that there are no more than 5 fingers who can afford to wear storage rings. The predecessor Wuchen, even though he was the grandson of a general, could not get a storage ring. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Grandpa Bu knew the virtues of his dandy grandson and deliberately implemented economic control. Although the functions are almost the same, but this portable warehouse can only be used by me, the host, and has unique confidentiality and security. No one else can take it away or steal it. It is absolutely unattainable by any storage ring in this world. At this moment, the old slave Chun came to his senses and said hurriedly, "Master, you'd better leave quickly." Although Lin Zhiliang is a worthless person and deserves to be killed, his identity. "Master, you and Wan Xiaoyao go first. I will disguise the scene and chase you." The skinny old man said this, but Wuchen, who had awakened the all-round special master, had a keen perception. He clearly saw the determination to die in the other's eyes. Moved by the thought, the young man patted the other person's shoulder and said with a smile, "Haha, you want me to take Yaoer away first and you stay to plead guilty? Ah?" Wuchen easily saw through his inner thoughts, which surprised the old slave Chen. "Young master, just at this moment. Ding dong, the god-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Adopt the advice of the old slave Chun and take Wan Xiaoyao away together. Reward for this option, a pair of cool straw sandals that run fast and don't smell. Option 2. Let the old slave Achun and Wan Xiaoyao go to the Yamen to take the blame and die together. Reward for this option, a box of moldy biscuits of the Bad Conscience brand. Option 3, neither run away with the guilt, nor let innocent people take the blame. Find a way to solve the problem yourself. Reward for this option, Earth-level body movement, instant shadow step. Wuchen, who had already thought of a countermeasure, suddenly had a light in his eyes. I choose the third option. Ding dong, the reward for this option has been issued. Congratulations to the host for learning the middle-grade Earth-level body movement technique, instant shadow step. Body movement technique, top-grade Earth level. Skill effect, within 100 steps around the body, any place with a shadow is a place where the caster can descend in an instant. Current realm, entry. Mysterious energy consumption, 500 points. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Skill realm improvement method, increase proficiency through use. After seeing the introduction of this skill on the system panel, Wuchen laughed out loud. Wahahaha, this skill works. Fighting with the enemy. Before he gets close to me, I can directly use his own shadow and instantly teleport to his back to launch a surprise attack. Isn't that a sure thing? The confused old slave was confused by Wuchen's sudden laughter. Young master? Oh, by the way, don't think about taking all the blame yourself. I tell you, I have a more reliable way. Are there any chickens, fish, etc. in our yard? Huh? The old slave looked confused. He thought, why did the young master suddenly ask this? In the end, Wan Xiaoyao answered truthfully. There is a live chicken tied in the kitchen. I wanted to keep it for you to stew soup in the evening and try to feed you a few mouthfuls to replenish your body. Wuchen slapped his thigh. Very good. This is it. Huh? In the evening. Bang! While Wuchen was enjoying tea and snacks leisurely in the courtyard, a team of city supervisors in charge of public security and punishment broke into the door aggressively. As soon as this group of tall and strong city supervisors rushed in, the bald and strong man in the lead pointed directly at Wuchen and others and shouted, "Come on, take down this murderer!" Time, go back to the evening. The gentle breeze has gradually swept away the dry air at noon. In the west of the city, the courtyard of the Lin family's collateral branch. A man in his 40s, dressed in a brocade robe, frowned and said, "It's almost dark. Why hasn't Lianger come back yet?" This middle-aged strong man is none other than Lin Juliang's father, the head of the Lin family's side branch, Lin Senyu. Logically speaking, if he were to go to the uncles and seniors of our sect in the academy and offer a gift of 1,000 gold coins as a reward for borrowing the unique skills and profound techniques, he should be back before noon. Could it be that something unexpected happened? At this moment, an old housekeeper came running to report in a panic. "It's bad, sir. Something bad has happened. Just now, someone from our sect came to report that during the routine inspection of the longevity fire room, they found that the life candle of the second young master was extinguished." "You? What did you say?" Lin Senyu was shocked. Most of the cultivators in this world have the habit of injecting a strand of original profound power into a special object to play the role of real-time life and death. The most convenient one is the life candle fire. If the life candle fire is not extinguished, it means that the cultivator is not dead. Check for me quickly, yes? The existence of one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City, even if it is only a side branch, has considerable power. It didn't take long to find out the whereabouts of the second young master of the Lin family that day. You mean the last place where Lianger showed up was in the 18th lane in the west of the city, which was lent to that guy named Bu to stay temporarily? Yes, sir? After hearing the old housekeeper's reply, Lin Senyu frowned and looked at the boy sitting in the first seat and asked, "Shaner, what do you think about this?" The boy Lin Senyu asked was named Lin Jushan, the biological brother of Lin Juliang, who was quite precocious and had a calm personality. Lin Senyu has always been very proud of this. To answer father, that guy named Wuchen is my classmate. At the beginning, this boy's cultivation was not bad, and I also told my brother to get close to him. Maybe in time, he can also bring a strong support to my Lin family's side branch. But who knew that Wuchen was a donkey dung egg with a good appearance? Not long after he was specially recruited into the Blood Dragon City Academy, his Xuanqi cultivation dropped day by day, and his health also deteriorated. Soon, he went from being the top young talent in the advanced class to being held back in the preparatory class, becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy. Not long ago, he was directly bedridden and took sick leave. In terms of age, this Lin Zhuxian is only 1.5 years older than Lin Zhuliang. But in terms of cultivation, Lin Zhuxian is only 16 years old, but he has reached the 5th level of Guanqi Realm and is ranked in the advanced class of Blood Dragon City Academy. In comparison, Lin Zhuliang, who has just stepped into the elementary class with the 7th level of Mangwu Realm, is far behind. Humph, that means Bu Wuchen is a complete waste? Damn it, I'll make him pay with his life. Lin Senyu suddenly smashed the table in front of him with a palm, his eyes full of murderous light. Father, wait a minute. Lin Zhuxian hurriedly said, although Bu Wuchen is not a concern, there is a strong man in the realm of spiritual connection among the entourage who came to Blood Dragon City with him that day. Even if that person is very cold to Bu Wuchen, and even has some meaning of dislike for him, but I always think that we should be cautious. After all, Bu Wuchen, who has long been ill in bed and has fallen in cultivation, certainly does not have the ability to kill Brother Liang. Hearing this, Lin Senyu suddenly realized, you mean the one who killed Lianger was that strong man in the realm of spiritual connection? Lin Senyu's arrogance suddenly subsided. There is a saying, for a cultivator, recklessness is the first step. The cultivators of the Mangwu realm are no longer like ordinary people whose lives are worthless. They can join a hunting team or join the army and live a happy life. Above the Mangwu realm is the observation of Qi realm. Cultivators of this level are already the backbone of many medium and large families in Blood Dragon City. If they are in the army, they can easily become a centurion. Above the observation of Qi realm is the controlling Qi realm. People who have reached the controlling Qi realm are well-deserved strongmen in this Blood Dragon City, and they will be the talents that all forces in Blood Dragon City will compete to attract. And the spiritual realm is an existence that surpasses the 9th peak of controlling Qi. The City Lord of Blood Dragon City, the patriarchs of the 3 major families, and the Dean of the Blood Dragon City Academy, a few big figures who stand proudly at the top of the entire frontier cold border, are all in the spiritual realm. This level of strong people often only needs 1 or 2 to influence the strength and weakness distribution of the entire town and countless forces. Think of him, Lin Senyu, is just the head of the Lin family's side branch. No matter in status or cultivation, compared with the patriarch of the Lin family, he is still a million miles away. How dare he confront the existence of Tongshen realm? What they don't know is that the Tongshen realm strongman who traveled with Bu Wuchen at the beginning was actually just escorting him to Blood Dragon City. As soon as he settled down, he patted his butt and left. This is because the current king of Daliang acquiesced and gave him special care for the sake of Bu Wuchen's grandfather. Otherwise, you are a guy who almost maddened the old emperor, who would care about your life and death on the road of exile? That's right. Lin Zhuxian nodded and said, besides, no matter how useless Bu Wuchen is, he is a genuine student of Blood Dragon City. If he is assassinated, what if he leaves a dirty tale and is caught by the school? That would be a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Lin Senyu let out a sigh of reluctance. Huh, are you going to let your brother die in vain? Of course not. Lin Zhuxian said in a deep voice, even if we put aside the death of Liang brother. Judging from the time he went to find Bu Wuchen, the unique martial arts and profound skills that he should have taken to return to the clan have probably fallen into the hands of that Bu. We must get them back. That's right. Lin Senyu nodded fiercely. The unique copies of the Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang and the Flame Tiger Fist were obtained from our clan by my father at great expense and with great difficulty. Lianger borrowed them for a while. If it is lost, your father will not be able to bear the blame. After a short silence, Lin Zhuxian suddenly smiled slyly. Hey, don't panic, father, I have a way which can make Bu Wuchen spit out what he has eaten and kill him openly to avenge my brother Liang. Oh? Lin Senyu's face lit up. My son, if you have any good ideas, please tell me quickly. We just need to do this and that. Until now, the group of city supervisors who rushed to Bu Wuchen's mansion were the ones behind the scenes created by Lin Zhuxian and his son. However, Bu Wuchen, seeing this scene, asked calmly, "Who is the murderer?" He blinked innocently and said slowly, "I have been bedridden for a long time and just got better. I never go out of the house. Who could I kill?" About this, I believe the neighbors around the courtyard can testify. Oh, by the way, Lin Juliang, the second son of the Lin family, also came to see me before. He can also testify for me. By the way, you bunch of city supervisors, is it appropriate to slander a student of Blood Dragon City Academy without any evidence? With his prior instructions, the old slave Ah Chun and the maid Wan Xiaoyao were also calm and did not show any panic. This made the inspectors who came on orders look black. Huh, you're still pretending in front of me, right? The leader strode into the front hall, pointed at the pools of blood on the ground and asked coldly, "Then tell me, what's the matter with the blood stains on the ground?" "Oh, it's chicken blood." Shen Ruochen had expected the other party to ask this question and said calmly, "Didn't I get a ghost and was bedridden? Fortunately, my Yaoer got a folk remedy for me, and she spread chicken blood to form a disease-removing array. These pools of chicken blood have played a great role in my being able to jump around so happily." "Chicken blood?" The bald man frowned. "Yes, chicken blood." Bu Wuchen nodded his head, deliberately using the tone he learned from watching Hong Kong dramas in his previous life to ask with a smile, "What's wrong, sir? Is there a rule in our law that says you can't kill chickens in your own house?" The little leader of the city supervisor twitched his eyes. "What's there? My surname is Zen. Call me Zen Supervisor." Puff! Bu Wuchen directly sprayed out the tea that he had just put into his mouth. "Shit shoveling officer? My, your title sounds extraordinary." "Humph, don't think you can escape the blame by being slick." The bald man waved his hand coldly. "Come on, search for me. Today, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find evidence to punish you, the thief." He thought that after he said this, the other party would be more or less nervous. After all, according to the Lin family, Lin Juliang's life candle fire had long been extinguished, and the person was dead and his soul was extinguished. After some investigation, the last place where Lin Juliang appeared was when he broke into the house where Bu Wuchen lived with 2 servants. No matter how you look at it, the young man is the biggest suspect. As long as you catch the other party's nervousness and panic, you will have a chance to solve the case. But who would have thought that when Bu Wuchen heard that he had to dig 3 feet into the ground for a search, he just shrugged indifferently. "Please, anyway, this house is not mine." Don't say digging 3 feet into the ground. Even if you dig 10 feet or 100 feet into the ground, it will only be the second young Master Lin who will have a headache, right? After saying that, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. The Zen official frowned and snorted in his heart. "Bringing up the second young Master Lin again? Are you doing it on purpose? Wait until I find the body and see how you can pretend." Those who can become the city supervisor must have a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of the wild martial arts realm. Such a group of people are so skillful in doing the work of demolishing houses and digging the ground. Before long, they had dug up all the good spots in this small house. In the end, they still couldn't find Lin Juliang's body. How could this happen? Before coming here, we have done a thorough investigation. Since Lin Juliang entered the courtyard, no one has left or entered the house. There is no possibility of burning the body. Thinking of this, the head of the city supervisor couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Could it be that the person really didn't die here? It turned out that Bu Wuchen had already put the bodies of Lin Juliang and others, as well as all the destroyed objects, into the portable warehouse. Not to mention the supervisor of this cold frontier. Even the most famous detective in the imperial capital would not be able to find any clues. At this time, Bu Wuchen got up lazily, stretched his arms, and said boredly, "It's getting dark. If you can't find evidence to prove that I am the murderer, I won't accompany you anymore, okay? I have to get up early to go to the academy tomorrow morning." The inspector knew that he had no reason to keep him, so he could only glare at him. "Don't be so complacent, kid. If you really killed someone, you can't escape the temple even if you can escape." Bu Wuchen waved his hand indifferently. Okay, then you can investigate slowly. This yard has been ruined by you like this. I can't stay here anymore. Yaoer Achun, don't take anything. Just follow me, the young master, and live somewhere else." "Ah? Oh, okay. In the past few months, Achun and Wan Xiaoyao, who have been living in poverty, looked back every few steps at the mattresses, clothes, and other items that had been torn to shreds by the city inspector, and they were really reluctant to leave. "Let's go, stop looking. It's time to change those things. Master, I have a lot of money now. You don't have to accompany me through the poor days in the past." Let's go to a restaurant to eat delicious food." However, not long after they walked out of the yard, they were blocked by two figures who suddenly blocked their way. The man on the right, wearing a gorgeous robe, was in his 40s and full of hostility. He was Lin Juliang's father, the head of the Lin family's side branch, Lin Senyu. The other young man wearing a brocade long gown and a handsome face was Lin Juxian. "Good thief! You killed my son Lin Juliang, and you are still strolling around so calmly?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Senyu released his mysterious energy without reservation. The materialized red fire mysterious energy immediately enveloped his body. The raging force made the alleys and streets fly sand and rocks in an instant, and the murderous intent was sinister. The old slave Ah Chun's pupils shrank and his heart tightened. Mysterious chi is released? This person is at the chi-controlling realm. If it was before his cultivation was abolished, a cultivator at the chi-controlling realm would not be worth a look from the old slave Ah Chun. But now, let alone the chi-controlling realm, even if the person who came was a guy who had just entered the wild martial realm, it would be enough to make Ah Chun feel deeply powerless. In comparison, Wuchen was undoubtedly much calmer. He firmly believed that the other party must be afraid of something. Otherwise, why would we need to send a bunch of city supervisors to mess around? Wouldn't it be better to just do it directly? Therefore, the young man pretended to be confused and scratched his ears. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Pretending, haha. How long do you think you can pretend?" At this time, Lin Juxian spoke up. "Those two exercises and mystical skills should have fallen into your hands, right? Do you think, given the importance of those two exercises and mystical skills, would my Lin family not have the secret method to track them? If you hand over the things now and then follow me to the government office to confess your guilt honestly, you may have a chance to seek leniency. What a way to win the heart." Unfortunately, it was used on the wrong person. Wuchen curled his lips in contempt, thinking, "What's the tracking secret method? It's just a rare middle-grade, ordinary-grade technique and profound skill. Do you really think I will believe it?" On his face, he still looked confused. "What are you talking about? I still don't understand. Please make way. A good dog doesn't block the road." "You!" Lin Senyu was furious. If he wasn't afraid of the possible existence of a god-level strongman behind the other party, and the other party's identity as a student of Blood Dragon City Academy, he would have slapped the boy to death. At this time, Lin Juxian smiled sinisterly. "Hey, you have the identity of Blood Dragon City College student as a protective umbrella, so you can't be easily touched." But Lin Juxian suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed at Wan Xiaoyao and Achun, and said word by word, "What about the two of them? Who knows if this skinny old thing will suddenly have a cardiac arrest one day and die on the street? Who knows if this girl will be hit by a club from a gangster and thrown to a building and be ridden by thousands of people?" Hearing this, Wuchen's footsteps, who were passing by them, suddenly stopped. He turned around angrily. "You dare? The dragon has a reverse scale, and touching it will kill." For Wuchen, who came from the time travel, Achun and Wan Xiaoyao, who have sacrificed a lot for him and are even willing to risk their lives to protect him, are the reverse scales that others cannot touch. Seeing Wuchen so nervous, Lin Juxian's smirk became even stronger. "Hey, if you want them to be safe, return the things and confess your crime. Get lost!" Wuchen shouted angrily. He was not stupid. If he really agreed to confess his crime, after losing him as the pillar of the family, Ah Chun and Wan Xiaoyao would also end up in misery. Lin Juxian narrowed his eyes. "Humph, then I will take a step back and have a life-and-death bet with you. The bargaining chips for the bet are those two skills and the mysterious techniques. If you can win, it means that justice is on your side, and my Lin family will believe that you are not the real murderer of my brother, and we will not pursue the skills and mysterious techniques. But if you lose, you must return the things and admit the crime of murdering my brother." At this point, Lin Juxian smiled slyly. Hey, don't say that the Flame Tiger Burning Soul Gang and the Flame Leopard Fist are not in your hands. If I don't have them as bargaining chips, I won't be interested in playing with you. Then you just get ready to collect the bodies of the old and the young." After hearing this, Wuchen sneered. "Ha! The mysterious technique that your brother insisted on giving to me before is not called Flame Leopard Fist, but Flame Tiger Fist." Lin Juxian was stunned when he heard this. Before, he deliberately mispronounced the name of the profound skill, just to trick the other party. Who would have thought that although Wuchen unscrupulously said the true name of the profound skill, he also insisted that it was Lin Zhuliang who took the initiative to give it to him, so that Lin Zhuxian could not hold it. What a cunning fellow! Lin stood in his heart, but his face remained calm. Very good, it seems that you agree? At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Fearlessly accept the bet with Lin Zhuxian. Reward for this option: a set of profound skills with the lowest spiritual level and no upper limit. Option 2. Dare not accept the challenge and get away with it vaguely. Reward for this option: an exquisite little tortoise figurine. Then I must choose the first option. Ding dong, the system rewards have been distributed. Then Wuchen raised his eyebrows with interest and said to Lin Zhuxian, "Agree, why shouldn't I agree? But I have another condition. I can guess it without you saying it." Lin Zhuxian raised his hand smartly. "Don't worry, you don't have to knock me down. At that time, you only need to persist in the gambling arena for 10 breaths without losing, and you will be considered the winner." This is not Lin Zhuxian's kindness. It is because he is worried that if he does not do this, Wuchen will feel that he has no chance of winning and refuse to gamble. If this is true, even if Lin Zhuxian kills the old slave and the maid on the spot, he will not be able to get what he really wants. 10 breaths is enough to crush this waste several times. Lin Zhuxian was sure in his heart. Wuchen was a little surprised and thought to himself, this is not what I want to say. But since this bastard is so polite, there is no need for me to spoil his fun. So he cleared his throat and said, "Okay, but I ask for an additional 20,000 gold in gambling rewards." 20,000 gold? This time, Lin Senyu, who had been silent, spoke. "Can you come up with so many gold coins?" Wuchen glared. "This gambling fight must be signed with a blood contract." "Are you still afraid that I will default on my debt?" Lin Senyu thought about it and agreed. If the two parties who signed the blood covenant did not fulfill the agreement, they would be subject to the most stringent sanctions of the laws of the country where they were located. In fact, as the strength of the cultivators increased, there was also a universal method for making a blood oath. This binding force was even stronger than the blood covenant. If those extremely powerful cultivators dared to violate the blood oath, even if the laws of the secular country could not do anything to these people, they would not be able to escape the punishment from the gods of heaven after the blood oath was fulfilled. Okay, 20,000 gold is 20,000 gold. The father and son of the Lin family smiled at each other and thought to themselves at the same time, "You are a waste, and you are still thinking about earning an extra 20,000 gold in gambling rewards? Don't dream. As long as you dare to stand on the gambling stage, your life will be completely gone and even the gods can't save you." At this time, Wan Xiaoyao suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed Wuchen's sleeve tightly, and said nervously, "Master, don't take such a big risk for us." The old slave Achin also said, "Yes, in a life-and-death gambling fight, the sword has no eyes. If something happens to you..." Bah! Master, I am a lucky person and nothing will happen to me. As long as you win the gambling fight, you will have 20,000 gold in your account. Wuchen waved his hand loudly. Move aside, don't block me from signing the contract." "Master, you alas!" Wan Xiaoyao and Achun both felt that their young master was obsessed with money. It was understandable. After all, he was used to spending lavishly in the imperial capital. In recent months, he had to stay in this cold city and live a hard life. Now he suddenly had the opportunity to get rich overnight. How could he not be tempted? Not long after, on a martial arts arena in the Blood Dragon City Academy, Wuchen, who was dressed in plain clothes and did not look luxurious, and Lin Zhuxian, who was wearing a brocade robe and had his hands folded on his chest, stood facing each other more than 10 steps apart. At the four corners of the arena, a circle of fire basins was lit, illuminating the darkness that had just entered the night like daylight. The Xuanqi Academy, where Wuchen was at the moment, was very different from those schools on Earth in his previous life. Here, there was never a flower in a greenhouse. Whether it was Blood Dragon City or all other towns, every Xuanqi Academy established was to cultivate all kinds of talents for the Dalian Kingdom. Among them, combat talents are undoubtedly the most numerous and the most widely used. Every Swanchi Academy hopes to cultivate a group of young students with blood and fighting spirit. Therefore, for things like life and death fights on the martial arts stage, as long as both parties are willing, the school will not only not interfere, but will also voluntarily send instructors to act as referees for the fights. The stands around the stage were already packed with spectators who had come after hearing the news. At this moment, they were discussing in a flurry. Isn't that Wuchen, who was held back all the way from the advanced class to the preparatory class? Yeah, I never thought he would dare to have a life-and-death fight with a senior from the advanced class. I heard that he asked someone to take sick leave several days ago and couldn't even get out of bed. How come he's standing on the stage with all his arms and legs now? Hey, if you ask me, this fellow must have had a last burst of energy. This spark may have damaged his brain. You said you can finally get off the Kang. Why don't you do something else? Why do you have to have a life-and-death fight with a senior from the advanced class? Well, do you think that Wuchen couldn't bear the blows of being held back one after another during the period when his cultivation level plummeted, so he simply sought relief through a fight of death? It's really possible. Everyone's predictions about the outcome of this battle were one-sided. This was because the levels of strength and weakness in the Blood Dragon City Academy were particularly distinct. According to the school's regulations, those who could raise their Xuan cultivation realm to the 3rd level of Mangwu before the age of 14 would have the opportunity to be enrolled in the preparatory class of the academy. But don't think this is easy. For ordinary people, cultivators are already 1 in 100, and those who can reach the 3rd level of Mangwu before the age of 14 are all the best among their peers in this place and city. In fact, the preparatory class only means that you may become a student of the Blood Dragon City Academy in the future. If you want to truly enter the academy to study and practice, you must reach the 7th level of the Wild Martial Realm before the age of 16 and become a student in the primary class. When the cultivator's Xuanqi cultivation breaks through the peak of the 9th level of the Wild Martial Realm and reaches the state of observing Qi, you can graduate from the primary class and be promoted to the intermediate class. The 5th to 9th levels of the observing Qi realm can be ranked in the advanced class. Before the age of 18, the very few geniuses who break through the peak of the observing Qi realm and reach the controlling Qi realm can be promoted to the elite class. Now, Wuchen, who is about to drop out of the preparatory class, is actually going to have a life-and-death battle with Lin Zhuxian from the advanced class. How can he win? Young master, is it really okay? Wan Xiaoyao clenched her pink fists. The old slave Wuchen swallowed hard and his face was also nervous. But when he thought of Wuchen's sharpness when he killed Lin Zhuliang in seconds, his old eyes couldn't help but light up. He whispered in a soothing voice, "If you can win by holding on for 10 breaths, young master, there should still be a glimmer of hope, right?" Originally, the two who were not students were not qualified to enter this place. But because Wuchen and Lin Zhuxian signed a life-and-death battle contract, in case of defeat, someone needs to preside over the funeral and compensate the victorious party according to the contract. So they made an exception and let Chun and Wan Xiaoyao in, at this time on the stands. In addition to the students and instructors who came to watch the excitement, an elder of the Lin family sect sat in the middle seat. He was Lu Chunyang, the only elder of the Lin family sect who was not from the same family. He was the one who promised to give the Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang and the Flame Tiger Fist to Lin Zhuliang for borrowing. Now, when the day came to return the books were not there, and the reward afterwards did not fall into his pocket, which made Lu Chunyang very unhappy. Beside him, Lin Senyu was standing in a proper manner with a smile on his face. The head of a branch clan was always inferior to the elders of the main clan. Moreover, his son, Lin Senyu, had made the great mistake of losing the only copy of the technique. At this moment, he was humbly assuring the other party, "Please rest assured, Elder Lu, this time I will win the fight with that thief." The two techniques and profound skills will also be brought back intact. Lu Chunyang only snorted coldly, "Humph, I hope so." At this time, the instructor who was acting as a referee on the stage cleared his throat and issued an order. "Both parties in the fight, get ready." Hearing this, Lin Zhuxian's body shook slightly, and the red and fiery profound energy attached to his body in an instant, like a translucent, airtight fire curtain armor. This is the unique method of the observation of Qi realm cultivators. Xuaneng possession. The cultivators wrapped in the Xuaneng battle armor are much stronger than those in the Mangwu realm in terms of attack power and defense strength. In the Mangwu realm, every time you upgrade a realm, you can gain half a bull's strength. Even for cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the Mangwu realm, it is usually difficult to break through the ceiling of 5 bulls' strength due to the limit of Xuanli. But once you reach the observation of Qi realm, even if you are only at the 1st level of the observation of Qi realm, after Xuaneng possession, you can easily gain 8 bulls' strength. Not to mention Lin Zhuxian, who is at the 5th level of the observation of Qi realm. Compared with the dazzling scene of Lin Zhuxian attaching his body with the light of Xuanhuo, Bu Wuchen's side seems much colder and duller. However, when he concentrated his strength, the energy that expanded in an instant still surprised everyone. This is a sense of strength far beyond the 9 oxen, right? Well, the profound strength that Bu Wuchen just expanded has probably already surpassed the limit of what the physical body can cultivate during the savage martial realm period. That's right. However, after a brief surprise, everyone still did not think highly of the boy in plain clothes. Think about it carefully. It's nothing. After all, when he first entered school, he still had the cultivation base of the 9th level of the observation of Qi realm. Now, after his cultivation base has fallen again and again, it is not surprising that he temporarily possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary savage martial realm practitioners. Besides, even if Bu Wuchen can reach the power of the 9 oxen and 2 tigers that the legendary chosen ones cultivated during the savage martial realm, what does it matter? In the hands of Lin Zhuxian, who is at the 5th level of the observation of Qi realm, he still has no chance of winning. The fight begins. As the referee gave the order, Lin Zhuxian rushed forward. How can I defeat a waste like you in 10 breaths? 1 breath can blow your dog head apart. When the roar fell, Lin Zhuxian had already rushed to Bu Wuchen and punched wildly. Good fellow, Senior Lin Zhuxian just came up and hit without reservation? That's right. Such a domineering punch, I feel pain in my face from a long distance away. No matter which town the Xuanqi Academy is in, gambling fights between students happen from time to time. But after all, everyone is classmates, and they will more or less remember their friendship. Therefore, there are very few people who will really kill in a life-and-death fight. But now, Lin Zhuxian's unparalleled punch has made everyone see his incomparably firm killing intention. The power of Senior Lin's punch is too terrifying. Even a cultivator at the 1st level of the observation Qi realm will die if he is hit. But Bu Wuchen is only at the Mangwu realm. He can't even protect his body with Xuaneng. How can he survive? That's right. He is probably going to be the first person to die in a stage fight since the beginning of the year. Young master? At the moment when Wan Xiaoyao screamed, Bu Wuchen moved. He did not dodge, raised his hand and raised his fist, and actually took a posture to fight with Lin Zhuxian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. While Lin Zhuxian sneered, the fists of the two had already collided with each other. Bang! After the initial contact, Bu Wuchen's feet rubbed the ground of the ring and slid away for a long distance. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage in this fight. But judging from the reactions of the crowd, the young man who was forced to retreat more than 10 steps after the fistfight seemed to be the real winner. How is this possible? How can Bu Wuchen, who is only at the Mangwu realm, actually fight against Senior Lin, who is at the 5th level of Guanxi realm and has already sacrificed his body-protecting Xuanqi? Am I seeing things? For a moment, both the spectators outside the stage and the instructors and referees on the stage were extremely surprised. How could this happen? Lin Zhuxian, who had personally experienced this strange phenomenon, opened his mouth in astonishment and almost dropped his chin to the ground. Looking not far away, Bu Wuchen, who had exchanged punches with Lin Zhuxian, just shook his hands and bared his teeth a little. Hiss! It hurts a little. The 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm. There really is something there. Bu Wuchen's indifferent tone and the slight smile on his lips instantly silenced the whole audience. What does the 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm is still something there mean? This should be a compliment, but coming from the mouth of a cultivator in the Mangwu realm, how come it sounds so much like an insult? And it hurts a little. A full-strength attack from the 5th level of the Qi Contemplation realm can smash a 1,000-pound boulder, but it only hurts a little for you? Of course, they didn't know that Bu Wuchen's body had long been strengthened by the system to the level of steel bones and bronze skin. A full-strength attack from the 5th level of the Qi Contemplation realm could not hurt him at all, let alone kill him with one punch. In terms of speed, the cheetah's wind speed, enhanced by the system, allowed Bu Wuchen to not be at a disadvantage when facing Lin Zhuxian. The only thing that was slightly lacking was strength. Bu Wuchen's own profound strength at the peak of the wild martial realm, plus the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers obtained from the system, was still a little behind Lin Zhuxian, who was at the 5th level of the observation Qi realm. Even so, Bu Wuchen's feat of confronting the 5th level of Guanxi realm with his reckless and martial manner was considered a miracle by everyone. 1 breath? Oh no, 2 breaths have passed. At a certain moment, the voice of the referee broke the silence on the field. Lin Zhuxian, who had come to his senses, felt that he was extremely embarrassed. He had said before that he could beat the opponent's dog head in 1 breath, but now, in front of him, Bu Wuchen had already set up his stance again and said, "Go on, show your best skills and practice more with me." As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhuxian was so angry that veins popped up on his forehead. He was a student in the advanced class, but he was actually used as a sparring partner by a scumbag who kept repeating a grade. "Come and die!" Lin Zhuxian roared and rushed forward, vowing to make the opponent pay the price with blood. Bu Wuchen's eyes flashed with excitement, and the corner of his mouth lifted. "Hey, it's time!" Bang, 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 bang! The two of them immediately fought fiercely. The punches hit the flesh and the sound was deafening. Oh my God! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that Bu Wuchen, who is in the Mangwu realm, could fight with senior Lin Zhuxian to a draw. Me too. I really don't know how his muscles, skin and bones are built. He clearly doesn't have the Xuanqi to protect his body, but he fought a high-intensity battle with the Xuanqi to protect his body. Isn't it? Although Bu Wuchen has suffered repeated losses in the collision of strength, he has not shown any signs of defeat until now. Well, in my opinion, he is very likely to resist for more than 10 breaths. As time went on, more and more people praised Bu Wuchen. This made Lin Zhuxian very annoyed. Lin Senyu and Lu Chunyang's faces also became more and more gloomy. 7 breaths. The referee called the time again. Off the court, Lin Senyu's palms were sweating. On the stage, Bu Wuchen was full of excitement, because he found that with his strength, the speed of a cheetah, and his body of iron, he could fight with Lin Zhuxian, whose cultivation level was far higher than his. A sense of pride that, you, a student in the advanced class, are just like this, arose spontaneously. As for Lin Zhuxian, no, I must not lose. After 10 breaths, I still can't defeat a joke recognized by the whole academy who has been held back again and again. What am I? Besides, if I can't win back those 2 unique skills and profound techniques, I will be severely punished by the clan. I must win no matter what. With this thought, Lin Zhuxian took out a scarlet pill from his sleeve pocket and swallowed it in front of everyone. Seeing this, the old slave Ah Chun's heart skipped a beat. That's Qi-boosting pill? Although he had lost all his cultivation before accompanying Bu Wuchen to the cold frontier, his eyesight was still there. In fact, it was not just him. In addition to most of the students in the intermediate and elementary classes, the rest of the people watching the fight in the field also knew very well what Lin Zhuxian had just taken. Qi-boosting pills, which can make the Xuanqi in the body of the user burst out in an overdraft, thereby achieving the effect of greatly increasing combat power within 10 breaths. Oh my God, this Lin Zhuxian is really shameless? He actually took a Qi-boosting Xuan Dan during a gambling fight with his classmates? For a while, many spectators sneered at Lin Zhuxian's behavior. The instructor who acted as the referee also frowned. However, the gambling agreement between the 2 parties did not clearly stipulate that pills could not be taken during the fight, so he couldn't stop it. He just shouted coldly, 8 breaths! Lin Zhuxian smiled cruelly. Hey, there are still 2 breaths of time, enough to kill you. Flame Tiger Fist! In an instant, Lin Zhuxian's rushing fist condensed into a flaming tiger shadow. Accompanied by a face-tearing sound of breaking wind, it opened its bloody mouth ferociously and rushed straight to Bu Wuchen's face. This guy actually used the Lin family's unique martial arts, the mortal-level middle-grade Flame Tiger Fist? Lin Juxian, this guy, took the chi-bursting pill in advance and forcibly raised his own profound strength to the level comparable to the 7th star level of the chi-observing realm, and then used the profound killing move. Even if he won, it was not a fair victory. Yes, it's simply shameless. Wuchen is really in danger now. Hearing the contempt and abuse around him, Lin Juxian's father had a dead pig's face that was not afraid of boiling water, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Xianer did a good job. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Even if you lose your reputation, it is better than losing this battle. On the martial arts stage, the smile on Lin Juxian's mouth became more and more arrogant. Ha! At this distance, you can't avoid it. Be good and die. When he raised his eyes, the majestic flame tiger shadow was already in front of him. Just when everyone thought Wuchen was dead, swoosh! The figure standing in the original position, motionless, disappeared just like that. Lin Juxian's strongest killing move, which was determined to win, just fell into the air. Then he felt a chill on his back. The inexplicably disappeared Wuchen, who had actually stood quietly behind Lin Juxian, Chunyang, who had always been calm, directly pushed Lin Juxian away, and a long string of blood was sprinkled in the air. Lin Juxian's chest was actually directly broken by Wuchen's finger force, creating a terrifying blood hole. For a moment, the whole venue was dead silent. Lin Juxian, who was kneeling on the ground, looked down at the blood hole in front of his chest. The gradually blurred eyes were filled with horror. How is it possible? He muttered these words from his bloody mouth, and then his eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground with a plop, completely dead. A second ago, who used his best profound skills, was so powerful? Then everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and Wuchen, who should have been dead, flashed behind Lin Juxian. The next moment, Lin Juxian looked at the bloody hole where his heart exploded in a daze and fell in a pool of blood with inexplicable horror. Did you see clearly how Wuchen dodged and moved just now? I didn't see it clearly either. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed behind Senior Lin Juxian. Yeah, fast, too fast. More than fast? It's like a ghost, elusive. Compared to this, what surprises me more is how Wuchen managed to achieve a fatal blow after dodging and moving. Yes, after all, Wuchen is only at the peak of the Mangwu realm. Even if he used the mortal peak level of profound skills, it is impossible for a mere Mangwu realm cultivator to kill an opponent of the 5th level of Guanxi realm in one blow. Hearing everyone's discussion, Wuchen smiled lightly. He was so happy in his heart. Hey, a mortal peak level profound skill? Your horizons are too narrow. Heavenly level profound skills, do you want to know more? It turned out that the killer move that Wuchen flicked his finger was the reward given by the system after he accepted the gambling fight initiated by Lin Juxian. The reward at that time was a profound skill of the lowest spiritual level with no upper limit. Whether it is a profound skill or a technique, the grades from low to high are mortal level, profound level, spirit level, earth level, and heaven level. Each level can be further divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. Above the upper grade, there is also a conventional peak level for transition. When Wuchen thought that after choosing to accept the gambling fight, he could at least get a spiritual level, profound skill, he was immediately overjoyed. Because according to the memory of the person he possessed, the royal secret skill that was regarded as a treasure by the Daliang royal family was only a mid-level spiritual level. Wuchen was filled with excitement when he thought that he could easily master a unique skill comparable to the royal secret skill of Daliang. But after a flash of golden light, the young man was stunned. Because, after he made the corresponding choice, the God-level selection system randomly awarded him a heaven-level profound skill, 1 finger to the Yellow Spring Road, a heaven-level middle-grade profound skill, finger technique, attack skill, skill overview, peerless finger technique, tricky angle, extremely fast speed. When practiced to perfection, the power of 1 finger is enough to penetrate 100,000 mountains. As the saying goes, 1 finger of the profound energy arrives, and the enemy is sent to the Yellow Spring. Current realm entry. Skill consumption, 50,000 points of profound energy. Realm upgrade condition, release this skill 1 million times. When the skill proficiency reaches 1 million, you can be promoted to the small success realm. Or you can upgrade by using special items in the system shop, making system choices, etc. Special note, This skill is originally a set of profound skills, as the saying goes, 1 finger to the Yellow Springs Road, 2 to the Asura Cave, 3 to the Immortal Dome Bridge, 4 to the Cloud Pillar. Gathering the whole set of profound skills will bring you unexpected surprises. Wow, is it so awesome? Wuchen almost fainted with happiness at that time. Originally, he planned to get a spiritual level middle grade profound skill, comparable to the royal secret skill of Daliang State, and he would be satisfied. Who would have thought that he would get a heavenly level middle grade 1 directly? The only slight drawback is that the profound energy required to release 1 finger to the Yellow Springs Road once is too high, a full 50,000 points. With Wuchen's cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Wild Martial Realm, the total amount of profound energy in his body is only 1,000 points. Fortunately, at this time, the system gave a perfect solution. The unique feature of 1 finger to the Yellow Springs Road. Divide the power. With a full amount of 50,000 points of Xuan Qi, this mid-level Xuan Qi skill can achieve 100% of its lethality. Now, Wuchen only uses 1,000 points of Xuan Qi to activate this skill. While the skill consumption is reduced, the power of 1 finger to the Yellow Springs Road is also reduced by a corresponding multiple. But even so, the power of this finger is enough for him to kill Lin Juxian, who is at the 5th level of the observation in 1 second. His eyes were pulled back to the arena at this moment. Wuchen himself was shocked by the lethality of the finger flick. I thought this move would be very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. After all, because of the dividing the force, the skill damage of this move is reduced a lot. Xianer? No! Suddenly, a loud shout of both sadness and anger resounded throughout the venue. It was Lin Juxian's father, Lin Senyu. Thief, be buried with my son. Lin Senyu attacked furiously, and the 5th level profound energy of the controlling Qi realm burst out, and his whole body was burning with flames. Who? In the blink of an eye, the fist's shadow was full of flames. The scorching flame at the moment of leaving the fist turned into a lifelike tiger. The whole body was burning with flames, and the killing power was boiling. Wherever it passed, the fallen leaves and branches were burned to ashes. The same flame tiger fist performed by Lin Senyu, who was in the 5th level of the controlling Qi realm, was countless times stronger than Lin Juxian. What the hell? Wuchen was shocked. The previous challenge had already exhausted his profound energy. If it was just a fist from a person in the 2nd or 3rd level of the observing Qi realm, Wuchen, who had a copper skin and iron bones, could bear him. But Lin Senyu is a genuine controlling Qi realm strongman. In the Mangwu realm, one can only refine the body and store Qi, and the Qi is restrained and cannot be released. In the Guanqi realm, one can release the mysterious Qi visible to the naked eye, which is attached to the body surface, which is called observing Qi. The higher Yuqi realm can achieve releasing mysterious Qi and give birth to a certain mysterious energy attribute. For example, at this moment, the flame tiger shadow that Lin Senyu angrily blasted towards the ring belongs to the fire-type mysterious energy. The scorching fire lion shadow, wrapped with 1,000 pounds of force. If he was really hit by this angry punch, even Wuchen, who has a copper skin and iron bones, would be smashed into broken copper and iron. Feeling the killing power of the scorching fist, a voice exploded in Wuchen's mind. Get out of the way! But in action, because of the huge gap between his and Lin Senyu's Xuanshu realms, the invisible realm pressure was like a pair of invisible hands, imprisoning Wuchen and making him unable to move at all. Since his rebirth in the other world, the god-level selection system that Wuchen had always relied on did not come out to protect him as expected. At the critical moment, swoosh, swoosh! 2 thick earth-yellow mud pillars rushed straight towards the fire tiger fist shadow. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 Xuan energy attributes of 1 earth and 1 fire collided fiercely. The remaining power that burst out was like a hurricane that suddenly blew up with flying sand and gravel. Wuchen, who was almost exhausted, was swept by the hurricane. His heels swayed twice, and he almost fell off the ring. Fortunately, the red flame tiger shadow that attacked him was finally blocked by the sudden earth-type Xuan Gang. After the strength was relaxed, Wuchen escaped the doom of death. All this is cumbersome to say, but it really happened in a flash. Wuchen, who came back from the ghost circle, frowned. Although he never showed too much, cold sweat had quietly soaked his back. Before, as a member of the Travelers, Wuchen always thought about the wonderful world of immortals, but now he has realized that in this mysterious world, in addition to the infinite wonders of immortals, there are also dangers of fire and blood. Since then, Wuchen's mentality has also undergone subtle changes. Damn it, I almost died. It seems that the system can't protect me all the time. That's good. I can't always do everything according to the options given by the system, right? If that's the case, wouldn't I become a puppet controlled by others? No matter how powerful the system is, it's just a tool for me to use. I can't let the tool dominate me after my rebirth. Just as he was thinking about it, a loud shout rang in his ears. Lin Senyu, you are so brave that you dare to kill the students of Blood Dragon City Academy? The person who spoke was the instructor, who volunteered to serve as the referee of the gambling fight. It was also him who took action to block the Flame Tiger Fist for Wuchen. The instructor's face was livid, and his hands behind his back were shaking uncontrollably. It was obvious that he suffered a loss under Lin Senyu's Flame Tiger Fist. He knew that his cultivation was slightly inferior to Lin Senyu's, but in that situation just now, he had to take action. After all, what he represented at the moment was the Blood Dragon City Academy. If Lin Senyu really killed the students of the school who were fighting fairly in public, then his job as a teacher would be over. Just when Lin Senyu's old face was uncertain, on the stage, the elder of the Lin family, Lu Chunyang, also frowned. He yelled at Lin Senyu, "Asshole, who told you to do it? Don't you know where this is? Hurry up and apologize to the teacher." Anyone can see that Lu Chunyang is just pretending in front of others. But no matter what, the other party has already given the right attitude, and the teacher can't continue to get angry. Wuchen on the stage heard this, and his heart became colder. Lin Senyu was clearly coming for me just now, but he only asked the guy surnamed Lin to apologize to the instructor. He didn't say a word to me, the real victim. He didn't even look at me. At this moment, Wuchen had completely learned his lesson. In this Shanwu world where the strong are respected, the weak are as cheap as ants, which is not an exaggeration. At this time, Lin Senyu glared at Wuchen fiercely, wishing to cut this murderer into pieces. However, Elder Lu's words just now made him feel cautious. After all, this is the Blood Dragon City Academy. Even the noble lord like the city lord would never dare to kill the students here in vain. So, Lin Senyu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger that was on the verge of going berserk, and clasped his fists to the instructor. Just now, it was indeed an old man who was impulsive, I'm sorry. After that, he turned and glared at Wuchen, gritting his teeth and said, "But it was this little beast who broke the rules first, so I lost my mind. With his cultivation strength, how could he kill my innocent child with one blow? He must have used some vicious hidden weapon." Wuchen was immediately unhappy. "Stop talking to me. Hidden weapon. Do you have evidence? Let's take a step back. Even if I really used a hidden weapon, what can it do? Don't forget, it was your little beast who first ate the chi-expanding pill that increased his profound strength during the duel. If there is a foul, it was because he broke the rules first, and he deserves to die." Lin Senyu's face twitched. He was about to explode, but was suppressed by Lu Chunyang's words. "Enough! No matter what, this bet was indeed won by that kid. Our Lin family is definitely not the kind that can't afford to lose." After saying that, Lu Chunyang glanced at Wuchen with a proud face and said coldly, "You, follow me." Unexpectedly, the young man gave him a cold look like an idiot after hearing this. This made Lu Chunyang, who was used to being a superior person, very angry. You know, the Lin family is one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City, and he, Lu Chunyang, is the only elder of the Lin family who is not of the same surname. Whether it is his own realm of Xuan cultivation or the power of the family, it is enough to crush Lin Senyu. Now he, the great elder Lu, was actually ignored by a junior in public? A nameless anger suddenly rushed to his head. But when he thought of the identity of the other party, a student of Blood Dragon City in public, Lu Chunyang had to swallow his anger temporarily. He thought to himself, this kid's strange body skills and the means of piercing Lin Zhuxian's heart in the blink of an eye all reveal mystery. As long as I can lure him back to the mansion, I will naturally have a way to pry, open T's mouth, and dig out all the secrets hidden in him. When he thought that he would soon be able to use the boy's mysterious body skills and domineering finger strength for himself, Lu Chunyang couldn't suppress his excitement. In his tone, he also softened 3 points unconsciously. If you don't go back to the mansion with me, how can you take the 20,000 gold gambling reward? Wuchen always felt that the old guy had bad intentions. If I really plunge into the other party's territory, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so Wuchen waved his hand impatiently. No need to bother, just give me the banknotes. Elder Lu frowned and said word by word, "Little bastard, I advise you not to test my patience." As he spoke, Lu Chunyang released his mysterious pressure without reservation. The pressure of the 8th level of the Qi contemplation realm instantly attacked Wuchen, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. Although Wuchen performed well in the battle with Lin Zhuxian, his realm of Xuan cultivation was still at the rough martial level. When he faced Lin Zhuxian, who was at the 5th level of the Qi contemplation realm, on the ring, Wuchen could barely resist the sense of restraint caused by the realm gap with his fighting spirit and full of confidence. But now, when facing Lu Chunyang, who was 2 realms higher than him and at the 8th level of the Qi control realm, the trembling feeling that hit his soul made Wuchen's hands and feet cold and sweaty. At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system was successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Kneel down and beg the other party to withdraw the strong pressure and follow the other party to the Lin family honestly. Reward for this option: kneeling is easy, exquisite cushion. Option 2. Resist the pressure and never give in. Reward for this option: unknown. This is the first time that Wuchen has encountered a reward of unknown. But so what? Mala, you skewers, I will definitely choose the second option. Even if you don't give me a hair, I will never give in to that old bastard. The young man blushed and gritted his teeth to resist. Before, it was Lin Senyu. Now there is another stronger old man, both of whom bully with the pressure of the strong. The feeling made Wuchen gnashed his teeth in hatred. Deep in his heart, a belief was roaring hysterically. Brother must become stronger. It was this indomitable will that supported the boy's still high head under the terrifying pressure of Lu Chunyang's 8th level of the controlling Qi realm. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Chunyang's nose trembled and his eyes became more fierce. For a while, the mysterious pressure surrounding Wuchen became even heavier. The mysterious pressure of the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm was like a giant hammer, hitting Wuchen's spine again and again. Under this torment, it was only a few breaths of time, but for Wuchen, it seemed like several hours had passed. However, the boy still stood upright. Even though the sudden surge in intracranial pressure had caused blood to flow out of his ear holes and nostrils, he remained motionless. Huh? Wuchen's performance surprised Lu Chunyang. When he was training the younger generation in the Lin family, the first lesson he taught was often to use his own pressure to intimidate those good seedlings who had just reached the observation of Qi realm in the realm of Xuan cultivation. First, it can make these younger generations in the family put away their pride and complacency after being frustrated. Second, it is to strengthen their courage. Lu Chunyang still remembers that every time he used this method, many of the good seedlings in the younger generation of the family knelt on the ground in sweat from the beginning. Very few of the elite younger generations in the family could stand for 3 breaths under his pressure. But now, Wuchen, whose cultivation has not yet reached the state of observing Qi, can actually hold on until El Chunyang leaves the table and walks all the way to the ring. After the initial shock, the old guy's eyelids jumped. Humph, if this boy is not eliminated, he will become a disaster for my Lin family. But before that, we have to take away his ambition and make him obediently offer those weird and superb body movements and finger skills. At the same time, the old guy is still madly urging the mysterious energy to pressure. He said with a fierce heart, "You kid are tough, right? I must bend your spine and make you kneel at my feet." Just when Wuchen was about to be crushed by the pressure of the Kuaji and lost consciousness and fainted, shwa! Suddenly a fragrant breeze blew on his face. Then the pressure of the strong man that was trapped around Wuchen was blown away. When Wuchen was slightly stunned, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. A beautiful figure had blocked between him and El Chunyang. Although it was only a side profile, it was already stunningly beautiful. Her green silk was like a painting, and her body was slender and beautiful. This woman obviously only looked like she was 15 or 16 years old, and her whole body was filled with the breath of youth and beauty. But in her glance and smile, she actually combined a few different feelings of charm, a few bits of playfulness, and a few bits of restrained charm, all without any sense of disobedience. It was really breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, everyone present stared at her, especially those students who are in the youthful period. When they see this fairy-like person who suddenly appears, they even forget to breathe. Wuchen can't help but stare blankly. Where did this little fairy come from? A sentence popped up in his mind subconsciously. Those so-called great beauties in the previous life, what stars, internet celebrities, school beauties and models. Even if they come in a group, they will only be crushed into slag by the woman in front of them. Huh? Wait. Why does this side face look a little familiar? Logically speaking, after the eldest son of the Bu family was demoted from the imperial capital and arrived in Blood Dragon City, he was depressed all day long and had very few contacts. He shouldn't have such a prominent impression of this woman. Hey, can you have some shame, old thing? After all, you are the elder of the Lin family. How dare you bully a student like this? The woman, dressed in a green silk, floating like a fairy, even spoke in a particularly crisp voice. Just now, she waved her hand lightly and dispersed the powerful pressure of Liu Chunyang, who was at the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm. The elder of one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City was scolded in public. Can the old man have some shame? For a moment, every hair on Liu Chunyang's body stood up in anger. He was about to attack and hurt someone, but when his eyes touched the woman's face, he extinguished the ruthlessness that was surging. His heart skipped a beat. Damn, why is it this witch? Think of him, Liu Chunyang, a powerful man at the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm, plus the identity and background of the elder of the Lin family. Except for the few big guys in Blood Dragon City, he was the only one who could point at others and scold them. How could he still be scolded in public by a junior, and he didn't dare to tear his face and get angry? I don't know who that girl is. After Liu Chunyang's old face changed for a while, he snorted coldly. Hey, I thought it was some kind of god who arrived. It turned out to be the honorary vice president. Hearing Liu Chunyang's weird tone, the graceful girl in a light silk dress rolled her eyes lazily and said, What? Just because you added the word honorary in front of Dean, can I only watch my own students being bullied by you, a villain who can't afford to lose? Liu Chunyang's face twitched, and he said with a forced smile, Why do you say that, Vice President? What I did just now was just to test the strength of this kid's will. Liu Chunyang looked at Wuchen deeply, and then reluctantly raised his thumbs up, praising, This kid is indeed worthy of being a student of Blood Dragon City College. He is tough enough. Although Liu Chunyang was furious, but he also knew that whether it was himself or Lin Senyu before, to some extent they had indeed offended Blood Dragon City College. If only the referee coach was present, Liu Chunyang could still attribute their misbehavior to the death of Lin Zhuxian. But for the witch in front of him who made people extremely afraid, Liu Chunyang no longer dared to be presumptuous. So he left a light and soft word, on the one hand, to find a barely acceptable excuse for his actions. On the other hand, his words were also a compliment to Blood Dragon City College. Since the person was not seriously injured, the school authorities could not hold him back. At this time, Wuchen snorted coldly and said in a deep and cold voice, Old man, it's impolite for us to come here without returning the favor. This time I let you test my courage. Next time, it will be my turn to test how hard your neck is. After the words fell, the Qingluo woman glanced at Wuchen lightly. Although there was no joy or anger in her expression, but in those bright eyes that were enough to turn the world upside down, a trace of appreciation could be seen. Hearing this, Liu Chunyang was stunned at first. He obviously didn't expect that the other party, a sick cat in the Mongwu realm, would dare to speak so arrogantly in front of his lion. You young man are so presumptuous. When Liu Chunyang was about to, the Qingluo woman awakened his reason. What? Want to fight again? Humph! Liu Chunyang snorted coldly and finally did not dare to act rashly. The Qingluo woman shrugged her shoulders slightly. If you don't plan to fight, then you are willing to accept the loss. Elder Liu, this... Lin Senyu, who was standing aside, was looking at Elder Liu with an unwilling face. Not only did his son just die, but now he had to pay the gambling reward? Lin Senyu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Helplessly, both parties signed a life-and-death battle contract in full view of the public. Even if the head of the Lin family came in person, No matter how unhappy he was, he would never be willing to be an enemy of the behemoth Blood Dragon City Academy. What's more, the gambling contract with the bloody handprint was recognized and protected by the imperial law. Because of this, Lin Senyu's rather anxious eyes, in the end, only exchanged for Lu Chunyang's cold shout, things that are not good enough to help, but more than enough to cause trouble. At this point, he also understood that the two unique skills and profound skills that had entered Bu Wuchen's pocket could not be taken back for the time being. He was extremely angry and walked away directly. As for the agreed gambling reward, that was just a bet between Lin Senyu, the patriarch of the Lin family's side branch, and Bu Wuchen. Whether it was fulfilled in the end would only involve the Lin family's side branch and would not affect the Lin family's main branch. However, it would more or less affect the reputation of the main branch. Therefore, before leaving, Lu Chunyang did not forget to curse, "You guys made a mess, so clean up your own mess. Otherwise, don't take up the position of patriarch of the side, branch, and embarrass yourself." Lin Senyu's heart suddenly shuddered. He knew in his heart that if he could not pay the agreed gambling reward this time, and thus tarnish the reputation of the Lin family's main branch, then his position as the patriarch of the side branch would be over. Therefore, he had to suppress his anger and unwillingness, and took out 2 silver notes with a face value of 10,000 gold from his sleeve pocket with trembling hands. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Boy, have you ever heard a saying? It's called having money but no life to spend it." Bu Wuchen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, snatched the banknote, and put it into the pocket of his sleeve. Then he replied casually, "Old man, have you ever heard another saying? It's called Zhu Xian's clever plan to take over the Lin residence, but he lost his life and paid compensation." Zhu Xian? Isn't that referring to his own precious son Lin Zhuxian? When he thought of the following content. Puff! The pain of losing his son, coupled with the shame and hatred of being unable to take revenge when the enemy was right in front of him, Lin Zhuxian was so angry that he vomited blood. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Little beast you are, good, very good. Let's wait and see." Bu Wuchen ignored the other party directly. His attention was now on the Qingluo woman. Just looking at her profile, he felt that she looked familiar. Now, after hearing how Love Chunyang addressed the woman, he suddenly realized, oh, it's her. Speaking of which, the original owner of Bu Wuchen's body had once had other thoughts about this incredibly beautiful honorary vice president when he entered the advanced class of Blood Dragon City College. However, at that time, Bu Wuchen had just been framed by the princess of Nanling, whom he had long admired and who was also extremely beautiful. This turned Bu Wuchen from a son of a general with a bright future into a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. He was also banished from the imperial capital because of this, and he could never return unless he was summoned by the emperor. Bu Wuchen's behavior not only brought shame to himself, but also brought shame to his family. In addition, he also let a treasure that had been passed down by the Bu family and unknown to outsiders fall into the hands of the princess. The overwhelming hatred for the princess of Nanling King made Bu Wuchen at that time hate the girl and full of inexplicable hostility towards the Qingluo girl. Oh, no wonder I felt an inexplicable emotion when I first saw this Qingluo girl. It seems that the memory imprint of the person my soul has possessed will more or less have some influence on me. At this moment, the Qingluo girl pulled Bu Wuchen's arm and said, "Come with me to a place. I have something to ask you." The warmth and smoothness of her wrist made Bu Wuchen's heart flutter. No way, no way? Could this fairy sister who is a disaster be interested in me? The sudden good fortune always felt a little strange. In addition, he was still worried about Wan Xiaoyao and Achun, so he quickly suppressed the beautiful ripples in his heart and said, "Wait. You don't have to say it, I understand." The Qingluo woman said, "Don't worry, your people will not lose a hair." While speaking, she did not forget to look back and smile, and winked at Bu Wuchen playfully. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Bu Wuchen felt a little dizzy. Is this the legendary happy dizziness? But not long ago, Bu Wuchen's predecessor was tricked to death by a person who was equally beautiful and breathtaking. Therefore, appreciation is appreciation, heartbeat is heartbeat, but he always kept a string of vigilance. Soon Bu Wuchen discovered that the girl who was pulling her to run was not only beautiful, but also had an absurdly high cultivation. Bu Wuchen was held by her wrist, and his feet were off the ground almost the whole time. The surrounding scenery flashed back like a horse's eye view. Soon, Wuchen was brought by the Qingluo girl to an upper room in the Colosseum, which was located diagonally opposite the academy. The room was spacious and elegant, and the furnishings were extremely sophisticated, showing a unique nobleness everywhere. The Qingluo girl lightly tapped her graceful feet, and her graceful figure jumped up as light as a swallow. Then she lay down on the velvet-covered couch calmly and elegantly. She was like a noble Persian cat, lazily sinking into the soft velvet, finding the most comfortable position, lying on her side. In this way, her already graceful figure became even more charming. Wuchen swallowed subconsciously. His little action obviously did not escape the perception of the Qingluo girl. She smiled charmingly. "Hey, it's boring just standing there." After that, she deliberately used her white jade-like hand to gently stroke the fragrant couch under the pillow and asked softly, "Do you want to lie down next to me?" These words and this posture are really too tempting. Wuchen felt that his mouth was getting drier and drier. He thought to himself, no, right? Although the system reward I got this time is a bit other, but it's not so powerful that the Qingluo girl will offer herself to me, right? It turned out that when Wuchen was dragged by the fairy-like person and ran, he took the time to take a look at the reward given by the selection system, which was displayed as unknown at the time. Spirit of Eye, a special skill that is always turned on, non-consumption and permanent. Skill description. From the first sight of you, all opposite sexes have an additional improvement in their favorability towards you. At that time, Wuchen was still thinking, no wonder the vice dean, who was always lazy and arrogant and never showed any favor to anyone, would save his life. It seems that it was all the effect of this spirit of eye contact. I just didn't expect that the effect of spirit of eye contact in improving favorability would be so strong. Just as Wuchen's thoughts were turning rapidly, ding dong, the god-level selection system was triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Accept the other party's invitation and sleep with him. Reward for this option, receive a kick to cut off children and grandchildren, and promise not to be interested in any beautiful woman in the future. Option 2. Reject this sexy invitation. Reward for this option, 1 each of the beginner's skill and profound skill soul-devouring order. Soul-devouring order for skills. When it is printed on a single copy of a skill, it can devour the book soul in the skill, transform it into cultivation experience, and improve the host's profound energy realm. Mysterious skills soul-devouring order. When it is printed on a unique copy of a mysterious skill, it can devour the book soul in the skill, transform it into skill experience points, and improve the realm of a certain mysterious skill or special job skill that the host has mastered. When Wuchen heard the words, "cut off descendants" as the first choice, he felt a chill in his crotch. He didn't have the awareness to practice the sunflower manual. So he hurriedly chose the second option in his mind and touched his nose with some embarrassment. "Ahem, girl, please respect yourself." Yo, blush, hey. The Qingluo girl laughed. "I remember, when you and I first met in the Colosseum, you were very cool, weren't you? Look at this lady's eyes, there is even a hint of disgust. What? You have only been pretending to be cool for a few days and you can't pretend anymore?" Wuchen was speechless. She could only say in her heart, "It's not me who is cold and even hostile to you, but the eldest son of the Bu family who was born and raised in this world." At that time, he was cruelly harmed by the princess of Nanling King. Hate the whole house and the whole family, and all women, especially beautiful women, are secretly hateful. Such secret things are naturally not easy to talk about. Wuchen decisively changed the subject. "Don't you have something to ask me?" "Hurry up, brother is still busy." The Qingluo woman waved her hand and sucked the cold tea on the red curtained table a few steps away into her palm. Wuchen's pupils shrank and he was slightly surprised. Telekinesis? At least one has to reach the chi-controlling realm of releasing the mysterious energy to do this. When can I reach this realm? Not to mention fighting with others, it's also nice to occasionally play around with telekinesis and show off. Just as he was daydreaming, the graceful voice of the Qingluo girl, like a silver bell, suddenly rang in his ears. "Tell me, why did you deliberately create the illusion that your cultivation had fallen? What do you want to do by hiding your strength like this?" Wuchen was stunned at first. Then he suddenly realized, this Qingluo girl looks like she is the same age as me. but in fact, she is the honorary vice president of Blood Dragon City College. She is worried that I, a student, have evil intentions, so she specially asked me to have a talk, which is understandable. So she pulled a chair over, sat down and said, "Hidden strength? Don't be funny. It doesn't exist." "Humph, still talking tough?" The Qingluo girl snorted coldly. "If I remember correctly, your Xuanqi cultivation has been declining since more than half a month ago. A few days ago you were sick at home. Your little maid is quite smart. While sending the leave letter on your behalf, she also asked the school to send 2 instructors who are proficient in medicine to see you. It's a pity that the 2 guys couldn't see the reason. They just thought you were suddenly infected with a strange disease. Your Xuanxu realm has even slipped all the way to below the 5th level of the Mangwu realm." At this point, the girl paused, took a sip of tea gracefully, and then continued to speak slowly. "But when you were fighting with Lin Zhuxian just now, you were clearly at the peak of the Mangwu realm. And the actual combat power you showed is far beyond the limit of the Mangwu realm. If you say you have no conspiracy, do you think I will believe it?" Wuchen's head was full of black lines. "You can't tell the other party. The person standing in front of you at this moment has actually changed his soul and awakened the system, right?" After a moment of hesitation, the boy's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. With a smirk on his face, he said, "Heh, you are not interested in me, are you? Otherwise, why are you so concerned about my situation, no matter how big or small?" The Qingluo woman was stunned when she heard this. Obviously, she didn't expect the other party to dare to say that. I don't know if it's because of guilty conscience or some other reason. A trace of red actually floated on her slender and graceful swan neck. In her eyes, a chilling light suddenly aroused. Wuchen's heart tightened, and he quickly spread his hands. "Don't get excited, you misunderstood. All the things you suspect are actually caused by the strange disease I suddenly suffered from." After Wuchen was reborn through a shell, he knew that the former eldest son of the Bu family died of artificial poisoning, rather than the so-called strange disease. All this was thanks to the femme fatale Nanling Wang princess. However, Wuchen did not have any evidence to prove this, and for Wuchen, who had been banished from the imperial capital and lost the protection of the general's mansion, if he caused trouble at this time, it would backfire and give the guys who were trying to harm him a chance to finish him off. Instead of creating unnecessary trouble, it is better to take on the title of that strange disease. In this way, all the unbelievable things will become reasonable. Wuchen made up his mind and pretended to be serious, saying, "The reason why my cultivation level plummeted at that time was because of that strange disease. Now that my physical condition has improved, the lost cultivation level will naturally recover gradually." "Really?" Hearing this, the Qingluo girl's expression had returned to normal. She squinted her eyes thoughtfully and asked, "I see that you look no longer sick. Logically speaking, your cultivation level should have recovered to a large extent, but why is your Xuanqi cultivation level still at the Mangwu realm? At the same time, your actual combat power is far beyond the peak of Mangwu." Wuchen was stunned when he heard this. Then Siruo quickly found a reason. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain falling and goes like pulling a thread. It will take some time for my cultivation to fully recover to the level when I first entered the Blood Dragon City Academy. But I have the foundation of the peak of the Qi contemplation realm after all. So when fighting with Lin Zhuxian, my cultivation only appeared to have recovered to the 9th level of the rough martial level. But my actual combat power was far beyond the rough martial level. Looking at the deep suspicion in the Qingluo woman's eyes, it was obvious that she did not completely believe Wuchen's words. The girl sipped the fragrant tea very gracefully and said without question, "Since you relied on the foundation of peak of observation of Qi realm to defeat Lin Zhuxian who took burning Qi pill, I think your cultivation will soon be fully recovered. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you can really recover to the peak of observation of Qi realm, I will take what you said as the truth. If not, it means you are maliciously hiding something." After saying that, the Qingluo girl raised her eyebrows, stared at the boy at the table with deep eyes, and said word by word, "A foreign freshman with ulterior motives, carrying ulterior motives, lurking in the Blood Dragon City Academy. As the vice president, I can't turn a blind eye to this situation. Bu Wuchen heard this and smiled bitterly. Haha, no wonder she knows so much about me. Oh no, it should be said that she knows so much about my predecessor, Bu Wuchen. I think that the moment that mysterious outsider was admitted to Blood Dragon City College, he has already attracted extra attention from the school, right? It's ridiculous that I always thought it was the special effect of the spirit of Lar eyes that made this fairy lady fall in love with me. Have you asked all the questions you should ask? Then I'm leaving. Bu Wuchen stood up suddenly after saying this. Although being in the same room with such a fairy-like person is a beautiful thing that many people dream of, but for Bu Wuchen, who has just been reborn in this alien world, he really doesn't want to stay under the scrutiny of the other party for a long time. The Qingluo girl did not say anything to stop him. Instead, her bright eyes glanced at his chest calmly the moment Bu Wuchen stood up. Just because the girl knew, on the left side of Bu Wuchen's chest, covered by his clothes, there was a fist-sized dark red birthmark. The pattern of the birthmark was actually a dragon with a coiled body and a raised head, arrogant and soaring to the sky. It turns out that the Qingluo girl first paid attention to Bu Wuchen, not because of his identity as a foreigner. It was because when Bu Wuchen was demoted to Blood Dragon City, he went to the Colosseum to vent his depression and participated in the beast fighting. When his clothes on his chest were torn by the claws of the fierce beast, the dark red dragon-shaped birthmark was exposed. At that time, as the big boss of the Colosseum, the Qingluo girl had thought about having a good chat with Bu Wuchen. After all, the lifelike blood-red coiled dragon birthmark was of extraordinary significance. However, the eldest son of the Bu family was full of resentment at that time. Because of the relationship with the Princess of Nanling, he hated the house and the crows, and never gave a good face to the fairy-like person in front of him. The Qingluo girl was very unhappy because of her bad start. However, she really couldn't let go of the secret behind the blood dragon birthmark. Moreover, if she wanted to achieve her long-cherished goal, she could not use force. She could only find a way to make the owner of the blood dragon birthmark willingly take action. If it is said that at the beginning, the Qingluo woman's interest in Bu Wuchen was all due to the blood dragon birthmark on his chest, then at this moment, she also developed some interest in Bu Wuchen himself. In the face of Lu Chunyang's terrifying pressure that was almost killing people, he was still proud and unyielding. With this temperament, it is worthy of the blood dragon mark to choose him as the master. Then, he said seriously, remember, you only have 3 days to prove yourself. No problem. Thinking about the 2 strange tokens he got after making a choice according to the system prompt, Bu Wuchen unconsciously felt more confident. The Qingluo girl smiled softly. Haha, I hope that you can still be as calm as you are now in 3 days. It's okay, you can go. After that, she stretched lazily, with a trace of sleepiness in her eyes. With her action, it seemed as if the whole room became bright and beautiful. Bu Wuchen was stunned and subconsciously stopped. Huh? Why don't you leave? Oh, I understand. Do you want to lie down and rest too? While speaking, the Qingluo girl stared at Bu Wuchen with a smile. Under the charming look, she deliberately licked her red lips. How about sister give you some space? Bu Wuchen almost wanted to nod and say yes, but when he thought of the result of the first option given by the god-level selection system before, he felt a chill in his crotch. He hurriedly shook his head and said, The reason why I haven't left yet is that I want to ask your name. My name? Yes. Bu Wuchen nodded in a serious manner and said, After what happened on the ring, you can be considered my savior. I can't be so confused that I don't even know the name of my savior, right? The Qingluo girl pursed her lips lightly and did not answer. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her right hand and quietly accumulated strength. Chi-Chi, Chilinlin. In a moment, ice crystals of different lengths and sizes had condensed around the girl's fingertips. With a light wave of her white hand, the ice crystals obediently arranged 3 big characters Shanui, Shanuoyi. After listening to Bu Wuchen's mumbling, the Qingluo girl waved her jade hand again. Hua-la-la. In an instant, the ice crystal characters shattered into fine snow all over the sky, floating and scattering. It was really beautiful. Okay, you can go out. Ah? Oh yes, okay, bye. Bu Wuchen was able to get out of the shock just now, turned around and left neatly. After the other party left, Xianuoi showed a puzzled look on her face and slightly frowned her soft willow eyebrows. She said to herself, Huh? Why did I write my name specifically for him to see? Is it because I saw him today I felt very comfortable? Even more than once. That what him. Thinking of this, Xiaonuoyi's pretty face suddenly floated with red clouds. Although my purpose of doing this is to lure him into the trap and then suddenly strike him to shock him. After scaring him and confusing his mind, I can better control him and the power of the blood dragon birthmark on his body, but why do I always feel that this time is a little different from the past? Could it be that I have a good impression of this boy? The Qingluo woman was shocked by the conclusion she came to, and hurriedly shook her head. No, it's impossible. Immediately, the girl's eyes were as cold as a knife. If he really had a dirty mind and approached my bed at that time, just wait to become a eunuch. No wonder on the stage, when Lu Chunyang recognized Xiaonuoyi who came to ruin his good deeds, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Damn, why is it this witch? Who would have thought that this woman dressed in Qingluo, floating like a fairy, would have such a ghostly and seductive aura? Xiaonuoyi could never have thought that the reason why she felt something special about Bu Wuchen was because of the spirit of I. At this moment, Bu Wuchen, the owner of this special skill, finally felt relieved when he saw Wan Xiaoyao and a Chun waiting at the school gate. He was afraid that the Lin family would not be able to do anything to him for the time being, so he would take revenge on Yao Er and a Chun. "Master," Wan Xiaoyao called out sweetly, with tenderness in her eyes. Bu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that after I was taken away, you two would be attacked by the bastards of the Lin family. When Wan Xiaoyao heard this, the soft smile on her face froze. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to the fairy sister who took you away. Oh? Bu Wuchen frowned. What's the situation? It turned out that Wan Xiaoyao and A Chun, who were not from the Blood Dragon City Academy, were asked to leave the school after the gambling fight. As soon as they left the school gate, several masked men suddenly attacked and tried to kidnap them. Fortunately, a strong man who claimed to be a friend of the honorary vice president came to their rescue. Fortunately, there was no danger. After Bu Wuchen sighed, there seemed to be a flame of anger burning in his chest. Lin family of Blood Dragon City, sooner or later, I will settle this account with you. Come to think of it, I owe Miss Xiaonuoyi another favor. If she hadn't sent someone to protect us secretly, the consequences would be disastrous. By the way, young master, the old slave Achin suddenly remembered something. While handing over a house deed, he did not forget to point to the small courtyard at the corner of the street and said, "This was given to us by the mysterious benefactor. It is said that although she promised the vice president to protect us during this period, but if we live too far away, she will inevitably be out of reach. So she gave this old slave this house deed, saying that this house was given to us to live in, and it would also be convenient for her to protect us." Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I didn't expect Miss Xiaonuoyi to be so kind. She gave bodyguards and houses. She couldn't really like me, could she?" The young man adjusted his hair in a cocky way. "Oh, my damn charm that has nowhere to go." Ahem! Inside the elegant pavilion, the Qingluo girl suddenly sneezed and rubbed her nose in confusion. In fact, the main reason why Xiaonuoyi sent bodyguards and a house was to make Bu Wuchen willing to lend her the power of the blood dragon mark one day. It's not time yet. That boy's Xuanshu realm is too weak, and it is impossible for him to awaken the power in the mark. Before, it was because he was infected with a strange disease and was about to die, so the blood dragon birthmark on his body was useless. But now, if he can really recover his strength and practice hard in the Blood Dragon City Academy, it won't be too far away for me to wait until he awakens the blood dragon mark. In the evening, the orange-red afterglow spread on the streets and alleys. Everywhere you look, you can see a warm and comfortable scene. In the newly moved house, Bu Wuchen is feasting. These delicious dishes were all bought by him from a nearby restaurant. Being secretly watched by the vicious wolf of the Lin family, Bu Wuchen didn't want to take the risk of enjoying delicious food in the restaurant before he became stronger. So he simply packed everything and brought it back, eating with his mouth full of oil. Ah, delicious! Although it's still a little behind Yaoer's cooking, it's also quite good. Bu Wuchen snorted and praised after patting his belly. How can I be as good as you say? Wan Xiaoyao's pretty face flushed slightly. There was still a bit of uneasiness in her expression. Actually, you can just enjoy it by yourself. It's a waste to share it with me. Although you are a little more well off now, You shouldn't waste it on me. Ah, Chun on the side nodded in agreement after hearing this. That's right. The 20,000 gold coins I won today may seem like a lot, but for a long journey of cultivation, it's really nothing. Master, your cultivation is hard, so you deserve to eat well. This old slave and Xiao Yao are no longer cultivators. Especially this old slave, with his old arms and legs. He can't move much, so he can just eat anything. How can that be? Bu Wuchen glared. If it weren't for me, your cultivation wouldn't have been abolished. The two waved their hands repeatedly. That's what we deserve. Then it's also what I deserve for you to follow me and enjoy the good life. Bu Wuchen said without a doubt. Back then, you were able to follow me at the risk of losing your heads. In the future, I will let you know that everything we did back then was worth it. This young master has eaten and drunk enough, and will go to consolidate his cultivation first. You guys enjoy your meal. Bu Wuchen wiped his mouth, then turned to look at the maid and the old slave, and said seriously, Sooner or later, I will help you recover your cultivation. Before that, you can't destroy the foundation of your body. So eat as much as you can. I'm still waiting for the day when I can return to the imperial capital and have you become my right-hand men and share my worries. Do you understand? Ah? What? Don't you want to? No, but... No buts, it's settled. Looking at Bu Wuchen's unquestionable expression, Wan Xiaoyao and Chun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately failed to say what was in their hearts. After the other party entered the house to retreat, the old slave Chen sighed softly. Alas! Although the young master is kind, he doesn't know that while our cultivation has been abolished, our meridians and Dantian have also suffered permanent hidden injuries. How can there be a chance to start over? However, if the young master can have this heart, the old slave will have no regrets in death. Yes. Wan Xiaoyao couldn't help but have a trace of steam in her eyes, and said with emotion, I only hope that the young master will not feel that I am holding him back in the future. I will be lucky. Have you ever expected to restore your previous cultivation? I didn't expect that the young master still cares about me. While the little beauty was moved to tears, Bu Wuchen in the house had a serious face. Previously, on the martial arts arena, Bu Wuchen had been bullied and intimidated by Lin Senyu and Lu Chunyang's mysterious power. If it weren't for the Qinglua woman who came to his aid afterwards, Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chen would definitely not escape the clutches of the Lin family and be persecuted. After encountering this again and again, Bu Wuchen was filled with anger. In this world where the strong are respected, the weak are destined to be bullied and humiliated. This feeling of powerlessness is really too fucked up. I want to get stronger. With the shout in his heart, a white light flashed between Bu Wuchen's fingers. Buzz! The next moment, the two tokens rewarded by the system, as well as the unique skills and profound techniques that Bu Wuchen got from licking the bag after killing Lin Zhuliang, were all taken out from the portable warehouse. I saw the item introduction before. As long as this small diamond-shaped sign is printed on the book, the effect of soul devouring can be triggered. Well, let's try it. The boy did what he said. Then a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding dong, soul-devouring skill sensed a unique skill containing a book soul. Excuse me, would you like to activate the soul-devouring power to transform the book soul energy of this mortal-level middle-grade unique skill, Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang, into the host's cultivation experience value? Special reminder, the soul-devouring skill for the initial stage can only be used to devour the book soul of a unique mortal-level skill. Bu Wuchen was delighted. Okay, do it decisively. With a whoosh sound, the mortal-level middle-grade unique skill, Fierce Tiger Burning Soul Gang, and the small diamond-shaped token merged with each other and then turned into a stream of light, pouring directly into Bu Wuchen's Dantian Xuanhai. After the strange energy poured into his body, Bu Wuchen felt indescribably refreshed all over his body. Moreover, the feeling of power, which was higher than the wave, continued to enrich him. Ding dong! The book soul of the soul-scorching gang of the Fierce Tiger has been transformed into cultivation experience by the power of the soul-swallowing order. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the first level of the Qi-observing realm. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the second level of the Qi-observing realm. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the third level of the Qi-observing realm. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. After a series of system prompts, Wuchen felt that his Dantian Qi, which was originally quite barren, had become full at this moment. After the prompt sound of the upgrade completion came to an end, Wuchen excitedly called up the attribute panel. Wuchen, 7th level of the Qi observing realm. Stravaluation. I got used to it after being a bit of a rookie. Instantaneous shadow-piercing step. 1 finger yellow spring road. Other attributes have not been activated yet and cannot be viewed. Wow, this is already the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm? You can't fly so fast? Wuchen was overjoyed. When he was eating dinner, he was only at the peak of the Mangwu realm. With the memories of the former eldest son of the Bu family, he was not completely ignorant of this mysterious and unfamiliar world. Let's say that a cultivator broke through from the peak of the Mangwu realm to the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Even those amazing people in the imperial capital, those so-called hope for the future of Daliang, could not do it overnight. What is 1,000 miles in one night? This is it. However, the system is still as inhuman as always. Wuchen looked at the comment in the strength evaluation column. You'll get used to it after a while, and felt a little helpless. In fact, this can only be said that the God-level selection system has too high a vision. Let's not talk about the imperial capital for now. In Blood Dragon City, if you randomly find someone who is at the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm, even if they cannot be called a strong man, they can still live a good life. No one will look down on you. Especially those who can improve their Qi cultivation to the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm before the age of 16 are good candidates for the advanced class of Blood Dragon City Academy. In time, they may even be able to enter the elite class. If so, they will become the favorites of all forces in Blood Dragon City without waiting for graduation. If nothing unexpected happens, they will make a name for themselves in this cold city in a few years. Just by swallowing a middle-grade ordinary level technique, my cultivation has skyrocketed so much. If one day I can swallow a heavenly level one. Wuchen was almost drooling as he thought about it. But he could only think about it. Although according to the records in ancient books, the techniques and skills can be divided into 5 levels from low to high: ordinary, mysterious, spiritual, earth, and heaven. However, even with the strength of the Daliang royal family, the techniques they practiced were only unique spiritual level ones. Soul-devouring technique order can only devour unique techniques with book souls as experience to improve my cultivation. Whether in the royal city or in this frontier land, unique techniques and skills are extremely scarce cultivation resources, and they are always in a situation where there is a price but no market. Even if I take out all my gold coins, I may not be able to buy another medium-quality ordinary technique as I wish. Wuchen curled his lips. He then attached another token to the unique black book cover of the mysterious technique. Buzz! The moment the inspiration came, a pleasant system prompt sound filled into the sea of consciousness. Ding-dong! Ding-dong! Xuanji soul-devouring order sensed a unique Xuanji containing a book soul. Excuse me, would you like to activate the soul-devouring power to transform the book soul energy of this mortal-level intermediate Xuanji Flame Tiger Fist into the experience value of a certain skill of the host? Special reminder, the initial Xuanji soul-devouring order can only be used to devour the book souls of mortal-level Xuanji. Wuchen nodded. Let's get started. Ding-dong, the book soul is devoured and a skill is randomly selected for experience transfer. Huh? Can only one be selected randomly? Wuchen secretly said it was a pity and laughed at himself. Brother is really greedy. After a moment, Ding-dong, the transferee of book soul experience, is selected as Special Job Alchemist. Ding-dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 2nd level of the Mortal Realm Alchemist. Ding-dong, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 3rd level of the Mortal Realm Alchemist. Ding-dong, congratulations, the host for successfully advancing to the 4th level of the Mortal Realm Alchemist. The 4th level of the Mortal Realm Alchemist, coupled with the system's assistance, allows the host to have a success rate of 100% in refining the lower-grade mortal-level Xuandun. The success rate of refining the middle-grade mortal-level Xuandun can also reach 30%. Wuchen was directly stunned. This is too sour. Although before this, the System Novice Gift Pack allowed Wuchen to directly become an all-round special job master. But the realm of each special job master remained at the first level of the mortal realm, which was just getting started. Now, a mysterious skill soul-devouring order directly raised his alchemy skills to the fourth level of the mortal realm. Hey, with this 100% success rate in refining ordinary grade lower grade Xuandan method, I have mastered a good way to make a fortune. But Wuchen licked his lips excitedly. You know, even if it's just an ordinary grade lower grade Xuandan, the selling price is as much as 300 to 500 gold coins. Even if you deduct the cost of materials, the consumption of the Xuandan master to warm up the soul and energy, and the dividends from the store channels, etc. Every time you refine a Xuandan, you can earn a guaranteed 100 or 200 gold coins. Other Xuandan masters of the same realm as me have to worry about the success rate. They have to take into account factors such as the cost of materials lost after failure. After comprehensive consideration, the profit margin is much smaller. But it's different for me. Wuchen looked proud. As long as one's own realm is reached, refining pills of the corresponding grade can be said to be successful every time. It's so unreasonable, ha ha ha. At this time, Wan Xiaoyao knocked on the door. Master, it's getting late, I should serve you a bath. Okay, come in. Night fell, and the moon rose slowly. Wuchen, who had just taken a comfortable bath under the service of Wan Xiaoyao, no longer had the initial excitement. Because he found that he only had the fourth level alchemy skills of the mortal realm, but had not mastered any kind of pill formula. The pill formula for alchemy is like the prescription for taking medicine. Without a recipe, no matter how skilled you are at making pills, you can't just make pills based on your imagination, right? Besides, in addition to the recipe, you also need the cauldron, fire, medicinal materials, etc. How to make these things, Wuchen had no idea. Seeing her young master's uncertain expression, Wan Xiaoyao felt nervous and asked with concern. Young master, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Do you want to take a good rest for a few days before going back to school? No, I'm not that squeamish. Huh? By the way, Blood Dragon City College. Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't there ready-made recipes, cauldrons, medicinal materials, etc. in the Dan Hall of Blood Dragon City College? According to the memory of the former eldest son of the Bu family, the Shuangqi colleges in various towns of Daliang State, in addition to teaching the cultivation methods of Shuangqi, also have a special department called Dan Hall. Every year, each town would select some young people with good qualifications and a certain talent for alchemy, and recruit them into the Alchemy Hall to train them to become alchemy apprentices. That's right, they are just apprentices. The talented apprentices among the apprentices, after accumulating enough basic knowledge in the school and being selected by a certain alchemy master as a disciple, began to be taught the true way of alchemy. Therefore, among those who were specially recruited into the Alchemy Hall, one after another, only 1 in 10,000 could truly grow into an alchemy master. This is especially true in this border town that is not too big or too small. But now, Wuchen has become a mysterious alchemist without a teacher. Moreover, he is at the fourth level of the mortal realm right from the start. Wow, ha 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 Yaoer, you are really my little lucky star, Mua. The young man was so excited that he stood up directly in the bathtub. Turning around, he held Yaoer's smooth and delicate face with both hands and smacked it. Ah! Master, you. Not only was Wan Xiaoyao attacked by a surprise attack, but she also saw the masters. She was so embarrassed. I won't disturb you, master. After saying this in a panic, the maid Xiaoyao ran out with a red face. At this time, the school was closed. Wuchen decided to suppress his excitement and have a good sleep. He would wait until tomorrow to enter the Dan Hall with a genius. Hey! All the students and teachers of Blood Dragon City College, please prepare your screams and applause to welcome the arrival of this Dan Dao prodigy. The next morning, in the imperial capital of Daliang State, in the wing room of a Chunlu tavern. Okay, all of you go down. Someone ordered, and those pretty girls left reluctantly. Another young man with a pointed face complained, "Oh, I'm having a good time, big brother. Why are you spoiling my fun?" This guy with a pointed face was none other than Bu Dingyun, one of the culprits who poisoned Wuchen. The big brother he was referring to was his elder brother, Bu Dingfeng. Bu Dingfeng frowned slightly. Before I received the confirmed news of Wuchen's death, I always felt uneasy and had no mood to play. Oh, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Bu Dingyun laughed. Anyway, the adult said that there is no antidote for this poison. The poisoned person will not be diagnosed with any poisonous disease. At most, he will die in 100 days. Once Bu Wuchen dies, that old guy Bu Huajing will have no successor. It won't be long before the power of the family will be taken over by father. Bu Dingyun said excitedly. By then, you and I brothers won't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. You will become the eldest and second young masters of the Bu family, and you will deserve to enjoy the highest level of training resources in the entire general's mansion. Hearing this, Bu Dingfeng's frown finally relaxed a little. Well, I hope so. At the same time, at the border of Daliang, in Blood Dragon City, the dead man that the brothers Dingfeng and Dingyun were talking about is now striding into the most special department of Blood Dragon City College, the Alchemy Hall. Blood Dragon City College, Alchemy Hall. People standing in front of the door can smell the aroma of medicine. Bu Wuchen looked inside from the door and saw an old man lying on the chair on the podium, drinking wine with peanuts. Compared with other teachers, the old man in front of him is undoubtedly much older. Moreover, this guy actually drinks and eats in class? Judging from the expressions of the students under the podium, they seem to have gotten used to it. It turns out that alchemists are scarce talents. In the entire Blood Dragon City, only the alchemists worshipped by the three major families have the ability to reach the level of teaching and educating people. Therefore, in the Dan Hall of Blood Dragon City College, there are only 3 teachers in the true sense, who are often addressed as masters. And because they are all specially hired by the college, they have a transcendent status in the school. It can be said that except for the dean, the master of the Dan Hall can basically ignore anyone. Bu Wuchen smiled in his heart. Ha, the so-called master of the Dan Hall is really different. I hope his strength can match his willfulness. However, I have a system plugin, and the strength of this old man really has no effect on me. I just hope to learn some alchemy recipes, then use the Dan Hall's cauldron, alchemy fire, medicinal materials, and other things to practice the alchemy process. After thinking about it, he politely stood at the door and knocked on the door frame. Student Bu Wuchen, meet the master of the Dan Hall. After saying this, the old man on the podium didn't even raise his eyelids. Instead, a student turned around spontaneously and glared at Bu Wuchen with a haughty look. What are you doing here? You are yelling and shouting. How disrespectful. Bu Wuchen was stunned by the other party's tone, thinking that this person is the class monitor. I didn't expect that there is such a position as class monitor in the school of this world. Hey, that old man is quite good at putting on airs, pretending to be a master without saying a word, and sending a class monitor to challenge. Bu Wuchen is not so much like such a lackey as a character, and said lightly, I am here to apply for the qualification of Dan Tang's student. Oh. The student raised his eyebrows and looked Bu Wuchen up and down. He saw that Bu Wuchen's clothes did not look noble. According to the college armband he wore, he was just a junior class student. As a result, the contempt in his expression was revealed without any reservation. Oh, you just came here empty-handed? You really don't know the rules at all. There was no intention of avoiding suspicion in his words. Bu Wuchen was stunned. I thought, damn, the Alchemy Hall of Blood Dragon City Academy is even more aggressive than those unscrupulous teachers in my previous life in asking for bribes. But I heard the young man continue to sneer. Since when, even the weaklings in the junior class have the ambition to apply to become students in the Alchemy Hall. You are just in the Mangwu realm. You can't even possess the mysterious energy, and it is impossible to control the alchemy fire to refine the elixir. Hurry up and leave. Don't stand there and get in the way. Bu Wuchen broke through to the 7th level of the Guanxi realm last night. He just returned to school today and went straight to the Alchemy Hall. He hasn't taken the mysterious power test yet. Therefore, judging from the armband that must be worn when entering the school, he is really a student in the junior class. Well, actually I am quite capable. Bu Wuchen shrugged. How about giving me a chance and letting me try? His words attracted the attention of the old man on the stage. After looking up at the young man at the door, he suddenly felt that he looked familiar. So he asked, You just said, what's your name? Bu Wuchen told the truth. Student Bu Wuchen. Bu Wuchen? The old man suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed. Is it Bu Wuchen who had a bet fight with Lin Jushin yesterday? Yes, Bu Wuchen nodded. He was secretly happy. Hey, I didn't expect that. After the fight yesterday, my reputation has become so big. Look, even the master of the Alchemy Hall was so excited when he heard my title. Well, entering the Alchemy Hall is a sure thing. Just when Wuchen was feeling happy, he suddenly heard a shock in his ears. Humph! The old man shouted coldly. I have one word for you. Get out! Remember this. As long as I am the chief master of the Dan Hall, you don't even think about setting foot here. Get out of here right now! After the sudden scolding, other students in the class, either to curry favor or simply to add insult to injury, started to make a noise. Tsk! A scumbag from the beginner class, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Isn't it? With his ability, he still dreams of entering the holy land of the Dan Hall. How ridiculous! Come to think of it, if you hadn't cheated yesterday, how could I have defeated Senior Lin? That's right, you really think you're a piece of cake. After the initial confusion, Wuchen came to his senses. That old man was clearly targeting him on purpose. He is in a high position and can decide the fate of every student who applies for Dan Hall. It's ridiculous that Wuchen thought he would make a stunning appearance before. He attracted a lot of teachers to praise him as a genius, and countless classmates to worship him crazily. Who would have thought that this would be the result? No matter how amazing your Dandao skills are, what does it matter? The person in power can make you, who has great strength, have no chance to show up with just a few words. Just at this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Stand up straight and angrily fight back. If you can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay. Reward for this option: instantly master the recipes of 5 common elixirs such as healing pills and restoring pills, and increase the host's alchemy skills by 5 levels. Option 2. Put on a slave's face and shamelessly ask the other party why he treats you like this, and promise that you can correct what you did wrong. Reward for this option: a piece of weak brand sticky candy. Ha! Do you still need to think about it? You must choose the first one. Even if there is no system reward, I can't stand it. Wuchen sneered twice. Ha ha, a self-righteous old dog with a nest of frogs in the well who only know how to flatter. The famous Academy Alchemy Hall, it turns out to be like this? It's really disappointing. Whoever wants to stay in this garbage dump can stay. I won't accompany you. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Perhaps it was because the Dan Hall was used to being arrogant from top to bottom in the academy. They were the only ones who scolded others, and no one else had ever scolded them. For a moment, everyone seemed to be scolded stupidly, and they were stunned. After Wuchen's figure disappeared for a long time, the Dan Hall master came back to his senses. His gray brows knitted. Damn, that little beast is too presumptuous. He killed the genius of my Lin family's side branch and humiliated Elder Lu. Just now, he dared to be so arrogant in front of this old man. Besides, my Lin family's 2 unique martial arts and profound skills are still in your hands. If you don't die, who will die? If it weren't for that little bitch Xianuoyi, the bodies of you and your 2 dogs would probably be cold. The old man's eyes narrowed with a cold light. My Lin family will take back those 2 martial arts and profound skills sooner or later. And then I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive to vent my hatred. Wuchen never expected that the chief master of the Academy's Alchemy Hall was actually a senior member of the Lin family. No wonder the old man targeted him like this. Humph, if you don't want me here, there will be other places for me. Wuchen secretly made up his mind. Sooner or later, the Blood Dragon City Academy will regret that the Alchemy Hall refused to accept such a genius as me. Originally, he had been worrying about not having a recipe for the elixir. But just now, after making a choice according to the system prompt, he instantly mastered 5 recipes for the elixir. And his own alchemist realm soared to the level of the 9th level of the mortal realm. This undoubtedly made Wuchen more confident. The only regret is that his wish to borrow the resources of the Academy's Alchemy Hall and practice was completely dashed. The 20,000 gold coins on hand are enough if they are only used to buy the materials for alchemy. But I definitely can't afford a decent medicine cauldron. An alchemist without a medicine cauldron is like an archer without a bow, and it's useless to say anything. Well, is my plan to make a fortune going to die in the womb? Wuchen wandered around the school with a depressed heart. Without noticing, he actually walked to the door of the elementary class. Since we are here, Let's go in and apply for the profound force test from the teacher to prepare for the promotion. In the Blood Dragon City Academy, those who break through to the 5th level of the Observation Chi realm before the age of 18 can be promoted to the advanced class. The cultivation resources that the advanced class students can obtain are a world apart from those of the elementary class. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. There is no reason for Wuchen to give up this well-deserved benefit. When he pushed the door open and entered, the scene that came into view was not only the oversized staircase church with nearly 1,000 elementary class students sitting in it. On the podium, there was also a beautiful Qing Luo girl standing. Huh? Shanui? Wuchen subconsciously called out the other party's name. Aren't you the vice president? Why are you here to teach the elementary class? Shanui's pretty face sank. She tapped her lotus feet lightly and jumped in front of Wuchen. With a flick of her jade hand, a burst of mysterious energy directly grasped Wuchen's collar and lifted him up with ease. His feet were suspended in the air, several feet high. Who gave you the courage to call me by my name? It was said that Xianui, this devil girl, was really a devil. She looked like a young girl of 15 or 16 years old, but she insisted on calling herself an ant. Is there any problem with calling you by your name? Wuchen's voice was a little out of tune. It was probably because his collar was not caught and his breathing was not smooth. It stands to reason that he should be in pain being hung like this. But looking at his expression at the moment, not only did he not look painful, but he also seemed to be enjoying it. It turned out that when Wuchen was caught by the collar and hung in the air by the mysterious energy, this top-down angle allowed him to see the scenery inside Xianui's collar to his heart's content. Gulp! 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 For a moment, the whole classroom was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Obviously, they also put themselves in Wuchen's shoes and thought of Wuchen's wonderful situation at the moment. One by one, their eyes were red with envy. Suddenly, there was a thump. It was the sound of Wuchen being thrown to the ground. He coughed violently twice, rubbed his neck that had just been strangled and hurt, and said, "Aren't names for others to call?" "Oh, I understand. You still like me to call you Fairy Sister, right? That's okay." Xianui snorted coldly. "Humph, no matter how slick you are, you can't change the fact that you are late. For you. This lady took the trouble to come here to teach a class in the elementary class. But the class is almost over, and you just entered the classroom?" Wuchen complained in his heart. "One moment you call yourself aunt, and the next moment you become this young lady. Your train of thought is really jumpy." On the surface, the young man was talking nonsense in a serious manner. "How dare you say that? You called me away yesterday and interrogated me, and I have a psychological trauma. I get nervous when I think about the consequences of not being able to recover to the state when I first entered the school within 3 days. When I get nervous, I practice hard and didn't close my eyes all night. I overslept. The Qinglo girl's beautiful face was still covered with frost. Huh. Do you think I will believe you if you say that? Do you have the guts to show me the results of your hard work for a whole night?" Wuchen shrugged, and then his body shook slightly. Buzz! The 7th level of the Qiguan realm's Qi sense strength instantly poured out in all directions. Ah! The students in the beginner class sitting in the front rows suddenly turned pale. After all, the strongest student in the beginner class was only at the peak of the wild martial realm. It was inevitable that they were trembling with fear when suddenly faced with the pressure of the 7th level of the Guanqi realm. This was the result of Wuchen not deliberately targeting a certain student. If he had directed all his realm pressure to a certain person present like Lu Chunyang did to him yesterday, these students in the wild martial realm would have collapsed to the ground on the spot. The 7th level of the Guangxi realm? Wasn't he still at the 4th level of the wild martial realm yesterday? The students discussed in astonishment. "Xiaowang, you are too uninformed. Yesterday evening, Wuchen defeated Senior Lin Jian from the advanced class on the martial arts arena." "Ah, is he so awesome?" "So, his cultivation level, which had been declining again and again, is almost back to normal?" It's over. It's over. I laughed at him before." Xianuoi opened her mouth in surprise. She wanted to praise him. But when she saw Wuchen's smug expression, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Humph, don't be too proud too soon. From the 7th level of Guanxi realm to the peak, there are still 2 levels to go. Bu Wuchen's heart skipped a beat. Yes, there are no more unique skills and no soul-devouring orders now. There are only 2 days left. How easy is it to level up twice without taking shortcuts? What if... Tsk, do you think I'm stupid? And you have mastered the mystery of alchemy. Xianhui gave him a fierce look. Even if you want to find an excuse to offend yourself, please find a more reliable one, okay? It's true. Bu Wuchen said seriously, I wanted to apply for a place in the Dan Hall, but that bastard old man deliberately targeted me and kicked me out without even giving me a chance to try. Xianhui narrowed his eyes. Huh? You have actually been to the Dan Hall? If I remember correctly, the master in charge of the Dan Hall's teachings this week is the elder of the Lin family, Lin Taoshu. Hey, no wonder he targeted you. Bu Wuchen suddenly realized, damn, it seems I have walked into a trap. The Qingluo girl didn't know what she was thinking of. After her eyes flashed twice, she asked, can you really make pills? Yeah, Bu Wuchen nodded. As long as the materials are ready, the lower-grade ordinary Xuandan can be easily obtained. He did not say too much, but was quite modest. He was worried that if he said right away that he could refine a top-grade mortal Xuandan, Xianhui would think he was bragging, which would be difficult to deal with. The Qingluo girl hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I can find a place for you to refine the elixir. If you can really refine a lower-grade mortal Xuandan, I can help you get back at Lin Taoshu. But if I go to great lengths to give you a chance, only to find that you can't refine the Xuandan at all. A piercing cold light suddenly lit up in Xianhui's beautiful eyes. The consequences of playing tricks on me will definitely be more serious than offending the Lin family. Okay, it's a deal. Bu Wuchen agreed very readily. As if afraid of more trouble, Xianhui grabbed Bu Wuchen's hand and ran out of the classroom without looking back. It was not until the figure of the Qingluo girl completely disappeared from the students' sight that everyone came to their senses. Class hasn't ended yet? Someone muttered weakly. This Bu Wuneng is too happy, right? He actually held hands with the vice president. The most annoying thing is that it was the vice president who took the initiative to hold his hand. Wow, why wasn't I the one who rushed out of the classroom with the dean holding his hand? Because Bu Wuchen went from being a young talent who entered the advanced class upon entering the school to a weakling at the bottom of the elementary class in just 1 month. His classmates often gave him nicknames. This Bu Wuneng was one of them. Are you tired of living? You still dare to call Senior Bu Wuneng? Not to mention that the life and death fight yesterday was a big deal. By now, nearly half of the school has heard of that battle. Even those who haven't heard of it, after personally experiencing the terrifying pressure of Bu Wuchen, who is at the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm, have completely realized how powerful the other party is. Everyone's heart is trembling. Right. I was wrong. It was the senior Bu. Fortunately, the senior didn't hear it, otherwise I would be in trouble. Well, with the senior's decisiveness in killing on the martial arts arena yesterday, if he knew the nickname we gave him. Thinking of this, those students who usually laughed at Bu Wuchen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Before Senior Bu comes to question us, let's go and apologize to him as a group? Yes, that's what I meant. Bu Wuchen was dragged by Xianhui and rushed out of the academy, and then he rushed all the way at lightning speed. After a while, the two appeared outside the largest Xuandan store in Shuilong City. After the shopkeeper recognized the Qingluo girl at a glance, he hurriedly and attentively invited the two to the elegant pavilion. He respectfully served tea and snacks to the two, and carefully said that the big boss would be here soon, and then he bowed and retreated. After a while, a middle-aged man with a short haircut and a sturdy figure trotted into the house. As soon as he saw her, he smiled and clasped his hands and said, "Oh!" Song didn't know that it was the little ant who came. "I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Your arrival makes my humble house shine." This greeting almost made Bu Wuchen spit out the hot tea he had just drunk. There are really people calling her aunt? The next words of the big boss who called himself Song almost made Bu Wuchen drop his teeth in shock. "My dear, if you want to buy any elixir, just send someone to let me know. I, Song Hechuan, will send someone to deliver it to you without stopping. How dare I trouble you to make this trip in person? Song is just worried that with your cultivation in the divine realm, you will not look down on the elixirs in my store." Bu Wuchen glared. Divination realm? Rampant. Observing qi, controlling qi, communicating with the gods. Above the controlling qi realm is the communicating with the gods. Yesterday, the Qingluo girl played a trick of remotely capturing objects in front of Bu Wuchen. Bu Wuchen only thought that the girl in front of him had the cultivation of the controlling qi realm. At that time, he was already surprised enough. He never expected that this girl, who looked about the same age as himself, was actually a strong man in the communicating with the gods. A 15 or 16-year-old communicating with the gods. Not to mention in this cold border city. Even if it is placed in the capital of Daliang, which is full of talents, it is definitely a brilliant genius. Bu Wuchen then remembered a detail. Yesterday on the martial arts arena, Xia Nuoi, who seemed to have fallen from the sky, just waved his hand lightly and dispersed the mysterious pressure that surged out of Lu Chunyang. In this world, if there is no special means, the cultivators will never be able to perceive the specific cultivation of a person whose realm is one major level higher than their own. Therefore, at that time, Bu Wuchen, who was only in the rough martial arts realm, only knew that Lu Chunyang was very strong, but he didn't know how many levels of the qi control realm that fellow who was nearly 50 years old had. Therefore, when the Qingluo girl appeared, Bu Wuchen only thought that this girl was stronger than the non-family elder of the Lin family, but he thought that it should be just a small realm difference. After all, in this cold city in the frontier, the spiritual realm, cultivation, can be said to be the ceiling. In the huge blood dragon city, among the tens of millions of cultivators, the number of big figures in the spiritual realm can probably be counted on one hand. If Bu Wuchen hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that in this bitter, cold land of the frontier, a 15 or 16-year-old girl could have such a cultivation. Whether it is the honorary vice president of the Blood Dragon City Academy or the big boss behind the largest coliseum in the city. Compared with her amazing talent in Xuanxu, they are undoubtedly dull. Whether she is called a witch or a young lady, she should be more than that, right? For a moment, Bu Wuchen became more and more curious about this Qingluo woman. Soon, Bu Wuchen learned from the two people's greetings that this place is the leading Xuandan store in Blood Dragon City. The strong middle-aged man named Song Hechuan is not only the big boss of the Song's Danfang, but also a well-known alchemist in Blood Dragon City. Speaking of the strength of the alchemy realm, apart from the dean who has been familiar with this for many years, and the chiefs of the three major families who serve as alchemists, Song Hechuan is the most famous and the strongest. Okay, Boss Song, I won't say any more polite words. I came here to borrow your medicine cauldron for alchemy. Hearing her impolite tone, Bu Wuchen's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, you bastard, you really have the nerve to call yourself an aunt in front of a middle-aged uncle? Is this accompanying young man seriously since he entered the house? Because from the armband Bu Wuchen wore, he knew that he was just a student of the junior class of Blood Dragon City Academy. The only thing that surprised this sturdy and shrewd middle-aged man was that the boy would actually sit at the same table with Xia Nuoi. Song Hechuan originally thought that the other party was just a little follower. Now it seems that the boy is probably not simple? But on second thought, a boy of 15 or 16 years old can open a furnace to refine pills? What a joke! If this matter happened in the royal city, where there are many wealthy families and talented people, it would be nothing to say. But in this Blood Dragon city located in the border area, Song Hechuan had never even heard of it. Soon, a blue-green cauldron that two people could embrace was carried in. I wonder what kind of elixir this young friend is going to refine? Song Hechuan asked Bu Wuchen. He called him young friend, completely for Xianuoi's sake. Let's start with the most basic healing pills and recovery pills. Bu Wuchen said honestly and bluntly, and did not forget to walk around the medicine cauldron that made his eyes light up. As he reached out to touch it, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding dong, the host's all-round specialist ability of treasure appraiser has been automatically activated, and the object in front of him is identified as a functional, medium-grade ordinary-level strange weapon, Lanhuo Nettle Flower Cauldron. The characteristics of this medicine cauldron are: the success rate of refining ordinary-level elixirs is increased by 8%, and the difficulty of controlling fire and alchemy is reduced by 15%. Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. Hey, this medicine cauldron looks pretty good. Then he asked, how many medicinal materials can be put into such a large cauldron at most at one time? Ah? Song Hechuan was stunned when he heard the words, and his expression was particularly wonderful, as if the other party had asked a strange question. After taking a deep breath, he replied, if it is to refine ordinary level healing pills or recovery pills, it can accommodate up to 15 portions of medicinal materials. Although the expression of this sturdy middle-aged man was indifferent, in fact, his hidden expectations for this young man had already disappeared because of the question just now. You know, let alone an alchemist. Even a fairly qualified alchemist apprentice would not be able to estimate the amount of medicinal materials that a medicine cauldron can hold after seeing it. Moreover, if I remember correctly, the students in the junior class of Blood Dragon City College are only at the level of Mangwu realm, right? The Mangwu realm, where the mysterious energy is internalized into the muscles, can't even possess the mysterious energy, and can't control the fire of the elixir at all. So what kind of elixir can they make? Song Hechuan was full of doubts. If it weren't for the fact that the boy in ordinary clothes was brought in by Xianuoyi, Boss Song might have called his men to kick him out. What a joke! Isn't this a waste of my time? But the boy said heartlessly, oh, then please help me prepare the materials for 15 healing pills. Puff! Xianuoyi's pretty face was sometimes cloudy and sometimes sunny at this moment. The corners of her red lips, which were enough to charm everyone, could not help but twitch. She cursed in her heart, I've been screwed by this little bastard this time. It can hold up to 15 servings of medicinal materials, which is a maximum and a theoretical value that is extremely difficult to achieve. How can you, a rookie who has just realized the so-called mystery of alchemy by yourself, make a full pill right after you start? When she thought about how she came to ask Boss Song to borrow the tripod in a serious manner, the Qingluo girl felt her face burning. How embarrassing! It's so embarrassing! Wuchen saw that the other party was standing there motionless, not knowing the reason, so he blinked innocently and asked, is there any problem? Song Hechuan came back to his senses, coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and said with a fake smile, haha, no problem. I'll ask someone to prepare it. Looking at Wuchen's heartless look, Xianuoyi frowned angrily. This little bastard really pissed me off. But if I stop him now, won't I get myself involved too? Xianuoyi rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. Well, I have to pretend I don't know first, and let that guy do it himself. After he messes up, I'll come out to show my anger. By doing this, at least in Song Hechuan's eyes, this lady is likely to have been deceived, and it will look a little better in terms of face. Xianuoyi endured the awkward atmosphere and felt like every second was a year. Finally, the herbs were delivered. Then Wuchen performed another breathtaking trick without saying a word. He raised his hand and poured a bucket of herbs that could be used to refine 15 healing pills into the cauldron. Seeing this, Xianuoyi almost fainted. Song Hechuan's eyes twitched. Fuck! This guy is definitely an outsider. Why didn't he separate the different types of herbs in advance? Just mix them together in such a disorderly manner, he can't even pass the steps of controlling the fire to burn the cauldron and dividing the refining. Song Hechuan stole a glance at Xianuoyi and saw that her pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He was both angry and amused. The one who was angry was, of course, the owner of the largest alchemy workshop in Blood Dragon City, who had wasted so much time on a kid who knew nothing. But on second thought, the Qingluo girl seemed to be the one who suffered the most. A powerful person in the divine realm was actually deceived by a young boy in the Mangwu realm. This lady is not someone to be trifled with. The title of witch in Blood Dragon City is not in vain. Today I saw her embarrassing side. If she gets unhappy and finds a chance to make things difficult for our Song's alchemy workshop in the future, it will be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Song Hechuan suddenly felt that it was nothing to waste some time and lose a small amount of medicinal materials for refining primary Xuandan. It was better than being secretly hated by that little demon girl, right? So he hurriedly said, my friend, the fire for refining medicine has not been delivered yet. Why are you so anxious? It is extremely difficult to refine medicine with such a large amount of medicinal materials at the same time. If there is no fire to help, who knew that before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wuchen with a nonchalant wave of his hand. No need. It's just a low-grade ordinary Xuandan. Why bother? The firewood saved by the furnace is enough. After saying that, he started to refine the medicine. It can be said that the Song's alchemy workshop is really worthy of being the #1 Xuandan distribution center in Blood Dragon City. There are ready-made Danhuo ventilation furnaces in the elegant private rooms. If an alchemist is invited here, he can roll up his sleeves and refine a furnace. At the side, Xianuoyi's silver teeth were gnashing rhythmically. This witch has always been a headache for others, but now she was so angry at a young man that she was like a Buddha born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. Xianuoyi couldn't help it any longer. She put her hands on her waist and yelled, "This little bastard, do you really want to piss me off to death? You said that it was your first time to refine an elixir, and you were aiming for the full amount of elixir, but you didn't even use the elixir fire? You want to use ordinary charcoal fire to refine a furnace of Xuandan? Why don't you go to heaven? You?" Before Xianuoyi could vent her anger, the young man frowned impatiently. "Shut up." Wuchen hated people making noises the most, especially when he was concentrating on something. He shouted angrily, "Either you wait and watch honestly, or just slam the door and leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" As soon as he said that, Song Hechuan's eyes widened. There was a storm in her heart. Oh my God! Who on earth is this guy? How dare he contradict that little girl surnamed Xia? Xianuoyi, who was wrapped in a green silk dress and had a beautiful face, was also stunned on the spot with her red lips slightly opened. Since she had to stay in this border town of Daliang State, no one had ever dared to talk to her like this. After being stunned for several breaths, Xianuoyi's beautiful face became redder and redder. That was not the bright red of peach blossoms, but the fierce red of burning anger. Just when she was about to explode completely, the scene she saw suddenly made her throw away her anger. Chi-chi-chi-hu-hu. The flame under the cauldron, under the control of Wuchen's gorgeous technique, quickly completed the first step, dissolving the medicine. Even the most ordinary fire made of charcoal, when driven by Wuchen, seems to have a great power to turn decay into magic. It was this scene that stunned Xianuoyi. He subconsciously murmured, "How is this possible? Generally speaking, it is indeed impossible. Wuchen is not an ordinary alchemist. Now he is a 9th-level alchemist in the mortal realm. Even if he wants to refine a mortal-level upper-grade Xuandan, the success rate is infinitely close to 100%. What's more, it is just a furnace of mortal-level lower-grade healing pills. Next, it is to extract the medicine spirit and refine the medicine power. Every step is so smooth. Wuchen's actions of controlling fire, air, and spirit are also as easy as water coming to fruition. Oh my God! He can actually divide the ordinary charcoal fire under the furnace into 15 equal parts, bake the furnace from different angles, and let each part of the medicinal materials be heated independently? Song Hechuan was more and more shocked as he watched, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. How old is he? Even if he has been practicing the art of controlling fire and refining pills since his mother's womb, he can't be so strong, right? Such a technique is beyond the reach of even a 7th-level alchemist like me in the mortal realm. Look at Xianuoyi again. Her red lips, which are full of thousands of charms, are slightly open because she is too surprised. At this moment, she is staring at Wuchen's eyes. Her eyes are moving. How can there be any anger if the friends on Earth saw the expressions of Boss Song and Qinglo Girl at this moment? They would definitely say something that best fits their mood at the moment. "I thought you were bronze, but you turned out to be a king." As time passed, Wuchen felt relieved. It's much simpler than I thought. I was worried that the system reward would be a reward, but it would be very difficult to actually put it into practice. That's why I've been looking for an opportunity to try it. I'm relieved this time. At a certain moment, Wuchen's hands that controlled the pill fire suddenly clenched into fists. In the medicine cauldron, a strange sound suddenly broke out. Who? This is the last step in refining the medicine into a pill, and it is also the most difficult step. No matter how perfect you have done each of the previous steps, if you fail in this last step, you will still end up with all your previous efforts in vain. Buzz-hoo in the cauldron. Various medicinal juices gathered and condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If nothing goes wrong, these medicinal juices will be combined and condensed into pills. Song Hechuan and Xianuoyi couldn't help but hold their breath and stare at the young man sitting beside the cauldron and calmly in charge. Only the last step is left. If it succeeds, it means that a genius that Blood Dragon City has not seen for 100 years has been born right under their noses. But if it fails, huff! Suddenly, there was a strange sound of fire. The next moment, the fire under the cauldron was completely extinguished. The room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of medicine. Oh my God, he really succeeded? The Qingluo girl was overjoyed. I just don't know how many pills he made with the 15 sets of medicinal materials. Song Hechuan rushed to the front. A close look. In the blue cauldron, 15 healing pills were lying quietly with heat still on. Actually, he made the full pill? Song Hechuan's pupils shrank, his eyebrows were raised, his mouth opened wide, and he looked funny and frightened. With my alchemy skills at the 7th level of the mortal realm, if I were to refine a lower-grade healing pill, after the full amount of medicinal materials were put into the furnace, about 80% of the pills could be made, which can be considered an extraordinary performance. Not only did he make the full pill, but he only used ordinary fire. Thinking of this, Song Hechuan felt that he was almost embarrassed in front of the boy who had acted calmly from beginning to end. At this time, Wuchen moved his slightly sore joints and elbows. He sighed and said to himself, I thought it was difficult, but when I got started, I found it was quite simple. Well, after all, it's just a lower-grade mortal pill. As soon as these words came out, Song Hechuan felt that he was petrified with a click. Already felt ashamed enough. Now, because of a word that Wuchen muttered casually, he suffered 100,000 points of critical damage. He looked at Wuchen with an embarrassed expression, thinking, Damn, do you have to discourage me like this? Xianuoi next to him also had a dumbfounded expression. Wuchen patted the dust on his legs and said, Is my alchemy skill okay? That's really great. Xianuoi actually pressed Wuchen's head into his arms. This sudden big hug was so soft, it was simply wonderful. No, I'm going to pass out of happiness. Huh? Wait, it seems that my nose and mouth are blocked, and I'm about to pass out. Wuchen then struggled to escape. Xianuoi stuck out her tongue. Hehe, sorry, I was so happy that I couldn't control myself. She also blushed and was even shocked by her own abnormal behavior. She thought to herself, oh, why couldn't I help myself? I'm not that kind of person. The girl with blushing cheeks quickly found a decent excuse for herself. It must be because I thought that he had really refined a full furnace of Xuandan, which shows that his spiritual power must be strong enough. And the stronger his spiritual power, the higher the success rate of awakening the hidden energy in the blood dragon birthmark. In this way, the thing I want to ask him for help will be easier to accomplish. I got so excited that, hey, you're lucky. Just as Xianuoi was thinking about it, Song Hechuan had already shaken Wuchen's hand enthusiastically and said excitedly, You are really a hidden genius in alchemy. I didn't recognize you before. If I have been negligent, I hope you can forgive me. Master, are you willing to be the alchemist of my Song's alchemy shop? All alchemy materials are provided by us. The materials you need personally are all discounted by 20%. After the refined pills are sold, you can get 60% of the net profit. Oh no, 70%. We will give you 70% of the total profit share. What do you think? Song Hechuan thought that the person who could fully configure the alchemy and medicine into pills must be far above himself in the realm of alchemy. Although the other party is very young, in this world where the strong are respected, he is naturally worthy of being called a master. As for the 70% share ratio, it is unique. Before this, the alchemists who cooperated with the Danfang could only get a maximum of 50% share. After all the alchemy materials are provided by the Danfang, which is equivalent to the Danfang bearing almost all the costs, and the alchemists have a success rate in refining the Xuandan. If they succeed, everyone is happy. If there are too many failures, the Danfang will lose all their money. Just when Wuchen was confused by Song Hechuan's sudden enthusiasm, Xianuoi on the side also spoke. Hey, this guy was brought by this ant. She put her hands on her waist, beautiful and fierce. You are so good, you don't even ask, you just poach me in front of me? Song Hechuan coughed twice and said seriously, Although you are of noble status and position, you are not engaged in the alchemy business after all, right? In this case, how can my invitation to this master be regarded as poaching? He turned to look at Wuchen and asked, I haven't asked for your name yet? Wuchen got goosebumps because of the other party's full of awe and enthusiasm. After telling him his name, the other party said, "Master Bu, please consider my request just now. I dare not say anything else. But in this territory of Blood Dragon City, our Song's Danfang is definitely the largest Xuandan manufacturer and seller. Whether it is the breadth and depth of the customer base, or the performance reputation of the various alchemists, we will definitely not let you down, Master Chen." Thinking back to when he first came, Wuchen was just a passerby who was ignored by others. But now, he has become a person that even the owner of the #1 Danfang in Blood Dragon City is to respect him as Master Bu. Feeling refreshed, Wuchen nodded. "We can cooperate, but the premise is that you must not interfere with my freedom." Wuchen originally used his alchemy skills to get more resources for cultivation. Cooperating with Song's Danfang will undoubtedly be much less troublesome than fighting alone on every detail. "Of course," Song Hechuan nodded. "When Master Bu feels like itching to make a few furnaces of elixirs, come to my shop and make a few furnaces of elixirs. As for the fixed monthly output, I will never ask for it." "Are you kidding? This is a young genius that Blood Dragon City has not seen for 100 years. No matter what the cost, we must win him over to become our own talent." Moreover, in Song Hechuan's view, the reason why Wuchen can have such amazing alchemy attainments at such a young age must be that there must be a master with profound Taoism behind him. When Song Hechuan thought that he might be able to make friends with such an alchemy master through Wuchen in the future, he was very excited. "Mr. Song, are you going too far?" Xianuoyi asked fiercely. Her fairy-like appearance was still beautiful even when she was angry. If it were usual, Song Hechuan would have been scared long ago, but as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. In order to win over Wuchen, the trump card, Song Hechuan didn't care so much before, and only focused on a bombardment of interests. But now, his goal has been achieved, so he said that he would give a token of his gratitude to Xianuoyi, the connector. The Qingluo girl calmed down. "Humph, that's more like it. By the way, you said that you are the largest Xuandan manufacturer and seller in Blood Dragon City. Then how does it compare to the Blood Dragon City Academy?" Wuchen suddenly asked. The reason why he asked this question was to find out how deep Lin Taoshu, the chief alchemy master specially hired by the academy, was. In terms of the advanced alchemy skills, Din Zhao, who is known as the #1 alchemist in Blood Dragon City, is the undisputed #1. In addition, among the 3 major families, the 3 people who were specially recruited by the academy to become alchemy hall masters are also better than Song's alchemy skills. "It's just that," Song Hechuan explained seriously. "The dean of Blood Dragon City Academy, Zhou Wanan, is very busy with affairs, and he may not be able to refine a few furnaces of Xuandan in a year. Besides, if the dean doesn't make a move, it's fine. When he makes a move, it's often a top-grade ordinary pill, or even a profound-grade pill. This level of Xuandan, most of the cultivators in Blood Dragon City can hardly afford one in their entire lives. In fact, they don't even have the qualifications to see it with their own eyes. Let me ask, how can such Xuandan be used to form a large-scale transaction?" Perhaps in order to further stabilize Wuchen, Song Hechuan explained in great detail, and it can be said that he was full of sincerity. As for the Xuandan refined by the alchemists of the 3 major families, in terms of the quality of high-end goods, they may be slightly better than the elixirs produced by our Song's alchemy workshop. But most of the time, the Xuandan they refine will only be circulated within their own family. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. In terms of the total amount and income of Xuandan production and sales, whether it is the Blood Dragon City Academy or the 3 major families, they are far less than our Song's alchemy workshop. Song still has this confidence. Next, Wuchen learned about the specific alchemy skills of Lin Shutao and others from Song Hechuan. Then the young man was full of confidence. "Hey, there is a way!" Originally, after Wuchen was rejected by the alchemy hall of the academy, he only thought, "If I can't stay here, I will stay somewhere else." But when he learned from Xianuoyi that the person who made things difficult for him was actually the alchemist of the Lin family, he immediately changed his mind. Because after several encounters, the Lin family used all kinds of means, both overt and covert, to torture Wuchen to death. If he could endure this, wouldn't Wuchen become a ninja turtle? The chief alchemy master specially hired from the Lin family, right? Hey, let's wait and see. In Wuchen's mind, a fierce revenge plan has been outlined. But now, he still needs to pull in a few powerful allies who can stand on their own feet. According to the agreement, Xianuoi, who saw Bu Wuchen personally refine the Xuandan, can be said to have boarded Bu Wuchen's pirate ship. In addition, Song's alchemy workshop, which has a strong desire to cooperate with him, is undoubtedly another good choice. But Bu Wuchen also understands that Lin Taoshu was specially hired as the chief master of the Academy Alchemy Hall, and it is not an easy task. What's more, behind this person, there is also the Lin family, one of the three major families. If there is not enough confidence and huge interests, Song Hechuan may not be willing to risk offending the Lin family and help with all his strength. Therefore, Bu Wuchen needs to think of a way to help the other party make up his mind and pull him onto his pirate ship. With a raised eyebrow, a plan came to mind. Don't mention it. After using Boss Song's treasure tripod to refine a furnace of Xuandan, I really feel itchy. I have nothing to do. Why don't you prepare more medicinal materials for me? I will retreat here to refine the elixir today. How about entrusting all the refined elixirs to Guidon Fang for sale? This is a good thing that Song Hechuan likes to hear, and he nodded immediately. No problem, no problem. Master Bu needs any materials, just ask directly, and our store will do its best to provide them. Xianuoi frowned a little unhappy. Retreat here? You're not going back to school? Bu Wuchen shrugged. Do you think I need to go back now? This made the Qingluo girl lose her temper. Yes, with the alchemy skills displayed by Bu Wuchen, not to mention that he is steadily superior to the three masters in the alchemy hall of the academy. At least he can be on par with Song Hechuan. With such strength, he can gain a foothold in Blood Dragon City and live a very comfortable life. If he only wants to stay in this city, he can be willful now. However, with the Blood Dragon birthmark, is he satisfied with just this? For some reason, the girl in green suddenly felt sorry for him. But she also knew that she had no position to do so. But why did she feel a heart-wrenching sense of regret at that moment? It's really strange. If you have nothing else, you can go out. I want to concentrate on retreat. Bu Wuchen calmly ordered him to leave. Song Hechuan had already taken a step. After a moment of hesitation, the Qingluo girl raised her nose and said, you are such an arrogant brat with just a little talent. I want to see what you can make from your so-called seclusion. After saying that, she hurried out, leaving a gust of fragrant wind. Soon, the spacious Danfang pavilion was filled with shelves that had been brought in. A vast number of medicinal materials were brought in without any cost. Among them, there was also a 5-jin Danhuo fire seed. This thing is more expensive than the same weight of gold. When refining the elixir, it is often more effective with half the effort when there is Danhuo. Song Hechuan also specially sent some elite guards to guard the key points to ensure that no one would disturb Master Bu's plan to refine the elixir. Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal materials, Bu Wuchen clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Hey, let's get started! Mad dog mode, crazy alchemy! Buzz, buzz, chi, chi!" For a moment, the room was filled with fire and medicinal gas. After an unknown amount of time, the first batch of pills came out of the furnace. A mortal-level mid-grade chi-recovering pill, which was still fully formed. It was so domineering. Refining a mortal-level mid-grade Xuandan is indeed more tiring than refining a low-grade one. If other alchemists saw Bu Wuchen's alchemy at this moment and heard him talking to himself, they would be so depressed that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Any mortal-level 9th-level alchemist would be exhausted after refining a furnace of mortal-level mid-grade chi-recovering pills that were fully formed. But Bu Wuchen only symbolically wiped a few beads of sweat from his forehead. Damn, are you sure those few pitiful sweat drops were not roasted by the pill fire? In fact, the reason why Bu Wuchen is so gifted is that firstly, he has the support of the system. As long as his alchemy realm keeps up, his success rate in refining Xuandan is 100% unreasonable, and it will not be too exhausting. Secondly, as a reborn person who has lived 2 lives, Bu Wuchen's soul strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Continue. This time, it's time to try the top-grade ones. Time passed by minute. At a certain moment, huff and puff. The fragrance of the pill filled the air, and a furnace of 6 ordinary-grade top-grade healing pills was made. Bu Wuchen took a look. Well, this time only a small part of the materials were made into pills. It seems that as the grade of the Xuandan refined increases, the amount of pills will decrease according to a certain proportion, which is reasonable. In fact, Wuchen's achievement is enough to make countless colleagues envious. Not tired yet, I can still refine. Continue, continue. When people are immersed in something, time always passes quickly. It was almost night. At this time, Song Hechuan's broad eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he looked anxious and angry. Xianhuo was watching from the side and laughed, deliberately adding insult to injury. Why? Do you feel sorry for the batches of materials you sent over? Song Hechuan smiled awkwardly. Ahem, how could it be? Although Master Bu is young, he has extraordinary talent. I think the reason why he replenished the medicinal materials again and again is not necessarily because he failed to refine the elixir and urgently needs to replenish the materials and start over. There may be other reasons. This guy said this, pretending to be calm, but he was really panicking in his heart. He thought to himself, did I make a mistake? He now has some doubts. Bu Wuchen was lucky to refine a full amount of ordinary lower-grade Xuandan for the first time he opened the furnace. Otherwise, why would he ask for elixir fire? And Hechuan felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. His previous suspicion became stronger, and he subconsciously glanced at the Qingluo girl. Huh? What do you mean by that look? Are you doubting me? As she spoke, Xianhuo's beautiful eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness. Song Hechuan suddenly shuddered. He just remembered what kind of person the other party was. If the other party really wanted to cheat him of his alchemy materials, he probably wouldn't use such a bad trick. Ha ha, how could that be? You worry too much, little ant. Song Hechuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Then he waved his hand to the shopkeeper in a casual manner. Give it to me. We'll give you as much as Master Bu wants. Xianhuo drank a sip of tea and said calmly, if I see the same look in your eyes again. This lady doesn't mind having the Song's alchemy shop removed from Blood Dragon City. She said this lightly. Song Hechuan was furious after hearing this and apologized repeatedly. Who knows what kind of person is that Qingluo girl? How could the Song family, which almost monopolized the most profitable Xuandan business in Blood Dragon City, be so afraid of her? Song Hechuan's face was already miserable at this moment. I couldn't help begging for mercy. Master Bu, my dear little ancestor, please come out quickly. If you continue to stay in seclusion like this, you will waste all the income of my Song's Danfang for the whole year. Under the fear, time seemed to be against Song Hechuan, and it passed more and more slowly. At midnight, even the Qingluo girl was a little impatient. I wondered in my heart, that guy? Could it be that he overdrawn his spiritual power and fell asleep? When I was about to go to find out, I suddenly heard a creak, and the door of the next room opened. Then, several maids walked leisurely to the reception hall, where Xianhuo and Song Hechuan were. Each beautiful maid held a tray in her hand. Small porcelain bottles with the words Song's Danfang were neatly placed on the tray. Behind the maid, there was a yawning boy, Bu Wuchen. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and then said, Sorry, it's my first time to refine the elixir. I couldn't help but try, so I refined it for a little longer. Song Hechuan jumped up. He felt very sad and thought, You didn't stop because you wanted to try, but you made my Song's alchemy workshop waste so many excellent medicinal materials. It's a big loss. It's really a big loss for me. Bu Wuchen, who was almost sleepy and could hardly open his eyes, did not notice the strangeness in Boss Song's expression. He said to himself, Boss Song, please check the goods. Even though Song Hechuan was unhappy, he couldn't get angry because Xianhuo was right next to him. He suddenly felt like he had to swallow his anger. He said, okay, with a fake smile and walked forward uninterested. He thought to himself, just treat it as a formality. After the test, no matter how bad the pills that kid makes are, for Xianhuo's sake, I have to say, Master, thank you for your hard work. How aggrieved. At this time, Song Hechuan no longer had any expectations of Bu Wuchen. He even secretly warned himself in his heart. Never promise such generous conditions to others just because he has made a full pill. Who knows if he will be like this Master Bu, who just got lucky. However, when he opened the first small porcelain bottle with a dead heart, a pure medicinal spirit, mixed with a strong pill fragrance, instantly made his eyes widen. This can't be. Song Hechuan hurriedly poured out the pills in the small porcelain bottle. After holding it to the tip of his nose and sniffing it carefully, his pupils shrank and he screamed in surprise. This is actually a perfect quality ordinary level mid-grade qi recovering pill? 4 pills in a bottle, all of them are perfect quality. No wonder Song Hechuan lost his composure like this. You know, Xuandan of the same grade can also have different levels due to some subtle differences, and perfect quality is the undisputed highest level. It has been a long time since Song Hechuan's alchemy technique broke through to the 7th level of the ordinary realm. However, he has never refined a perfect quality, ordinary level mid-grade Xuandan. Song Hechuan's scream startled Bu Wuchen, who was already sleepy. He complained unhappily, "What's the fuss? You scared away my sleepiness." Song Hechuan smiled awkwardly and impatiently opened another small porcelain bottle. "Oh my god, it's over, it's over. Perfect quality, ordinary grade, top grade recovery pills?" Song Hechuan felt that the whole world was in full bloom. Bu Wuchen, however, gnashed his teeth in hatred. "It's over? Can you stop making a fuss? My sleepiness?" Bu Wuchen was worried that if Song Hechuan continued to check them one by one, sooner or later all his sleepiness would be scared away. So he simply said directly, "Among these small porcelain bottles, only 6 are ordinary grade mid-grade healing pills. The rest are ordinary grade top grade. Try them slowly by yourself. Don't scare people anymore." In fact, Bu Wuchen had successfully refined more than these Xuandan. Part of it went into his own pocket. After all, he didn't want to be too shocking. The other part was eaten during the process of refining the pill. In addition to the power of the soul, refining the Xuandan also consumes a lot of the Xuanqi used by the cultivator to control the fire. There were more than a dozen Qi Huidan of the upper grade of the ordinary level eaten by Bu Wuchen. He did this not because he had money to burn, but because he wanted to test his limits. Because he found that he, who had traveled through time, seemed to be unexpectedly strong in the spiritual power that was the most troublesome for alchemists when refining pills. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Even now, Bu Wuchen was already sleepy and tired, but in his sea of soul consciousness, he still retained 20 to 30% of his spiritual power for emergency use. "You mean, in so many bottles and jars, are all filled with the ordinary level top-grade Xuandan you just refined?" The Qingluo girl couldn't help staring in amazement. She was more or less unconvinced, so she simply went forward with Song Hechuan and inspected the goods one by one. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 5 bottles, 8 bottles, 10 bottles. As time went on, Shanhuoi and Song Hechuan gradually turned from the initial shock to numbness. For Song Hechuan, the more he looked and inspected, the stronger and heavier the shame in his heart became. When he thought about how he had cursed Bu Wuchen in his heart for wasting the precious alchemy materials of Song's alchemy workshop, the big boss Song felt ashamed. What was presented in front of him at this moment were all top-grade Xuandan of perfect quality. It took most of the day to refine so many top-grade Xuandan. Taking out one with eyes closed was worth thousands of gold. This was because healing pill and restoring pill were both conventional elixirs. The recipes were not mysterious, and the elixirs were not uncommon. If they were replaced with other elixirs of the same level with peculiar functions and scarce types, with this perfect quality, it could easily be sold for tens of thousands of gold. Whether it was the elixir-inducing medicinal materials or the elixir fire seeds provided to Bu Wuchen by Song's alchemy workshop, they were not worth mentioning at all. At this time, Bu Wuchen's voice sounded as calm as the wind. "After the elixir is sold, remember to settle the bill with me as soon as possible." "That's for sure." Song Hechuan patted his chest and promised. Seeing the other party looking at him as if he was looking at a cash cow, Bu Wuchen knew that the time had come to pull the other party on board. So he said, "Oh, by the way, I would like to ask Boss Song for a favor. After the matter is done, I can take half of the dividends from the sale of pills." "What are you talking about, Master Bu?" Song Hechuan said sincerely, "Now that you have spoken, it means that you trust me and treat me as a friend. How can you ask for benefits when doing a favor between friends? Master Bu, just speak." Bu Wuchen smiled slightly. "Ha, okay. Boss Song is my friend. Things are like this. When the time comes, I hope you can do this and that with Shanhuoi." After Bu Wuchen told him all about his revenge plan against Dan Tanglin, Song Hechuan agreed without any hesitation. Although the Lin family is strong, the Song family is not really afraid of them. Moreover, judging from Bu Wuchen's plan, Song Hechuan will not go head-to-head with the Lin family. It's just a piece of cake, so why not do it? After hearing Bu Wuchen's plan, Shanhuoi's eyes flashed with excitement. "Oh, it sounds interesting. But you let this Song guy help you, but at the cost of selling yourself to the Dan Hall. Letting this aunt help you, there is no benefit at all." Bu Wuchen rolled his eyes at the other party. Who said that if I can really refine the Xuandan, she will help me get back from Lin Taoshu? What I said was right. But before she could finish her words, the young man in front of her suddenly softened and fell headfirst into her arms. Ah, what are you doing? Xianui, who had wanted to tease Bu Wuchen on purpose, blushed immediately. She had never had such close contact with the opposite sex before. Feeling ashamed and angry, Xianui raised her hand to knock the other person down and teach him a lesson. But the next moment, the girl stopped her hand, because she found that Bu Wuchen, who was lying in her arms, was very heavy, and his breathing was even and faintly. You could even hear a little snoring. Xianui's scarlet mouth twitched suddenly, and she said speechlessly, "This guy, he actually fell asleep directly?" Bu Wuchen was indeed asleep. Humph, considering that it was an unintentional mistake, I will spare you for now. Song Hechuan, who was standing by, had never seen this little vixen so coquettish and shy before. According to his experience, if someone dared to take advantage of the little aunt like this, who cares if it was intentional or not? He will beat him up first. But now, Song Hechuan's mouth is so big that a goose egg can be stuffed in it. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice came. "Watch your eyes. If you keep staring at me, do you believe I will dig it out?" As she spoke, the Qingluo girl's mysterious energy and pressure from the soul realm burst out wildly. Song Hechuan was so scared that he quickly looked away and found an excuse to leave. "Humph, you troublesome guy, and you still want me to take you home in person. This time I've really gotten on your bandwagon." Xianuoi pouted her red lips, looking indescribably pretty and charming. After a while, Bu Wuchen was sent back to his residence by her. Wan Xiaoyao, who had been standing in front of the courtyard gate as if she had turned into a husband-waiting stone, hurried to greet him. After learning from Xianuoi that Bu Wuchen was fine, but just tired and needed to rest, Xiaoyao and Chen both breathed a sigh of relief. The next day at noon, when the sun was shining brightly, Bu Wuchen, who had already eaten and drunk enough and slept soundly, was laid in a swagger, accompanied by the honorary vice president Xianuoi. And this time he did not report to the junior class, but went straight to the college's Dan Hall. Accompanying him was Song Hechuan. It has to be said that the management of the Blood Dragon City College is extremely strict, and outsiders are usually not allowed to enter. However, Xianuoi is, after all, the title of honorary vice president. It would not be difficult for her to bring in the big boss of Song's Danfang, who was well known in Blood Dragon City, after she went through the relevant registration. Okay, we'll act separately according to the plan. Yes. Soon, Bu Wuchen stood in front of the Dan Hall again. Bu Wuchen took a deep breath, and with a mysterious sound filling his throat, he shouted sternly, "Inside! Come out, a manager! I want to take part in the Dan Hall qualification assessment." Last time, Bu Wuchen politely knocked on the door and greeted Lin Taoshu, and asked for advice humbly, but was not only rejected by Lin Taoshu, but also insulted by a group of Dan Hall disciples. This time, Bu Wuchen simply kicked the scene straight to the point, with his sharp eyes as sharp as a knife, staring at everyone in the Dan Hall. Lin Taoshu was furious. "You little beast, you still have the guts to come back! Who are you scolding? The little beast scolded you, huh?" After blurting out subconsciously, Lin Shutao reacted immediately, and his old face turned purple. Seeing the teasing smile in Bu Wuchen's eyes, Lin Taoshu gnashed his teeth in hatred. With a grim face, he said, "You just rolled back in disgrace yesterday. What gives you the confidence to come here again today and clamor to participate in the Dan Hall qualification assessment?" "I still say the same thing. As long as I am still in the position of Chief Master of Dan Hall, you don't even think about becoming a student of the Alchemy Hall. Remember, it's impossible forever. You'd better go back to the junior class honestly. Speaking of which, you are almost 16 years old, and you can't even stay in the junior class for long. Cherish this last time in school. When you are forced to graduate and lose the protection of the identity of a student of Blood Dragon City College, I will see how you die then." "Lin Shutao, you have such a great official power?" At this moment, Xianuoi, who had deliberately lagged behind Bu Wuchen for a distance, showed up. She said with a cold expression, "Did Zhou Wanan pass the position of the dean to you? Look how arrogant you are." Suddenly seeing Xianuoi, Lin Taoshu's old eyes widened, and he was very surprised. He obviously didn't expect that Xianuoi, who had a transcendent status and was regarded as a witch by many people in Blood Dragon City, would actually stand up for others one day. However, relying on his dual identities as the chief alchemist of Blood Dragon City Academy and the #1 alchemist worshipper of the Lin family, Lin Taoshu was not afraid of the girl in front of him. He sneered twice and said, "Haha, you, the honorary vice president, don't seem to have the right to interfere in the affairs of my alchemy hall, right? Don't you think you are a bit of a dog catching rats, meddling in other people's business? Or do you have some unknown relationship with this pretty boy who looks pretty good? Old thing, are you tired of living?" Xinuo's eyes could not help but reveal a strong, murderous intent. Buzz! As her anger surged, her divine pressure swept out in the blink of an eye. Lin Taoshu, who had just been talking nonsense, immediately took several steps back and broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that he only remembered at this moment what a terrifying existence he had provoked. However, the secret that he accidentally learned before still gave Lin Taoshu the qualification to be fearless. Hey, the vice president will not kill Lin and the Holy Land of the Academy just because of a joke, right? Others are afraid of the Daxia Business Alliance behind you, which has expanded its business all over the continent. But my Lin family is not so afraid of. As far as I know, the current Daxia Business Alliance is in a difficult situation because of some unspeakable reasons, right? For the Great Xia Business Alliance at this time, any wrong step may make them sink deeper and deeper into the quagmire. Hearing this, the pretty face of the Qingluo girl turned pale. She didn't expect that her family's current decline, which should not be known to the public, would be known by an unknown family thousands of miles away. For a moment, the girl's eyes were filled with murderous intent. But as Lin Taoshu said, she must not let the Xia family, which is already in a precarious situation, get worse unless it is absolutely necessary. Seeing that the other party frowned but never said a word, Lin Taoshu, who was originally a little uneasy, was relieved. This feeling of holding the other party's lifeline is really cool. Facing Wuchen, he laughed more and more arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, did you see it? The reinforcements you brought are of no use at all. Get out of here quickly, so as not to dirty my eyes." At this point, Lin Taoshu seemed to suddenly remember something, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, by the way, you can actually try to return the 2 unique copies of the exercises and mystical skills of my Lin family. Then kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. When I'm in a good mood, I might really give you a chance to take the Dan Hall assessment. What do you think?" Lin Taoshu is really too proud now. So what if the honorary vice president is involved? So what if it's a fierce and ruthless witch? In front of me, they are useless. At this moment, a slightly hoarse sneer sounded. "Haha, you really deserve to be the chief master of Dan Hall that I have chosen. Your arrogant attitude is amazing, right?" As soon as the voice fell, a short and lean old man strode into the Dan Hall. The sudden appearance of this figure made Lin Taoshu, who was just complacent, suddenly froze. Then, this guy jumped up with a whoosh as if his butt was roasted by fire. After giving up the main seat, he trembled with guilt. "Ah, that cough, cough, cough! Dean, how did you find time to come to the Dan Hall? Hurry, 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 please take a seat." It turns out that the old man who looks thin and small with ordinary facial features, the kind of old man who would definitely not attract any special attention in a crowd, is actually the dean of the Blood Dragon City Academy, Zhou Wanen. Although he is over 60 years old, the old dean still looks energetic. He has reached the 5th level of the divine realm of mysterious cultivation. Coupled with his special identity as a mysterious realm alchemist, Zhou Wanen has become a powerful existence capable of challenging the Lord of Blood Dragon City. Lin Taoshu, who is usually arrogant and domineering, only behaves so humble and polite when facing Dean Zhou. Hiss, could Dean Zhou have heard what I just said? Lin Taoshu thought with a guilty conscience. This old guy is particularly concerned about the students in the school. If he had heard what I said before, I'm afraid it would be bad. Speaking of which, Lin Taoshu has been in control of the lifeline of the Dan Hall's judges in recent years. He has done many dirty things, such as accepting bribes and secretly recruiting female students. If he gets the lucrative job now because of a few words, this Lin will be so angry that he will become autistic. Huh? Why is he here too? The next moment, Lin Taoshu's gaze fell on the sturdy middle-aged man who walked into the Dan Hall just after Dean Zhou. He wondered in his heart, why is Song Hechuan from the Song Danfang following Dean Zhou? At this moment, Song Hechuan seemed to have just recognized Wuchen. His face lit up, and he walked a few steps to him and grasped the other's hand. "Master Bu, I am honored to meet you again." "Who? Him, Master?" Lin Taoshu was confused. Is there something wrong? It turned out that all of this was arranged by Bu Wuchen in advance. As soon as he, Xianuoi, and Song Hechuan entered the school gate, they split up. Bu Wuchen calculated the time and appeared in front of the door of the alchemy hall at the right time. Then he used himself as bait to make Lin Taoshu lose his complacency and speak nonsense. He confessed everything about the previous deliberate provocation against Bu Wuchen. Just at this time, Song Hechuan successfully brought Dean Zhao to the door of the alchemy hall on the pretext of paying a visit to the alchemy genius Bu Wuchen. He deliberately let the dean witness the whole good show with his own eyes. Judging from the current situation, this revenge is going quite smoothly. Just when Lin Taoshu, who was kept in the dark, was secretly suspicious, Song Hechuan had already shaken Bu Wuchen's hand, said excitedly, "Master Bu, are you really a student of Blood Dragon City College?" When I first heard the news, I was completely stunned. Who would have believed that a student who is still practicing in the alchemy hall of Blood Dragon City College could possess such amazing alchemy skills? To be honest, Song came here today specifically to find Dean Zhou to confirm this matter. Who would have thought that you are really a student of this alchemy hall? After that, Song Hechuan turned to Dean Zhou on the side and said with full admiration, "Your college really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I admire you." Lin Taoshu couldn't listen anymore and frowned and said, "Boss Song, you have been deceived. This Bu Wuchen, since entering the college, his Xuan cultivation realm has been declining. Not long ago, he was even relegated to the beginner class. How could a fellow like him be related to the master of alchemy you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Song Hechuan's originally high spirits immediately darkened. He looked at Lin Taoshu angrily and scolded, "Master Lin, why do you say that? Is it because the student is too outstanding and overshadows your light as a teacher, so you maliciously belittle him? Your behavior is too mean." "What?" Lin Taoshu was stunned by the scolding and felt that his brain was not enough. At this time, Bu Wuchen smiled bitterly. "Haha, Boss Song, you misunderstood. How can I, a humble person, be worthy of entering the Dan Hall of the Blood Dragon City Academy? How dare I call myself a member of the Dan Hall?" Song Hechuan pretended to be surprised and asked cooperatively, "Ah? Why? Why is that?" Bu Wuchen grinned. "Haha, it's because the arrogant Master Lin in front of him said, as long as he is still the chief master of the Dan Hall, he will never let this kind of stuff get into the Dan Hall. But it's no big deal. Since the Alchemy Hall of Blood Dragon City Academy refuses to accept me, I'll just try my luck in other towns." After saying that, Bu Wuchen turned around and walked away gracefully, with a resolute posture that even 10 oxen could not pull back. Just as he passed by Dean Zhao, a strong, withered hand suddenly grabbed his arm. "Classmate, don't leave in a hurry. It's true that Lin Taoshu is the chief master of the Alchemy Hall, but he alone can't decide the attitude of our Blood Dragon City Academy." Under Bu Wuchen's deliberate arrangement, Zhou Wanan had already heard most of the arrogant words that Lin Taoshu blurted out when he was too proud of himself. The dean was already angry. What's more, when Song Hechuan went to visit him, he also brought the top-grade Xuandan that he had just refined yesterday according to Bu Wuchen's instructions. As the only alchemy master in Blood Dragon City whose Xuandan technique has reached the Xuan Jing, Zhou Wanan naturally saw at a glance that the Xuandan brought by Song Hechuan were all perfect treasures. Could it be that some alchemist has broken through the peak of the mortal realm and reached the Xuanjing? Zhou Wanan's heart moved secretly. But that's not right. In Blood Dragon City, except for this old man, only Lin Taoshu has the highest level of alchemy skills. With his temper, if he really breaks through to become a Xuanjing alchemist, he will definitely let the whole city know about it at the first time. Besides, Song Hechuan knows Lin Taoshu. As for the famous Xuandan masters in Blood Dragon City, Song Hechuan knows as many as I do. Could it be that this master of alchemy is an outsider? Zhou Wanan was just thinking about it when he heard Song Hechuan say that the master's surname was Bu, and his name was Bu Wuchen. He also said that he had found out that the other party was a student of Blood Dragon City College. Song Hechuan came to ask for an interview, saying that he hoped to establish a good relationship with this genius alchemist through Dean Zhou. If he could get him to cooperate with his Song's alchemy workshop, it would be even better. Song Hechuan's motive was very reasonable. Therefore, Zhou Wanan did not doubt anything after hearing this. Instead, he was so excited that he could not sit still, thought to himself. This kind of alchemy genius must have been specially recruited into the alchemy hall of the academy, right? I wonder which of the 3 major families recruited him? Such a happy event was not even informed to this dean. Well, I understand. Those 3 old guys must still be competing for the credit. Think about telling this dean after everything is settled? The more Zhou Wanan thought about it, the more excited he became. This kind of alchemy genius, he would definitely gather thousands of resources and vigorously cultivate him. Whether Blood Dragon City College can achieve good results in this 100 schools league depends on this young genius. So Dean Zhou immediately dragged Song Hechuan to the Dan Hall to recognize him. Who would have thought that what he saw was Lin Taoshu making things difficult for the young genius? Zhou Wanan quickly figured out what was going on. I heard that before. There was a student named Bu Wuchen who defeated the young master of the Lin family's side branch in the gambling arena. At the same time, that person was also a student in the advanced class of Blood Dragon City. No wonder Lin Taoshu would deliberately target him. But the problem is that it's a fair gambling fight on the Academy's martial arts arena, and it's a life and death fight with a blood contract. Life and death are already decided by fate. Afterwards, this dean found the referee and found out that Bu Wuchen did not commit any fouls. On the contrary, the people of your Lin family did not follow the rules during and after the game. Originally, I turned a blind eye and did not pursue the matter because your Lin family lost a genius from the side branch, and there were no bad consequences that day. Who would have thought that your Lin family would go so far? What a bastard! For a moment, the old dean's resentment towards Lin Taoshu had reached its peak, and he sneered. "Ha, Vice Dean Xia is right. You, Lin Taoshu, really hold such a high position, don't you? With just one sentence, you wantonly deprived a student of the right to participate in the alchemy test? Buzz!" As he spoke, Zhou Wanan, who was really angry, released his profound energy pressure without reservation. The terrifying pressure from the god realm that rushed towards him from all directions directly pressed Lin Taoshu to the ground. Dean Zhou's profound energy pressure from the 5th level of the god realm made Lin Taoshu, who was not good at profound energy cultivation, feel terrified. "Dean, actually, this I..." He was interrupted by Zhou Wanan before he finished speaking. "The facts are in front of you. Are you still trying to quibble? This dean actually entrusted you with the important task of being the chief master. I really misjudged you. How can a scum like you, who has no teacher ethics, be qualified to teach in the Dan Hall?" After saying that, the thin old man made a move. With a squeak, the armband of the chief master of the Dan Hall that was originally worn on Lin Shutao's arm, which represented the highest honor and transcendent status, was directly torn to pieces by several sharp sword energies. After doing all this in a flash, Zhou Wanan said indifferently, "From today on, you are no longer a teacher at the Blood Dragon City Academy. Get lost." Lin Taoshu was stunned. He had long guessed that his actions would inevitably cause trouble after being discovered by Dean Zhou. But before the last moment, Lin Taoshu still had illusions. After all, his own alchemy skills were quite good. The Lin family, who he relied on, also had a lot of faith, and he couldn't easily refute it. But the result was, Lin Taoshu's old eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Thinking that it has come to this, it is difficult for the result to be worse than this, the man surnamed Lin tore open his courage and roared like a madman. "Dean Zhou, you are confused. Be it Shanhui or Song Hechuan, they were all found by Bu Wuchen, the little beast, to deceive you. Calm down and think about it. How can a guy who hasn't even grown all his hair be a so-called master of alchemy? This Blood Dragon City is not the Daliang King City where geniuses and masters gather." Lin Taoshu's eyes rolled, and he thought of another piece of evidence. What's more, the dean has known about Bu Wuchen's background before, right? You also sighed over the strange phenomenon of this boy's cultivation plummeting all the way. Let me ask, if this little beast really has the skills to be regarded as a master of alchemy skills, how could he be held back in the elementary class? It would be reasonable to just show off his extraordinary talent in alchemy and transfer to the alchemy hall, right? After he finished speaking, Lin Taoshu keenly caught a flash of suspicion in Dean Zhao's eyes. He immediately perked up. Thinking again, What he had just said was not all just a sophistry that he made up on the spur of the moment. Perhaps this was a revenge action against him? Otherwise, why would Dean Zhou and Song Hechuan appear at such a coincidence? Once this thought came to mind, he could not get rid of it. Lin Taoshu suddenly turned to Bu Wuchen and said word by word, "Aren't you respected as the master of alchemy by that guy surnamed Song? Then have an alchemy duel with me. I don't require you to beat me. As long as you can show the strength that matches the so-called master of alchemy that Song Hechuan mentioned, I will accept any punishment. But if you can't show any real ability, the charges of maliciously deceiving the school and framing the college's top management are a slam on his head, and being expelled is the lightest punishment." Lin Taoshu thought viciously in his heart. When this little beast loses the protection of his identity as a student of Blood Dragon City College, I will cut him into pieces with my own hands. Bu Wuchen heard this and curled his lips with disdain. "Tsk, now you are just a drowned dog whose identity as Master of Alchemy Hall has been deposed. No matter how you bark, I won't argue with you." Lin Taoshu said aggressively, "Ha, you are guilty. You are scared. President Zhou, now you should believe what I said is true, right?" Zhou Wan'an frowned and was speechless. Just at this moment, Ding Dong, the God-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to compete with Lin Taoshu. Reward for this option, a no-no-no 3-hit t-shirt. Option 2, accept the challenge of competing with Lin Taoshu. Reward for this option, a crystal swallowing spirit order, crystal swallow order. According to the different realms of the user, after swallowing the corresponding mysterious crystal, the user's cultivation will be greatly improved, and a variant mysterious energy will be awakened randomly. Bu Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ha! You must choose the second option." The next moment, Bu Wuchen's lazy voice suddenly rang in Lin Taoshu's ears. "Ha ha! Would I be afraid of a drowned dog like you? What a joke!" Lin Taoshu raised his eyebrows and continued to provoke. "Not afraid? If you are not afraid, come and compete with me in alchemy." Bu Wuchen clicked his tongue. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. I have to say, your provocation method is really bad. But it doesn't matter. Since you are so eager to be abused, I don't mind satisfying your humble request. But the premise is that you have to give me a price that makes me excited." The young man's face was full of frivolous and playful expressions, and he said, "In an alchemy competition, there should be a winner. If I lose, you can do as you said. Whether it's expelling me from school or expelling me from the city, I accept it. But if you lose..." Bu Wuchen curled his lips, revealing an evil aura. "In addition to paying me 200,000 gold in damages for reputation damage, you must kneel down in front of me, kowtow, and admit your mistakes, and call me Grandmaster 10 times in front of all the teachers and students of the school. How about it? Do you still dare to play?" Lin Taoshu snorted coldly. "Do you think I can't see that you are bluffing? Come on, bring paper and pen and sign the blood contract for the fight immediately. Whoever doesn't sign is a coward." Soon, the fight certificate with blood fingerprints from both sides was signed. Dean Zhou was also a man of swift and resolute character. He immediately ordered all the teachers and students of the school to gather at the martial arts field to witness this most special fight since the founding of Blood Dragon City Academy. "Run, run! It's too late and too far away from the martial arts arena. We can't even see this unprecedented duel clearly." "Hey, where is the unprecedented duel? It's clearly a brutal battle, right?" "That's right. How could Bu Wuchen be better than Dan Hall's chief master, Lin Taoshu, in alchemy and medicine making?" Bu Wuchen? The Bu Wuchen who defeated Lin Juxian in a gambling fight in the martial arts arena the day before yesterday. Yes, that's him. Well, if he has a fight with Master Lin, I would be surprised, but I would also admire his courage to challenge the Academy's instructor. And, judging from his previous performance against Lin Juxian, he may have a chance of winning. Who knew? This guy actually wants to have a duel with Master Lin. He's crazy! Soon, the seats around the martial arts arena were all occupied. Most of the teachers and students who failed to grab a seat surrounded the entire venue in 3 circles, inside and outside, making it impossible to get through. On the stage, the 2 protagonists of the alchemy competition sat at each end. In front of them, there was a most ordinary practice tripod, and a considerable amount of alchemy fire seeds, black crystals, medicinal materials, etc. Lin Taoshu stared fiercely at the boy not far away, and there was no place on his body that did not radiate murderous intent. Wuchen, on the other hand, had a calm face, with his hands casually placed on the edge of the medicine tripod, showing no joy or anger. "Silence!" Dean Zhou Wanan roared with a mysterious voice, like the roar of a mad tiger and angry lion, shocking all the teachers and students. The originally noisy martial arts field suddenly became quiet. The thin and short Dean then continued, "The subject of this alchemy competition is the most common restoring pills. Within the specified time, the party that refines the restoring pills with higher quality and more quantity will be considered the winner. If the quality and quantity of the pills are comparable, the party that takes the shorter time will win. I declare that this alchemy competition has officially begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taoshu smiled evilly at Wuchen. "Hey, after you lose the alchemy competition and are stripped of your identity and expelled from the academy, I swear I will make you wish you were dead." In response, Wuchen just slowly put his little finger into his ear hole and scratched it twice, then put it to his mouth and blew gently. This action, in Lin Taoshu's view, can be said to be extremely insulting. "Humph, let's see how long you can be so crazy." After that, he started to refine the pill directly. His movements were like flowing clouds in water, steady and fast. Huh? The auxiliary material that Lao Lin put into the medicine cauldron is actually just the Xuan crystal of the primary Xuan beast. Xuan crystal is the energy core of the Xuan beast. Its efficacy and status are like the Dantian Xuanfu of human cultivators. Xuan beasts devour human cultivators to replenish themselves. Human cultivators hunt Xuan beasts to obtain resources, which has been a practice since ancient times. The energy in the Xuan crystal of Xuan beasts plays a vital role in refining Xuandan, engraving Xuanfu, and allocating Xuan arrays. Take alchemy, for example. Many times, some experienced alchemists can accurately judge the quality of the refined pills by the grade and quantity of the Xuan crystals used. This old man who calls the respected alchemy hall master Lao Lin is obviously one of them. His name is Li Ke, and he is the Dantang priest of the Li family, one of the three major families in Blood Dragon City. At the same time, like Lin Taoshu, he is one of the three alchemy masters specially hired by the Academy Dantang. Looking at the amount of pill fire old Lin used, it's clear that he doesn't intend to refine a top-grade Xuandan. Could it be that he intends to refine the first furnace of Xuandan he started into a mortal-level mid-grade qi-restoring pill? Yes, it's very likely. The person who took over the conversation was an old man who was also quite old. This person was the third master in the Academy's alchemy hall, besides Lin Taoshu and Li Ke, Sun Jinwang. Old Lin is usually arrogant and domineering, but when it comes to real fighting, he is still as cautious as ever. Sun Jinwang said calmly, "This old Lin must be planning to refine pills twice within a limited time. First, make a furnace of mid-grade ordinary-level pills as a guarantee. With his 9th-level alchemy skills in the mortal realm, the success rate of refining mid-grade pills is extremely high, and once the pills are successful, the quality will be top-notch. With this furnace of mid-grade recovery pills as a guarantee, he can let go of his hands and feet to refine top-grade ordinary-level recovery pills for the rest of the time. If he is lucky, he can succeed in refining pills twice, and the quality is not bad. Even if his touch is worse today and the top-grade ordinary-level recovery pills cannot be refined, with the first furnace of mid-grade pills to back him up, he probably won't lose." Li Ke nodded. "Not bad. This time, old Lin can be said to be using all his strength even if a lion fights a rabbit. Compared to this, the so-called Master Bu mentioned by Song Hechuan is still carelessly selecting the materials to be put into the furnace. I really don't understand what he is thinking. Wuchen on the stage was indeed lazy and unfocused." Dean Zhou, who always disliked students' laziness, suddenly became a little angry. What is this kid doing? Zhou Wanan knew that although Lin Taoshu's character was not very good, he was indeed a real talent in terms of alchemy skills. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, except for the Dean, Lin Taoshu's alchemy realm cultivation was the highest. Otherwise, Dean Zhou would not have chosen Lin Taoshu as the chief master of the alchemy hall, based on the principle of the competent one gets the job. Facing such a strong opponent, Wuchen actually looked careless. At a certain moment, Dean Zhou couldn't stand it anymore, frowned and snorted. Then he said to Xianuoyi, who was sitting next to him, "Miss Xia, are you sure that boy is okay?" The more I look at him now, the more he looks like a charlatan who is deliberately making a fuss. In fact, Xianhui also felt strange. In her heart, she blamed the young man for being so careless and not afraid of a boat capsizing in the gutter. On the surface, she nodded confidently. "Don't worry, Dean Zhou." Zhou Wanan frowned. "But looking at his state, how can you make this dean feel at ease?" "Well, maybe he did it on purpose," Xianhui said casually. "On purpose?" The doubt in Dean Zhou's eyes became 3 points heavier. "Yeah, that's right." The Qingluo girl smiled bitterly in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have boarded the pirate ship of that stinky kid. His expression remained normal. "I guess he should be going easy on Lin Taoshu. After all, this kid is usually a good student who respects teachers. Ha 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 ha." Xianhui could fully imagine how awkward her smile was. She also felt strange. If it were usual, she would never make excuses for others. But for some reason, when the incident happened to Wuchen, this witch, who was usually beautiful and cold and domineering, would unconsciously want to defend the other party. At this time, Zhou Wanan was already cursing in his heart. "Go easy? Are you sure? Just based on that 15 or 16-year-old boy, is he really qualified to go easy on the 9th-level alchemist in the mortal realm?" However, perhaps to save the face of the Qingluo girl, Dean Zhou did not ask what he was thinking in public. Around the stage, the dense crowd saw Bu Wuchen's lax and negative attitude and immediately started to talk in an uproar. Could that Bu guy have just given up? Yeah, he must have given up. He's either a lunatic or a fool. Yes, challenging the chief master of the alchemy hall to a duel? Is that something anyone with a brain would do? Hey, if Bu Wuchen loses this time, he might even lose his life. Not really? Why not? You came a little late and didn't see it. Before, when the dean made the duel contract between the two parties public, I saw it clearly. If Bu Wuchen loses the duel, he is willing to have his legs broken and be expelled from the academy. Do you think with the hatred he had with the Lin family before, and the loss of his student status after his legs were broken, how good could his fate be? At this moment, the spectators in the 3 circles around the martial arts arena almost all thought that Bu Wuchen was doomed to lose. When about 1/5 of the stipulated time for this alchemy competition had passed, Lin Taoshu, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. His 2 hands filled with xuangang were like 2 palm leaf fans, waving at the cauldron. Huff! At the same time as the alchemy fire under the cauldron was extinguished, a medicinal fragrance had already spread out from the cauldron. This is the fragrance of the qi-recovering pill. Master Lin made the pill so quickly. You are worthy of being the chief master of our school's alchemy hall. With just one move, you can turn some ignorant people into scum in seconds. At this time, Zhou Wanan personally stepped forward to test the pill. In order to avoid any possible secret operations, this upright dean placed the xuandan on an open plate so that everyone present could see and touch it. After a while, the dean came to the conclusion. Lin Taoshu, you have refined 7 pills in 1 furnace, all of which are mid-grade ordinary qi-recovering pills with excellent quality. Hearing this, some people couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Is it just mid-grade ordinary xuandan? Rumor has it that the chief master of the alchemy hall has reached the 9th level of the ordinary realm. Some people heard this and called the other party an amateur. What do you know? How can a top-grade ordinary xuandan be so easy to refine? That's right, Master Lin can refine 7 mid-grade ordinary qi-recovering pills in 1 furnace in such a short time, and each one is of excellent quality. This is already outrageous, isn't it? Hey, Bu Wuchen actually dared to challenge our master. He is really going to enter the toilet with a candle lit? He is looking for death. Over here, Lin Taoshu has already refined a furnace of xuandan. Over there, Bu Wuchen still looks bored and hasn't even lit the furnace. In contrast, Lin Taoshu seemed more proud. I've long seen that you're a swindler and a piece of trash. How ridiculous, that song guy actually thinks you're a master of alchemy? Hey, that's so funny. Hearing the other party's unscrupulous ridicule, Bu Wuchen just raised his eyelids slightly and said nonchalantly, "Can't you see that I'm afraid that you will lose too badly, so I deliberately let you win? You don't have to thank me. After all, I'm the kind of person who does good things without leaving a name. Alas, my kindness that has nowhere to go." Puff! Many teachers in the audience burst out laughing. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really shameless. In fact, the reason why Wuchen suddenly let the opponent win was because he received a system prompt at the moment the alchemy competition began. Ding dong! The God-level selection system was successfully triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Defeat the opponent with all your strength right from the start. Reward for this option, a can of Crushing Pleasure brand chili sauce. Option 2. Let the opponent win first, giving him 1/3 of the game time, and then attack. Reward for this option, the alchemy skill that all alchemists yearn for, the Alchemy Fire Rinsing Cauldron skill. Wuchen chose to wait for him, under the euphemism of letting him win. At this time on the stage, after hearing Wuchen's words, Lin Taoshu's eyes twitched wildly. Are you still going easy on me? Don't you dare to talk big? You are a piece of trash who has not even been able to refine a medium-grade chi-recovering pill. You only have some skills in talking. Wuchen curled his lips in disdain. Common-grade, medium-grade chi-recovering pill? Look at your pursuit. If I don't refine it, I will refine the top-grade one. When I really start, don't be scared to death, okay? Lin Taoshu's nose trembled. Humph, you are so arrogant. He was too lazy to argue with Wuchen anymore, and prepared for a new round of alchemy. Not long after, Wuchen stretched his arms and legs and moved his neck. Then, while whistling nonchalantly, he began to put materials into the cauldron in front of him. As he watched, Li Kei's eyes changed. Huh? The Qi-drinking fig, the Shenling hanging leaf bamboo, and the Xuan crystal of the initial level top-grade Xuan beast Benjuhu. What that kid put into the medicine cauldron now are all the materials for refining top-grade Qi-recovering pills. Look at his calm and composed look at this moment. Could it be that he really was giving old Lin a break before? Sun Jinwang on the side sneered and shook his head. Haha, old Li, you are too naive to even believe such a thing. That's right, the materials that kid put into the cauldron at this time are indeed for refining top-grade Qi-recovering pills. But don't forget that old Lin had done the same thing before him. He is clearly copying the process of old Lin's alchemy. When the fire is really turned on to refine the pill, it will be clear whether that kid is a mule or a horse. There are many people in the field who have the same idea as Sun Jinwang. There was a sudden booing around the martial arts field. Dean Zhou Wanan's face was so gloomy that ink could be squeezed out. However, this situation only lasted for a short time, and everyone shut up without tacit understanding, because they found that the lazy boy before seemed to have really started to make pills seriously. Although the boy's left hand always supported his chin, and only used his right hand to control the fire to melt the medicine. However, the fierce pill fire, under his control, sometimes gathered and sometimes dispersed, sometimes strong and sometimes hidden, was very chic and free. Under Wuchen's extremely exquisite fire control technology, the materials in the medicine cauldron quickly melted and fused at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss! His ability to control fire is really unprecedented. Sun Jinwang, who was just despising Wuchen's copying Lin Taoshu's process of making pills, almost exploded. The previous speculation that he judged others by his own standards collapsed directly in front of the facts. However, he still had doubts in his heart. If we only talk about the method of controlling fire, it is not an exaggeration to say that Wuchen's skill is the best in Blood Dragon City. But judging from the many materials he put into the alchemy furnace at once, this guy seems to have turned back into the bluffing charlatan. The reason why Sun Jinwang felt this way was because he knew very well that the higher the grade of the Xuandan refined from a furnace of medicinal materials, the lower the number of pills produced. Take Sun Jinwang himself as an example. With his 8th level of Ordinary Realm alchemy skills, after opening the furnace, the success rate of refining a high-quality chi-restoring pill with one heart and soul is only 60% to 70%. But now, a 15 or 16-year-old boy dared to put in several portions of medicinal materials at once. Is he still fantasizing about making multiple pills in one furnace? What a joke! At this time on the stage, Lin Taoshu, who seemed to be aware of the strange reactions of the crowd, took a break from refining the pill and glanced at Wuchen. Just this one glance, Lin Taoshu immediately held his breath. How can he have such an exquisite fire control skill? At this moment, Wuchen suddenly raised his head and smiled roguely. Hey, are you a little scared after watching it? Lin Taoshu immediately, humph, would I be afraid of you? What a joke. The ability to control fire is just a small branch of the alchemy process. Other skills are lacking, and only knowing how to control fire, isn't that just a broken acrobat? Wuchen smiled non-committally. Then you have to watch carefully. Time passed by minute. Wuchen began to show his strength without reservation, extracting the spirit of medicine, refining the power of medicine, controlling fire, controlling qi, controlling spirit. Every step is as comfortable as flowing water. Under the cauldron, the light and dark of the alchemy fire are orderly, strong and weak, and all kinds of enchanting and thousands of changes. Even to those laymen of the alchemy, Wuchen's alchemy process was very entertaining. Could this guy really make an elixir? Sun Jinwang swallowed. I've begun to believe what the young man said before about letting go. Li Ke was also shocked, looking at Shanwei again. There was no trace of gloom on that charming face. Heh, now he looks a bit like a master. Song Hechuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dean Zhou's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, not bad. This little guy is quite good. As the saying goes, some are happy and some are sad. On the stage, Lin Taoshu's mouth no longer had the arrogant smile before. Cold sweat had soaked his spine unconsciously. No, he won't. He will definitely not succeed. How old is this little beast? If he really has the ability to do many things, refine several pills in one furnace, and successfully make the pills, he can enter the Imperial Capital Academy. Why did he come to this cold city and just float around like this without any roots or boundaries? Everything before must be just his superficial appearance of being all show and no substance. It must be like this. At this moment, Wuchen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Pair of big hands suddenly turned over. Concentrate for me! Who? Suddenly, the fire under the cauldron soared more than 10 feet along the furnace wall. At the moment of reaching the highest point, it dispersed into smoke. Dean Zhao stood up suddenly. Pill fire washing the cauldron? His old eyes stared at the direction where the soaring fire shadow appeared. He muttered to himself in a daze. There is a saying on the long road of alchemy. 10 pills are just the beginning, and 100 pills are half-cooked. 1,000 pills are free to control, and 10,000 pills are at your will. If you want to scald the cauldron fire, you need the favor of the gods. How old is Wuchen? You can actually perform the wonderful alchemy fire scalding the cauldron. The meaning of the 4 jingles is that, when an alchemist can successfully refine 10 pills of a certain kind of xuandan, it is considered to be just getting started. When it refines 100 pills, it is at the half-cooked stage. Only after refining tens of thousands of pills can it be considered to have reached the realm of freely performing, controlling at will. But even if you have refined tens of thousands of xuandan, whether you can successfully perform Dan fire scalding the cauldron still depends on luck. Only when you are lucky and favored by the gods can you ensure the success of Dan fire scalding the cauldron. It needs to be emphasized that all of the above are for the same kind of xuandan of the same grade. The difficulty can be imagined. Li Ke and Sun Jinwang's faces were also filled with incredible expressions. They had naturally heard of the name of Dan Juan Ding. At the last moment when the alchemist was about to make the elixir, he used the mysterious energy and soul power to control the elixir fire, circling around the elixir wall and rushing up. When doing this, a vacuum state will appear inside the elixir for a moment. It is precisely by relying on this short moment that all impurities are shielded and isolated, thus ensuring the perfect quality when the elixir is made. It is no exaggeration to say that when refining the elixir, the mysterious elixir made by the method of Dan Huan Ding will be a flawless treasure, 100%. Xuandan masters all know the magic of Dan Huan Ding, but when they actually operate it, they may fail to make the elixir because of the slightly stronger firepower, slightly higher temperature, or a moment longer or shorter time, etc. At this time, everyone present held their breath and waited for Dean Zhou to announce the results of this elixir refining. The scene of Dan Huan Ding is indeed very dazzling, but it is useless to just look good. The most important thing is to see whether the elixir is finally made. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wuchen slowly stood up, shook his hands and twisted his neck calmly, and said to Dean Zhou, "You can test the elixir." Zhou Wanan, who had just witnessed the scene of Dan Huan Ding with his own eyes, was already itching to do it. He took 2 steps at a time and came to the cauldron. He leaned over to take a look. In the cauldron, 7 plump pills were lying quietly. With a light sniff, The scent of the medicine inhaled into the body seemed to have a miraculous effect of boosting one's spirit. Good, good, good. After Zhou Wanan said several goods in a row, he excitedly announced, Bu Wuchen made 7 pills in one furnace. Moreover, each one is a perfect, ordinary-level top-grade qi-restoring pill. As soon as Dean Zhou finished speaking, there were bursts of gasps of surprise around the martial arts arena. At the same time, bang! A sudden loud noise drew everyone's attention to the other end of the martial arts arena. All they saw was thick smoke billowing up. The medicinal materials in the cauldron had long been reduced to slag. With the loud noise just now, they broke into pieces all over the ground. Looking at Lin Taoshu again, he was disheveled. Half of his left eyebrow was burned off. There were still a few medicine residues on his blackened old face. How miserable was he? After making such a big scene of Danjuan Ding, he actually succeeded in refining Xuan Dan? And it's a perfect grade ordinary level upper grade qi recovering Dan. For a moment, Lin Taoshu felt like he was falling into an ice cave. When the scene of Dan Huojuan Ding appeared, Lin Taoshu's heart was already hanging in his throat. After all, as time went by, Lin Taoshu gradually realized that the boy who had been slacking off for a while at the beginning of the alchemy competition was really good when he really started fighting. If he really succeeded in refining an ordinary level upper grade qi recovering Dan, he would probably lose. After all, the elixir he had previously refined to guarantee was only a mid-level mortal grade elixir. Just when Lin Taoshu was tense, he heard Dean Zhou announce that Bu Wuchen had not only refined a mortal grade top grade qi restoring elixir, moreover, he had refined 7 at once. With his heart agitated, Lin Taoshu's hands trembled and his firepower surged, which led to the subsequent explosion of the cauldron. He was the chief master, but he ended up like this in front of everyone. It's embarrassing. It's really too embarrassing. Endless shame and anger made the old guy blush, and he subconsciously didn't want to admit his failure. So Lin Taoshu shook his head. No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. Hearing this, Dean Zhao's face suddenly darkened, and he snorted coldly. Huh, impossible? Wrong? It seems that you are questioning me. Lin Taoshu finally came to his senses. In fact, he was just shocked and angry, and he spoke without thinking. After calming down for a while, the fragrance of the elixir that wafted into his nose was enough to make Lin Taoshu believe that the young man had indeed refined a top-grade ordinary qi-restoring elixir. Lin Taoshu was about to say something, but was rebuked by Zhou Wanan's next sentence. Since you don't trust me as a referee, well, I declare that anyone can come forward and take a look, so that this Lin knows that this Dean is not too old yet. As soon as Zhou Wanan finished speaking, 2 figures rushed up impatiently. It turned out to be the other 2 masters of the Academy's Alchemy Hall. In terms of the degree of obsession with the way of alchemy, these 2 old guys are no less than Dean Zhou. Especially after witnessing the wonderful moment of the elixir fire scalding the cauldron with their own eyes, the 2 of them couldn't hold back their greed. With the 2 of them taking the lead, the students of the Alchemy Hall and other teachers who were very interested in this way also came up to the stage one after another. Soon, the elixir appraisal was completed. Li Ke was the first to exclaim, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that there is an alchemist below the profound realm who can actually refine mortal-level top-grade elixirs to the point of making 7 elixirs in one furnace." Sun Jinwang at the side also nodded. Not bad. What's even more amazing is that the time Master Bu took from refining to making the elixirs was extremely short. At this speed, he created a record of making 7 elixirs in one furnace, and each of them is a precious product. This is simply unimaginable. I still remember that not long ago, Sun Jinwang was not optimistic about Bu Wuchen. He thought that the other party was just deliberately imitating Lin Taoshu's initial steps in refining elixirs, and in fact, he was just a charlatan with no skills. Who would have thought that the situation would change, and the boy that Sun Jinwang had originally called contemptuously had become the Master Bu whom he admired very much. With the approval of these 2 masters of the Alchemy Hall, and the appreciation of other people who came on stage together, no one would question Bu Wuchen's achievements. Doesn't that mean Bu Wuchen's attainments in the way of alchemy have at least reached the 9th level of the mortal realm? I think Senior Bu must be more than that. Maybe his attainments in alchemy can be compared with Dean Zhou. Oh my God, a master of alchemy at the age of 15 or 16, in our Blood Dragon City. Calling him a genius is an insult to him, right? That's right. How can Senior Boo be compared to an ordinary genius? He is clearly a monster. For a moment, all the teachers and students in the audience were boiling, especially the girls. Those crazy screams, if put in Boo Wuchen's previous life, they must be masters of chasing stars. I swear that I must be your woman in this life. Senior, please, let me give birth to a litter of little monkeys for you. Master Boo, can you accept me as your apprentice? I am good at washing clothes, cooking, pushing shoulders and legs, and warming beds and kangs. Ah! Senior Boo just glanced at me with his peripheral vision. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. On one side, there are countless voices cheering and admiring Boo Wuchen. On the other side, it is Lin Taoshu who is as sad as a bereaved family and covered in dust. This extremely sharp contrast makes the always arrogant Master Lin completely crazy. He suddenly jumped up, and after a deep voice filled his throat, he glared and yelled, "Shut up! The time is not up yet. What makes you think he won?" If Lin Taoshu could be more polite and say something like, "The game is still going on, please be quiet," there would probably be many people who would give him face. But this guy is usually arrogant and domineering. As soon as he opened his mouth, he offended everyone. There were many contemptuous voices from the audience. Tsk, a person who refines pills to the point of exploding the cauldron actually has the nerve to shout and yell? As the chief master of the Alchemy Hall, not only did he lose the alchemy duel with a boy who was only 15 or 16 years old, but he couldn't afford to lose. How shameful! Lin Taoshu's old face suddenly turned as dark as charcoal. At this time, Boo Wuchen shook his head with disgust. Really? You just exploded the cauldron. Do you want to continue? You better be careful this time. Don't explode the cauldron again. It will be bad enough for you to be embarrassed, but you will also pollute the environment. Upon hearing this, Lin Taoshu's mouth was almost twisted with anger. He roared angrily, "Aren't you just lucky enough to come up with one furnace to make 7 pills? Do you really think I can't surpass?" Lin Taoshu, whose reason was burned out by anger, suddenly burst out with unprecedented confidence, picked up the spare cauldron, and started over again. At this time, Dean Zhou cleared his throat. Since there is still some time, then this dean will enumerate Lin Taoshu's numerous crimes in detail. Zhou Wanen did not expose Lin Taoshu's bad behavior to the public right from the beginning. On the one hand, it was because he was not sure whether Boo Wuchen had real talent or not. Perhaps the young man was really a charlatan, as Lin Taoshu said. It was not until he witnessed Boo Wuchen's outstanding alchemy skills with his own eyes that the scale in Zhou Wanen's heart completely tipped towards Boo Wuchen's side. Fuck, this old guy is so excessive. Fortunately, Senior Boo did not give in. That's right, if Senior Boo hadn't come forward to defeat that guy this time, I don't know how many students who applied for the Alchemy Hall would be bullied in the future. The indignant voices and curses were louder and louder. In such a complicated environment, Lin Taoshu's journey of refining alchemy can be said to be difficult. At a certain moment, bang! Black smoke billowed and medicinal residue sprayed out. Once again, the cauldron exploded. Under the attack of shame and anger, Lin Taoshu completely collapsed, and with a wow, he vomited a large pool of blood. When the last handful of sand in the hourglass fell, Dean Zhou announced in public, "The winner of this alchemy competition is Boo Wuchen." In accordance with the blood contract for the alchemy competition signed by both parties, the loser Lin Taoshu must immediately pay Boo Wuchen 200,000 gold, and kowtow 3 times and 9 times, recognizing the other party as the ancestor. In addition, due to Lin Taoshu's corrupt teacher ethics, he is dismissed from the position of Alchemy Hall Master from today, expelled from the academy, and will never be employed again. The harsh words that Xuanyan poured into his throat made Lin Taoshu tremble uncontrollably. Perhaps it was because of fear, or perhaps it was because of anger. That was 200,000 gold. Even with his status as a 9th-level alchemist in the mortal realm, it would definitely be a huge loss to take out so much money at once. What made the old guy even more unacceptable was that he actually had to kowtow and admit his mistakes in front of all the teachers and students. And he had to respect that young boy as the ancestor? What a joke. This was no longer just a matter of his personal face. As a member of the Lin family who was on equal terms with the clan leader, and at the same time the strongest alchemist in the family. If Lin Taoshu really kowtowed and worshipped him as a master at this moment, in the future, the entire Lin family would become a laughingstock in Blood Dragon City. He, Lin Taoshu, would also become a sinner, despised by the entire family. No, no. I would rather betray the blood contract of fighting alchemy and become infamous from now on than recognize that little beast as the ancestor. After making up his mind, Lin Taoshu turned around and ran away without any delay. However, the moment he jumped off the martial arts stage, he suddenly found that his legs were out of control. He looked down and saw a layer of sparkling ice that froze his legs and the ground tightly together. "You old bastard, you haven't fulfilled the bet agreed upon in the blood contract, and you want to run away?" The person who said this was Xianuoi. Her delicate hands were clasped in the air and ice crystals gathered on her fingertips. Lin Taoshu, who had been raised to the 7th level of controlling qi by the resources of elixirs, was also a very powerful existence in the realm of Xuanshu. At this moment he was caught in the air by the Qingluo girl like an eagle catching a chick, and he had no power to fight back. After feeling the cold ice force quickly freezing the major acupuncture points on his legs, Lin Taoshu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. 2 words flashed through his mind. "It's over!" At this moment, "Stop it!" A loud shout that shook the entire campus rang out. Everyone saw a figure that was incredibly fast, passing over the heads of everyone in the martial arts arena. Then, the feet of the person who came were like 1,000 pounds of iron and stone, and with a bang, he smashed 2 large footprints on the martial arts stage. Soon, teachers and students recognized the person. Huh? The Lin family's patriarch, Lin Yunba? Why is he here? It must be those Lin family disciples in the academy who, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, sneaked back to the family to inform them. "Hey, the head of the Lin family is here in person. It's time to watch some fun." No matter which world it is, there is no shortage of people who like to watch the fun. Lin Yunba, the head of the Lin family, is over 50 years old. His burly figure is like a big black bear standing on 2 legs. Just looking at his appearance, he gives people a sense of explosive power. Looking deeper, his 4th level of the spiritual realm, Xuanqi cultivation, can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Blood Dragon City. In terms of the realm of Xuanqiu, the only ones who can suppress Lin Yunba are the City Lord Ding Moxen and the Dean Zhou Wanen. Compared with them, the patriarchs of the Li family and the Sun family are also half a step weaker. Lin Yunba jumped onto the martial arts stage and pressed his palm towards the ice crystals under Lin Taoshu's feet from a distance. Huff! Crack! The red fire with just the right amount of force melted the ice crystals on Lin Taoshu's legs in an instant. "Patriarch!" Lin Taoshu suddenly felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Yunba said, lightly, signaling the other party to stay calm. He turned to stare at the young man not far away, with a cold expression. "You are the thief named Bu something?" Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. He has always been a person of, "I will respect others 10 feet if they respect me 1 foot." At this moment, he saw that the old guy had such a condescending look from the beginning. He imitated the other party's tone, pointed at Lin Taoshu, who had long been deprived of his courage, and said proudly, "You are the owner of the dog that has lost its home?" Lin Yunba never expected that there would be a younger generation in Blood Dragon City who dared to be so wild under his nose. "You thief! How dare you!" While cursing, Lin Yunba's eyes were already filled with murderous intent. The terrifying pressure of the supernatural realm, like a torrential rain, poured down on Wuchen. At this moment, a thin figure flashed and blocked in front of Lin Yunba. It was the Dean Zhou Wanen. He just stood there quietly, and Lin Yunba's pressure, like a prehistoric beast, seemed to be blocked in front of the abyss, and it was difficult to cross the line. Zhou Wanen frowned and shouted angrily, "Lin Yunba, you are getting more and more arrogant, aren't you? You dare to bully the students of my Blood Dragon City Academy in front of this old man." After these words came out, Lin Yunba had to extinguish his anger. His eyes were still staring at Bu Wuchen, and he said, "Dean Zhou, it's not appropriate for you to protect your shortcomings like this, right? That kid was rude first, so am I not allowed to use my mysterious power to pressure and punish him a little? Oh, really?" At this time, Xianuoi moved her lotus feet lightly and protected Bu Wuchen behind her without making a sound. Then she said to Lin Yunba, "But in my opinion, it was you who was rude to our student first, right?" Lin Yunba's nose trembled. "Huh, what is his status? Do I have to be polite to him?" Using status to put pressure on people, huh? The Qingluo girl smiled frivolously. Isn't that what this ant is good at? Patriarch Lin, do you want to compete with this ant? Upon hearing that, Lin Yunba's already frowned brows twisted even tighter. Dean Zhou, his cultivation level is far beyond his. Now here comes a troublesome witch. Although Lin Yunba is conceited, he also understands that he is not qualified to fight to the death with the two in front of him at the same time. So he stretched out his hand, pointed directly at the young man who was protected by the two men behind him, and laughed. Hey, I thought that you would first defeat the little genius from the side branch of my Lin family in a gambling fight. And then in the alchemy duel, you were lucky enough to beat my Lin family's tribute by half a chip, so you are considered a figure. But now it seems, you are just a poor guy who can only hide under the protection of a ped woman. Lin Yunba deliberately provoked the young man with his words, hoping to force the young man to get too excited and lose his mind. If the other party took the initiative to challenge him, it would be exactly what he wanted. In Lin Yunba's opinion, Bu Wuchen even dared to accept Lin Taoshu's duel of alchemy, so he might not do something even crazier because of the heat of the moment. Unexpectedly, the young man just smiled rogue after hearing what he said. Hey, what do you mean by I can only hide under the protection of a woman? Actually, you old guy are envious and jealous, right? Don't you wish that you could also have a peerless beauty who is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame? Who would protect you with all her heart? But who made you not have that? That's why you have to say some sour grapes. In that case, you are more like a poor creature, right? When the voice fell, many teachers and students in the field couldn't help but let out a deliberately suppressed sneer. After all, the man in the cloak was the ferocious and dignified head of the Lin family, Lin Yunba. If you laugh too unscrupulously, you might be retaliated one day. Who is caring and protecting you? Self-conceited. Shanui's delicate cheeks couldn't help but blush. Lin Yunba's eyes twitched. His face was as vicious as a ghost. What a sharp-tongued little beast. The mountains don't turn, the water turns, and the new and old grudges between you and my Lin family will be avenged in the future. Then he pulled Lin Taoshu up and walked out of the crowd. Wait, Bu Wuchen shouted bluntly. You want to escape before the compensation stipulated in the blood contract is paid? Lin Yunba narrowed his eyes and said slowly, 200,000 gold, right? I can give it to you, but forget about the matter of kowtowing and acknowledging you as the ancestor. Boy, always leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future, okay? Obviously, Lin Yunba, as the head of the family, cares more about the damage to his reputation than the painful loss of 200,000 gold. And in his opinion, since Bu Wuchen has already earned 200,000 gold, he should be satisfied. There is no need to risk completely angering the Lin family, the giant of Blood Dragon City, by being too obsessed with kneeling and kowtowing. Unexpectedly, Bu Wuchen looked directly into Lin Yunba's threatening eyes without fear, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Oh, you don't want him to kneel? Then you can kneel too. But no matter who it is, he must kowtow. Master, you must call me. When these words came out, Lin Yunba almost popped his eyes out. The red lips of the Qingluo girl couldn't help but curl up into a charming arc, and she thought to herself, you are worthy of being the one that this lady has chosen. It must be said that Xianuoi's performance at this moment is already quite reserved. Don't you see, those girls in the audience, even several young and beautiful female teachers, are all crazy about Bu Wuchen. Ah, Senior Bu, I love you so much. Student Bu, when are you free? The teacher wants to go to your home for one-on-one tutoring. The beautiful and youthful screams suddenly filled the entire martial arts arena. You know, Bu Wuchen, who has awakened the special attribute spirit of eye contact, is extremely attractive to the opposite sex. In addition, he did not flinch in the face of a powerful figure like Lin Yunba. The cool look, the arrogant words. In an instant, countless hearts were disturbed. Lin Yunba glared with his tiger eyes, and some words popped out from between his teeth. Little bastard, you will pay the price for what you did. Ouch, so scary? Bu Wuchen patted his chest exaggeratedly. The next moment, he stretched out his fist, pointed his thumb downward to the empty space in front of his feet, and said, The kneeling position, I have already chosen it for you. Who's going to kneel, you two? Bah! Lin Taoshu roared ferociously. You want me to kneel down and kowtow and worship you as the ancestor? Dream on. Oh, really? Then I understand. You mean to let your dog master kneel down for you? Wuchen shrugged. Any one of you will do. I don't care. I just hope you can hurry up. I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet. Feeling Lin Yunba's unfriendly eyes looking at him, Lin Taoshu was startled and shook his head repeatedly. Don't make trouble there. Neither I nor the clan leader will kneel. Is that so? Wuchen raised his eyebrows. The gambling contract is recognized and protected by the laws of Daliang. There are so many eyewitnesses present to prove that you did not fully fulfill the contract. If I am determined to take a contract with bloody fingerprints to court, what do you think the result will be? Although your Lin family is strong, it is not strong enough to challenge the fundamental laws of Daliang, right? Although Lin Yunba's brows moved, there was no worry in his expression. Wuchen continued slowly. Young master, I can probably guess what you are planning. It's nothing more than delay and then slowly find an opportunity to get rid of me. In this way, there will be no victim in the case. The gang and the government will naturally not continue to investigate and sentence severely to offend your Lin family. If it were me before, it would be very troublesome to be targeted by you like this. But in this situation, do you think those black hands of the Lin family can still get close to me so easily? Hearing this, Lin Yunba's eyes finally showed a bit of solemnity. Yes, Wuchen, who is now shining brightly, will definitely be regarded as a treasure by Dean Zhou. It would be a wise move for the Lin family to touch him at this juncture. But if he is allowed to go to court, the matter will soon be known to the whole city. Sooner or later, his Lin family will lose face. Maybe it will be lost even more severely and thoroughly. After thinking this through, Lin Yunba glared at Wuchen fiercely. Then he let go of the hand that was holding Lin Taoshu, turned his face away, and said in a cold voice, Elder Lin, a real man can bend and stretch. For the humiliation you suffered today one day, this clan leader will help you get it back 100-fold. He said so. How could Lin Taoshu not understand the other party's attitude? With trembling lips and shaking legs, he knelt down at Wuchen's feet with a deathly pale face. Fearing that the disheartened Lin Taoshu might be desperate, the Qingluo girl and Dean Zhou tacitly guarded Wuchen on both sides. Lin Taoshu knew that it was impossible for him to do anything under the noses of these two. So he kowtowed as if he had accepted his fate. And in accordance with the provisions of the contract, he kowtowed and shouted loudly, Ancestor, please accept the worship of your unfilial disciple. The crowded martial arts field was stunned by this dreamlike scene and fell silent. After the kowtow and kneeling, Wuchen smiled evilly and said loudly, Hey, you scum, you really bring shame to me, the founder. From today, you are expelled from the sect. Get out of here as far as you can. You. Poof. Lin Taoshu was so shocked that he vomited blood and fainted. Lin Yunba gritted his teeth and said, Wuchen, I will remember you. You'd better never let me touch you, otherwise, humph. After that, he casually tossed 2 silver bills and flew straight to Wuchen. Here is 200,000 gold. Go buy a decent coffin. Maybe you can use it soon. Wuchen was about to reach out to catch the silver bill that was flying towards him. Shanwei on the side suddenly frowned and reached out his hand before him. Buzz! Chi-chi, chi-chi-chi. The icy dots condensed on the fingertips of the Qingluo girl burst into bursts of purple smoke the moment they touched the banknote. Purple blood sky clam miasma? Shanwei's beautiful eyes narrowed. Any cultivator below the spiritual realm, once exposed to this poison, will surely die. You even took out such a valuable poison. I can't believe you, Lin, are quite generous. While speaking, Shanwei sacrificed the water-based Xuan Gang, which had already eliminated the last trace of poison on the silver note. At this time, Dean Zhou also spoke. The strange thing about this purple blood sky clam miasma is that the poisoned person has no reaction at first. It will take 3 to 7 days for the poisoned person to take effect and die suddenly. I can't believe that you, the head of the Lin family, can do such a sinister and dirty thing. After the initial shock, Wuchen was furious. If Shanwei hadn't come to his rescue, he would have died in 3 days at the shortest and 7 days at the longest. Even when he died, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Quietly, the murderous intention was deeply planted. But he had an arrogant face of, "You can't do anything to me," pretending to be stupid, and said, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Is there poison on the banknote?" Even if it is really poisonous, how can you be sure that it was me who poisoned it? You know, things like banknotes can be circulated from one person to another at any time. This poison could naturally be given by someone who gave me the banknote. But didn't Vice Dean Xia say it? The purple blood sky clam miasma is only effective for cultivators below the spiritual realm. I am in the spiritual realm. In other words, the poison on this banknote may have existed for a long time, but it has never caused any harm to me. After saying this, Lin Yunba looked at the angry but helpless faces of the crowd. The smile on his lips became more and more proud. "Ha-ha, everyone, see you later." After saying this, he picked up the unconscious Lin Taoshu with one hand, and after a few flashes, he completely disappeared in the crowd. "The old thing is too shameless," Shanhui cursed angrily. After turning around and handing the 2 silver notes of 100,000 yuan to Bu Wuchen, she did not forget to remind him, "Your experience in the martial arts world is too shallow, and you almost fell into the trap of that old bastard. You must be more careful in the future." "Okay." Bu Wuchen nodded in agreement, and then he raised the silver notes in his hand ostentatiously. "This time, thanks to the fairy sister for saving you. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you." "Hey, this is a life-saving grace? You want to get rid of me with just a meal?" The Qingluo girl folded her arms and raised her face, raising her eyebrows very proudly. "Well, since you have done me a great favor, or I will suffer a little and treat the fairy sister to a lifetime of meals." A casual joke made Xianhui blush, and she said in a panic, Who wants to be with you for a lifetime? Shameless!" Bu Wuchen then realized that the women in this world are far less unrestrained than the world he lived in his previous life. Ahem. Fortunately, at this time, Dean Zhou, who was eager to recruit Bu Wuchen into the academy, spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. "Bu Wuchen, on behalf of Blood Dragon City Academy, I extend a sincere invitation to you to join our school's alchemy hall. You will enter the school as a first-class special student. All treatment and authority are on the same level as the vice dean in school. As for whether to attend classes, it is entirely voluntary. This dean has only one request for you: represent Blood Dragon City Academy and participate in the 100 Schools League in a month." As soon as Zhou Wanan finished speaking, all the teachers and students present were boiling. First-class special students? Senior Bu, this is really a step to the sky. In the history of Blood Dragon City Academy, only the students in the previous elite classes, who can rank in the top 3 in comprehensive strength, have been awarded this title, and the best among them are only second-class special students. Senior Bu is amazing. He is the highest-level first-class special student right from the start. For this alone, he is enough to be recorded in the school history and become a role model for countless junior students. Looking back, when Bu Wuchen first entered the school, many teachers and students were amazed at his cultivation. After all, at the age of 15 or 16, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of Guanxi. It can be said that most of his body has already entered the elite class. Unexpectedly, not long after, the boy who once attracted many eyes suffered a tragedy of continuous decline in cultivation. No one could have thought that such a boy who fell from the throne of future star would actually have a day to make a comeback. And this time, his achievements are even better than before. Just when everyone thought that Bu Wuchen would definitely agree to such generous conditions, the boy scratched his head hesitantly. Although the conditions offered by Dean Zhou can be said to be full of sincerity, but Bu Wuchen was not very tempted. After all, he has the system by his side. If he simply wants to become stronger, the growth rate spent in the Blood Dragon City Academy will obviously not give Bu Wuchen much expectation. The obsession imprint of the former Bu family's eldest son in his body makes Bu Wuchen want to return to the imperial capital all the time to avenge his hatred. However, the king of Daliang said, "If you are not the emperor's call, you will never return." If Bu Wuchen goes back so swaggeringly, he will not only be beheaded for violating the emperor's will, but also implicate everyone around him. This is not the result he wants to see. Therefore, he must become stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough to protect Yaoer and Achen, and to protect the old man Bu who is worried about him. So strong that even if he returns to the imperial capital in a swaggering manner, the emperor who is high above can only choose to forbear. To put it bluntly, the strength that Bu Wuchen wants is something that the Blood Dragon City Academy can never give. Instead of wasting time here, It is better to go out and try it yourself. This is Bu Wuchen's most real thought at the moment. When Zhou Wanan saw that the other party did not agree, he immediately became anxious. Student, you can boldly speak out your concerns. I still have some faith in this blood, Dragon City, and even in the capital of Daliang. Maybe I can help you? Bu Wuchen could feel that the attitude of this dean was extremely sincere. The fact was indeed so. Zhou Wanan did not want to miss such a genius in the art of alchemy. The young man smiled bitterly, then leaned close to the other party's ear and told him frankly that he would never return if he was not summoned by the emperor. However, what he told Dean Zhao was limited to this imperial order. As for the specific cause and effect, he did not mention a word. Basic precautions should still be maintained. Bu Wuchen thought that the other party would retreat when faced with difficulties. After all, that was the will of the Emperor of Daliang. No matter how big the face of Dean Zhou was, could it be bigger than that imperial order? Unexpectedly, the thin old man's eyes lit up after hearing this. Ha! If that's the case, you should join the Dan Hall. You must have heard of the 100 schools competition held every 3 years in Daliang, right? Yes, I have. Bu Wuchen nodded. It is one of the few national-level events in Daliang, and it is very famous. At that time, the Xuanqi Academy in every town in Daliang will send the strongest students to compete in the competition. After the layers of competition, the top 100 who stand out will be admitted by the highest institution of learning, Imperial Capital College, as an exception. If a student can win the top 3 in the 100 schools competition, it will be even more amazing. Given time, it is not a problem to rise to prominence. It is not impossible to be appointed as a general and a marquise. Thinking of this, Bu Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, the top 100? Imperial Capital Academy? Zhou Wanan smiled and said, Hey, judging from your expression, you should have thought of it, right? That's right, as long as you can rank among the top 100 in the 100 schools competition. You will meet the word chosen by heaven in the Emperor's summoning. By then, no one can stop you from entering the imperial capital. Just then, ding dong, the god-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Reject Dean Zhou's request and let your own temper grow wildly. Reward for this option, a pair of Just Playing brand skateboard shoes. Option 2. Agree to Dean Zhou and represent Blood Dragon City Academy in the 100 schools competition in a month, and eventually rank among the top 100. Reward for this option, 1 set of lower-grade Xuan-level exercises and 1 set of Xuan skills. Option 3. Represent Blood Dragon City College in the 100 schools competition in a month and win the top 3. Reward for this option, a surprise gift package. Bu Wuchen was delighted. Ha, then I must choose the third one. I'm so confident. Huh? Brother has already made the choice. Where is the surprise gift package? Ding dong, special reminder. For options like this with specific target requirements, the system will not issue rewards until the host achieves the corresponding goals. So that's how it is. Bu Wuchen suddenly realized. Turning to Dean Zhao, whose eyes were full of expectations, he nodded. Okay, I'll enter the Dan Hall. Okay, ha ha ha! Zhou Wanan couldn't help but clapped his hands and laughed, happy like a child. After a while, he said with a serious face, With your attainments in alchemy, it should not be difficult to rank among the top 100. But don't be proud and complacent. You must know that there are always people who are better than you. In almost every competition, there will be a drama where the originally highly anticipated seeded player falls from the altar. There will also be an unknown little person who suddenly becomes a dark horse that repeatedly creates miracles. In short, in my opinion, your alchemy strength is absolutely no problem. Just be humble and keep a normal mind to participate in the competition. In response to the old dean's earnest teachings, Bu Wuchen just smiled and nodded politely. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice came, Hey, you still have time to stand there and smile foolishly? Did you forget the agreement with this lady? Bu Wuchen came back to his senses and grinned. Hey, I'm now the first-class special student of Blood Dragon City College. From now on, we are good comrades of the same level, understand? Xianui rolled her eyes. Tsk. Even if it's the Lord of Blood Dragon City in front of me, I will call myself Aunt if I want to. You are a first-class special student. What's so good about it? As soon as these words came out, Dean Zhao's face changed several times, as if he was afraid that the Qingluo girl would practice on him first, and hurriedly found an excuse to run away. Zhou Wanan knew the temper of the little witch very well. What if this witch really called herself aunt in front of all the teachers and students, and to him, the dean, in order to prove that what she said was true, wouldn't his old face be smashed to pieces? Humph, the old guy runs pretty fast. How could the smart Xiannuoyi not see the other party's little tricks? Then he glanced at the other 3 vice presidents of the same status as himself, as well as Li Ke and Sun Jinwang, the 2 alchemy masters. After that, anyone who was touched by the Qingluo girl's gaze jumped up as if they were electrocuted and said goodbye one after another. When Song Echuan fled, he did not forget to shout loudly, "My Song's alchemy shop is always waiting for you, Master Bu." Why are you running away so fast?" The Qingluo girl stomped her feet in dissatisfaction. Bu Wuchen, who was standing aside, secretly found it funny and waved goodbye. "See you later." Xiannuoyi chased after him. "Let's go together. It just so happens that this aunt has something to ask you." After leaving the Blood Dragon City Academy, the Qingluo girl who was walking side by side with Bu Wuchen on the street smiled and praised. "Boy, your performance on the martial arts stage before was very good. This lady is not only referring to alchemy, but also your strength when facing Lin Yunba." "Haha, really?" Bu Wuchen answered a little absent-mindedly, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Xiannuoyi's pleasant voice sounded again in his ears. "Hey, let's talk about your master." "Master?" Bu Wuchen had a question mark on his face. "Yes, your master taught you to make alchemy." Xiannuoyi said firmly, "Don't try to fool me with nonsense like I pondered hard all night and suddenly realized the way of alchemy." Bu Wuchen said lightly, "I don't have a master. This is the truth. Do you need me to swear to you?" "Forget it, who cares?" "Oh, then why are you asking?" "You." Xiannuoyi was very angry, her chest heaving. If someone dared to talk to her like this, she would have kicked him away long ago. The Qingluo girl herself couldn't figure out why she always had extraordinary patience when facing Bu Wuchen. She asked the next question in annoyance. "Then tell me about your own identity and origin." "My identity?" Bu Wuchen stopped and looked at her with a smile. "Sister Fairy, who has great magical powers, should be able to find out my background easily, right?" Xiannuoyi pursed her lips and blushed. She is a family member who knows her own affairs. In the past, the Xia family, which established the Tianguo Merchant Alliance, was so powerful that it was enough to make the monarchs of every country change color when talking about it. As a legitimate daughter, Xiannuoyi's identity was also very transcendent, let alone investigating a person in an ordinary kingdom. Even if she wanted to find out the royal secrets of the most powerful 7 empires in the secular world, it would be easy to catch. But now the Guo Merchant Alliance was in a big mess. Xiannuoyi had no choice but to quietly escape to this small border town in Daliang. In this case, she couldn't use the family's resources at all, so she was naturally in the dark about Bu Wuchen's identity and origin. At first, she only focused on the blood dragon birthmark on the boy's chest, but in recent days, Xiannuoyi's curiosity about Bu Wuchen has become stronger and stronger. If she doesn't ask the truth, she will feel uncomfortable. Now she can only say stubbornly, "Of course, this lady has found out. The reason why I asked you is to confirm it again." Bu Wuchen shrugged indifferently and said, "Oh, there's nothing to confirm. What you found out is the truth." "You humph!" Xiannuoyi wanted to just walk away, but after a few steps, she slowed down again and turned around and said, "Hurry up, you're dawdling." It's obviously you who suddenly accelerated. Stop talking nonsense, I still have questions to ask you." In the following time, Xiannuoyi asked several questions in a row. Bu Wuchen either fooled around or remained silent. The eldest daughter of the Xia family, who had never been treated like this before, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She suddenly grabbed Bu Wuchen's arm, forcing him to stop, then put her hands on his slender waist and said unhappily, "Hey, can you answer more seriously? Why do I always feel that you are absent-minded? What are you thinking about? Oh, I see, you must be worried about the revenge of the Lin family? Don't worry, with your current identity, Lin Yunba won't dare to touch you easily. Besides, I will protect you, don't worry." This time, Bu Wuchen nodded seriously. "Well, what I'm thinking about is indeed related to the Lin family. However, it's not that I'm afraid of their retaliation." The young man stroked his chin and continued, "But I'm thinking about what I should do to be sure to kill the Lin family." "Ah? The Qingluo girl was stunned when she heard this. You want to kill the Lin family? She originally thought that Bu Wuchen was absent-minded because he was afraid of the Lin family. Who would have thought that the young man was thinking about how to deal with one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City by himself? How audacious. Yes, their actions have repeatedly touched my reverse scale. Since they are already mortal enemies, what's so strange about me wanting to deal with them? Hey, I told you this because I treat you as a friend, so don't tell me anything. Seeing Bu Wuchen's fearless and self-righteous expression when he said this, Xianuoyi's heart trembled unconsciously. The words, "Don't be impulsive, there is a huge gap in strength, learn to be patient," and so on, that were about to come out of the girl's mouth were all swallowed back by the girl. When she opened her red lips slightly, she said something else. "Okay, since you are my friend, then this lady will help you. That old guy Lin Yunba dared to speak rudely to me before. I will deal with him. How about you take care of the others yourself?" Bu Wuchen chuckled and shook his head. "I appreciate the kindness of Fairy Sister. Although I don't mind being called a poor guy hiding under the protection of a woman by those guys who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, but..." At this point, Bu Wuchen's expression suddenly became serious. "That old dog Lin Yunba almost poisoned me to death. Of course, I have to avenge this with my own hands." As soon as the words fell, the soft light of the setting sun shone through the sparse shadows of the trees on the street and sprinkled on the boy's slightly raised face. The bright eyes seemed to contain a great ambition. The scorching eyebrows seemed to hide a lofty ambition. At this moment, Xianuoyi was actually mesmerized. Before she could think about it, this fairy-like person turned her head, pouted her red lips, and closed her eyes. She kissed the boy's resolute face, which was as sharp as a knife, softly. This scene happened so suddenly that Bu Wuchen was stunned. The instant touch of a pair of red lips suddenly imprinted on a piece of unfamiliar skin made Xianuoyi herself stunned. Oh no, I couldn't help it for a moment. How could I kiss this guy by chance? Although Xianuoyi, who is known as a witch, occasionally behaves like a seductive woman. But the reason why she did that was mostly to deliberately cover up something. No one could really get any advantage from her. Those male cultivators who had been frivolous and disrespectful to her often did not get any benefits, but instead had their offspring snapped. It was because of this that Xianuoyi's name of witch spread like wildfire. At this moment, an old and heavy voice came. "Ahem, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. I'll go over there again." "Ah!" Xianuoyi jumped away like a frightened deer. Her pretty face was rosy and dripping. Bu Wuchen touched his face that was pecked by a dragonfly, and his heartbeat quickened. Perhaps to divert his attention, he hurriedly asked, "What advice do you have for me, Dean?" "No advice." Zhou Wanan strode forward and said, "The reason I came here is to give you the badge of the special student. It is not only a symbol of identity, but also a pass to enter the Dan Hall and the highest-level secret room of the academy." After handing the thing to Bu Wuchen, the old man did not forget to wink at him. Recalling the scene he had just discovered, even the most obtuse person could instantly read the ambiguous meaning in the old man's eyes. "Okay, I've finished my work, so I won't bother you anymore." After that, Dean Zhou used his body movement skills and ran away so fast. "Humph, you disrespectful guy." Xianuoyi spat in annoyance, but the blush on his face did not fade for a long time. Bu Wuchen just snickered at the side. "You're laughing again? Still laughing? Believe it or not, I'll tie you up and throw you to the Lin family right now. I bet you can't bear to do that. You! Why are you still kicking my butt? Are you ashamed? Humph, I'll kick you to death, you little bastard." Hey, you just kissed me tenderly. How come in the blink of an eye? Is this script wrong? You dare to say that? Ouch, lady, spare me. Compared to the two of them fighting and playing happily, the Lin family at this time was full of gloom. "Patriarch, I want revenge. I want to cut that Bu into pieces." As he spoke, Lin Taoshu's old teeth were clenched and clattered. "As the chief alchemist of my Lin family, how can you be so loud and noisy?" "Lin," Yunba scolded coldly, "you have already passed the age of knowing your destiny. What storms have you not experienced? Are you really willing to be planted with a demon in your heart by a rising boy and never make a breakthrough in the way of alchemy?" Lin Yunba knew very well that the alchemy competition just now had left an indelible shadow on Lin Taoshu. At that time, The reason why he tried his best to protect Lin Taoshu in public was that he was worried about this. You know, Lin Taoshu is only 56 or 70 now. With his 7th level cultivation in the realm of controlling qi, he can live healthily for at least 20 or 30 years. The decline of the way of alchemy is much later than that of the way of martial arts. Even many alchemists become more and more skilled as they grow older, and they become more and more awesome as they get older. Therefore, Lin Yunba was looking forward to Lin Taoshu's breakthrough to the Xuan realm one day, and becoming the 2nd master of alchemy to reach the Xuan realm in Blood Dragon City in so many years. If this were true, his Lin family would definitely stand out from the 3 major families, and even be able to compete with the high-ranking city lord. However, plans were not as fast as changes. A sudden alchemy battle planted a demon in Lin Taoshu's heart after his defeat. If the demon is not eliminated, Lin Taoshu's alchemy realm will never improve even a little bit until his death. I naturally understand the good intentions of the clan leader, but I just can't help it. Lin Taoshu, who was sitting on the chair, lowered his head, grabbed his hair with both hands, and rubbed it randomly. Only by chopping that little beast into pieces can I relieve the hatred in my heart. By then, the inner demon will naturally be dispelled. After saying that, the old guy suddenly raised his head and looked at his clan leader with hope in his eyes. Lin Yunba frowned and snorted coldly. Based on the performance of that kid on the martial arts stage today, Zhou Wanan will definitely find ways to protect him. How can it be so easy to get rid of him? Hearing this, Lin Taoshu's face darkened. Why is Elder Lin so depressed? As the voice sounded, a young man of 17 or 18 years old came in slowly, waving a fan. After Lin Taoshu raised his eyelids and saw the person clearly, he said in a cold tone, "Young master, why do you have to ask questions knowingly and rub salt into my wounds?" It turned out that this young man was Lin Yunba's only son, the young master of the Lin family, Lin Liang. Hey, what are you talking about, Elder Lin? After hearing about your experience, I rushed here without stopping, not just to rub salt into your wounds out of boredom. Lin Liang was already considered a handsome man. Coupled with his calmness when speaking, it seemed as if he was born with the bearing of a leader. In the blood, Dragon City Academy, except for Wuchen, the newly promoted first-class special student of the Dan Hall, among the other 3 regular special students, Lin Liang was the strongest one. He said calmly, "That guy is now protected by both the dean and the evil woman surnamed Xia. Whether in the city or outside, it is extremely difficult to kill him. But I know a good way to get rid of him. We just need to do this and that." As he listened, Lin Taoshu's originally depressed eyes lit up. "Great! It's really great!" Lin Yunba also stroked his beard and nodded with a look of relief. "Yes, it's a good idea. Go ahead and do it. Your father will give you all the support." "Yes!" At this time, Wuchen didn't realize that a dark and poisonous hand had quietly reached out. At this moment, he looked at the yard in front of him that he had just moved into 2 days ago, and suddenly felt as if he was in another world. A few days ago, when he just crossed over, he was still a poor boy who was sick in bed and was almost killed by a villain. Now he has become a young genius with a huge sum of 220,000 gold and was promoted to the first-class special student of the academy. The reason for such a dramatic change is certainly due to the god-level selection system that has been coexisting with him for a long time. In addition, the person Wuchen should thank the most is probably the fairy sister beside him. The young man took a deep breath and said sincerely, "What happened today? And the past 2 days, you specially arranged for people to give me a house and provide protection. I remember all your kindness. If I say I'm repaying a favor, isn't that too distant? After all, our relationship, there's really nothing you can appreciate about me now. How about this? As long as I'm in Blood Dragon City for 1 day, I'll refine 1 day's Xuandan for you for free." Xianhui raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Ha, really? Then I won't be polite." "Well, but you have to provide the materials for refining the alchemy." Xianhui's smile, which had just bloomed, froze suddenly, and she rolled her eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You really have the nerve to say that." Wuchen touched his nose. "Heh, my family is not rich now, you know. When I become rich in the future, let alone help you refine some ordinary level pills. Even if it's Xuan grade or Ling grade, I will refine them all for you without blinking an eye. Isn't that good enough?" Xianhui snorted twice. "That's more like it." "Well, In order for me to become stronger as soon as possible, so that I can refine a higher grade Xuandan for you as soon as possible, you may have to do me a small favor. The Qingluo girl glared at her unhappily. Okay, so you are waiting for me here? Bu Wuchen's old face flushed. Although I'm asking you for help, I won't give you a penny less. Huh, you think I will be interested in your trifles? What's the matter? Tell me first. I want to buy some high-grade and top-quality Xuan Beast crystals from you, and one each of the 8 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and poison. Bu Wuchen said. When he was competing with Lin Taoshu in the alchemy battle before, he triggered the system option and got something called swallowing crystals to transform into Spirit's Order. Swallowing crystals to transform into Spirit's Order. According to the different realms of the user, after swallowing the corresponding Xuan crystal, the cultivation level will be greatly improved, and a variant Xuan energy will be awakened randomly. The higher the grade of the swallowed Xuan crystal, the more energy will be transformed into the user's cultivation value. Each level of cultivation has an upper limit of energy it can bear. The limit of swallowing crystals to transform into spirits corresponding to the Guanxi realm is high-grade upper grade. Special note, the user who uses this order must collect all 8 Xuan energy attribute Xuan crystals of the same grade and swallow them together. Otherwise, because the energy suddenly pouring into the body cannot reach a balance, the body will explode and die. The above is the reason why Bu Wuchen is looking for Xuan crystals. After hearing this, Xiaonuoyi's eyes flashed with surprise. You want to buy high-grade black crystals corresponding to 8 attributes right away? You have a big appetite. But do you know that even if you take out all the 200,000 gold coins you just won, it is far from enough to pay for the price of 8 high-grade black crystals? Ah? Bu Wuchen was stunned. He really didn't expect that high-grade black crystals would be so expensive. After all, the former eldest son of the Bu family rarely paid for black crystals and other things. As a stranger who traveled through time and space, Bu Wuchen's understanding of this new world basically came from the former eldest son of the Bu family. What the other party didn't know when he was alive, he naturally didn't know now. Why do you look like that? I didn't intend to ask you for money at all. After saying this, Xiaonuoyi waved her jade hand gently. Buzz! After a flash of inspiration, 3 crystal blocks the size of pebbles, shining with different colors, were held in the hands of the Qingluo girl. Take things out of thin air? Bu Wuchen subconsciously exclaimed. Storage ring? No wonder Bu Wuchen was so surprised. The original owner of the body he possessed was also a descendant of a wealthy family in the imperial capital, and naturally understood how expensive storage rings were. In the imperial capital city where wealthy families gathered, it was okay. But in the cold frontiers like Blood Dragon City, often only the lord of a city, or the dean of the Xuanqi Academy, with a transcendent status had the ability to get a storage ring. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of him actually had one. Then, he thought of the person in front of him, who dared to call herself aunt in front of the city lord. It didn't seem surprising that a person like her had a storage ring. Lin Taoshu seemed to have mentioned the World Business Alliance before. I don't know what kind of connection Xiaonuoyi has with the World Business Alliance. Just as Bu Wuchen was lost in thought, Xiaonuoyi stuffed the black crystal into his hand. He said, I only have 3 high-grade black crystals with wind, thunder, and poison attributes. For the rest, you have to figure it out yourself. Bu Wuchen didn't pretend to be hypocritical. After thanking him, he directly put the 3 black crystals into his sleeve pocket. Although he has a portable warehouse, this is a big secret related to a murder case, even though Bu Wuchen trusted the Qingluo girl very much. But if this little demon girl found out that he was not wearing a storage ring, but had performed a method similar to that of a storage ring, with her curiosity about her identity and origin, she would definitely get to the bottom of it. In order to avoid this unnecessary trouble, it is better to hide it for now. At this time, Xiaonuoyi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, By the way, you want so many high-grade Xuan crystals. Are you planning to refine Xuan-grade lower-grade pills? No. Bu Wuchen shook his head. With my current pill skills, I am still a little short of the heat to refine Xuan-grade pills. The Qingluo girl said coquettishly, Oh, it's really rare to hear you say something humble. Brother is a self-aware person, right? Xiaonuoyi couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, thinking, You who plan to launch a revenge war against the entire Lin family by your own strength. You can also be called self-aware. But Wuchen continued, to be honest, these 8 kinds of black crystals are used by me to restore my cultivation. The Qingluo girl was surprised. Huh? Use black crystals to restore my cultivation? This is the first time I've heard of this. But with her vision, she already knew that the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders, so she was not too surprised. Just casually said, when you return to the 9th level of the observation of Qi realm, you must make plans to break through the controlling Qi realm and choose a certain Xuaneng attribute. There can only be one Xuaneng attribute in the body of a cultivator. Unless your Xuangong is abolished and you have to start practicing again, otherwise, the selected Xuaneng attribute will follow you for life. As an alchemist, the best choice for the Xuanqi attribute is naturally the fire system. The technique you practice is of the fire system, right? Don't wait until you break through the controlling Qi realm to suddenly find that you have awakened a Xuaneng that is not of the fire system. In fact, for Wuchen, no matter which Xuaneng attribute he awakens, it doesn't matter. With the support of the system, as long as he raises his Dan realm level and refines Xuandan of the corresponding grade, he will naturally have a 100% success rate. It has nothing to do with what Xuaneng attribute he awakens. However, the concern revealed in the words of the Qingluo girl made Wuchen very happy. She said with a sly smile, "Hey, as the saying goes, if someone is too attentive without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Fairy sister cares about me so much. Could it be that you like me?" "Stop being so conceited." Xiaonuo spat coquettishly, rolled her beautiful eyes and said, "I'm worried that you'll be stupid and ruin your bright future in the way of alchemy." "Then, won't you be able to make alchemy for me for free?" Wuchen pretended to sigh sadly and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that I treated you as my confidant, but you treated me as your alchemy slave." "Ah?" The Qingluo woman felt her heart unconsciously pulled. Actually, not really." Wuchen suddenly smiled slyly. "Hey, in fact, compared to being an alchemy slave for a fairy sister like you, I would rather be a sex slave." "What did you say?" Nothing. I just said that I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." After the other party ran away, Xiaonuo suddenly came to her senses, feeling ashamed and angry. "How dare you tease me, Wuchen? Humph, you ran fast this time." The Qingluo girl didn't know that 2 blushes quietly appeared on her cheeks. "Huh? Wait. That kid took 3 high-grade black crystals from me, and I didn't ask him a word about his identity and origin of the blood dragon mark." Xiaonuo stamped her feet in anger. "Humph, I will pry your mouth open sooner or later." Seeing Wuchen coming back, Wan Xiaoyao ran to heat up the food happily. Not long after, at the dining table, Wuchen couldn't help but ask curiously, "I was busy all night yesterday, but you two weren't as anxious as I thought." "This is all thanks to that senior vice president. She sent someone to send a letter to tell us that you were in seclusion in Song's Danfang to make pills, so we shouldn't worry." After that, Wan Xiaoyao looked at her young master with admiration in her eyes. "Young master, when did you become a pill master? I didn't know anything about it." Wuchen adjusted his hair in a very arrogant way. "Hey, young master, I have many more powerful skills. It was just because of the special circumstances that it was inconvenient to show them before." "Wow, I knew that young master was the best." Wan Xiaoyao's eyes were full of stars. Speaking of which, Wan Xiaoyao was loyal to the eldest son of the Bu family. She was even more impressed by the reborn Wuchen, who rose strongly and defeated the Lin brothers. Later, Wuchen awakened the spirit of eye-catching, which made Wan Xiaoyao's already high favorability towards her young master reach a new peak. The old servant Achen's weathered face was also filled with unconcealed excitement. "Young master, you really know how to make pills?" "Of course. Look at what this is." Wuchen showed his waist badge. "Alchemy Hall, first-class special student?" The old servant Achen's eyes widened instantly. Although the Blood Dragon City Academy is far inferior to the Imperial Capital Academy, but being able to obtain the status of first-class special student is enough to prove that Wuchen has an extremely outstanding talent in the way of alchemy. "Young master, you have made progress." Achun couldn't help but swallow a little. Over the years, Achun can be said to have watched Wuchen grow up with all his heart, and deep in his heart, he has long regarded him as half his own child. He saw that his children and grandchildren had not been defeated after a great catastrophe, but had undergone a gratifying transformation. He felt so relieved. This is just the beginning. Bu Wuchen grinned. When my alchemy skills improve, it is not impossible to refine the mysterious elixir that can help you repair your Dantian meridians. Alas, master, you have this heart, and I am grateful to you. I have no regrets in my death. Baba, what do you mean by death? Heh, master. Wan Xiaoyao smiled more and more brightly. In the past, in the imperial capital, Wan Xiaoyao followed Bu Wuchen's only grandson and had seen many alchemists from large families. Those people were all awe-inspiring and respected. Some of the alchemy masters with profound Taoism were so polite that even General Bu had to show them respect. When she thought about her young master, who had also become a Xuandan master, and that at such a young age he had already been designated as a first-class special student in the Dan Hall of the Blood Dragon City Academy, given time and achievement, he might be able to surpass those Dan Dao masters in the imperial capital. This pretty little maid felt a sense of pride. By the way, take these gold coins and spend them. Bu Wuchen stretched out his hand and handed a few silver notes to each of Ah Chun and Wan Xiaoyao. Hiss! All of them are worth 500 gold? Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Ah Chun were both shocked. Master, we haven't spent all the money you gave us last time, and now. Just spend it when I told you to. Why are you being polite to me? Bu Wuchen stuffed the silver notes to the two of them without questioning and said, Make up for your weak physical condition after your Xuan Gong was abolished. Otherwise, when I have time to refine the Xuan Dan one day, help you repair your Dantian meridians, or even help you restore your cultivation, but find that your physical foundation cannot withstand the medicinal power of the Xuan Dan, wouldn't it be a waste of time? But compared to us, master, whether you are practicing Dan or martial arts, you need a lot of cultivation resources. How can you? Without waiting for Wan Xiaoyao to finish, Bu Wuchen directly took out the 2 silver notes with a face value of 100,000 gold and shook them in front of them. At this moment, the eyes of the two of them were a little straight. Even when they were in the imperial capital before, as Bu Wuchen's confidants, they had never seen such a large amount of silver notes. After all, the Bu family had very strict family education. In addition to the routine distribution of training resources, Bu Wuchen was strictly controlled in terms of money. What I give you is just a drop in the bucket. Spend it freely and don't feel bad. Spend these gold coins to arm yourself. When you become stronger, you will be more helpful to me, right? The two of them accepted the silver notes with peace of mind. After a comfortable dinner, several strange voices suddenly came from outside the house. Ah, lady, spare me! Humph, you are sneaking around the alley and you have bad intentions. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. We are classmates of Senior Bu Wuchen. We came here to ask for his help. In that case, why didn't you knock on the door? Instead, you look like you were going to climb over the wall to get in? That's because our visit this time is of great importance, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. So, this lady is too lazy to listen to your chatter. Go and talk to Bu Wuchen yourself. As soon as the words fell, Bu Wuchen only felt a flash in front of his eyes. There were 5 more strangers in the courtyard. Among them, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were pale, obviously frightened. On their right arms, they all wore badges symbolizing senior class students of Blood Dragon City College. In addition, there was a tall woman with delicate features wearing a tan leather jacket. Judging from her appearance, she was only about 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, her left hand was hanging in the air with 5 fingers spread wide. From the fingertips, 4 thin ice threads like spider silk were ejected, tying the hands of the 4 students behind their backs. Bu Wuchen was stunned. Although this woman was not as stunning as fairy sister, Xianhuoyime, she was also a beauty that could topple a city or a country, especially her cold temperament, which made her even more stunning. Bodyguard sister? Wan Xiaoyao exclaimed in surprise. Then she stood up and introduced, Master, this is the bodyguard sister. After the young master and Lin Zhuxian had a gambling fight, the bodyguard sister repelled the bad guys who came to harass him again and again. Bu Wuchen suddenly realized and nodded slightly. Bodyguard? This name? Unique. Ah, no, it's not. Wan Xiaoyao blushed and explained hurriedly. I once asked you your name, but you said you were just a temporary bodyguard and didn't mention your name. So that's why Yaoer. I see. Bu Wuchen nodded to show his understanding. Then he walked to the front of the leather-clad woman with big strides and clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help, Excellency." After that, he took out 3 small porcelain bottles containing ordinary-grade top-grade xuandan from his sleeve pocket and handed them over. These were all secretly collected by Wuchen when he was in seclusion at the Song's Danfang. At the beginning, Wuchen only took out half of the refined xuandan, and Song Hechuan was so surprised that he almost jumped up. If he gave all of them to the other party, he would be shocked. Moreover, the 100% success rate of refining the ordinary-grade top-grade xuandan is too scary. Even Dean Zhou, whose xuan skills have reached the xuanjing, can never do it. Wuchen was also worried that he would cause unnecessary trouble if he behaved too evil. Therefore, keeping the second half of the xuandan privately is also an inevitable way to protect himself. Here are a few ordinary-grade, top-grade healing pills and recovery pills. Please accept them, Wuchen said. If it weren't for the protection of this bodyguard lady in front of him, Ah Chun and Wan Xiaoyao would have suffered the murderous hands of the Lin family long ago. Therefore, Wuchen's gratitude to the leather-clad woman at this moment was completely sincere. Seeing this scene, the 4 students who came to Wuchen for help suddenly had their eyes lit up and were envious. Oh my god, heave away several ordinary-grade, top-grade xuandan in one go? This senior Bu is really generous. Before this, the 4 of them had seen Wuchen's performance in the martial arts performance field, so they would not doubt the authenticity of those pills. Compared with these students, the attitude of the leather-clad woman seemed much colder. She didn't even glance at the xuandan, and just said 2 words lightly. "No need." "Sister, are you so cold?" Wuchen curled his lips. Since the other party was unwilling to accept the thank you gift, he naturally had no reason to give it to her shamelessly. At this moment, the only girl among the 4 students spoke in a delicate voice. "Senior Bu, I came all the way to ask you for help, and I have absolutely no ill intentions. I never thought that such a powerful big sister would suddenly appear. I am really so wronged. I don't know if this soft and cute girl is really delicate or just pretending to be coquettish." After she finished speaking, a layer of mist actually covered her big eyes. At this time, the other 3 also spoke one after another. "Senior Bu." "Oh no, Master Bu, the reward for the task we just received is negotiable. But what is certain is that the mysterious sponsor who issued the task is definitely capable. In addition, he is willing to advance half of the reward in advance. Is it true?" Hearing this, Wuchen was really moved. His expression caught the eyes of the 4 people, and they all had the same thought in their minds. Brother Lin really has a keen eye. He has long seen that this Bu is very greedy for money. But then again, it was because of this guy's 2 gambling fights that Mr. Lin saw through his weakness. The few people who were secretly happy in their hearts, but changed their faces to an expression of fear and trepidation, patting their chests and assuring, "Of course this is true." The task is posted in the mission hall of the Academy. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it in person. Besides, you are now the only first-class special student since the founding of Blood Dragon City Academy. You are on par with several vice presidents. We 4 juniors in the advanced class would not dare to lie to you even if we had the guts to do so. Wuchen nodded lightly without comment. Then he said directly, "How about this? You go and talk to the sponsor. If he can advance me 5 high-grade xuan crystals with the xuan energy attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, I will accept this mission." "Ah? High-grade xuan crystals? Must they correspond to the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth?" The 4 students were shocked by Wuchen's request. You know, only after the death of the xuan beast can people obtain the xuan crystal as its energy essence. But most of the time, when the xuan beast dies, the xuan crystal in its body will also collapse, and the high-grade xuan crystal is the essence that can only be condensed by the high-grade xuan beast. The cultivation level of human cultivators, from low to high, is Mongwu realm, Guanxi realm, Yuki realm, Tongshan realm. Compared with this, the level of cultivation of xuan beasts is also clearly defined. From weak to strong they are Awakening Mystic Beast, Primary Mystic Beast, Intermediate Mystic Beast, High-Level Mystic Beast. If we compare the realms of humans and mystic beasts one by one, we will find that the combat power of high-level top-grade mystic beast is comparable to the existence of 7th to 9th layer of the divine realm. Looking at the entire Blood Dragon City, It is not necessarily possible to find a cultivator who can kill a high-level top-grade mystic beast alone. Even if a large group of masters team up and defeat a high-level top-grade mystic beast with great effort, it is still unknown whether its mystic crystal is preserved intact. And now, Wuchen opened his mouth and asked for 5 high-level top-grade mystic crystals, and they must cover the 5 different attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is simply asking too much. The 4 of them couldn't help but think with a guilty conscience. This guy? Could he have noticed something? So he deliberately made such an excessive request, wanting to see us make a fool of ourselves? Wuchen waited for a while, and seeing that they were still in a daze, he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Can you tell me whether it's okay or not? If you think you can't handle it, just lead the way, and I will talk to the person who issued the task in person." At this time, the bodyguard lady wrapped in leather jacket asked coldly, "Why don't I just help them to the end and get rid of these annoying flies?" "Oh, no, no, no." Several people hurriedly expressed their opinions. Although the reward for the task requested by Senior Bu is very high, it may not be impossible to negotiate. Yes, we will go to the sponsor who issued the task to discuss it. As for the matter of you personally taking action, just imagine, when the sponsor sees you, how can he be willing to share the benefits with us, a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals? I hope Senior Bu can understand. That's right, please give us some time, Senior Bu. Seeing that what the others said was reasonable, Wuchen did not doubt it. Thinking that there would be no loss in trying, he nodded. "Okay, go and come back quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard lady, who was as cold as an iceberg, put away the ice silk in her hand and let the others leave. Then she lightly tapped the ground with her lotus feet. After a swoosh sound, the beautiful figure disappeared without a trace in the fragrant wind. Not long after, in the tavern at the end of the street that had closed early in the morning, the 4 advanced class students who had just left Wuchen's house gathered here. "Young Master Lin, there is indeed an incredibly powerful young woman in Wuchen's house. From the way she condensed the ice, silk, and bound us, it seems that she is cultivating the water-based mysterious energy." The young Master Lin they were talking about was the young patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Liang. At this moment, the young man was lying comfortably on the armchair, closing his eyes to rest. But after listening for a while, Lin Liang frowned impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's get down to business." Yes. Several people were sweating in their hearts. After all, the conditions proposed by Wuchen were simply too high. They were afraid that they would leave a bad impression of being incompetent in the mind of the eldest son of the Lin family. But now they could only bite the bullet and tell the truth. Lin Liang listened and his eyes widened. What? 5 high-grade black crystals. They have to correspond to the 5 different properties of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Yes. Young Master Lin, do you think that Bu has heard some rumors and is deliberately messing with us? Impossible! Lin Liang shook his head fiercely. Everyone who knows about this wants to cut that guy into pieces, so how could they let the news leak out? At this point, Lin Liang seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his pair of meaningful eyes scanned the 4 people in front of him one by one. The 4 of them suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by an extremely ferocious and vicious beast, and their bodies trembled unconsciously, and they dared not breathe. Finally, it was the pretty female student who forced out a coquettish smile and said, "Mr. Lin, you are not doubting me, are you? I have already given myself to you without reservation. How could I possibly team up with outsiders to deal with my lover? Don't you agree?" By the end of the conversation, the woman had already fallen into the other man's arms, deliberately twisting her rather hot waist and acting coquettishly. Seeing this, the 3 male students also hurriedly expressed their loyalty one after another. "Mr. Lin, we were able to enter the advanced class because of your support. If you hadn't helped us, we, who came from a poor family, would have been drowned in the crowd long ago. How could we have the glory today?" "That's right, Mr. Lin. You have been so kind to us, and we will never betray you no matter what. I am willing to swear an oath. I am willing to do so." "Me too." Although with their Taoism, they only have a vague understanding of the legendary blood oath that all cultivators must abide by. But this does not affect them from swearing an oath in their own way. You know, people in this world still value oaths. If you break your oath, Even if you have not been punished by the divine punishment of heaven at the level of a blood oath, it will often make the person who breaks the oath secretly plant a demon in his heart. This is no joke. Lin Liang just watched without saying a word. After the four of them had sworn an oath with extremely serious consequences, he smiled hypocritically and said, "Oh, I was just joking with you just now. Why is it so? I'm going to say this today. As long as you can get rid of Wuchen according to the plan. After this year's 100 schools competition is over, I guarantee that each of you will get unimaginable resources and rewards." The four of them were delighted. In fact, with their cultivation, they are only one step away from the threshold of the elite class. But they are a little old. If they continue to practice step by step, they may not be promoted to the Qi control realm, but because of the problem of age, they will have to graduate as senior class students. But as long as the wealthy Lin family is willing to lend them a hand, then the hope of the four of them successfully advancing to the elite class before their age reaches the line will undoubtedly be much greater. In Blood, Dragon City, whoever can graduate as an elite class student will get a ticket to the future path of being the best. Lin Liang said with determination, "With the foundation of my Lin family's business of Xuan crystals from generation to generation, 5 high-grade Xuan crystals with corresponding properties are not impossible to get. Since that Bu wants it, give it to him. After he dies, he will have to spit out as much as he eats, and what you have to do is to bring Bu Wuchen's head back to me intact." The four people nodded in agreement. Not long after, they brought the 5 Xuan crystals to Bu Wuchen. Bu Wuchen, who has awakened the special profession of appraiser, can tell the authenticity of things at a glance. He was so happy that he said, "Wow, these are all real stuff." He wanted to take out the swallowing crystals and transforming spirits order and swallow and refine the 8 black crystals he had obtained one after another. But reason reminded him that there were a few strangers standing in front of him whose background he didn't know, so he couldn't be reckless. He praised, "You 4 are quite reliable." Several people said respectfully, "It is also a blessing for us to have the opportunity to share the worries of seniors." Bu Wuchen scratched his head. "Haha, this makes me a little embarrassed. You are sincere, and I am not vague. From now on, I am a member of the group. Wait a moment, I will go in and eat a few bites of food and change clothes, and then we will set off. Tell me in detail what the mission is on the way. In fact, changing clothes and eating are just a cover. Bu Wuchen just wants to hide in a deserted place and use the swallowing crystals and transforming spiritor." At this time, the little girl pretended to be about to cry in anxiety and said pitifully, "Senior, we really can't delay any longer." Although the sponsor agreed to the request for an advance of 5 high-grade, top-grade black crystals, he was very dissatisfied with our exorbitant price, and set a time limit. If the task cannot be completed within 1 hour, we will have to double compensate for his losses. You said just in case, woo-woo. The girl was crying, and the 3 boys over there also struck while the iron was hot to persuade her. "Don't cry. Senior Bu will definitely not watch us pay twice the money to the sponsor in vain. Yes, the mission location is near Blood Dragon City. We can get there soon if we hurry. Moreover, with the senior's amazing alchemy skills, it won't take long for us to extract the medicinal essence of a 9-fire ring ice grass." For a moment, Bu Wuchen was really moved by these people's words of retreating to advance. "So you guys kept it a secret from me and silently bore such a great pressure. Okay, then let's go directly." "Really? That's great. Senior is such a kind-hearted brother." Girl who was originally crying stopped hesitating in an instant. She turned around and praised Bu Wuchen. The repeated calls of "good brother" made the bodyguard girl beside him shiver uncontrollably, and goosebumps appeared on her skin layer by layer. "By the way, I haven't asked you about your current level of Xuan cultivation, Senior?" a boy suddenly asked. Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows in confusion. "Didn't you choose to team up with me to extract the essence of the 9-fire ring ice grass? Why are you suddenly concerned about my Xuanshu realm now?" "That's because the mission location we are going to is a bit special." The boy replied respectfully, "Any cultivator above the Qi control realm will be blocked by a strange energy barrier and cannot enter the mission location at all. I want to say, if your cultivation level has broken through the Qi control realm, then while there is still some time, we have to find other people to help." "I see." Bu Wuchen did not doubt him. Then you can rest assured because my current Xuanshu realm has only reached the 7th level of the Qi observation realm. I didn't expect that there is such a magical place outside of this blood dragon city. Swoosh! Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew past everyone's ears. In the blink of an eyelid, a pretty figure in a tight leather jacket suddenly appeared in front of them. Who else could this woman with a hot body, wrapped in a signature black and red leather jacket, in stark contrast to her cold temperament, be other than the bodyguard lady? After recognizing the person, Bu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, young lady, you are on my side. Otherwise, I would not be able to sleep at all when I thought of such a powerful enemy who appears and disappears out of nowhere. The cold female bodyguard just glanced at Bu Wuchen and said, "That place is called the Night Forbidden Forest. At nightfall, any human cultivator who enters it will not be able to come out alive. Only during the daytime, cultivators below the Qi control realm can set foot there." The four nodded in unison. What the lady said is right. The location of our mission this time is the Night Forbidden Forest. The bodyguard lady didn't even look at them and said in a cold tone, "As far as I know, the 9-fire ring ice grass is a plant unique to the Night Forbidden Forest, and its number is extremely rare. Plus, the Night Forbidden Forest is an extremely dangerous place. The number of adventurers willing to take great risks to enter the Forbidden Night Forest, find the 9-fire ring ice grass, and finally successfully bring it back is pitifully small. Because of this, no one has been able to figure out what kind of efficacy the 9-fire ring ice grass contains. So I'm very curious. How come someone would suddenly advance a high reward of 5 high-grade, top-quality black crystals just to get the medicinal spirit of a 9-fire ring ice grass? Isn't that person afraid that the black crystals he paid in advance will be buried in the Forbidden Night Forest, together with the people who did the task? As soon as these words came out, the four of them felt a tightness in their hearts. He said with a stiff face, "How can we guess what the financier is thinking?" That's right, as the saying goes, fortune comes with risk. Since they can offer a price that I can't refuse, why not go all out and give it a try? Okay, let's go. Anyway, the 8 black crystals are already in hand. If he really encounters any danger, he can directly activate the swallowing crystals to transform Spirit's Order and refine the black crystals. His cultivation level will be able to increase by 2 or 3 levels, right? With the help of the Earth-level body technique, instant shadow step, and the heaven-level black technique, one finger to the Yellow Spring Road, it should be no problem to protect himself. Bu Wuchen came to the outside of the courtyard, turned over and jumped onto the fast horse that the 4 people had prepared in advance, and suddenly felt a warmth on his back. Then a jade hand went directly around his waist and grabbed the reins. Then a cold voice came into his ears. "Let go! I'll do it!" "Huh, Miss Bodyguard? What are you doing?" It turned out that the girl in leather clothes suddenly jumped up and rode with Bu Wuchen. Just when Bu Wuchen was confused, he heard the other party's emotionless voice again. "Although my cultivation level cannot accompany you into the Night Forbidden Forest, but it is more than enough to protect your safety on the road." What? Don't look at me with that expression. I am entrusted with the task of being loyal to others. Okay, thank you. Shi-yu-yu. At this moment, the horse raised its neck and legs. Bu Wuchen, who had just loosened the reins and had not had time to grab the saddle, was leaned back by the horse's action. Then he felt a warm and comfortable fragrance on his back. After this feeling was about to break, the bodyguard said in a bad tone, "You are sitting too far back. Move forward a little." "Oh, okay." At this time, the bodyguard's face, which was always as cold as ice, was unconsciously flushed. It was a pity that Bu Wuchen, who was sitting in the front, had no chance to see this rare and beautiful painting. Strange, how could I? The bodyguard was also shocked by her uncharacteristic behavior. In the past, even if she was in a hurry, she would definitely find another horse, and how could she ride with the opposite sex? And being knocked down. There, even if the other party didn't do it on purpose, she would inevitably give him a lesson. But now, she couldn't bring herself to teach him a lesson. Humph, it's all that witch's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have condescended to be a bodyguard. The leather jacket woman thought angrily. She could never imagine that her special treatment for Bu Wuchen was because he had awakened a permanent passive attribute, the spirit of eye contact. Any opposite sex, the moment they see Bu Wuchen, their favorability will quietly soar. Poor Qingluo girl didn't know that she was inexplicably blamed. At this moment, Wuchen said, "Well, in order not to accidentally bump into you again, how about we change positions?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it was bad. If he changed positions, wouldn't the iceberg beauty be directly in his arms? Wouldn't that be more advantageous? "Stop talking nonsense!" The bodyguard's sister snorted in annoyance and pinched the horse's belly fiercely. "Go! Shi-yu-yu!" The horse neighed and ran wildly. "Hey, senior! Wait for us! Come to think of it, you're quite capable. Not only does Xianuoi hold you in the palm of her hand, but even Din Zhao treats you as a treasure." Wuchen smiled complacently and adjusted his hairstyle in a very pretentious manner. "Oh, my damn talent!" The bodyguard girl frowned. The four guys with bad intentions were secretly complaining in their hearts. "Humph! Even if your alchemy skills are amazing, so what? Once you enter the Forbidden Night Forest, you'll be lambs to be slaughtered in front of us." Speaking of which, it's a good thing that young Master Lin took into consideration that this Bu guy has the protection of that witch and Din Zhou, so he didn't plan to take action in the city or on the way. Otherwise, once the crime of assassinating a special student from the Blood Dragon City Academy is confirmed, the consequences. Young Master Lin, and even the entire Lin family, will find it hard to bear. Although the Forbidden Night Forest has a strange and terrifying reputation, it is not far from Blood Dragon City. Going west out of the city gate, Wuchen only encountered a few wild beasts and two primary mysterious beasts along the way, except for a few human hunters. They appeared majestically, but they were killed by the bodyguard's sister in a clean and neat manner after only 3 seconds of showing off. Wuchen and his party rode at full speed and soon arrived at the destination. The land under their feet was still surrounded by lush trees, flowers, and plants. But when you look at the road in front of you, which is big enough for 4 or 5 carriages to run parallel, it has become a barren land that stretches as far as the eye can see. This is not the legendary mirage scene, right? Wuchen muttered in his heart. "How long are you going to be stunned?" The bodyguard's sister said coldly, "We're here. Get off the horse." Oh. The bumpy road came here, and although the bodyguard's sister was very careful, the two people riding on the same horse could not avoid some physical contact. If it were usual, she, with her cold personality, would have kicked the other person off the horse. But now, she just spoke to Wuchen in a colder tone, which was already considered unusually gentle. The bodyguard's sister tied the horse and said, "Listen, the forbidden power of the Night Forbidden Forest is only aimed at human cultivators, and has no effect on mysterious beasts. After entering, do not go deeper than 18 miles. Otherwise, with your cultivation, you will become food in the mouth of the mysterious beast." Finally, this cold and beautiful woman said in a voice that only Wuchen could hear, "This lady still feels that this mission is not right. You take care of yourself." After that, she jumped onto a big tree and lay down with her eyes closed to rest. "Senior, can we go in quickly? I'm scared after staying here for too long." The girl deliberately put on a tender and pitiful look and spoke in a delicate voice. After chatting casually along the way, Wuchen already knew the names of several of his companions. The girl with a coquettish voice and a bit of beauty was named Feng Jieshuang. The boy with a medium build and a side-parted hairstyle was named Li Duanfeng. The boy with a hideous snake-shaped scar on his left arm extending from the wrist to the shoulder was named Chu Chaoyang. The shortest one was named Qian Dali. The 4 of them were all top students in the senior class of the college, with the cultivation level of the 9th peak of the Qi-observing realm. Speaking of which, the former eldest son of the Bu family was a classmate of the 4 of them at the beginning. But at that time, Wuchen had just been demoted to this cold city in the fortress, and his heart was already full of resentment and unwillingness. How could he still have the mind to make friends with new classmates? Yes, Senior Bu, at night, the Forbidden Night Forest is a deadly evil place for human cultivators. Let's hurry up and go in, shall we? Li Duanfeng said in a flattering and slightly anxious tone. Well, you said it's dangerous only at night, and it's still morning now. And you said before that the sponsor who issued the task was not happy with my exorbitant price, so he deliberately only gave a 1-hour deadline. Even if we don't have to wait until dark, as long as it exceeds 1 hour, the task will be considered a failure. Wuchen asked in confusion. This is a bit complicated to explain. Feng Jisheng said delicately, "Why don't we go in first and tell senior brother about the strangeness of this forbidden night forest while looking for the task items, okay?" "Okay, let's go." The moment the few of them stepped onto the deserted road, suddenly there was a boom sound, like thunder in the clear sky. Wuchen felt his feet lighten, and the whole person seemed to be pulled by a strange force and fell into a twisted space door. From the bodyguard's point of view, 5 living people just disappeared out of thin air. Only the clear footprints on the barren road proved that everyone had just been here. At this time, in the night-forbidden forest, in front of Wuchen, there were no longer large areas of barrenness. Instead, there was a lush and green scene of primitive jungle. No wonder everyone chose to dismount and walk before entering this place. In such a deep forest, ordinary horses can't run at all. The moist air, mixed with the unique fragrance of plants, made Wuchen exclaimed, "Wow, this is really not just a mirage." A sweet voice suddenly came to his ears. "Senior brother, you have been working hard all the way. Drink some water?" "Okay, thank you." Wuchen thanked him and took the water bag handed over by the other party and was about to put it to his mouth. He didn't notice that Feng Jishuang's peach eyes were full of sinister smiles of success. Drink it, just a small sip, and you can die without anyone knowing. When the time comes, push your death to the mysterious beast in the night-forbidden forest, and it will be all over, ha ha! However, when Wuchen handed the spout to his mouth, the words of the bodyguard's sister suddenly flashed in his mind. "This mission is a bit weird. You can do it yourself." Thinking back to the time when he was almost killed by the poison that the head of the Lin family had put on the banknotes because of his lack of experience in the martial arts world, Wuchen subconsciously stopped further action. During this moment of hesitation, a strong, murderous intent suddenly came from his side, making Wuchen's hair stand on end. The sudden attack of the burning murderous intent made Wuchen terrified, and he quickly activated the instant shadow step, swoosh! As a strong wind blew up beside his ears, the young man's figure had already teleported to the shadow of a tree dozens of steps away. With the instant shadow step, any place with a shadow within a radius of 100 steps can be reached in an instant. After being stunned for a moment, Feng Jishuang couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in her eyes. "Huh? You can dodge my fatal blow? Your alertness is not bad? Your body movement is also amazing." The woman licked her red lips and said seductively, "If you were not a thorn in the eyes of Mr. Lin, you would be qualified to be my subordinate." As soon as these words came out, Li Duanfeng, who was of medium build and had a side-parted hairstyle, was immediately unhappy. He was jealous. "Huh, you and Mr. Lin? That's fine. Now you actually like such a guy?" So he snorted coldly and said viciously, "So what? He still has to die." Chu Chaoyang, who had a hideous snake-shaped scar on his left arm, smiled grimly. Hey, Wuchen, our senior Bu, I advise you to give up resistance and diopy. Now how could Wuchen not know that he was being plotted against? Mr. Lin? Humph, the Lin family again? So you guys are the hired dogs of the Lin family? Wuchen's words became colder and colder. The unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more burning. The 4 people laughed when they heard this. Especially Dali, the one with the shortest head, grinned to his ears and sneered, "Oh! Ha ha ha, Senior Bu is so powerful!" "You haven't noticed the abnormality in yourself yet, have you?" Wuchen frowned. Just now he saw the word poisoned written on his attribute panel. Although the poisoning was not serious, in a short period of time, he could only exert the Xuanshu combat power of the 2nd level of the Guanxi realm. What's worse is that because of the poisoning, the Xuanqi in his Dantian Xuanfu has also been diluted by more than half. If he only has one opponent at the 9th level of the Guanxi realm, Wuchen can fight with his existing combat power, combined with the ability bonuses of strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, bronze skin and iron bones, and speed of a cheetah. But the problem is that at this moment, there are 4 opponents at the peak of the 9th level of the Guanxi realm who have revealed their weapons. The way they look at Wuchen at this moment is like a tiger or a hungry wolf staring at a fat sheep. As he slowly approached in a fan-shaped encirclement, he said, "From your expression, you should have sensed it, right? You should feel honored. You know, the poison that young Master Lin used to deal with you is very valuable. That's right. As long as 2 or 3 drops enter your stomach, you will die instantly. Even if you don't drink it, Smelling a little bit of poison will greatly suppress your cultivation. We have already taken the antidote when being looked at like that. So, I advise you to give up your fearless struggle. If you cut your neck with a knife, you may die more cleanly. Ha! Just at this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Hand over all the resources in the portable warehouse and pray that the other party will let you go. Reward for this option: a small 3D stereoscopic icon of a dog head to save your life. Option 2. Find a way to escape from the pursuit. Reward for this option: after escaping successfully, you will receive 20,000 gold coins and a pair of golden boots for escapers. Option 3. Don't beg for mercy or run away, but kill 4 people instead. Reward for this option: after successfully killing 4 people, you will receive a battle pet order and an invisibility talisman. Wuchen, who had been frowning, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Ha, here it comes! Brother decisively chose the third option. Well, it's a pity that the reward for this option can only be obtained after the counter kill is successful. Otherwise, use the invisibility talisman to escape, and then use the battle pet order to catch a powerful mystical beast as a battle pet, and killing 4 people will be a piece of cake. After all, in this night-forbidden forest, 2-legged human cultivators are hard to find, but powerful mystical beasts with 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 legs can often be encountered. Just as Wuchen's mind was in a state of confusion, Feng Jieshuang, who was always good at observing people's expressions, immediately caught the subtle changes in Wuchen's expression. She immediately had a bad premonition and said to her companions, "Hey, stop talking so much. Be careful of the consequences. You have heard about the bet between this guy and Lin Juxian before." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the wind-cutting sword in her hand and rushed forward to kill him. After hearing what Feng Jieshuang said, the other 3 also put away their contempt and pushed their Xuan gang to the limit, rushing towards Wuchen. In this open area, 1 against 4, I will definitely lose. After this thought flashed through his mind, Wuchen turned around and ran. Humph, escape? Do you think you can escape? Li Duanfeng sneered. Chu Chaoyang habitually licked the scar on his arm, with a fierce light in his eyes. Hey, run away, run away. It's fun to play with a dying prey. Chase it quickly. Don't let this little beast run too far. Feng Jieshuang reminded with a serious face. Don't forget, this is the forbidden night forest known as the desperate place for mankind. Chu Chaoyang, who was the most playful, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. We really can't let him run around like a headless fly. In the forbidden night forest, within 18 miles from the entrance, the number of mysterious beasts is extremely rare. Occasionally we encounter them, but they are only low-level mysterious beasts. But once you go deeper than 18 miles, you will gradually step into the territories of those powerful mysterious beasts. What if you encounter a high-level mysterious beast, or even the legendary spiritual-level mysterious beast? If it farts, it can kill several 9th-level Guanxi realm masters. For a moment, several people chased even harder. Hoo. In the dense primeval jungle, several figures chased each other. In addition to the whistling of the wind, there was also the rustling sound of the leaves rubbing against each other, which together composed a murderous night song. Although Wuchen was poisoned, which seriously affected his realm's strength, but the ability bonus of cheetah wind speed made him only slightly inferior to the 4 people in terms of speed. In addition, the instant shadow step was used at the beginning to open up a distance of dozens of steps, and there were many winding turning points in the forest. In a short time, the 4 people could not catch up with him. Kill me? Haha, it's better to follow me and eat dust. Wuchen sneered and challenged. Several people looked gloomy. Humph, don't be so proud. The poison has been deeply rooted until now, and you have been running fast. The consumption of your inner strength has increased. I wonder how long you can run. Come on, come and chase me, Lululu. With the 4 of you short-legged dogs and weak shrimps, it's strange that you can catch up with me. Wuchen provoked from time to time, which made the 4 people very angry. This made them more eager to chase Wuchen. As a result, the formation that was originally in a fan-shaped encirclement and suppression quietly turned into a state of running for each other. When the 4 of them were lined up in a straight line, Wuchen, who was running, suddenly turned around. A smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. Hey, now? Huh? Why did he turn around and stop? Huh? Why did I see a hint of smile from the corner of his mouth? Just as these questions flashed through the minds of the four people, Wuchen moved. He raised his right arm, and a powerful and mysterious light suddenly burst out from the tip of his index finger. One finger crosses the yellow spring. Swish! The finger light was like a rainbow, and when it suddenly appeared, the area of hundreds of steps around was all startled. As for the few people chasing Wuchen, they were only 20 to 30 steps away from him. Facing the finger of bright light that suddenly appeared and arrived in the blink of an eye, they had no time to react. Puff! Li Duanfeng, who had caught up with him and rushed to the front, was pierced through the chest in an instant and killed instantly. How could this happen? After the remaining consciousness flashed this sentence, he was dead and could not die anymore. And the killing power of one finger crosses the yellow spring penetrated Li Duanfeng's body and went straight to the second target on the same line. Puff! A bloody hole was directly opened in Chu Chaoyang's abdomen. The blood, like the exhaust of a jet plane, streaked a straight red line in the air. Puff! The third sound that penetrated the flesh and blood was the sound of Chandali being shot in the head by the finger Hongguang. With the resistance of the 3 meat shields in front, the power and speed of one finger crossing the yellow spring were greatly reduced. This gave Feng Jieshuang, who was running at the back, time to react, barely turned sideways and escaped the drilling and killing of the finger Hongguang. In a flash, 3 people were killed in 1 second. How horrifying was this scene to Feng Jieshuang? Li Duanfeng, Chu Chaoyang, Chandali. They were all peak-level figures at the 9th level of the observation Qi realm. With the 4 of them working together, they could protect themselves for a short period of time, even if they faced cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the control Qi realm. Why was he killed in 1 second? But Wuchen himself curled his lips with a bit of regret. Tsk, I didn't complete the quadra kill. What a pity. Hearing Wuchen's words, although she didn't understand a few words, Feng Jieshuang still felt like she was falling into an ice cave. Obviously, the opponent's attack was so strong that it was beyond the girl's cognition. Feng Jieshuang trembled and slowly retreated. Her pretty face was full of horror. How is this possible? You were running away in a panic just a moment ago. How could you just... Wuchen grinned. Hey, brother will teach you a word, called moving. First, find a way to lead you to a straight line, and then use my trick to complete N kills, understand? It's a pity that you escaped in the end and failed to achieve the achievement of quadra kill. Feng Jieshuang's lips trembled, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. In a blink of an eye, she turned from a hunter to a prey. This huge gap is no less than falling from heaven to hell. The next moment, the girl knelt on the ground and begged with a trembling voice. Senior brother, the one who wants to kill you is Lin Liang, the young master of the Lin family. I was just forced by him. Please give me a way out. Let me do anything. At the end of the words, the woman knelt on the ground and bent her delicate body into a very seductive shape, whether intentionally or unintentionally. She said in a charming voice, Senior brother, please spare my life. I am willing to be a slave and do my best to repay you. Her face was hesitant and tender. In fact, the other hand hidden in the sleeve quietly twisted its wrist and shook out a small poison dart like a willow leaf from the sleeve pocket. Who knew that Wuchen, facing her temptation, just stayed where he was with a sneer on his face, as if brother is watching you perform slowly. She said calmly, Haha, I didn't expect that I could see such a charming girl in this sacred mountain forest. Feng Jieshuang was a little anxious and decided to add fuel to the fire. She twisted her body and crawled towards Wuchen on her knees. She said pitifully, As long as you like it, senior brother. I know I was wrong first, and I only want to atone for my sins. Naturally, I will do whatever you want. Oh, really? Wuchen raised his lips. Looking at the extremely hot figure in front of him, the boy's eyes became colder. But I have no interest in wearing other people's shoes. What do you say? Hearing this, Feng Jieshuang suddenly realized that her previous method that was specifically used against men and was always effective was ineffective. In anger, she swung her hand violently. Swish! The willow leaf poison dart shot towards Wuchen's eyebrows. Fortunately, Wuchen never dared to take it lightly. He aimed at the hidden weapon and tilted his head, allowing the poison dart to pass by. In the time it took to avoid the poison dart, Feng Jieshuang, who had just thrown the hidden weapon and turned around to run, had already flown far away. While running away, he did not forget to take out a light yellow xuandan and swallowed it into his mouth. If you want to get the system reward, you must kill all 4 of them. Don't let her escape. Wuchen's heart tightened and he hurriedly started chasing. The identities of hunter and prey were completely reversed at this moment. But at this time, Wuchen's expression was still solemn, because he could feel that there was not much xuanqi left in his Dantian xuanfu. So he chased and shouted to confuse the enemy. Hey, you don't really think you can escape, do you? Didn't you talk about this before? The entrance and exit of this night, forbidden forest, is only the way we came in. And the bodyguard sister is guarding outside without moving a step. With her cold and cruel temper, if you fall into her hands, I'm afraid it will be 100 times more painful than dying in my hands, right? While chasing, Feng Jieshuang suddenly killed a backhorse grab. The aura on the tip of the sword, like the signal of a poisonous snake, rushed straight to Wuchen's face. The latter was shocked. Fortunately, at this time, the instant shadow step had cooled down, and he decisively urged it. Who? After the gust of wind, Wuchen narrowly avoided the tricky sword. He looked at Feng Jieshuang and suddenly his eyes condensed. This woman's aura. Controlling Qi realm? At this moment, Feng Jieshuang's aura was much stronger than before. The protective aura attached to her body at this moment had already condensed into a real state like fog and frost. It was no longer the half-real and half-virtual Qi shadow during the observing Qi realm period. And this is exactly the characteristic of the controlling Qi realm. How did she break through to the controlling Qi realm while running? Wuchen was just in shock when he suddenly found that Feng Jieshuang, who was dozens of steps away, had white hair and yellow cheeks in an instant. Her originally youthful and beautiful skin became wrinkled, and the whole person seemed to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. What's going on? Just as Wuchen was stunned, Feng Jieshuang had already spoken viciously. The life-reducing and profound-enhancing pill has finally taken effect. In order to kill you, this girl did not hesitate to swallow this pill that greatly consumed her vitality in exchange for a surge in her cultivation. So you must die, you must die! Her eyes were full of ferocity, and her murderous intent was as cold as a knife. For a woman, especially a woman with a decent appearance, it is difficult for anyone to accept that she has aged from her youth to an old woman in an instant. As long as I can kill this guy, young Master Lin will be happy. Maybe he will give me a magical elixir that can make me rejuvenate. With this fantasy in mind, carrying a full of anger towards Wuchen, Buzz, Chi, Feng Jieshuang's body was full of xuan gang, which caused the branches around her to tremble and break, and the grass to wither. Perhaps it was because she had used the power of the elixir to force a breakthrough. Although her cultivation realm had soared from the 9th level of observation of Qi realm to the 2nd level of controlling Qi realm, she had not awakened the mysterious attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. But even so, Wuchen, who was poisoned, could not confront it head-on. But at this moment, the young man did not look panicked. He only secretly sighed in his heart. Didn't they say that this forbidden night forest would exclude human cultivators above the controlling Qi realm? Why did she? Could it be that the taboos of this forbidden night forest are only valid for human cultivators who entered before? And for those who came in as observation of Qi realm cultivators, and then broke through to the controlling Qi realm in the forbidden night forest, there would be no effect? Because of his rapid thoughts, Wuchen's face kept changing. Feng Jieshuang saw this scene and thought that the other party was frightened by her sudden surge in cultivation. A cruel arc suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hey, are you afraid now? Too late! Afraid? Hey! Wuchen laughed calmly. Feng Jieshuang couldn't understand why he could still laugh at this critical moment. Buzz? After a sudden flash of spiritual light, 8 high-level and top-grade mysterious beast crystals were already held in Wuchen's palm. Huh? You actually have a storage ring. Feng Jieshuang's eyes lit up. That spiritual light was originally a special effect when Wuchen took things from the portable warehouse. It was only because it was extremely similar to the spiritual light of the storage ring that Feng Jieshuang mistook it. I didn't expect you to be so fat. There must be an extremely powerful force behind the possession of the storage ring. If we were outside, thinking of the revenge that I might suffer, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. But unfortunately, This is the night forbidden forest. Feng Jishuang was overjoyed, her eyes shining with greed. No one can find out the reason for your death. After killing you, that storage ring will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, ding dong, crystal swallowing spirit order is activated successfully. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the 8 black crystals held in Wuchen's hands all turned into streams of light and sank into his Dantian Wanfu. Then, a series of system prompts rang out in the ears. Ding dong. The spiritualization of the black crystal energy was successfully absorbed. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 8th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong. The spiritualization of the black crystal energy was successfully absorbed. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th level of the Qi contemplation realm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1st level of the Qi control realm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 2nd level of the Qi control realm. Every time the upgrade prompt sounded, a dazzling golden light would burst out from Wuchen's body. The scene of the flashing golden lights stunned Feng Jishuang. She really couldn't figure out what was going on. She just felt that every time the far golden light flashed, the aura of the young man not far away became stronger. After the golden light stopped, Wuchen's cultivation had jumped from the 7th level of the Qi contemplation realm to the 8th level of the Qi control realm. 15 or 16 years old, the 8th level of the Qi control realm. Such an achievement, let alone in this cold city, is definitely an existence of superior qualifications even in the imperial capital with many talents. What surprised Wuchen even more was that after the first upgrade, his Dantian Xuanfu, which had been almost empty, was filled with Xuanqi again. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. It seems that I, who have the power of the system, also have the characteristic of full status after upgrading. Not bad. Then, ding dong, the host, with the cultivation of the observation Qi realm, used the swallowing crystal transformation order for the first time, and thus immediately awakened a mutant element attribute, Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Seal. Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Seal, water-based mutant element, Xuan level lower grade. A special water-based Xuan energy element with the power of Yin and Yang, containing the dual souls of ice and fire. Once the owner uses it, he can make his own Xuanqi hot as fire or cold as frost, and change Yin and Yang with thousands of changes. Special note, Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Seal is a growable mutant element. After meeting certain conditions, the grade of this mutant element will be upgraded. Upgrade method, temporarily unknown. A top-grade mutant water element of the Xuan class? And it's still growable? Awesome, awesome. Wuchen was very happy. In his memory, mutant elements are extremely rare and powerful treasures. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and poison are the 8 major Xuan energy attributes that apply to all realms. Depending on the different cultivation methods they practice, most human cultivators will awaken a certain Xuan energy attribute after moving from the observation of Qi realm to the controlling Qi realm. Of course, there are also about 30 to 40% of unlucky people who have clearly advanced to the controlling Qi realm, but because the cultivation methods they practice are too incompatible with themselves, or because of their own physical constitution, they cannot awaken the Xuan energy attribute. Their combat power is naturally weaker than those who have awakened a certain Xuan energy attribute in the same realm of the controlling Qi realm. Among the 8 attributes, there are extremely rare mutant Xuan energy, also known as mutated elements. Mutated elements like this are either forged by special bloodlines or bred by the spirits of heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that each mutated element is a rare treasure born from the mysterious power. Mutated elements, like skills and profound techniques, are divided into strong and weak levels. From low to high, they are ordinary, profound, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Except for the ordinary level mutant elements, other mutant elements are unique in this world. In fact, even if it is just the owner of the lower-level ordinary mutant element, its profound energy strength is enough to surpass the cultivators of the same realm who do not have mutant elements. And the unique, profound-level mutant elements like the Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Seal will undoubtedly increase the cultivator's profound energy strength even more significantly. My profound cultivation realm has instantly soared to the 8th level of the Qi control realm. I have also awakened a growing type of profound-level mutant element. Ha ha ha! So cool! Wuchen was full of excitement. As soon as his mind moved, his whole body immediately emitted a dazzling half-orange and half-blue light. This was the unique Xuangang color of the mutant element Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Seal. At this moment, the land where his left foot was standing, within a few feet, was frozen with a layer of floating ice, emitting layers of cold air. Where his right foot was standing, orange-red flames ignited, and in just a moment, the flowers and plants at his feet were burned to ashes. After seeing this scene, Feng Jishuang's face could be said to be as ugly as it could be. Just the powerful aura that Bu Wuchen exuded at this moment already made her feel powerless. Plus, the other party's Yuanqi realm has awakened the mysterious attribute. Compared with her own Yuanqi realm without attributes, it has an overwhelming advantage. What kind of mysterious attribute is this? Half of it is blue like ice, and half is orange-red like fire. I have never seen such a sight before. Could this be a mutant element? When Feng Jishuang thought of this, she felt as if an invisible big hand was pinching her throat tightly. She spent 30 or 40 years of her best years to get a 2-star Yuanqi realm without attributes. But Bu Wuchen's cultivation level has skyrocketed to surpass hers, and he has awakened the mysterious attribute. And he has also awakened the mutant element attribute? It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Bu Wuchen grinned and chuckled. Haha, if you hadn't demonstrated it yourself, I really wouldn't dare to break through the Qi control realm in this night-forbidden forest. Now, thanks to you, my cultivation level has been improved, and the poison in my body has also been cleared away. It's really quite cool. Feng Jishuang almost vomited blood out of anger, but she still had a glimmer of fantasy in her heart. Mutation of Xuaneng attribute is so rare. Looking at the whole of Daliang, there are not many people with it. Him. Why? That half-orange and half-blue Xuanying brilliance, in addition to the mutation element, there is another possibility, that is, he has gone astray. His cultivation has soared from the 7th level of Guanxi realm, and he has even jumped a level. This is not normal. The price of the sudden increase in cultivation is most likely going astray. Feng Jishuang shouted secretly in her heart, yes, it must be like this. The reason why this guy seems to have time to chat with me at this moment is actually pretending to be calm. He must be suffering from the pain of the Xuanli in his body going astray, and wants to use this to delay time. As long as I take action now, I will be able to kill him with one blow. With this thought, Feng Jishuang kicked the ground with both feet, and the whole person rushed out like a female leopard. The thin sword in his hand, wrapped with the killing force of the 2nd level of the controlling Qi realm, that was enough to break stones and cut metal, stabbed straight at Bu Wuchen. Suddenly there was a clang. Jishuang's determined attack was now lightly blocked by Bu Wuchen. Bu Wuchen, who had no weapons on him, blocked the sharp edge of the sword with just one hand. The ice condensed in the palm of Bu Wuchen's left hand, after successfully resisting the tip of the sword, froze the entire sword body in an instant. How is it possible? Feng Jishuang was stunned. In the time it took to be stunned, the ice breath climbing up along the sword body had already touched Feng Jishuang's arm. Ah! She exclaimed and tried to shake it off. However, she couldn't shake it off at all. She wanted to muster up her profound strength to break free from the freezing power that was gradually spreading all over her body. However, the huge gap in their cultivation and her inability to use her attributeless profound energy to fight against the mutated water element made Feng Jishuang's profound energy feel even weaker. No! Feng Chuang was crushed to the point of despair and screamed, and she was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. The fear in her expression was also frozen at this moment. Bu Wuchen looked coldly at the woman who had nearly killed him several times, and stretched out his index finger without any pity, and flicked the ice sculpture lightly. Crack! Explode! The next moment, the ice sculpture shattered. The crystal fragments scattered all over the ground. Feng Jishuang, who was in it, was naturally deader than dead. Bu Wuchen's novelty of the yin-yang ice and fire seal had not yet worn off, and he tried to control the other half of the orange firepower to sweep over the corpse. Sizzle, sizzle! After a large amount of smoke rose, there was nothing left on the ground except a charred black. Huh? I seem to be able to release ice power or fire power separately. That's good after all. The strange color of the mutant element is still too eye-catching. In the imperial capital, there are still many people who are concerned about the life of my Bu family's only grandson. Before you have enough power to protect yourself, it's better to keep a low profile. Just at this time, ding dong, congratulations to the host for achieving a counter kill, and get an invisibility talisman and a battle pet order. Invisibility talisman, special Xuan talisman, grade unknown. Effect, it allows the user to hide his body and eliminate his breath. Any existence below the Earth King realm cannot detect its existence. Duration, a quarter of an hour. Release a supernatural power containing the power of the host's blood essence soul lock, which can capture any Xuan beast as a battle pet. Special note, the higher the realm of the Xuan beast captured with this order, the smaller the probability of successful capture. Wuchen was stunned, then overjoyed. Wow, haha, isn't this awesome? With this invisibility talisman that is undetectable to anyone below the Earth King realm, I won't be discovered even if I go for a stroll in the heavily guarded Daliang Palace. As the former eldest son of the Bu family, he naturally understood how valuable the Earth Mysterious Realm was. Above the Qi Control Realm is the Divine Realm. Above the Divine Realm is the Sea Condensation Realm, and the Earth King Realm is above the Sea Condensation Realm. This battle pet order can capture any mysterious beast as my battle pet. Don't expect too much. As long as I can catch a spiritual grade mysterious beast whose Xuan cultivation realm is comparable to the sea condensation realm of human cultivators, I can walk sideways in this blood dragon city. Boom, suddenly, a majestic bell sounded. The earth-shaking roar made the whole forest run wild. The bells in the forest? Wuchen, who was originally happily imagining the future, was shocked. Isn't this the night-forbidden curse that the bodyguard sister mentioned? On the way here, although the bodyguard sister was very frugal with words, in order to protect Wuchen, she still revealed all the secrets of the night-forbidden forest. As the saying goes, the third ring of the golden bell is night. At this time, the mysterious beasts in the night-forbidden forest will be as if stimulated by something and will be particularly bloodthirsty and brutal. Therefore, human cultivators who still stay in the night-forbidden forest after nightfall will surely die. Wuchen looked at the sky nervously. Outside the mottled shadows of the trees, there was a clear blue sky. How could it look like night was about to fall? Just at this moment, boom! The second bell rang. Wuchen could clearly feel that the ground under his feet trembled. The young man was nervous. Damn, it's really a bit weird. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. It's more important to get out of here first. Wait, where is the way we came from? You bastard, this damn place! How do we get out? Before Wuchen was reborn, he basically relied on navigation to go anywhere. Knowing the way? There is no such thing. Now he plunged into the primitive jungle and couldn't find a way out. Just when he was scratching his head anxiously, dong! The third bell rang. Above the deep forest, the clear sky that was originally sunny seemed to be covered by an endless curtain in an instant. At this point, the small world where Wuchen was located had completed a day and night transition. The night-forbidden forest has entered the night! Ha! Roar! In an instant, the roars of animals and the cries of birds shook the mind. Wuchen shuddered subconsciously. My God, is she really that evil? He exerted his strength in his palm and sucked the rapier that Feng Jishuang dropped not far away into his hand, barely having a weapon by his side. Shasha, shasha. Suddenly, Wuchen's ears moved. He heard an unusual movement coming from the tall and short bushes behind him. Wuchen turned around abruptly. He couldn't expose his back to the beast of unknown origin. Soon, Wuchen took a breath of cold air, because he saw a large group of eerie green eyeballs flashing in the darkness. Then, there were pale fangs and bloodthirsty roars. It was a wolf. But this wolf was not an ordinary beast. It was a primary intermediate-grade mysterious beast with a dark purple body, fur like pins and needles, and a size larger than a lioness, the purple lightning sword wolf. The combat power of a primary-level middle-grade Xuan beast is roughly equivalent to that of a human cultivator of the 4th to 6th levels of the observation of Qi realm. Logically speaking, Wuchen, who has just been promoted to the 8th level of controlling Qi realm, should not be so afraid of an opponent of this level. But the problem is, at this moment, the purple lightning sword wolves that are slowly encircling from the direction of the bushes are hundreds of wolves, and in the distance there are even louder and more ferocious howls, getting closer and closer. Once trapped in the encirclement, the consequences, Wuchen made up his mind. Mala, you skewers, move first. With a high fighting spirit, the half-orange and half-blue enchanting brilliance around the boy became more and more dazzling. Kill! Howl! Human voices and wolf howls sounded at the same time. The boy's sword tip is like rain, coupled with the cultivation of the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm, and the killing power of the yin-yang ice and fire seal of the Xuan-level mutant element. Every stab, pick, and sweep can kill a purple lightning sword wolf in seconds. However, those primary level and mid-level mysterious beasts were not made of clay. Especially the wolves were united and fearless. As time went on, Wuchen gradually felt his arms go numb. It was obviously caused by the attack of the mysterious beast skill lightning sword armor of the purple lightning sword wolf. If this numbness is allowed to deepen, and when it further affects the trunk and limbs, Wuchen will be in danger. Ouch! The bloody smell of their companions further stimulated these ferocious purple lightning sword wolves, causing them to even crash into the tip of Wuchen's sword in a crazy way of self-sacrifice. As cunning as they are, they know that this human cultivator may seem powerful, but as long as he is allowed to bear a large amount of the paralyzing effect of the lightning sword armor in a short period of time, in the end, he will definitely die. Damn it, it looks like I have to use other methods. Wuchen frowned, put away the sword in his right hand, clenched his left fist, and blasted towards the direction where the purple lightning sword wolves were most concentrated. Huff, huff, huff! Ah! Huge fist shadow burning with scorching fire instantly hit the wolf pack. Awoo, awoo. The severe pain of being burned by the fire made the purple lightning sword wolves, who were extremely ferocious just a moment ago, howl in pain. Hey, it feels so good to be able to release mystical energy and hurt the enemy from a distance in the Qi control realm. And this way, I don't have to worry about being paralyzed by the opponent's thunder power after I hit the purple lightning sword wolf in a hand-to-hand fight. While happy, Wuchen also realized his shortcomings, but doing this is a big burden on the consumption of mystical power. It's a pity that I don't have any other mystical skills except one finger crossing the yellow springs, so I can only use the most clumsy way to use mystical power to kill the enemy. After leaving this damn place, I have to learn a few more mystical skills. At this time, the power of the Yang Fire in the mutant element Yin, Yang Ice and Fire seal was fully activated, which immediately gave Wuchen the upper hand. Soon, the young man's advantage turned into a winning advantage. Seeing that the effect of his best thunder armor paralysis was no longer useful, the purple lightning sword wolf roared unwillingly and angrily while slowly retreating. However, before Wuchen could breathe a sigh of relief, roar! With a deafening roar, an extremely huge black bear directly and savagely knocked away the fleeing wolves and rushed towards Wuchen. Wuchen's eyes condensed. This is a mid-level, mid-grade mysterious beast, a black rock giant bear. As the former eldest son of the Bu family was a descendant of a general, he naturally participated in many hunting gatherings of playboys. Therefore, he recognized the big black bear in front of him at a glance, which was covered with thick black rock layers all over his body. You know, ordinary wild beasts, or mysterious beasts with half-open spiritual mysticism, are equivalent to the wild martial realm among human cultivators. The initial level of mysterious beasts corresponds to the observation of Qi realm, and the combat power of this mid-level, upper-grade mysterious beast is enough to rival the existence of the 7th to 9th level of the control of Qi realm among human cultivators. The skin and flesh of this black rock giant bear is a layer of black steel rock, and its defensive power is particularly amazing. Fighting it is a thankless task. Wuchen was immediately overwhelmed. It takes time and effort to kill this thick-skinned and thick-fleshed big bear. If other mysterious beasts chase us during this period, it will be a bit troublesome. Having made up his mind, Wuchen waved his hand decisively. Kang-lang-lang! After a sound of solid ice freezing, the big black bear's paw, which was several times wider than a palm leaf fan, was directly frozen to the ground by the water-based ice-melting mysterious power that Wuchen used. Although it only took a moment for the paw to break free from the ice on the ground, but its body, which was originally running fast, also lost its center of gravity because of this trip, and it fell directly to the ground. Crack, crack, crack! Driven by inertia, the black rock giant bear's hard body plowed a deep and long ditch on the muddy ground. Howl! The black rock giant bear was in pain and furious. Although it was tripped by the ice, fell and slid, and then climbed up, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. But in front of it, the figure of the human boy had long disappeared. Roar! Roar! The black rock giant bear howled like crazy. With its bloodshot eyes, it stared at the direction where Wuchen left, and once again chased after him. Time passed by minute. More and more mysterious beasts chased Wuchen from all directions. Perhaps because of the night-forbidden curse, those mysterious beasts hated Wuchen, the only human invader, even more. They persevered in chasing and killing him, and had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Wuchen wanted to cry but had no tears. "Mala, you bastard, do I have a sarcastic face?" After taking a chi-restoring pill, the boy continued to run. Fortunately, his current Xuanshu realm is not too low. Coupled with the instant shadow step and yin-yang ice and fire seal, he can barely escape from the pursuit and interception of those Xuan beasts. Occasionally, when he encounters a hurdle that he can't rush through, he raises his hand and pokes it. The vast killing power of one finger crossing the yellow spring can always help him open a bloody path. It is worth mentioning that with the improvement of Wuchen's Xuanshu realm, the Xuan Qi value he can use to drive the one-finger yellow spring road has also skyrocketed many times. In this way, the power of this Xuan skill has also evolved from the precision sniper gun in the Mongwu realm to the existence of a super rocket launcher. However, although the killing power of one finger crossing the yellow spring is strong, the consumption of Xuan Qi is also amazingly high. By now, there were only a few recovery pills left in Wuchen's portable warehouse. Once his Xuan Qi was exhausted, he would be like a piece of meat on a felt board in this murderous night forest, at the mercy of others. Many times, Wuchen wanted to just use the invisibility talisman. At least, it could keep him safe for a quarter of an hour. But after calming down and thinking about it, what could he do after a quarter of an hour? As long as the night ban curse was not solved, as long as he, the human invader, could not walk out of this strange forest, sooner or later he would be targeted by a group of crazy Xuan beasts and bitten to death. "Mala, you bastard, you should have marked the way along the way when you escaped for the first time." In this deep forest, who can remember which direction the exit is? Wuchen was full of depression. How about using the battle pet order? As soon as this idea came up, Wuchen rejected it himself. First of all, he was really reluctant to do so. After all, until now, the strongest mysterious beast chasing him was only a high-level, low-grade, 3-headed steel-armored turtle. Although its strength was equivalent to the 1st to 3rd levels of the God-communicating realm of human cultivators, the problem was, this thing had an incredibly high defense, but its movement speed was too slow. Counting on it to carry him out of the night-forbidden forest? Even if the opportunity was gone, other intermediate and primary mysterious beasts were even less likely to be counted on. They might have just been captured as battle pets the previous second, and then trampled into mud by the mysterious beasts that came to fight. At a certain moment, Wuchen suddenly found a large mud pit at a corner not far away. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Ha! Isn't this Peppa Pig's favorite mud pit? Great stuff, brother. Come jump into it too." If people on Earth heard the boy talking to himself at this moment, they would definitely think he was crazy. "It's already this time, and you're still thinking about jumping into the mud pit?" Wuchen tore his clothes and threw them away. Then, he used the mutated water-based mystical energy of his yin-yang ice and fire seal to create a thin ice tube and put it in his mouth. After that, he decisively activated the instant shadow step. With a whoosh sound, Wuchen used the shadow of the tree cast on the mud pit by the moonlight to cross a distance of 100 steps out of thin air and plunged into the mud. Is he really crazy? No, Wuchen did this just to cover up his breath. He guessed that the breath of humans was the main reason why the mysterious beasts kept chasing him. So find a swamp and dive into it. It can hide your figure and conceal your breath, which is the best of both worlds. After falling into the quagmire, Wuchen stuck the tiny ice tube in his mouth out of the quagmire, and he could breathe without hindrance. He also used the method of condensing ice with water-based profound energy to condense a skateboard with a large enough area so that he would not sink in the mud swamp. In addition, Wuchen could use his own profound energy to charge the ice tube in his mouth and the ice board under his feet at any time. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the ice melting. The young man was under the mud, closing his eyes, holding his heart, and waiting quietly. I don't know how long it took, until he could no longer hear the roar of the beast. Wuchen thickened the iceboard under his feet layer by layer and slowly floated up. He carefully poked his head out and opened his eyes, held his breath and looked around. Except for the flowers and leaves fluttering in the evening breeze, there was nothing. Huh! Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. After walking out of the mud pit, he covered every inch of his skin with mud, and then he continued to move forward with confidence. Meow! Where is the exit? How about that method? He stretched out his finger and pointed in several directions, muttering, "Select the soldiers and generals, select the good soldiers to fight, and surrender after losing the battle. It's you, go!" This time, Wuchen did not activate his profound strength, but only relied on his physical strength to move forward. The speed was not fast, but it was quiet and concealed. Fortunately, his physical strength had long been strengthened by the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, the body of copper skin and iron bones, and the speed of a cheetah. If it were another cultivator of the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm, he would not be able to run far in this rugged and difficult deep mountain forest surrounded by profound beasts with only physical strength, and would be exhausted. The night was long, the stars were sparse, and the moon was dim. Wuchen didn't know how far he had run in this dark forest. In his ears, a bell rang suddenly. Dong! Huh? It's already night. Why is there still the sound of bells? Just as Wuchen was secretly suspicious, the majestic bell sound was one wave higher than the other, one layer after another. Dong! 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 Then the earth shook, rocks turned over, and the earth collapsed. Wuchen's face turned pale. Brother, did I encounter an earthquake? The 1,000-year-old trees around him fell to the ground with the cracking ground. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains collapsed like valleys, and the ground cracked into an abyss. At this moment, Wuchen, who was in the night-forbidden forest, felt as if he had witnessed the end of the world with his own eyes. Under the great power of nature, what could he do even if he had the 8th level of Qi control realm? As insignificant as a speck of sand in the vast ocean. Boom! 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 With a deafening roar, the towering mountains and forests collapsed. Where was there any place for Wuchen to stand? His feet were empty and he fell rapidly. What he himself did not expect was that at this critical moment, he was still wondering why in his mind. There is no reason for the bodyguard sister to lie to me. Didn't she say, when the bell rings 3 times, the night-forbidden curse will be activated? It's been 3 times a long time ago. Why is there another wave? And this wave of bell ringing directly overturned the mountains and forests. Isn't it too exaggerated? Suddenly, Wuchen's eyes lit up. Wait, I understand. The so-called when the bell rings 3 times, the night-forbidden curse will be activated, is actually just the knowledge brought back to Blood Dragon City by those cultivators who left the night-forbidden forest alive. Those people stayed in the night-forbidden forest for far less time than I did. And how could someone like me, who has stayed in the night-forbidden forest until now because of various reasons such as getting lost, be able to leave alive? Thinking of this, Wuchen laughed at himself. Ha, I was talking about them. Won't I also be buried on the spot by the huge rocks and thick soil turned up by the earthquake? Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of azure blue light shot up from the bottom of the abyss. The dazzling light made Wuchen unable to open his eyes. Strange, how can there be light in this dark underground world? Wuchen endured the strong light and squinted his eyes to see what was going on. Even if he died, he would die clearly, which was better than being a confused ghost. Down there, who knew that when he took a look, he really saw the essence of this strange blue light? Ding dong! The host's all-round special master, the treasure appraiser ability, has been automatically activated, and the light column in front of me is the unique light of the teleportation array. Teleportation array? Wuchen was delighted. Does that mean that as long as I get close to the location of the blue light column, I will be teleported to another place? Compared to doing nothing and being doomed to fall into the abyss and be smashed to pieces, being taken to a place where good or bad is unknown by the teleportation array is not a bad way to survive. Wuchen did what he thought. He raised his hand and used the one finger crossing the underworld move. Bang! Swoosh! The next moment, the young man used the recoil of the finger's power hitting the rock wall to move horizontally towards the location of the blue light column. Fortunately, his aim was good. The moment his body sank into the blue light curtain, shua, his figure and the blue light column disappeared without a trace. After a dizzy feeling, when Wuchen opened his eyes again, the scene of landslides, rocks, and broken trees had long disappeared. Instead, there was a basin canyon surrounded by mountains on three sides. Wuchen was on an altar dozens of feet square at the edge of the canyon, which was carved with various ancient and mysterious patterns. Looking down at his feet, there was a faint blue light flowing in the uneven lines. It should be the teleportation power from this thing that brought me here, right? Wuchen raised his eyes and looked forward. He found that in the center of the valley in the basin, there was an extremely large grass. The top of the grass head, rising from the ground, was not much lower than the mountains around the valley. The grass stem was much thicker than any 1,000-year-old tree he had seen in the deep forest. The layers of grass tips were also exaggeratedly large, like a pile of heavy mattresses. At the end of the grass there were 9 huge red fireballs, floating up and down, left and right, illuminating the canyon, which should have been pitch black, as if it were daytime. When Wuchen cast his eyes on this strange grass, the system prompt sounded again in his soul sea of consciousness. Ding dong! The host's almighty special master's ability of treasure appraiser has been automatically activated, and this plant has been identified as the 9 fire ring ice grass. This thing is the core material for refining some god-level Xuandan and Xuanfu. The 9 fire ring ice grass that can be occasionally encountered in the night forbidden forest is grown by the flying grass fluff of the plant's original spirit meeting the soil and taking root. Hearing this, Wuchen's eyes widened immediately. This thing is actually the core material for refining god-level Xuandan and Xuanfu. The levels of Xuanpin from low to high are as follows: ordinary level, Xuan level, spiritual level, earth level, and heaven level. That god rank, wouldn't it be an existence that is superior to the heaven rank mysterious rank? Wuchen felt dizzy. If I can get this thing and meet someone who knows the value of it, it would be enough to exchange it for the cultivation resources of the entire Dalian kingdom, right? Well, I just don't know if my portable warehouse can hold this big thing. Boom! Suddenly, another golden bell roared into his ears. This bell sound was louder than the one Wuchen had heard in the night forbidden forest before. This roar almost knocked him unconscious, and his internal energy was churning for a while. Oh my god! A bell ringing can actually make my blood and chi churn in the 8th level of the chi control realm and give me a headache? How big is the bell in this valley? How strong and powerful must the person who rings the bell be? As his mind was moving, Wuchen turned his head and looked in the direction where the bell sounded. His pupils suddenly shrank. He asked in surprise, "What the hell is this?" At this moment, what he saw was no bell ringer or giant bell. The 9 giant fireballs surrounding the top of the 9 fire ring ice grass illuminated 2 giant beasts that were dozens of stories high. At this moment, the 2 beasts, as big as mountains, were fighting. Their huge bodies, the most primitive exchange of force and force, the collision of blood and flesh. The sudden loud noise, after passing through the unique sound amplification effect of the canyon, sounded very much like the sound of a golden bell. Who would have thought that the sources of the 3 rings of the golden bell, the forbidden night curse that has been circulating in the night forbidden forest for a long time, would be the collision sound caused by the fight between 2 giant beasts? The ability of the treasure appraiser allowed Wuchen to see the origins of the 2 behemoths at a glance. The giant lizard-like mysterious beast with scales like steel and iron, heavy back thorns, and a big mouth that could swallow a long string of carriages was called the lava ghost eye crocodile. The lava ghost eye crocodile was originally a top-grade imperial beast, equivalent to the human emperor realm of human cultivators. But it is currently in a very strange sealed state. Therefore, the conclusion deduced by the system based on Wuchen's appraiser ability is that the current lava ghost eye crocodile is comparable to the middle-grade imperial beast. That is, the 4th to 6th level of the Earth King realm. You must know that even the Lord of a city in Blood Dragon City is only at the 7th level of the Divine Realm. Above the Divine Realm is the Condensed Sea Realm. Only by breaking the limit of the Condensed Sea Realm can you achieve the Earth King realm. The king of a country who rules over hundreds of millions of people in Dalian may not be as strong as these 2 beasts after being sealed. In fact, it is precisely because of this strange sealed state that this lava ghost eye crocodile was seen through by Wuchen, who is only a first-level appraiser in the mortal realm. Another giant snake monster that sits in layers and bulges high is called the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python. Whether in size or combat power before and after being sealed, it is comparable to the lava ghost eye crocodile. Oh my god, these two are actually two beast kings? Wuchen swallowed subconsciously. According to the memory of the former eldest son of the Bu family, shouldn't such existence only appear in ancient books and legends? Even though they are trapped in the seal at this moment, they have the terrifying cultivation of the middle level of the king level and are truly beast kings. For Wuchen, who broke into this place by chance, the fight between the azure bloodthirsty ape and the abyss poisonous python was simply a fight between gods. He was only at the chi control realm, so he couldn't even intervene. Even if he looked at it for a few more times, he might lose his life. This is not an exaggeration, Beast King. Even if it is just the layers of airwaves caused by the Beast King level of attack, it is a shockwave with 1,000 times of gravity. With just the chi control realm, 9 out of 10 times he will be hit and have his bones and tendons broken. The so-called when the gods fight, the little devils suffer is nothing more than this. At this time, the two giant beasts did not seem to stop killing each other because there was suddenly a human spectator on the canyon altar. They were still fighting fiercely. Bang, bang, bang! Boom, boom! Every violent collision caused the entire canyon to tremble violently. Then, from the light emitted by the 9 large fireballs on the top of the 9 fire ring ice grass, the canyon wall had long been dilapidated and cracked everywhere. Large and small pieces of gravel and mud rain. With each collision between the two beasts, large pieces of them splashed and scattered, just like a scene of the end of the world. In a flash, when the latest collision occurred, the tip of the lava ghost eye crocodile's tail swept over the rock wall, and immediately a huge rock flew away. The boulder was as tall as a 2-story tavern, and the place where the boulder flew down happened to be the altar where Wuchen landed. What the hell? The young man was horrified. He wanted to activate the instant shadow step and escape. Unfortunately, this skill was only used for a while and was still cooling down. The boulder swept down by the lava ghost-eyed crocodile was not only large enough, but also fast enough. By the time Wuchen saw the coming force and prepared to flee, it was too late. Bang! After a loud noise, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Huh? I'm not dead? Wait, where is the boulder? A closer look revealed that the boulder was rolling not far away. There was also a large piece of broken stones and debris around the altar. This was obviously the debris that fell off after the boulder collided with something. Huh? Could it be that this altar helped me block the impact of the boulder? As soon as this thought arose, several pieces of rubble of varying sizes collapsed towards Wuchen. This time, the young man saw it clearly. When those rubbles flew to the edge of the teleportation altar, a blue-white barrier immediately rose from the altar. It was this barrier that protected Wuchen. No matter how vicious and ferocious the fight between the two Imperial-level profound beasts, no matter how powerful the aftermath of the profound force that was stirred up, or how huge the boulders that were rolled up, they would fall apart the moment they touched the altar barrier. Ha, it's true! Wuchen was relieved now and sat on the ground. He stared at the battle between the two giant beasts in the canyon with great interest. That scene was even more shocking than Godzilla versus King Kong. Boom, boom, boom. The fight between the two Emperor-level mystical beasts lasted for a long time. Even Wuchen, a spectator, felt sleepy and yawned, and the two behemoths stopped temporarily. At this moment, they were so tired that they were panting. Every breath they took would create a large cloud of white mist. Taking advantage of the firelight, Wuchen could clearly see hundreds of wounds of varying sizes on the two beasts. New blood and old scars dyed most of the stone walls and the ground of the canyon red. Seeing this scene, Wuchen exclaimed in his heart, "This is all the essence and blood of the Emperor-level beasts. If this were brought to the market, any small cup would be worth 10,000 gold coins. Now it's good. All of it has washed the rocks and moistened the land." Several times, Wuchen wanted to empty the jars of wine in his portable warehouse. Then he would rush out with the jars in his arms and accept all the blood that the two beast kings had shed like they didn't care about money. "I'm talking to you," "You rascal, there is a human who doesn't know how to live or die and has been breaking in for a long time." The rascal it referred to must be the Abyss 10,000 poison python. It said viciously, "Humph. If it weren't for the altar defense formation, that human would have been shattered into mud by the aftermath of the Xuan gang generated by the fierce battle between you and me." The one who said this was the lava ghost-eyed crocodile. A mysterious beast can actually speak human language? Wuchen was stunned. Then he thought, he seemed to have seen relevant records in ancient books before. When the mysterious beast cultivated to the spiritual level, it had already begun to develop spiritual awareness, and its intelligence level was no less than that of 8 or 9-year-old humans. The mind of the king-level mysterious beast can catch up with that of an ordinary adult. And when the realm of the mysterious beast breaks through to the emperor level, quite a number of them can speak human language. Going further up, there are even beings that can transform into human form. The young man couldn't help but sigh. This is really a crazy world. At this moment, the rough voice of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile sounded again. "Lipin, what are the identities of you and me? This time, we are fighting for our lives, and it is inevitable that we will show our embarrassment. How can we let a mere ant-like human watch the show? Why don't we join forces and crush that annoying bug to death, and then continue the unfinished battle between you and me?" Unlike the angry look of the lava ghost-eyed crocodile, the abyss poison python just glanced coldly at the young man in the teleportation array. He said lightly, "It's just an ant in the chi control realm. Even if you leave it alone, it is destined to not live long. If you have a knot in your heart, go and kill it yourself." Upon hearing this, the lava ghost-eyed crocodile knew that his wishful thinking had failed. You know, the protective barrier of the teleportation altar is not an ordinary thing. Even with its current combat power, it has to bombard it with all its strength for 100 breaths before it is possible to break it. Now that it is facing a powerful enemy, how could the lava ghost-eyed crocodile really waste its energy on this? The reason why it wanted to pull the Abyss 10,000 poison python together was just to wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack after the two beasts nominally joined forces. At this time, the 3 snake heads of the Abyss 10,000 poison python rose up at the same time. With a cold gaze, it stared at the lava ghost-eyed crocodile and said word by word in a stern voice, "Stinky reptile, you want to use me as a robber? I advise you to save your energy. You and I both know that the spirit of the 9 fire ring ice grass will bear fruit in no time. By then, the thing that you and I have been longing for more than 100 years will come. So, put away those childish little actions of yours and fight this emperor to the death." The lava ghost-eyed crocodile opened its huge mouth that was 100 feet deep and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! Good! You and I have fought more than 10,000 battles, big and small, in the past 100 years, and each time we were evenly matched. This time, it's time to decide the winner and the loser, and decide life and death." As soon as the words fell, the fierce battle started again. Boom, boom, boom! The roar was more violent than before, making the entire canyon shaky. Wuchen, who was in the altar barrier, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I don't know what these two behemoths have been guarding and fighting each other for 100 years, and what exactly is this thing they are trying to get? Hey, never mind, you guys fight and kill. It would be best if both sides are injured so that I can benefit. Thinking of this, Wuchen flipped his palm and took out the battle pet order that was as big as a baby's hand from his portable warehouse. He licked his tongue with a gleam in his eyes. "When the time comes, I will use this battle pet order to catch anyone as a battle pet. Even if the two beasts are sealed by some kind of power, they are powerful enough to rival the 4th to 6th levels of the Earth King realm. If I can really catch one of them as a bodyguard, even if I immediately disobey the Emperor's order and swagger back to the Imperial capital, I think the King of Daliang will just turn a blind eye, right?" Wuchen became more and more excited as he thought about it. However, the idea is full, but the reality is very skinny, because it is too difficult to execute. Even if the success rate is not mentioned, just to let the battle pet order that releases the host's soul and bind a certain mysterious beast, the order must be thrown out and hit the target without bias. At this moment, the two beasts, like gods fighting, were dodging and moving too fast. Wuchen, who was only at the controlling chi realm, could not catch up with the speed of the two beasts just by looking, let alone throwing out the battle pet order and accurately hitting the target. It seems that it is safer to wait until they decide the winner, and the winner is already dying before taking action. After making up his mind, Wuchen took a deep breath, calmed his anxious heart, and closed his eyes to rest. The boy remained motionless, while the roar of the two behemoths fighting was higher and higher, until bang, 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 bang. Shua! At a certain moment, the 9 giant fireballs floating on the top of the 9 fire ring ice grass collided and merged with each other. In a short breath, the huge light ball of 9 fires began to change color. The originally orange-red flames gradually turned into half jade white and half ink black. Then swoosh! A piercing sound of breaking wind sounded. After the huge ball of light expanded more than 10 times, it suddenly turned into a straight, black and white interwoven beam of light, piercing straight into the pale green moon hanging in the sky. Then, a magical scene happened. The jade-colored moon shrouding the sky above the night-forbidden forest gradually became lighter after being impacted by this beam of light. When this round of jade-colored strange moon completely disappeared, the dark night also disappeared. The sun shone and the sky was clear. The night-forbidden curse that had made the people of Blood Dragon City terrified for nearly 100 years finally disappeared completely at this moment. At this moment, the two Beast Kings became particularly crazy. That thing belongs to this king. The lava ghost eye crocodile pounced on it. You're dreaming. The abyss 10,000 poison python roared and attacked. 10,000 poison quicksand. Swish, swish, swish! Suddenly, the rushing poisonous sand river cut off the momentum of the lava ghost eye crocodile, rushing towards the 9 fire ring ice grass. The latter was shocked when he saw this. You rascal, you actually waste 99% of your original power and force a move? After roaring, the lava ghost eye crocodile's eyelids twitched. On his face, a human-like resolute expression appeared. In this case, then this emperor will also risk everything and accompany you to the end. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Thousands of wedge-shaped steel teeth that looked like spikes fell off at the same time, and in an instant merged with the lava fire spirits into pieces of terrifying killing weapons like fiery darts. Lava ghost tooth kill! The two Beast Kings overdrew their original profound power and used their best tricks. For a moment, every corner of the canyon was filled with brown-green quicksand and orange-red dart rain. Bang chi-chi! The sudden rise of profound energy rotted the stone cave ground. At the core of the fierce battle, the ground sank 100 feet under the fierce attacks of the two Beast Kings. The two beasts fought fiercely, their skins torn and blood pouring down. Such a scene made Wuchen, who was watching the battle, pale. Is this a battle of the human emperor level? Strong, too strong. If there was no protection of the altar barrier, I would have been crushed into slag by the willful Xuan gang, right? I don't know how long they fought. When the loud bang sounded, the two beasts finally ran out of strength and fell to the ground. The treasures of heaven and earth were within reach. But the two beasts were already exhausted. The 3 heads of the abyss 10,000 poison python were now only one left after being chopped off by the lava ghost eye crocodile, and it was still bloody and extremely embarrassed. In comparison, the lava ghost eye crocodile undoubtedly looked much more respectable. But in fact, the poisonous sand had already attached to its wounds. Just half a second ago, the poisonous force that killed the lava ghost eye crocodile had quietly taken away the last breath of life. Not long after the lava ghost eye crocodile died, the poisonous sand floating in the air had already settled. Has the winner finally been decided? Wuchen, who was sitting firmly on the altar, swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, the lava ghost eye crocodile is dead, and the surviving abyss 10,000 poison python seems to be dying. If I throw the battle pet order to it now, it shouldn't be able to dodge, right? Or should we wait and see? While hesitating, Wuchen's eyes were always fixed on the abyss 10,000 poison python. The other party tried again and again to raise its snake body. After the light column disappeared, a flower and fruit slowly bloomed at the head of the 9 fire ring ice grass and swallowed it into the snake's mouth. But his efforts again and again only resulted in failures. It was because he was too seriously injured. Moreover, in order to kill the lava ghost eye crocodile, he overdrew his original mysterious power and was very weak at the moment. After trying several more times without success, the abyss 10,000 poison python suddenly said weakly, "Hey, that human boy over there, are you willing to lend a hand to this emperor? As long as you follow the stem of the 9-fire ring ice grass, climb to the top, pick the top fruit on the top, and give it to this emperor. This emperor will guarantee that you will enjoy endless glory and be powerful and admired by thousands of people for the rest of your life." Wuchen was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect that the other party, the Beast King, would actually ask him for help. Seeing the stunned look of the human boy, the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python had the wrong idea. He pretended to sigh and said, "You can walk out of the altar barrier without worry. I swear on my extremely noble blood of the Beast King. As long as you offer the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass, I will not only not kill you, but also assign 2 Beast Kings to protect you closely until the day you die. If I violate this oath, I will be abandoned by the Beast God, and I will be blown up by thunder and burned by ghost fire." The oath made by the mysterious beast in the name of blood has the same effect as the blood oath of humans. Once violated, it will be punished by God. "Can you rest assured now?" asked the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python. Wuchen was really moved when he heard it. Although using the battle pet order to take the emperor-level mysterious beast in front of him as a battle pet is the most ideal outcome, but even if you think with your toes, you can guess that with Wuchen's current realm of Xuanshu, the possibility of activating the battle pet order to subdue a Beast King is very small. Rather than taking a risk for a 1% or even 1/10,000th chance, it would be better to securely harvest 2 Beast King-level bodyguards. When he grows up in the future, it will be much easier to use this battle pet order to capture a more powerful, mystical beast battle pet. Just at this moment, ding dong, the god-level selection system has been triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Pick the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass and give it to the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python. Reward for this option, a model of lower-grade mortal mystical skills. Option 2. Refuse to provide help and honestly shrink within the protection range of the altar barrier. Reward for this option, a green turtle hat. Option 3. Walk out of the protection range of the altar barrier, wait and see, and find ways to protect yourself until the crisis in the canyon is resolved, or you leave the canyon safely. Reward for this option, unknown. After reading the 3 options given by the system, Wuchen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? The reward for choosing to stay on the altar is rubbish. Why is the reward for picking the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass and giving it to the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python so rubbish? The lower-grade profound skills of the mortal rank are still a model. Are you kidding me? And the unknown reward in the 3rd option feels weird. After complaining in his heart, Wuchen was relieved. Forget it. This time I simply don't expect the system to give any decent rewards. As long as I pick the fruit and give it to the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python, I can get 2 Earth King-level bodyguards, which is worth the trip. So, Wuchen took a decisive step and walked towards the location of the 9-fire ring ice grass. After the earth-shaking movement just now, the stems and leaves of the 9-fire ring ice grass had withered a lot. The height that was originally shoulder to shoulder with the canyon also dropped back to 40 to 50 meters above the ground. The Abyss 10,000 Poison Python was too badly injured to move. But for Wuchen, it was not difficult to climb up the grass 40 or 50 meters high and pick the fruit that shone with half-black and half-white light. At this time, in the huge canyon, besides the sound of Wuchen's footsteps, there was only the weak breathing of the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python. Soon, Wuchen came to the foot of the 9-fire ring ice grass. He jumped hard and was about to climb up the thick stem. Swish! The Abyss 10,000 Poison Python opened its mouth suddenly, and a needle made of poisonous sand quietly pierced the back of Wuchen's head. Huh? Wuchen was shocked. At this moment, he had already jumped in the air and had nowhere to hide. It can be seen that this was clearly a sneak attack planned by the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python. At this time, the face of the giant python was full of eerie laughter. Hey, stupid and greedy human. Hi. The smile on the snake's mouth suddenly froze, because it found that the sneak attack with the poisonous sand needle that it was determined to win was actually in vain. The needle tip pierced through only a residual image. Wuchen himself had already disappeared from the spot in an instant. When the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python locked onto Wuchen again, The young man had actually dodged to dozens of steps away. The instantaneous, shadow-piercing step saved him from death. That was a close call. Wuchen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Fortunately, when I was thinking about the system reward, I found something strange, so I was always alert. Otherwise, I might have been sneak attacked by that beast. It turned out that Wuchen always felt that the system reward this time was too weird. If he had chosen the first option, to give the fruit of the 9 fire ring ice grass to the Abyss 10,000 poison python, and the latter also followed the blood oath and did not kill him, but instead found him 2 king-level bodyguards, Wuchen would naturally be able to leave the canyon safely. Then how could there be option 3, the reward can only be triggered after the crisis in the canyon is resolved or the canyon is safely left? Could it be that the system would be so kind as to give the host a double reward for making one choice? Whether you believe it or not, Wuchen, who has been dealing with the system for such a long time, does not believe it. Does that mean that after Wuchen chose option 1 and gave the fruit of the 9 fire ring ice grass to the Abyss 10,000 poison python, he could not guarantee that he could leave safely? So where did the threat come from? At that time, Wuchen had not figured out the answer to this last question, but it had already made him alert. Therefore, Wuchen seemed to walk towards the 9 fire ring ice grass casually, but he was always concentrating and on guard. Fortunately, he escaped the disaster. "You beast, you dare to harm me after taking a blood oath?" Wuchen yelled angrily. The Abyss 10,000 poison python smiled sinisterly in a very human way. "Hey, the prerequisite for this emperor to take a blood oath of retribution is that you hand over the fruit of the 9 fire ring ice grass to this emperor. As long as that thing has not been delivered to this emperor, the curse in the oath will naturally not come true. This Abyss 10,000 poison python is worthy of being a top-grade imperial beast. Its intelligence is as high as that of humans, and it will even set traps in the blood oath. This emperor has guarded the 9 fire ring ice grass for more than 100 years, and will never allow anyone to touch it. Even a strong lava ghost eye crocodile can't do it. An ant as weak as you can't do it." Wuchen realized that the Abyss 10,000 poison python had the intention of eliminating all hidden dangers from the beginning. All the benefits it promised in the blood oath were just to lead the human boy out of the protection range of the altar. Swish! With 2 streams of white mist sprayed out of its nostrils, the huge monster completely collapsed to the ground. It was obvious that the sneak attack just now had exhausted its last bit of strength. Despite this, Wuchen still did not dare to be careless. Who knows if this cunning and stinky snake is holding back any bad water in his stomach? Seeing Wuchen's solemn expression as if facing a great enemy, the Abyss 10,000 poison python laughed teasingly. "Heh, are you annoyed when you find out that I have fooled you, a lowly ant? Are you eager to cut me into pieces? What a pity, you can't do it." Although the voice of the Abyss 10,000 poison python was weak, the contempt and arrogance in its tone could not be concealed at all. "Based on your cultivation level, even if I give you a sharp knife and let you chop wildly, you can't hurt me at all. You humble ant, if you know what's good for you, just pick the fruits of the 9 fire ring ice grass and present them to me. If I am happy, I may spare your life. Otherwise, when I have recovered my cultivation level, even if I only recover half of my past strength, it will be enough to crush you into slag." "Pah!" The Beast King responded with a brick, or it would be more appropriate to say that it was a piece of rubble thrown at it. The Abyss 10,000 poison python, which was still arrogant just a moment ago, was stunned. It never expected that the human boy would actually do such a childish thing as picking up stones and throwing them at it. While it was stunned, Wuchen picked up a handful of rubble from his feet. Thanks to the fierce battle between the 2 Beast Kings, the canyon at this moment can be said to be a landslide with broken stones everywhere. "You bastard! I'm going to smash you to death, you cunning beast!" Wuchen picked up the other party's bleeding wound and smashed it hard. Although the stone would be corroded into mud by the poisonous energy refined in the bones and blood of the Abyss 10,000 poison python the moment it touched the wound, and it would not have the slightest killing power. But this behavior does not cause much harm, but it is extremely insulting. Think of the Abyss 10,000 poison python, the king of beasts. Normally, if it sneezes, all the birds and beasts in the mystical beast forest will tremble. But now, It is being hit on the head by a guy who is as weak as an ant in its eyes? What a shame. Wuchen threw stones happily, muttering to himself, I smash! I smash! I smash, smash, smash! Seeing the facial expression of the Abyss 10,000 poison python change from initial astonishment to insane anger, Wuchen laughed even more happily. He also imitated the words that the giant python had used to ridicule him, and used his own method to fight back. Heh, you let me smash and throw things around, aren't you very annoyed? Are you eager to cut me into pieces? What a pity you can't do it. Those who know will recognize you as the king of beasts. Those who don't know, look at your current behavior. What's the point of being a king of beasts? You're clearly just a pile of shit. You! When has the Abyss 10,000 poison python ever suffered such humiliation? He was almost pissed to death. What? Don't you accept it? If you don't accept it, come and bite me, Lululu. At this moment, the Abyss 10,000 poison python really wished that he could suddenly lose his memory and forget all human languages. It was really afraid to listen to it any further. The final fate of its great beast king was to be angered to death. Now! Just when it was most upset, Wuchen quietly replaced the stone in his hand with the battle pet order that he had hidden in his sleeves long ago, and threw it at the body of the giant python. It turned out that the reason why Wuchen threw the stone at the Abyss 10,000 poison python was to vent his emotions. The more important purpose was to anger this behemoth and make it less vigilant about something hitting it. Let it habitually think that what Wuchen threw was just an ordinary stone. Apart from disgusting it, it could not cause any substantial harm to it. In fact, Wuchen was looking for the right opportunity to replace the ordinary stone with the battle pet order, aiming to take this emperor-level beast as a battle pet with one strike. Swoosh! Looking at the war pet order that was flying out, the young man couldn't help but pray in his heart. It must hit! Huh! At this moment, the Abyss 10,000 poison python was startled for no reason. I don't sense unique to animals that made it sense the danger at this moment. In short, it was an inexplicable sense of crisis that made the giant python immediately pay attention. It used the little strength it had finally recovered and rolled its body. It was also this action that made the war pet order thrown by Wuchen pass by it. Missed? Boo! Wuchen's heart was as cold as ice. At this moment, the token bound to the host's soul power, after being dodged by the Abyss poison python, happened to hit the fruit of the 9-fire ring ice grass. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding dong! Battle pet order takes effect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a battle pet. The species of this battle pet is unknown, the grade is unknown, and the attributes are unknown. Wuchen was dumbfounded. Fuck you, I used a rare battle pet order, but I failed to catch an emperor-level profound beast, but I caught a 3-no product as a battle pet? What the hell, I caught nothing! At this time, the Abyss 10,000 poison python's nose trembled. Humph, you dare to sneak attack me. The word emperor in this emperor has not yet been uttered. In response to it, a sudden and shocking bright light puff. While the Abyss 10,000 poison python opened its mouth to speak, the mysterious power of one finger to cross the yellow springs drilled into its mouth. The Abyss 10,000 poison python was already on the verge of exhaustion. Turning over to dodge the battle pet order used up its last bit of strength. Although it lost the defense of the protective aura, it could still ignore any cultivator below the divine realm with its imperial-level physical strength. Even if it lay still and allowed cultivators below the divine realm to punch, kick, and chop it with swords for 10 days or half a month, the Abyss 10,000 poison python could still remain motionless and unscathed. But the problem was, Wuchen, who possessed the mutant element, exerted the power of one finger crossing the yellow spring with all his strength, which was no less than the full-strength attack of a cultivator of the 4th or 5th level of the divine realm. Moreover, his move hit the most vulnerable part of the tongue and throat of the Abyss 10,000 poison python. Cough! Crack! At this time, the giant beast bulged its eyes as big as a water tank, and a sound of blood gurgling came from its throat. Its eyes were full of unbelievable horror and panic. The Abyss 10,000 poison python never thought that it would be killed by the person it had always called an ant. Ding dong, the crisis in the canyon is resolved. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. A gathering spirit pearl with 10 million points of cultivation value. Gathering Spirit Pearl. After opening, you can instantly gain 10 million points of cultivation value. Opening conditions: 100 million gold coins plus 100 kilograms of spirit stones. Mysterious grade top grade Xuanbing. Grab one from the Abyss Giant Python. Abyss Giant Python. Take a section of the tendons and bones of the Abyss 10,000 poison python and forge a long gun. Mysterious grade top grade. After the Xuanbing has been killing enemies and drinking blood continuously, there is a very small possibility that the weapon's spirit will change, thereby improving the grade of the Xuanbing. A single copy of the Xuanbing top grade, a copy of 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows gun. 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shun. Mysterious grade top grade, a gun attack skill. It contains a complete set of 108 common gun moves, as well as the ultimate move, 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows. Wow, I'm really rich now. Wuchen was overjoyed. The complete set of Xuan-level top-grade gun skills, coupled with the thick and powerful gun-shaped Xuanbing, it has solved Wuchen's previous two shortcomings of lack of moves and lack of handheld weapons. What surprised Wuchen the most was that he had obtained a spirit gathering bead with a cultivation value of 10 million. It is foreseeable that when Wuchen collects enough gold coins and spirit stones one day and opens the spirit gathering bead, the vast 10 million points of cultivation value will surely make this young man's Xuan cultivation realm advance by leaps and bounds. At this time, Wuchen, full of excitement, walked to the corpses of the two Xuan beasts with big strides, holding the giant python gun in his hand. The corner of his mouth raised. "Hey, the Beast King is full of treasures. We can't just throw it here and waste it." So, he raised his spear and danced wildly. Swish, 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 swish! The moment he attacked, the shadows of the giant python spear were scattered. The surging mysterious energy directly condensed more than 10 orange and blue ice and fire eagles around the tip of the spear and flew towards the two beast corpses. Puff, 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 puff! Wherever the eagle shadows passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The so-called cultivators below the divine realm, holding sharp blades and sharp knives, can hardly hurt the Beast King at all. Does not apply to Wuchen. Firstly, because he possessed the mutant element, holding the Xuan-level top-grade Xuan weapon and performing Xuan-level top-grade Xuan skills, the destructive power he could cause was no less than that of an ordinary cultivator in the divine realm. Secondly, because the two Beast Kings had fought fiercely before and had already killed each other to pieces. After the most solid beast skin was broken, the resistance of the exposed flesh and blood was naturally not so shocking. I don't know how long it took. Wuchen panted and put away his gun and stood still. Looking at the bodies of the two Emperor-level Xuan beasts again, they had been cut by the numerous gun beams. The bones were definitely not cut. The flesh and blood, relative to the size of the two giant beasts, only a small part could be cut off, and was stuffed into Wuchen's portable warehouse. Even so, it was definitely a rich harvest, enough to envy countless human cultivators. After doing all this, Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. What a great move. 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows. It's only the entry-level skill at the moment, which can only summon more than 10 Black Eagle Shadows, but it's already so impressive. Then when I refine this move to perfection, once this move is released, it will form the image of 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows, and that will be considered the real power of this move. Oh my god, what is that? Wuchen was startled by the furry touch on his ankle. While jumping away, he took a closer look. It turned out to be a round and furry little guy with black arms and legs, a white head and belly. Does this guy look familiar? This image, plus this silly and cute expression. Wuchen's eyes widened. Isn't this a giant panda? Yeah, it's just a little smaller, about the same size as a kitten or a puppy. Wuchen, who was reborn, suddenly met the national treasure giant panda in this foreign land. Naturally, he felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, the little guy seemed to be quite clingy to him. After seeing Wuchen jump away, he lay down on his chubby body and came to Wuchen's feet, rubbing his little head affectionately. It is undeniable that this giant panda is indeed quite cute and adorable. The young man squatted down, gently touched its head, and wondered, how could there be a giant panda in this forbidden forest? At this moment, a system prompt sounded throughout his soul and sea of consciousness. Ding dong! The host can now name his battle pet. Name your battle pet? Wuchen was startled. No way, no way. The giant panda that I captured with that battle pet order is this? The chubby little guy seemed to understand what Wuchen said. He nodded obediently and opened his mouth to make a sound. Me. Wuchen was shocked. Me? Is this the sound of a giant panda? I spent a lot of effort, but in the end I caught a thing that only knows how to act cute. He was heartbroken. At this time, the panda, whose head was about the size of a kitten or puppy, spoke again. Meow meow wang wang wang. Wuchen was completely confused. Oh my god, besides sheep, you can also bark like a dog and a cat? I didn't expect you to know so many languages. At this time, the giant panda called out while pointing at the 9 fire-ring ice grass not far away with its round and fleshy little paws, then pointed at its open mouth. Wuchen's face twitched and he asked tentatively, You, don't you want to eat the 9 fire-ring ice grass? Wuchen asked in astonishment, You don't want to eat that 9 fire-ring ice grass, do you? The giant panda nodded frantically. Its black little eyes were shining with an extremely eager light. Wuchen's mouth twitched. That is a rare treasure from heaven and earth that can be used to refine God-level, mysterious products, and you actually want to eat it? Why don't you go to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Just squat quietly, and when I have time, I'll get you some bamboo to eat. Bah! The giant panda protested with its teeth and claws bared. At this moment, Wuchen's ears heard the system prompt again. Ding dong, the God-level selection system has been triggered successfully. Please make a choice among the following options. Option 1. Insist on taking the 9 fire-ring ice grass for yourself. Reward for this option. An extra-large sack of 9 fire-ring ice grass. Special reminder. Doing so will greatly reduce the loyalty of the battle pet and may forcibly terminate the master-servant relationship. Option 2. Return the battle pet's companion creature 9 fire-ring ice grass to the other party and carefully help it cut it into easy-to-chew size. Reward for this option? The battle pet's loyalty is directly maxed out and it will never betray. Wuchen raised his eyebrows. So 9 fire-ring ice grass is the companion creature of the giant panda? In that case, it's not that the giant panda is unreasonable and insists on eating the treasure that I discovered first. It's just that the value of the 9 fire-ring ice grass is really too tempting. You know, in the territory of Daliang, even spiritual-level elixirs and mysterious symbols are regarded as treasures. Ordinary, mysterious, spiritual, earth, heaven. Above the heaven level, it is the legendary God level. And this 9 fire-ring ice grass is the necessary material for refining the God-level mysterious elixir. Wuchen believes that, as long as he sells this 9 fire-ring ice grass to a buyer who knows the goods, he can get the 100 million gold coins and 100 kilograms of spirit stones in a few minutes. After absorbing the tens of millions of cultivation values in the spirit-gathering pearl, what will his mysterious cultivation realm be raised to? But Wuchen looked at the anxious and helpless expression of the little furball, which can be said to be very similar to his young self on Earth after losing his parents in an accident. Forget it, let me show you my skills. Me? The giant panda stared at it with its confused eyes. The young human boy trembled with his long gun. 100 eagles and 1,000 shadows. Swoosh, swoosh, snap, snap. I don't know how long it took. The stems and branches that looked like towering trees had been cut into strips and pieces by Wuchen and neatly stacked into a pile. In fact, Wuchen was able to cut the 9 fire-ring ice grass because this plant had already shown a half-withered and weak state after the giant panda was born. Otherwise, this exotic flower and grass that was enough to make the 2 beast kings fight each other for more than 100 years would not be so easy to be chopped and cut. After doing all this, Wuchen waved his hand at the giant panda in a chic manner and deliberately said with a bad taste, "It's decided to be you, Pikachu. Go, eat as much as you can." The giant panda was so happy. It didn't care what the Pikachu was, it just kept drooling and ran all the way. The giant panda's round body was so fast that it rushed to the piles of delicacies in the blink of an eye and devoured them at an incredible speed. As time passed, the giant panda ate more and more, showing no sign of stopping. Wuchen was stunned. Oh my god, this thing is only about the size of my feet. How can it eat so much? You say you eat fast and eat a lot, but why don't you grow some meat? I saw that more than half of the 9 fire-ring ice grass was eaten by you. Why are you still a tiny thing? Alas, my god-level medicinal materials were wasted by you. When the giant panda swallowed the last grass stem and licked its paws with satisfaction, several system prompts sounded in Wuchen's sea of soul consciousness. Ding dong! The host's actions have caused the loyalty of the battle pet to soar to the full point, and it will never betray. Ding dong! After the battle pet swallowed the companion creature, it has now grown into a complete form. Complete form? Wuchen stared at the little hairy guy for a while, and couldn't help but curled his lips. What a complete form! The appearance and size haven't changed at all, okay? Well, how about opening the system properties page and taking a look? Then the boy's eyes seemed to be nailed to the column of Battle Pet on the property panel, and he could no longer move away. Battle Pet type, the owner of the blood of the holy beast, commonly known as the iron-eating beast. In ancient times, there were 4 great beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. And there were also 4 great beasts, Qiangqi, Taowu, and Chaos. As a holy beast, the iron-eating beast is a subtle existence that surpasses all the divine beasts and fierce beasts. The iron it eats is actually the residue produced when the heart of the myriad worlds was shattered when the myriad worlds were first opened. This thing, even if the power of the 4 evils, 4 gods, and 8 great beasts is combined, cannot be shaken in the slightest. Current cultivation: intermediate mystical beast, infant. Innate magical powers: 1. Holy beast bloodline. It has an absolute blood pressure force on all mysterious beasts below the god level, greatly reducing their combat power. The highest reduction is 90% and the lowest is 10%. 2. The Lord of 10,000 Bears. When facing all bear family beasts, it has absolute divine power to deter, so that the damage it causes to its own kind is doubled, and the damage it receives from its own kind is reduced by half. 3. Holy Bear Roar. A sonic attack skill with extremely strong penetration and lethality. Special note: as the age increases, the iron-eating beast will become stronger and stronger, and unlock more and more powerful innate magical powers. Wuchen was stunned. Wow, I didn't expect that this silly bear is so strong. I thought he only knew how to act cute. I never thought that I actually got a sacred beast. It's a sacred beast as famous as the azure dragon and the white tiger. Ha! Now that Wuchen thinks about it, when he first saw the abyss poison python and the lava ghost-eyed crocodile, the system panel prompted that they were sealed by a strange force, so that their true combat power dropped from the emperor level to the king level. It should be because of the suppression effect of the giant panda's sacred beast bloodline. Humph, what do you mean by a sacred beast as famous as the azure dragon and the white tiger? The little furball was immediately displeased and said, Master, you have to understand clearly that I, the handsome and invincible iron-eating beast, am much more powerful than Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and the like. Wuchen was shocked. Oh my gosh, you? Are you talking? Who else could it be if not me? The giant panda rolled his eyes in a very human way. The young man was stunned and said, isn't your current realm a mid-level mysterious beast? It is equivalent to the human's cultivation level of the Qi control realm. How come you can speak human words? The giant panda raised his head with a proud look on his face. This bear saint is a holy beast. Although at the moment, this bear saint's cultivation level is still relatively low, but for a small matter like speaking human words, it's no big deal. Wuchen gave a thumbs up. My bear is awesome. Ding dong, please name the battle pet as soon as possible. Otherwise, in 10 breaths, the system will default to the name of the battle pet as Iron-Eating Beast. Wuchen slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot about this. How about Pikachu? The young man smiled with evil humor. No. Who would have thought that as soon as these words came out, the giant panda immediately shook its head like a rattle? How majestic and domineering am I, the bear saint? How can you come up with such a weird name that doesn't sound the least bit imposing? You've probably never looked in the mirror, have you? Wuchen said with a look of disgust. Looking at your current image, it really has nothing to do with majestic and domineering. No, you can't call yourself that. This name will seriously affect the mood of this bear saint. Once I'm in a bad mood, my combat power will be unstable. I'm not sure if it will ruin your plans one day. Wuchen chuckled. You're going to threaten this master in disguise, aren't you? Then Squirtle? No, this bear saint is not a turtle. Slowpoke, Flatty Ducky, Master, do you have any misunderstanding about this bear saint species? None of this would work, and seeing that the 10-breath time limit was about to pass, Wuchen became a little impatient. "Of course I know you're a bear. I might as well call you Giant Panda." He thought that given the other party's picky nature, he would definitely complain a lot. Who would have thought that the little furball would just gently nod his head this time? Yeah. It has the word big, which can be considered to be barely related to the mighty and domineering nature of this bear saint. "Fuck, this is okay?" Wuchen was stunned, but he heard the other party mutter in a low voice, "Although I don't know why this bear saint's name has to have the word cat, but at least the master also pointed out my bear nature in the name. Well, okay, let's just leave it like this." Looking at the little furball's reluctant expression that revealed a bit of pity, Wuchen was instantly depressed. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Are you doubting my ability to name, are you?" Looking at the giant panda again, it was completely an expression of, "It's good that you know. Forget it, I forgive you." After waiting for a while, he said, "Master, the companion creature I just took into my body is not very stable yet, and I need to rest more. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the battle pet space to rest first, okay?" "Okay," Wuchen nodded. "Oh, by the way, don't call me master anymore. It sounds a bit weird. Just call me boss." "Okay, boss. Goodbye, boss." After that, the panda's fleshy body rolled up, turned into a stream of light, and with a whoosh sound, it entered the battle pet space. Wuchen walked towards the teleportation altar. He wanted to rely on the power of teleportation to take himself away from the canyon. But when he stood on it, he found that the strange stream of light on the bot altar had long disappeared, and it had become a lifeless boulder. No way? After the 9-fire ring ice grass was eaten, even this teleportation array became ineffective? Wuchen pouted his lips in annoyance. What the hell? Without satellite navigation, this deep mountain forest is too unfriendly to a road-blind person like me. Let's climb to a higher place first and find out the direction of Blood Dragon City. Wow! Just as he was thinking, a gust of wind suddenly blew around him, blinding his eyes. When the boy opened his eyes again, he suddenly found that a low-S trail suddenly appeared at the entrance of the canyon. This road, isn't it a trap? Anyone would inevitably have concerns when there was an inexplicable extra road. But for a road-blind person who had to turn on the navigation every time he went out before his rebirth, Wuchen could only bite the bullet and follow the road at this moment. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way, and as time went by, the lowest path under the boy's feet became wider and wider. Now, it has become a broad road. Wuchen couldn't help thinking. After the disappearance of the 9-fire ring ice grass, this Forbidden Night forest seems to have lost its previous eerie and strangeness. Besides, this road is wide enough for several carriages to run side by side. Does it look familiar? By the way, when I was brought into the Forbidden Night forest by those 4 guys, I also stepped on such a road. Buzz! Suddenly, Wuchen felt his feet lighten and the scenery in front of him swayed. When he looked again, it turned out that he had completely left the Forbidden Night forest with just that step. Wow! So magical! The boy became interested and took another step back. But this time, the expected instant change of scenery did not happen. Turning his head, the broad road that should have appeared under his feet had also disappeared. Wuchen suddenly felt a little lost. I really don't know whether everything that happened in the Night Forbidden Forest is real or an illusion. Fortunately, the little furball sleeping soundly in the battle pet space made the young man convinced that everything that happened before was not in vain. Looking forward, the 5 horses that came here are still tied under the original tree, eating grass leisurely with their heads down. Under one of the trees, the bodyguard's sister in a tight leather jacket is leaning against the tree with her arms folded and her eyes closed. The slightly solemn expression between her eyebrows shows that her heart is not calm at the moment. Recalling the advice of the bodyguard's sister when he first entered the Night Forbidden Forest, Wuchen was full of gratitude for avoiding the end of his life. Thinking in his heart, I have to give this benefactor a grateful hug no matter what. Yes, give her a surprise. So the young man held his breath and tiptoed towards the woman. With his current cultivation, he concealed his breath and was not discovered by the other party. Of course, this was also because the bodyguard's sister closed her eyes and had many thoughts, so she was a little absent-minded. When he got close, Wuchen opened his arms and gave her a big bear hug. The warmth in his arms made Wuchen's heart flutter. "Bodyguard sister, thank you." "Ah!" Before Wuchen finished his words of thanks, he heard a scream. Then the violent, profound energy bloomed like a knife. Bang! The woman's protective, profound energy in the divine realm directly shook Wuchen away for a long distance, and he fell heavily to the ground. "Ouch, it hurts!" Wuchen got up, rubbing his old waist while complaining. "Didn't I just want to give you a surprise? You almost killed me." Fortunately, my cultivation is no longer the same as before. After recognizing that the mud man was the fanatical, murderous intent in the bodyguard's eyes gradually cooled down. On her delicate face, there was a touch of intoxicating red. The words were still cold and pressing. "Humph, who told you to suddenly mess around? You deserve to be shocked to death. Put on your clothes quickly." Wuchen finally reacted. In order to avoid the pursuit of the mysterious beast, he directly tore off the clothes stained with human breath and blood and plunged into the quagmire. "Now he is still naked." Wuchen's face turned red. "Ahem. Luckily, I have 2 sets of spare clothes in my personal storage. However, I can't use the personal storage in front of the bodyguard sister. What if she thinks I have a storage ring and has bad intentions? Although this possibility is extremely small, it's better to be careful." Thinking of this, Wuchen scratched his head slightly embarrassedly and said, "Well, I want to wash in the pond next to me before changing clothes. Can you avoid me first? Bah, who wants to take advantage of you? Come and chase me after you're done." After that, the iceberg beauty untied the reins and jumped on the horse. "Hey, wait a minute," Wuchen suddenly spoke. "What's wrong again?" The bodyguard's sister asked impatiently. "Ahem, that. I don't know the way back." Wuchen touched his nose a little embarrassedly. "So, don't too far, puff." The bodyguard lady really didn't expect the other party to say that. She couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Unfortunately, her smile that bloomed like the early sun was like a flash in the pan, and she turned back to her cold and arrogant expression and said, "Humph, then you'd better hurry up. I don't have the patience to wait for you too long." After that, she clamped her legs on the horse's belly and rode away. Although the sound of horse hooves could still be heard vaguely, the dense forest made it difficult to find the other party's figure. Wuchen then breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and jumped into the clear pool of water. Not long after, Wuchen on horseback caught up. After washing, the young man put on new clothes. His wet hair hung down, naturally covering his forehead, and his eyes were faintly visible between the hair, which made him look quite handsome. The bodyguard's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed. In this situation, the girl's reserve made her not think about where Wuchen, who had become a clay doll at the time, could get such a clean and fitting set of clothes. Her eyes were attracted by the reins of the other 3 horses in Wuchen's hand, which were lengthened with thick branches. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why did you bring them here too?" "Of course I have to bring them here. Otherwise they will probably be eaten by the mysterious beasts in the forest." Wuchen's tone was as if it was a matter of course, which was beyond the bodyguard's expectation. Somewhere, soft in her heart seemed to be gently touched by Wuchen's actions. After a pause, the leather jacket girl asked again, "Where are those 4 guys?" "They are all dead," Wuchen said calmly. "Those 4 guys invited me to join the team to do the mission, but in fact they are assassins sent by the eldest son of the Lin family." The bodyguard's sister nodded lightly after hearing this. She had long felt that there was something wrong with this mission. The death of those 4 people did not cause any ripples in the bodyguard's sister's heart, but when she looked at Wuchen, who was controlling 4 horses by himself and was a little funny in a fluster, she smiled unconsciously. This man can have a life-saving heart for those 4 horses, and he can kill the guys who threaten him decisively. Haha, he is still a very interesting guy. In the evening, Blood Dragon City. Wuchen followed the bodyguard sister to the Colosseum of Hoi. On the top floor, in the luxurious room with a single hall and a single building, the bodyguard lady pushed Wuchen in and said in a cold tone, "I brought this person back to you. He has no missing arms or legs." "Ha, that's great!" Xianhui laughed and came to the bodyguard lady like a light aureole, opening her arms to hug her. "I knew you were reliable. Come, I'll give you a big hug. Go away." The bodyguard lady dodged the other party's hungry wolf and said coldly, "Protect this guy for another month, and I will pay you back for what I owe you. By then, I will be free again." Xianwei seemed to have long been accustomed to the other party's coldness and arrogance. She just smiled and nodded. No problem. The bodyguard lady snorted and turned away. Hey, hey, don't be in a hurry to leave. Don't you want to stay for a drink? It would be nice to let me hold one. Xianwei vaguely heard the other party slam the door and drop the word witch, but she didn't care. She turned around and said to Wuchen, I don't need to ask. I can imagine how thrilling your escape from death was this time. It's good to let you hit a snag, so that you don't always lack experience in the world and act foolishly. Why don't you say anything? Are you really scared silly? After seeing the other party's concern, Wuchen, who pretended to be deep, smiled mysteriously. Hey, this trip is indeed thrilling enough. But I also got a surprise. Xianwei raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, tell me about it? In her heart, she didn't really take Wuchen's so-called surprise seriously. In her opinion, this was just an excuse made by the other party who felt embarrassed. Wuchen didn't waste words and demonstrated it with actions. Buzz! The half orange-red and half ice-blue protective aura suddenly bloomed. Control, Qi realm 8th level? The sudden surge of aura made Xianwei's pair of red lips stretch into a big O shape. And this strange color, could it be a mutant element? Hey, you have a good eye? Wuchen proudly adjusted his hair. Xianwei, on the other hand, stood there dumbfounded, her beautiful pupils flashing with surprise. Just a few days ago, this 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of him was only at the mediocre wild martial realm. Today, he has broken through to the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm. On average, one day can improve one major level of cultivation. Can you believe this? Wuchen was very satisfied that the arrogant witch showed such an expression. He grinned proudly. Hey, no need to worship me. I'm just a legend. Xianwei came back to her senses and pursed her lips. Her pretty face that had captivated everyone suddenly became extremely solemn and said, Now I have to have a serious talk with you. Wuchen had never seen Xianwei look so solemn and dignified since he met her. Even the this aunt that the girl always said became I. Just when Wuchen was stunned, Xianwei raised her hand, gently pointed at her chest, and said, Let's start with the blood dragon birthmark here. Blood dragon birthmark? Wuchen was confused. If the other party hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have paid attention to the strange birthmark on his left chest. After the boy opened his collar and took a look, he grinned and joked. Ha! Do you want to tell me that my true identity is the high and mighty Dragon Man? Or a celestial Dragon Man? Or a Super Saiyan? Haha. This time it was Xianwei who was stunned. After a long while he asked, Don't you know the origin of this birthmark yourself? Wuchen frowned, closed his eyes, and carefully searched the memory of the original owner of this body. But he found nothing and spread his hands helplessly. I really have no impression. If you hadn't mentioned it just now, I wouldn't have known that this birthmark has a very domineering name. Xianwei was instantly confused. He thought to himself, It seems that I have to let him know what the blood dragon birthmark means first. Otherwise, even he is confused. How can he use this power to help me? Immediately, the girl took a sip of tea with elegant manners and began to popularize Wuchen about the legend of the blood dragon birthmark. 20 or 30,000 years ago, a sudden, fierce conflict at the plane level forced Yinglong Continent to become a battlefield. All kinds of cultivators who are so powerful that they are unimaginable launched a fierce battle in Yinglong Continent. The most powerful among them are the mysterious beasts in the star realm, the Chaos Sky Dragon Beast. At that time, there were also several human masters who were also in the star realm. They stepped forward and fought with the Chaos Sky Dragon for an unknown number of days. That unprecedented battle caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to split, and the sun and the moon to change color. Upon hearing this, Wuchen was already a little dazzled. Previously, the two beasts that he met in the valley, whose cultivation was sealed to the equivalent of the Earth King realm, had terrifyingly high combat power. How strong would the mysterious beasts and humans in the star realm be? After all, above the Earth King is the Human Emperor, and above the Human Emperor is the Heaven Sect. Only by breaking through the 9th peak of the Heaven Sect realm can one touch the threshold of the star realm. Legend has it that the Yinglong Continent 20,000 to 30,000 years ago was 1,000 times wider than the land where people live today. Xianwei's voice came again. It was because of the fierce battle that year that most areas of Yinglong Continent were destroyed. If it weren't for the final disorder of time and space that dragged those extremely powerful humans and mysterious beasts into the chaotic sea of stars and completely disappeared, Yinglong Continent might not even have the tiny bit left now. And those pioneers who opened the supreme power of the stars and sealed the extremely powerful Chaos Sky Dragon and their own true bodies were revered by the cultivators of later generations as Dragon Slayer Star Lords. My Xia family ancestor was fortunate enough to follow one of the Dragon Slayer Star Lords. Although times have changed, my Xia family no longer has the glory of the past, but, passed down from generation to this day, I, the core member of the clan, am still qualified to see the family's secret book with my own eyes. The pattern and position of the blood dragon birthmark recorded in the secret book are exactly the same as the one on your heart. After hearing this, Wuchen couldn't help but admire. A battle can actually destroy most of the area of a plane. This is awesome. He inherited the memory of the previous eldest son of the Bu family, and knew that even the current Yinglong Continent is much larger than the Earth. How vast must this plane be before the outbreak of the war? What does awesome mean? Xianuoi blurted out. It means very, very awesome. After saying that, Wuchen sat down at the table in a familiar manner and poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. After hearing this, Xianuoi raised her head and chest with a proud look on her face and said, "Very good. Then this grandma will have another self-proclaimed name that I can show off in the future. From now on, I will be called Awesome." Puff! Wuchen sprayed on the spot. "What's wrong with you?" I've never tasted such fragrant tea. I drank it in a hurry and choked." Wuchen sweated profusely. "Don't worry about me, go on." Xianuoi didn't think much about it and continued, "Aren't you from the imperial capital of Daliang? The area where the Dragon Slayer Star Lord fell after sealing the Chaos Sky Dragon is where the capital of Daliang is today. All signs indicate that you are very likely the descendant of that Dragon Slayer Star Lord. In fact, it is not difficult to prove this point. Now you are already in the Qi control realm, where you can release your profound Qi. You only need to bite your left thumb, press the bloody finger and the Qi spirit mixed with your own profound Qi on the blood dragon birthmark, and you can test it out." At this point, Xianuoi suddenly grabbed Wuchen's hand. "If you are really a descendant of the Dragon Slayer Star Lord, please save my Xiaoqi." Wuchen was stunned when he heard that. Then he said with a sense of loss, "The name Xiaoqi is quite nice. Is it a boy or a girl?" Xianuoi was stunned for a moment, and then her pretty face turned red. She thought that she was still an unmarried girl, so how could there be a child? She rolled her eyes in reproach. "What are you talking about?" "Xiaoqi is the name of my battle pet. If it weren't for the fact that this aunt insisted on running away from the marriage, she would not have been injured like that if she had risked her original profound power to help me." "Oh my God, you ran away from the marriage? Hey, do you understand the point, you little bastard?" Wuchen interrupted several times, and the sadness between Xianuoi's eyebrows was completely dispelled. At this moment, the young man smiled as if his evil plan had succeeded. "Hey, this is the witch I know. Don't be so sad. Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help." So, his mischievousness was just to make himself feel less sad? Xianuoi felt a sweetness in her heart. The boy learned from Xianuoi that the battle pet Xiaoqi was left to her by her mother before she died. They grew up together and had a deep relationship. With her mother's support, Xianuoi didn't want Xiaoqi to be hurt at all. But now. In fact, Xianuoi, who escaped from marriage to Blood Dragon City, chose to run an arena because she could collect more pure Yang-attributed Xuan beast blood here. In this way, she could reconcile the yin-cold poison in the pet Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, Blood Dragon City is only a cold frontier after all, and the high-level Xuan beasts that human cultivators can capture are extremely rare. This level of beast blood can't remove the cold poison in Xiaoqi's body at all. It can only be regarded as barely hanging on to a breath and let it live a little longer. Originally, Xianuoi didn't plan to settle down in such a place, but when she escaped from marriage and fled here, Xiaoqi's injuries were too serious and could no longer withstand the slightest bumps. Later, Xianuoi's whereabouts were finally discovered and reported to the family. The Wanguo Business Alliance, which was already in a precarious situation, was forced by the pressure of the powerful prospective in-law to pretend that they didn't know where she was and let her fend for herself. She is Xiaoqi. Soon, Bu Wuchen followed Xiaonuoyi and saw her battle pet, a listless crane. It was much taller and more handsome than the ordinary red-crowned crane. The feathers on the ends of its wings and tail were flashing red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, purple, and other different colors, which was very strange. It was originally a king-level top-grade mysterious beast, the colorful winged crane. When it grows up, it may even have the hope of breaking through the limit of the Earth King realm and becoming a human Emperor realm beast king who can dominate one side. However, because of the extreme cold poison in her body, Xiaoqi's cultivation has long ceased to exist. Even her life breath has reached the point where it is barely detectable. At this time, Xiaonuoyi sat on the corner of the bed, trembling with her hands, gently stroking the feathers on Xiaoqi's long neck, and tears flashed in her eyes unconsciously. The extremely cold poison in Xiaoqi's body can only be completely eliminated by a large amount of pure young beast blood. Moreover, the quality of young beast blood must be one level higher than Xiaoqi's own Xuan cultivation realm. Hiss! 1 level higher than Xiaoqi! Hearing this, Bu Wuchen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, because he had previously learned from Xiaonuoyi that before Xiaoqi was poisoned, he was a top-grade beast king. 1 level higher than it. Wouldn't it be necessary to use the blood of a top-grade beast king? It's a pity that the blood of the Abyss 10,000 poison python and lava ghost eye crocodile that I collected does not contain pure yang power, otherwise I could have used it to try. Thinking of this, when Bu Wuchen looked up again, the beauty in front of him was already a little tearful. If it were in the past, I would have gone to heaven and hell to get Xiaoqi the pure yang beast blood. Unfortunately, after escaping from marriage, my Xuanshu realm has also dropped greatly, and there is no way. Xiaonuoyi suddenly paused. Huh? You are actually laughing? Do you still have any sympathy? Ahem, no. No, I just think it's a bit weird for you to call yourself this Diao Jia Tian. Bu Wuchen couldn't help but waved his hand, motioning the other party to continue. Anyway, now only you can save Xiaoqi. After the matter is done, let me repay you in any way. How much damage would it be to the opposite sex when a fairy-like person said anything is fine? Anyway, Bu Wuchen drooled in disgrace. Hey, you. Sensing the other person's eyes, Bu Wuchen wiped his saliva casually. Ahem, that thing. I'd better try to see if this thing on my chest is the blood dragon birthmark you mentioned. After saying that, the boy jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. Then he bit his left thumb and pressed it against the birthmark, according to the method Xiaonuoyi had said before. Xiaonuoyi's heart skipped a beat and her face flushed. This person is really... How can he just sit on someone else's bed? At that time, Xiaonuoyi, who was devoted to saving Xiaoqi, saw that Bu Wuchen's Xuanshu realm had already broken through to the controlling Qi realm, so she hurriedly took him to see her war pet. The girl didn't realize that the dying Xiaoqi was sleeping on the bed in her boudoir. After Bu Wuchen stepped in, Xiaonuoyi suddenly reacted. But at that time, she couldn't kick him out again, right? Simply make do with expediency. But he never thought that Bu Wuchen, who was drooling at the thought of it, would be caught in such an embarrassing situation by the other party. He just wanted to hide his embarrassment and jumped to the side of the colorful crane and sat cross-legged. He didn't realize that it was Xiaonuoyi's bed. But then again, Bu Wuchen was already terrified by the huge dragon shadow that suddenly appeared in his soul sea. How could he care about the shame of the girl beside the bed? Suddenly, the giant dragon that was circling its body opened its eyes abruptly. Junior, this star-honored one has been waiting for you here for too long. Waiting for me? Besides being shocked, Bu Wuchen was more confused. Did you recognize the wrong person? Ignorant Junior. The old dragon, whose whole body was red, rolled his eyes in a very human way and said, After the birthmark was illuminated by the blood seal, your soul and sea of consciousness can sneak into this star-honored one's world. You are naturally this star-honored one's junior. If it were someone else, no matter how high their cultivation was or how powerful their means were, they would never be able to see me in this state. After hearing what the other party said, Bu Wuchen had already believed it for the most part, but he still asked with a little confusion, You clearly saw a dragon? Could it be that I am also a dragon man? A well-hidden, celestial dragon man? What the hell? The giant dragon said unhappily, The dragon-shaped object you saw is the flesh and blood that I, your ancestor, used to recast the Chaos Celestial Dragon after I killed it that year. In this way, the remnant soul of this star venerable can be preserved for a longer time so as not to disintegrate early. After saying that, the red old dragon squinted his eyes, looked at Wuchen for a moment, and slowly said, "Okay, put away your spiritual perception and go back to your own world. After all, you are only at the 8th level of the Qi control realm, which is really too weak. You can't do anything and you can't get anything." "Ah? Hey, wait a minute." Wuchen hurriedly blurted out the business. Junior is in urgent need of dragon blood with pure yang power to save his life. "I don't know if it's possible." "Oh? How much do you want?" When the young man heard that there was a chance, his eyes lit up immediately. "The more the better." "The more the better? Humph, you really dare to say that?" The blood dragon ancestor's nose shook, and the white gas that burst out directly through Wuchen's shadow several times. "Do you know that if you want to take the dragon blood from my residual body essence, you must use your cultivation as a direct descendant to exchange it?" Wuchen frowned slightly. "Then how much dragon blood can I get with my current cultivation?" 7 or 8 drops. After a brief thought, the blood dragon ancestor said, "After the exchange, your cultivation will regress to the 1st level of the wild martial realm." Ah, Wuchen was very disappointed. You know, he is now the 8th level of the controlling Qi realm. Looking at the entire blood dragon city, he is also a rare strong man. After cultivating to the end, he could only get 7 or 8 drops of dragon blood. Just at this moment, ding dong, the god-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Refuse to exchange your own cultivation for dragon blood. After leaving the blood dragon space, just pretend that nothing happened. Reward for this option: an exquisite urn containing the bones of a colorful winged crane. Option 2. Exchange your own cultivation for dragon blood and use it to detoxify the colorful winged crane. Reward for this option: if the detoxification is successful, you will be rewarded with a special profound skill. If the detoxification fails, you will be rewarded with a small basket that says "drawing water from a bamboo basket." The system options that suddenly popped up made the young man laugh and cry. "Oh my God, what the hell is this?" Even if the detoxification is successful, it only says that a special profound skill will be rewarded, but we don't even know the grade or whether it is a unique or uncommon copy. Forget it, I decided to help Xianuoi from the beginning anyway. If it weren't for this fairy sister who helped me so many times, whether it was me, Yaoer, or A Chun, we would have been killed long ago. I will help you for sure. The question now is, how many drops of dragon blood should I exchange for? Wuchen couldn't help but hesitate. If he exchanged too little, he was afraid it would not be enough. If he exchanged too much, he would be in big trouble. Wuchen was still hoping to rank among the top in the 100 schools competition in a month, so that he could return to the imperial capital openly. If now, his cultivation level plummeted back to the wild martial realm, what's the point of competing? Well, let's ask this old dragon for advice first. Thinking of this, the young man spoke decisively. "May I ask, Senior, if my Xuan cultivation realm is only reduced to the 3rd level of the Yuki realm, how many drops of dragon blood can I get in exchange?" The red dragon said without hesitation, 5 drops, no more. "Boy, Ancestor, I see that your blood and Qi are full, and you are in good condition. Why do you need dragon blood to save your life?" "Oh, there is someone else to be saved." "Oh?" The blood dragon ancestor raised his thick and long white eyebrows and said, "Parents? Or wife and children?" None of them. What I want to save is a colorful winged crane that has been poisoned by cold." The blood dragon ancestor was obviously stunned. You are willing to lower your cultivation level in exchange for dragon blood just to save a non-relative, or even non-my-race Xuan beast? This kind of stupid thing, this star venerable has lived for so many years and has never seen it before. So I really want to know why. It's actually not that complicated. I saved it just to repay my gratitude. Wuchen obviously didn't want to dwell on this topic any further, so he asked, "Senior, you are knowledgeable and experienced. You must have heard of a cold poison called Jue Sen, right? Please tell me, Senior, how much dragon blood is needed to cure this cold poison?" The giant dragon squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "I've never heard of it. I think this so-called Jue Sen cold poison is not that powerful, and it's not even in my eyes." The blood dragon ancestor's extremely anthropomorphic dragon face was full of pride. The dragon race itself is mostly of extremely strong and yang body, and my current body is no exception. Since it is a low-level cold poison, 5 drops of dragon blood full of pure yang power should be enough to detoxify it. Hearing this, the big stone in Bu Wuchen's heart finally fell to the ground. Great, then change to 5 drops. The red dragon ancestor nodded its huge head. After your consciousness returns to your own world, you only need to activate your consciousness, and 5 drops of dragon blood will emerge from your palm. Boy, every time your Xuan cultivation realm is upgraded to a higher level, you can use your own essence and blood, combined with soul power and Xuan power, to awaken the blood dragon space once. When you become truly powerful, you will discover how powerful this blood dragon space and what I, your ancestor, can bring you. But no matter when, the time you can stay in the blood dragon space is extremely short. Now the time limit is up. Young man, live well. After the words were spoken, Bu Wuchen's spiritual body forcibly left the blood dragon space uncontrollably. Hey, are you okay? The crisp voice that suddenly rang in his ears brought Bu Wuchen back to reality from his somewhat dazed mental state after he suddenly entered and exited the blood dragon space. Bu Wuchen turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. It was Xia Nuoi. He would never forget the look in the eyes of this fairy lady at this moment. There was a hint of timidity hidden in her strong expectation, because she was very afraid that in the next second she would hear a helpless answer from the mouth of the young man in front of her. At this time, Bu Wuchen did not waste any words and gently pressed his palm to the corner of Xiaoqi's slightly opened mouth. His mind moved. Tick, tick, tick. 5 drops of bright red dragon blood were all sent into his mouth. After just a few breaths, the colorful winged crane's eyes, which were closed weakly, suddenly opened. After getting up, she threw herself directly into the arms of Xianuoi, who had not yet reacted. While rubbing her long neck against his cheek affectionately, she let out a series of crane cries. After a long pause, Xianui came back to her senses in surprise. Xiaoqi, have you been completely cured of the poison? As she spoke, she hugged the colorful crane. Although she was extremely excited, she was afraid that she would hurt the other party, so the girl's movements were very gentle. The spiritual beast has already begun to have consciousness. What's more, Xiaoqi was once a king-level upper-grade beast. She understood what Xianuoi said and nodded hurriedly to respond. Great! It's really great! Xianuoi, who was crying with joy, kept thanking Bu Wuchen. At this time, Bu Wuchen was stunned by a system prompt in his soul sea of consciousness. Ding dong! The host used dragon blood to help the colorful crane get rid of the cold poison and obtained a special profound skill reward. 3-phase power. 3-phase power, a special status skill of the lower earth rank, contains the 3-phase shocking power. The first phase, frenzy attack, which increases the attack power of the caster by 70%. The second phase, strong defense, which increases the defense power of the caster by 70%. The third phase, extreme speed, which increases the speed of the caster by 70%. Special status skill of the earth rank? Wahahaha! This time I really made a fortune. Bu Wuchen was overjoyed. Originally, he didn't expect the selection system to reward him with anything good. Who knew that the surprise came so suddenly? At this moment, a beautiful face suddenly came in front of him. Who else could it be except Xia Nuoi? After carefully examining Bu Wuchen with her watery eyes for a while, she suddenly frowned and said, "How come your aura seems to have become much weaker?" Bu Wuchen raised his eyebrows and said, "Wow, you can see that? That's amazing." Alas, it's because the blood dragon ancestor is too stingy. I asked him for a few drops of pure yang dragon blood, but he had to exchange it with my Xuanshu realm. The young man shrugged calmly, but Xianuoi was moved to tears. "You actually did it for me." At a certain moment, she really had the urge to commit herself to him. But when she thought of her special identity, if she really got married to Bu Wuchen because of a momentary emotion, it would bring endless troubles to him. Forget it. Forget it. After all, it's not good, and the fate has not arrived. After sighing twice, the lingering regret was deeply buried in the heart of the girl. On her face, she regained her fearless witch look and said heroically, "Bu Wuchen, your kindness to me is worth anything I can do for you. So if you need my help, just ask. Even if it's a sea of fire and swords, this ant will never frown." Seeing the other party's serious look, Bu Wuchen suddenly restrained his mind and became extremely solemn. He said word by word. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Shinui nodded firmly. At this time, deep in the girl's heart, she had even made the worst plan. The poison in Xiaoqi's body has been resolved. And the family has thrown this ant away like an abandoned child. Now I have no worries anymore. But the boy's face became more and more cold. He lowered his voice and said word by word, Then I hope you can. Use the tip of your tongue to lick your eyes. Okay, I will. What did you say? Shinui was stunned on the spot, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Wuchen grinned. Hey, I told you to use the tip of your tongue to reach your eyes and make a face for me. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Oh my, that's hard to do. We agreed not to frown even in the face of danger? Ah, you. He was so solemn and serious, but he just asked me to make a face? After being stunned for 2 breaths, the girl finally understood the other party's subtext. You don't have to do anything and you don't have to feel guilty. You are really... Xiaonui's eyes, as beautiful as stars, were filled with moisture again. She leaned forward and hugged Wuchen tightly. She buried her head in the other's heart and said in a sweet voice, You are really a guy who makes people unable to stop. Fairy sister took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. The soft and moist body in his arms, the fragrance lingered in his nose, the breath was like orchid. Wuchen almost fainted with happiness. Cry! Just when Wuchen was about to lose his temper, the light cry of the colorful winged crane dissipated the ambiguous ripples between the two. Xianui quickly retracted her body, her pretty face flushed hot. Wuchen touched his nose. Ahem, that Xiaoqi is really interesting, and he knows the principle of not looking at what is indecent, and he blocked his eyes with his wings. He said this, but in his heart, the young man cursed the ancestors of the stinky crane. He thought with tears in his eyes, Brother is your savior, and this is how you repay me? You idiot, you big idiot! Xianui glanced at Wuchen secretly. Seeing that there was a look of depression between his eyebrows, as if he couldn't get what he wanted, and as if he was disappointed, he blew his beard and glared at Xiaoqi, which was so funny, so he laughed out loud. When she smiled, the whole room became filled with spring flowers. You are going to participate in the 100 schools competition in a month, right? Xianui asked suddenly. Yes. Wuchen nodded. Then what is your current Xuanqi cultivation level? The 3rd level of the Yuqi realm. Oh, that's only 2 levels lower than Lin Liang, the top seed in the Academy's battle hall. Do you know what this means? A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? Smart, Xianui praised and then said, If you want to fight your way back to the Daliang imperial capital, this ant will risk her life and help you with Xiaoqi. But if you want to return to your homeland with dignity, you must achieve outstanding results in the 100 schools competition. What do you choose? Wuchen grinned. Hey, of course I choose the latter. Although I appreciate your kindness, but in my home in the imperial capital, I have a grandfather who is upright, stubborn, dignified, and truly cares about me. Even if it's just to save his face, I will go through the path of imperial summoning heaven and return to the imperial capital with integrity. Upon hearing this, Xianui's eyes immediately showed a stream of admiration. It was as if she was saying, You are worthy of being the man that this lady has taken a fancy to. In this case, you need to hide your strength temporarily to save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Tomorrow is the Academy's half-monthly Xuanli strength test. At this point, Xianui raised her jade hand and took out a thumb-sized purple crystal bead from the storage ring. There were many strange patterns engraved on the bead. A careful look would reveal that these patterns were actually several little people, flying over the eaves and walls, tossing and turning, or sleeping in meditation, etc., in different postures, such as the meridian flow diagram. The girl said, When the time comes, you can take this bead with you. It can help you conceal the reality of your cultivation of 3 small realms. In other words, with it, the mysterious energy you release in the eyes of others will only be equivalent to the level of just stepping into the realm of controlling qi. However, this thing is useless for people whose mysterious cultivation realm is more than 2 major levels higher than yours. So magical? Wuchen took the purple crystal bead and couldn't help but look at it carefully. What is it called? This I really don't know. Xianui's pretty face suddenly blushed for no reason. Because this thing was secretly handed to Xianui by her grandmother when she was still very young, saying that it was a treasure to be used as a dowry in the future. Wuchen looked left and right, and couldn't help but put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Shh! Suddenly, the blood dragon birthmark on the boy's chest suddenly gave off a strange warm feeling. As if by some strange coincidence, Wuchen directly printed the purple bead on his blood dragon birthmark. Shua! In an instant, a seductive purple-red light suddenly appeared, startling Wuchen and Xiaonuo. When the two of them looked again, they found that the purple crystal bead had already turned into a stream of light, poured into Wuchen's chest and disappeared. What's going on? Xiaonuo was stunned. In Wuchen's soul sea of consciousness, a system prompt sounded that made him excited. Ding dong! The special profound skill 3-phase power has a spiritual transformation reaction with the strange purple crystal bead. In addition to making the skill power of 3-phase power stronger, it has also derived a new skill effect, virtual and real transformation. 3-phase power, a special status skill of the lower grade of the Earth rank, current realm, entry. Skill effect, the bonus of the 3-phase power. The first phase, frenzy attack, which doubles the attack power of the caster. The second phase, strong defense, which doubles the defense power of the caster. The third phase, extreme speed, which doubles the speed of the caster. 3-phase power, virtual and real transformation. The host can adjust the appearance of his own profound energy at will, within the positive and negative 3 small realms. Special note: the disguise of virtual and real transformation is ineffective for cultivators whose soul realm is far higher than their own. Wow, this purple bead is so amazing, isn't it? It not only improves the power of the Earth-level profound skill 3-phase power, it also adds a special effect of virtual transformation, which consolidates and strengthens the original effect of this crystal bead. After Xiaonuo heard Wuchen's muttering word by word, her heart finally fell back to the ground. You scared me. I thought something went wrong. Now it seems that it has become more useful after being absorbed by you? That's right. Wuchen smiled and patted his chest. Moreover, it seems to have merged with me, and you can't take it back even if you want it in the future. Xiaonuo frowned. There is no reason for me to ask for something back after I give it away. She looked very tough on the surface, but in fact, she was as shy as a deer beating in her heart. The dowry my grandmother gave me was actually integrated into one by him. Perhaps this is the wonder of fate? At this time, Wuchen suddenly stood up and took out 3 jars that were originally used to store wine from his portable warehouse. He handed them to Xiaonuo and said, "Fairy sister, please help me identify the value of the things in these jars." Xiaonuo's beautiful eyes were shocked. Taking things out of thin air? You actually have a storage ring? Heh, you bad guy hides it very well. Ahem, this is not the point. Wuchen pushed the jars forward again and said, "Take a quick look." Xiaonuo opened the lids and found that it was not wine, but blood. She extended a touch of her soul perception, checked for a moment, and couldn't help but screamed, "Oh my god! This blood contains a very rich beast source power. Could it be the blood of the Emperor-level top-grade mysterious beast? It's no wonder that someone like the fairy sister would be so out of control. You know, the blood of the Beast King is definitely a rare treasure in the secular world. In addition, the essence of the mysterious beast has a wide range of uses. Whether it is alchemy or forging weapons, the blood of the mysterious beast is almost used in the key steps. The 3 jars of the top-grade Beast King blood in front of Xiaonuo, let alone in this cold frontier, even if they were placed in the imperial capital of Daliang, they would cause quite a stir. After the girl carefully checked it twice, she said confidently, "This is genuine top-grade Beast King blood. There is no mistake. I picked it up in the night-forbidden forest." Wuchen said casually, "Speaking of which, the reason why my Xuan cultivation realm has skyrocketed to the Yuchi realm is also related to this beast blood. With a system or something, it is really too incredible." Wuchen simply took this opportunity to make up a convincing story for his sudden increase in cultivation. Then, the boy deliberately pretended to be very shocked and said excitedly, "These are actually top-grade Beast King blood? Good guy, those 3 jars together must be worth a lot of money, right? Can we be a little more ambitious?" Xiaonuo couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other party. Beast King-level blood is extremely rare. Each jar is a good thing worth millions of gold. Is it true? Wuchen continued to pretend to be very surprised. In fact, in his memory, there was already information about the general value of the blood of the royal beast. What was handed to Xianuoi at this moment was only the blood of the Abyss 10,000 poison python. In the portable warehouse of this young man, there were 3 other jars of the blood of the lava ghost eye crocodile. However, both the Abyss 10,000 poison python and the lava ghost eye crocodile were cold-blooded animals. Their blood could not remove the cold poison. If not, Wuchen would have used these jars of top-grade royal beast blood to heal Xiaoqi and remove the poison. At this time, Wuchen slapped his thigh fiercely. You have a high level of cultivation and a wide range of channels, so I will give these 3 jars of royal beast blood to you to sell. We will each share half of the proceeds. It turned out that the young man pretended to be extremely surprised before, but in fact, he wanted to find a way to make Xianuoi earn some benefits. Otherwise, Wuchen would always feel uneasy if he swallowed a gem of the fairy lady for nothing. That's not a small amount of money, Xianuoi asked with a faint smile. You're just giving me half of it. Don't you feel bad? Wuchen waved his hands. If you hadn't identified its grade, I would have sold these jars at a low price in minutes. That would be really heartbreaking. You're welcome. It's settled. Besides, although the cold poison in Xiaoqi's body has been cleared, he is still very weak and needs more resources to replenish his body. Li, the colorful winged crane, who understood human language, rubbed Wuchen's shoulder intimately, obviously expressing gratitude in its own way. Hey, okay, this ant won't be polite with you. The smile on Xianuoi's lips was very refreshing. Coincidentally, the large auction held every 3 years at Qianbaolu will be held in 10 days. I think by then, your 3 jars of Beast King blood will also be able to sell for a good price. Well, I still have to take care of Xiaoqi, so I won't send you off? The girl ordered him to leave. She was really afraid that if she stayed with Wuchen any longer, she would break through her rationality and something would happen to him. After leaving the Colosseum, Wuchen first went home to enjoy a delicious meal with Wan Xiaoyao and the old slave Chen. After eating and drinking, he set off for the Blood Dragon City Academy. If the 3 phases of power are activated at the same time, my attack, defense, and speed will all double. This skill is powerful, but it consumes a lot of mystical energy to use, and it is difficult to sustain it. Only by taking the Qi-restoring Xuandan can the extreme loss of mystical energy caused by the 3 phases of power be alleviated a little. Well, I have to refine more Qi-restoring pills. I also refine some other kinds of pills in combination, just in case. With this in mind, Wuchen ran to the Blood Dragon City Academy at full speed to refine pills in seclusion. With his current status, entering and exiting the Dan Hall secret pavilion is as easy as entering his own front door, unimpeded. In the evening, the sunset glows. The medicinal fragrance overflowing from the air outlet of the Dan Hall secret pavilion makes other students who are studying hard in the Dan Hall classroom envious and ashamed. We have been training in the alchemy hall for 2 or 3 years, but we are still just alchemist apprentices, and we haven't even reached the first level of the mortal realm. But Master Bu, as soon as he came in, he was a special student of the alchemy hall with a transcendent status, and he can even use the secret pavilion at will. Alas, this is the gap. Thinking back to the past 2 days, when Master Bu first came to the alchemy hall, he was so humble and polite, and at that time we all relied on our status as students of the alchemy hall and were arrogant. I am so ashamed. When Wuchen was in seclusion refining the alchemy, Lin Liang was shocked when he received the news that he had returned to the alchemy hall of the academy safely. What? That guy is still alive? On the contrary, there is no news from the 4 guys I sent. Lin Liang frowned and was furious. 4 trash. They ruined what I asked them to do. They deserve to be put to death. It's a pity to waste those high-grade black crystals. How hateful, how hateful. Although Lin Liang was very angry, he had to give an explanation to his family. He left the tavern in a hurry. In a moment, Lin mentioned, "What? That little beast is not dead?" Lin Yunba and Lin Taoshu were both shocked. After listening to Lin Liang's plan, they thought it was a sure thing. Who would have thought? Lin Liang lowered his head, looking like he was letting it go. In order to make Lin Taoshu feel better, Lin Yunba could only pretend to scold his beloved son severely. Then, he said sternly, "Since the little beast escaped this time, he must be vigilant, and similar means will not be used in the future." Well, he can escape the first day, but not the 15th. Now you put all your energy into the 100 Schools Championship in a month. If you dare to make any mistakes this time, don't blame me for not recognizing you as your son." Lin Liang bowed hurriedly and said, "Tomorrow will usher in the Xuanli test, which is held every half a month. It is also the day to finalize the seed players for the competition. I will definitely win the first place and bring honor to my Lin family." Lin Yunba deliberately put on a stern face, "Humph, I hope you can do what you say. Go down." "Yes, I'll take my leave." After Lin Liang left, Lin Yunba put on a kind expression and said to Lin Taoshu, who was sitting next to him, "Taoshu, my son has disappointed you this time. Let me, as his father, apologize to you on his behalf." Lin Taoshu waved his hands in panic. "How dare I, Patriarch? Please don't embarrass me." After this incident, he was disappointed, but he felt better after all. But he heard Lin Yunba continue, "Don't worry, Bu Wuchen, that little beast, got out of the dead end by luck, but it can't happen again. Sooner or later I will destroy him with my own hands and then bring him to you so that you can vent your anger." No words were spoken that night. The next morning, a thin old man gently knocked on the door of the Dantang secret pavilion. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The old man knocked again and again, but no one answered. This thin old man was none other than the dean of the Blood Dragon City College, Zhou Wanen. Leek, one of the masters of the alchemy hall who came with him, couldn't help but mutter, "Dean, why do I hear a faint snoring sound in the room?" Another master of the alchemy hall, Sun Jinwang, nodded his head. "I heard it too." "That kid, could it be that he fell asleep in the secret chamber?" "Oh?" Zhou Wanen listened carefully, and hey, there was really a snoring sound. Sun Jinwang, who was experienced in the world, rolled his eyes and immediately stood up for Dean Zhou. "He Bu Wuchen is really too much. Dean, you came to the door in person, but he hid inside and slept? This is simply unreasonable." After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to knock on the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his arm, Dean Zhou pressed it down. "Shh, don't make noise. Bu Wuchen must have been in seclusion all night to refine the elixir and fell asleep because of exhaustion. Let's go, him rest for a while." Sun Jinwang was stunned, thinking, this old man's flattery almost hit the horse's leg. But the referee representative sent by the 100 Schools Championship is still waiting to test whether he has the qualifications of a seed player. Li Kai reminded, seed players have the privilege of skipping the preliminary round, thus avoiding unnecessary consumption. This is a benefit that cannot be ignored for classmate Bu Wuchen. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Wanen waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Let them wait a little longer. It's still in time to wake him up at noon." Li Kai and Sun Jinwang looked at each other and saw unbelievable surprise in each other's eyes. "Dean Zhou, who has always been very principled, this is the first time that you make an exception, right?" "Tsk. The dean came to visit just because the other party was not awake yet. I would rather suffer a little grievance and delay for a while with the referees sent by the 100 Schools Championship than disturb Bu Wuchen's sleep. The treatment that Bu Wuchen has received is unprecedented since the founding of Blood Dragon City Academy." Sun Jinwang said sourly, "I'm afraid this will spoil the kid, right?" Dean Zhou smiled indifferently. "Haha, if your Sun family can also produce a genius who can win the alchemy competition against Lin Taoshu, I don't mind pampering him." Sun Jinwang's mouth twitched. Dean, you are joking." "Well, instead of thinking about these, why don't you help me think about how to deal with those referees later?" Looking at Dean Zhao's hurried back, the two alchemy masters who were usually high and mighty couldn't help but express the same emotion as those alchemy students at this moment. Alas, this is the gap. Aha! When Bu Wuchen was full of sleep, he pushed open the door of the secret chamber while yawning. "My little ancestor!" Sun Jinwang and Li Kai rushed over in 2 steps. "You finally woke up." Bu Wuchen rubbed his sleepy eyes, and seeing the 2 old men seemed very anxious, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. 2 masters, what are you doing? You know, don't you?" Sun Jinwang held his forehead with his hand and said, "Today is the selection day for the seed players of the 100 Schools Championship. The representatives of the competition have been waiting for a long time. Dean Zhou came early in the morning and saw that you were sleeping soundly. Thinking that you had been in seclusion all night to refine the elixir, he couldn't bear to disturb your sleep." Li Kai on the side nodded and said, "Yes, now the referees are waiting anxiously." What's worse is that one of the representatives named Kai Wenchao is Dean Zhou's old enemy. This time he has found Dean Zhou's weakness and deliberately embarrassed him. I can't stand it anymore. Hearing this, Wuchen's sleepy eyes, which were originally a little confused, suddenly widened. Is this true? Thinking back, Dean Zhao had always treated him well. Now, the old dean was being bullied because of him. The young man said decisively, "Take me there." "Okay, this way." Soon, the dean's office was in sight. Before he even reached the front, Wuchen had already heard wanton sneers coming from the room. "Ha ha ha, an alchemist above the 5th level in the mortal realm. Mr. Zhou, you really have the nerve to say that with such a shameless face. With just you, how could you possibly train an alchemy competition seed player above the 5th level in the mortal realm in this barren border city?" Dean Zhou snorted coldly. "Kai Wenchao, laugh as much as you want. In at most another hour, my student will come here in person and make you swallow all your previous ridicule back into your stomach." Hearing this, the old man named Kai Wenchao sneered and said, "As far as I know, under the leadership of you, wise and mighty old man, the Blood Dragon City Academy has not even produced an alchemist of the 3rd level in the mortal realm." "Oh wait, it seems that there was an alchemist of the 4th level in the mortal realm, but I forgot his name. I only remember that you, the old man, did not hesitate to use your personal resources to pave the way for that kid in the path of alchemy. What a pity. After he took advantage of me, he mysteriously disappeared a week before the opening of the 100 Schools tournament. When I met him again, he had already put on the uniform of another city academy. How ironic! Ah!" These words were undoubtedly salt in Zhou Wanan's wounds. Looking at the other party's increasingly dark face, Kai Wenchao felt more pleased than ever before. He looked down at the other person from a high position and said, "Besides, why should I wait for him for another hour?" After that, he waved to the 2 referee representatives beside him and said, "Let's go, don't waste time here." Wait a minute, Zhou Wanan suddenly became anxious. The referee representatives sent from the imperial capital to each city academy competition will wait until the next day after the assessment before leaving. It's against the rules for you to leave now. Oh, really? Then I'm breaking the rules this time. What can you do about it? Kai Wenchao said arrogantly, "You can sue me and see if the people in the imperial capital will offend me and the family behind me for a poor dean from a frontier like you." You. Dean Zhao was so angry that his face turned purple. Even if you really have a genius alchemist, you can only blame him for his bad luck in applying for the Blood Dragon City Academy, where you, an old immortal, are. Remember to go back and apologize to him? After all, if it weren't for you, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity and had to wait for another 3 years. After 3 years, your favorite student will probably be 18 years old. Oh, that's bad. He's over the age limit, destined to have no chance to enter the Imperial Capital Academy for the rest of his life. What a pity. Ha ha ha! Wait! Dean Zhao looked at the other 2 referees for help. I'll call him now, and I'll be able to bring him here within 10 breaths. Can you wait a moment? The 2 looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. Although they also looked down on Kai Wenchao's mean behavior, they were very clear about the forces behind him. In order to uphold justice and protect the rights and interests of a stranger, offend Kai Wenchao? The 2 asked themselves, they are not that great. Hey, don't waste your energy, Kai Wenchao said proudly. Let alone 10 breaths, we can't even wait for 1 breath. If you have the ability, let him appear in front of me immediately, otherwise. As he spoke, Kai Wenchao had already walked to the door. Bang! Suddenly, the door was violently knocked open by someone from the outside. The powerful force directly knocked the entire door panel off and pressed Kai Wenchao underneath. Ouch! Kai Wenchao never thought that someone would suddenly knock in the door. He was so complacent that he was completely defenseless. He didn't even have time to release his protective chi before his nose was flattened by the strong impact. Then he was pressed to the ground by the door with a bang. He grimaced in pain. Ouch, it hurts so much. Who is the blind person who bumped into me? Get out of here. At this time, Wuchen, who had just laid on the door and deliberately pressed the annoying old man under the door to torture him, stood up in a panic. He said innocently, "Oh, I'm so sorry. When I first arrived at the door, I heard someone inside say that if I didn't show up right away, they wouldn't wait for me. That scared me." I was so excited that I just bumped in. Who in the room could have thought that the young man who was panicking at the moment actually did it on purpose? At this moment, Wuchen was full of satisfaction. "Ha! I hit you, you bastard turtle!" Sun Jinwang and Li Kehe, who came with Wuchen, naturally knew the truth. They saw with their own eyes that when Wuchen was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped. After eavesdropping for a while, he suddenly burst out with strength and broke the door open. This must be intentional. The old man who was still arrogantly bullying Dean Zhou a moment ago, after lifting the door panel that was pressing on him, he looked embarrassed with a flat nose, rotten mouth corners, and a blue forehead. Sun Jinwang and Li Ke saw this scene and really wanted to laugh out loud. But they couldn't laugh. Puff, they definitely couldn't laugh. This laugh would easily expose the gang. So, these two Dantang masters of Blood Dragon City College were almost injured by the laughing gas. At this time, the other two referee representatives hurried forward to help. Although they despised Kai Wenchao's behavior, they still had to act like friendly colleagues. Kai Wenchao stood up and took a healing pill. His broken nose and red forehead recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the previous heart-piercing pain and the bruise on his face could not be cured by a healing pill. Especially when he heard that the guy who had knocked him into this state was actually Dean Zhao's favorite student. Kai Wenchao's old face became more gloomy. He glared at Wuchen fiercely and asked, "So it's you, kid. Tell me your name." Wuchen. Huh? Why does this name sound familiar? Kai Wenchao, who came from the Imperial Capital Academy, had heard of his glorious deeds that angered the emperor even though he had never seen Wuchen himself. However, although many people knew that Wuchen was banished from the imperial capital, the specific place where the young man was banished was strictly kept secret. This was also a kind of protection for his only grandson by the king of Daliang for the sake of General Bu. In addition, the Imperial Capital Academy was relatively closed compared to other places. Therefore, Kai Wenchao only felt that the other party's name was familiar for a moment, but he did not think about it. After all, he was in a state of rage at the moment. Li Se snorted coldly. "Humph! How can the academy headed by that old guy Zhou Wanan produce a genius in the way of alchemy? Boy, the crooked ways you used to fool your dean will not work here." In general, students who were judged by the referee representatives sent by the Imperial Capital Academy would inevitably be a little nervous. After being threatened in person, if they could play 70 to 80% of their original level, they would be considered to have a strong psychological quality. Kai Wenchao's move was quite sinister. Unexpectedly, the young man just said, "Oh," and ignored Kai Wenchao. He walked to Dean Zhou with big strides and scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry, I overslept." Seeing Kai Wenchao's miserable appearance, Zhou Wanan was very happy. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, I'm glad I caught up." According to the regulations, in order to become a seed player in the Dan Hall competition and skip the preliminaries directly, you must have alchemy skills above the 5th level of the ordinary realm. For you, Zhou Wanan wanted to say, "It's easy for you," but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He naturally understood the principle that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It would be fine if Kai Wenchao, his mortal enemy, was not among the referee representatives who came this time. With him here, if he knew Wuchen's alchemy realm in advance, who knows if he would create any more obstacles. Since the old man, self-righteously determined that the seed player recommended by Zhou Wanan was just a 5th level of the ordinary realm, who had just reached the standard of alchemy, then just let him be. 5th level of the ordinary realm, Wuchen thought after hearing this. That means, as long as I refine a furnace of middle-grade Xuandan in the ordinary realm, I will be the seed player in the alchemy competition? That's right. The other two representatives nodded at the same time. Who said that? Kai Wenchao suddenly jumped out to object. As long as the luck is good enough, even if it is only a 3rd-level alchemist in the ordinary realm, there is a very small probability of refining a middle-grade Xuandan in the ordinary realm. Since I have been selected as the referee representative for the alchemy competition this time, I naturally have to be responsible for the Imperial Capital Academy. I can't give some unqualified guys the opportunity to pass off inferior products as good ones. Then, Kai Wenchao directly raised 2 fingers and deliberately shook them in front of Wuchen and Zhou Wanan. So you only have 2 chances to refine the elixir. And the number of elixirs required to refine a furnace of mortal realm middle-grade Xuandan must not be less than 4. When the words fell, the other 2 examiners couldn't help but frown. Isn't Kai Wenchao going too far? He actually doubled the difficulty of the stipulated assessment. For a moment, both of them felt a little unfair for Wuchen. At this moment, ding dong, the God-level selection system is triggered successfully. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Having suffered so much injustice, you decide to give up on yourself and give up the chance to compete for the spot in the 100 Schools Championship. Reward for this option, a pillow for the grumpy little coward. Option 2. Although you have suffered so much injustice, you still decide to do your best to compete for the qualification of the 100 Schools Championship and prove yourself to everyone. Reward for this option, 100 times alchemy skill proficiency scroll. Distributed later. Option 3. Not only will you win the qualification of the 100 Schools Championship, and you will also find a way to make that guy who has repeatedly made things difficult for you pay the price. Reward for this option. The system will randomly select one of the host's existing special job teachers and make his cultivation level directly ascend to the Earth realm. In addition, the system will also open up the right to purchase a number of monster-killing experience scrolls to the host based on the price the host has made the person who made things difficult for him pay. They will be issued afterwards and can be combined with the rewards of option 2. Wuchen's eyes lit up immediately. Do I still need to choose this? Of course it's the third option. Just as the other 2 referees were hesitating whether to let Kai Wenchao restrain himself a little, the young man who had suffered injustice actually nodded calmly. Okay, let's get started quickly. I'm waiting to finish it and have breakfast. After saying that, he subconsciously rubbed his stomach. After hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes, thinking, what time is it now? What kind of breakfast are you eating? Okay, I can't wait to do it. Kai Wenchao snorted coldly. I've been in this garbage dump for long enough, and I'm not comfortable at all. Soon, Li Koei put the cauldron and medicinal materials that had been prepared long ago on the table. Please take a look. Kai Wenchao narrowed his eyes and said to the other 2 companions, Old buddies, we have to look carefully to prevent any villains from tampering with the cauldron or the medicinal materials. You, Humph! Zhou Wanan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Li Koei and Sun Jinwang's faces were also very ugly, because Kai Wenchao's words not only insulted Wuchen, but also scolded all of them. After Kai Wenchao checked everything with an extremely critical eye and found no problems, he waved his hand impatiently. Okay, let's get started. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to say that. Kai Wenchao suddenly smiled evilly and said, in order to truly test whether you have the qualifications to apply for the seed player, you can only use ordinary fire to refine the pill this time. What? Hearing this, even the 2 referee representatives who were traveling with Kai Wenchao couldn't help but stare. In their hearts they thought, Kai Wenchao has gone too far this time. Normally, in the qualification assessment of the seed player of the pill competition, auxiliary products such as pill fire can be used without restriction and at will. But now, Kai Wenchao, you're going too far. Dean Zhao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he gritted his teeth and said, I have never heard of such harsh requirements in the seed player assessment standards. If you haven't heard of it, then there is no such requirement. Who do you think you are? Kai Wenchao mocked him as much as he could. Why are you so shameless? If you think you can do it, just start. If not, I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, he pretended to leave. Wait! At this time, Wuchen spoke. He still looked innocent and dull at this moment. I have never tried to refine a medium-grade ordinary-level Xuandan without using Dan fire. Now I'm doing it according to your request. If something unexpected happens, you won't blame me, right? Humph, it's just refining a medium-grade ordinary-level Xuandan. What kind of accident can happen? At most, it will fail and explode the cauldron. Kai Wenchao waved his hand indifferently. Just refine it with all your strength. In his opinion, it would be strange if Wuchen with such a dull and cowardly look could make any incredible noise. Okay then. The boy nodded and started to refine the elixir. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. As time went by, the contempt on Kai Wenchao's old face had long been replaced by solemnity, because when the boy who looked dull and cowardly refined the elixir, he seemed to have a demeanor that could not change his face even if the mountains and rivers collapsed in front of him. Refining materials, extracting medicine, fusing spirits, controlling fire, controlling chi, controlling souls. Every step is so easy and carefree. This guy seems to be quite capable. Kai Wenchao frowned, his face gloomy. As for the expressions of the other two referees at this moment, they can only be described as amazing. This kid's fire control technique is so exquisite that it has long exceeded the scope of the 5th level of the mortal realm. Well, even the Xuandan master at the peak of the mortal realm may not be able to catch up with him. And it's not just about controlling fire. He also did every step of refining materials, extracting medicine, fusing spirits, etc. perfectly. After hearing this, Kai Wenchao suddenly felt that the bad premonition deep in his heart became stronger. No, we must not let this kid really make the elixir like this. Kai Wenchao's eyes flashed with a sinister light. As long as I get close enough and show some boredom without leaving any trace. Naturally, it will have a drastic impact on this young man who has not seen much of the world and is extremely nervous. In this way, when he reaches the critical moment of refining, it is very likely that the cauldron will explode due to the drastic fluctuations in his mood, and all his efforts will fail. Having made up his mind, Kai Wenchao took a big step and landed loudly towards Wuchen. Soon the old guy was only 2 steps away from the medicine cauldron. While deliberately making a sound of disgust, he deliberately bent down, stretched his neck, and looked into the medicine cauldron. Dean Zhou immediately gritted his teeth in hatred and clenched his fists. He knew the other party's sinister intentions. "You old bastard, you are going too far." Just when Zhou Wanan could no longer bear it and was about to fight Kai Wenchao, Wuchen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his hand. Huff, huff, huff! In an instant, a scorching flame, close to the edge of the medicine cauldron, shot up into the sky. As the elixir in the furnace was formed, a pig-killing scream rang out. "Ugh, my eyes! Ah!" The person who screamed was Kai Wenchao. It turned out that the old guy was caught off guard and burned on the face by Wuchen's elixir fire cauldron. The 2 eyebrows were burned clean by the sudden flames, and the face was burned to a bloody mess. Worst thing was the eyes. Even after the incident, Kai Wenchao hurriedly took a Xuandan to heal his injuries. Even so, after the fire burned his pupils, even if his eyes were not blind, they were basically half crippled. At this moment, the old man was crouching with his hands covering his face, rolling on the ground in pain. He looked like he was dying, and there was no trace of his superiority anymore. Ha! After the flames disappeared, the room was suddenly filled with the aroma of medicine. 4 ordinary-grade, mid-grade chi-restoring pills were lying in the cauldron with full rhyme. At this time, Wuchen spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Alas, I was worried that something unexpected would happen, and it really happened. In fact, how could it be an accident? It was clearly Wuchen's deliberate act. His words, heard by Kai Wenchao, who was already in great pain, made his anger burn even more fiercely. "Ah, I'll chop you into pieces, you little bastard! You dare?" With a roar, Zhou Wanan had already protected Wuchen behind him. Although Li Kai and Sun Jinwang were a step slower, they also stood up without hesitation at this moment. He asked angrily, "If you hadn't been so close, how could you have been injured so badly? That's right, do you really think we can't see your sinister intentions? You have brought this upon yourself." At this time, Wuchen suddenly turned to the other 2 referee representatives and said, "You 2 have witnessed the specific course of events. I hope you can give the student justice." Wuchen was sure that there was no evidence to show that he did it on purpose. Kai Wenchao's experience was destined to be an accident. The 2 were about to speak, but became hesitant because of Kai Wenchao's sudden glare. "This!" Wuchen gritted his teeth and said, "If you 2 are afraid of power and don't want to uphold justice, it doesn't matter. I don't want the qualification of seed player in this alchemy competition. But I will still participate in the 100 Schools Championship as an ordinary student." The boy's eyes were full of stubbornness. "And I have the confidence to fight my way through the siege and enter the finals. When I set foot in the Imperial Capital Academy one day, I will tell you all about Kai Wenchao's deliberate difficulties in targeting. As long as I show enough strength and potential, I will naturally have enough persuasive power. By then, someone will thoroughly investigate this matter and give me a belated justice. After hearing the last sentence, the two referee representatives were already sweating profusely. The other two referee representatives knew that what Wuchen said was true. If that boy is really a waste, or in other words, his alchemy skills are not so amazing, with Kai Wenchao's power, he will naturally be able to expose this matter. But the problem is, judging from the outstanding alchemy skills that the boy has just demonstrated, he is definitely not an ordinary person. So after looking at each other, the two finally decided not to remain silent. You said, why does this classmate have to wait until the day of the imperial capital to get the justice he wants? I will do justice for you. That's right. Brother Wenchao, you did so many excessive things before and we turned a blind eye to it in the spirit of friendship. But now, you are so angry that you want to kill the participating students? That's too much! That's right, we declare the assessment passed. This classmate, congratulations on passing the assessment of the seed player qualification of the alchemy competition area. You. Puff. The unexpected change made Kai Wenchao so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. The next moment, a series of pleasant system prompts sounded in Wuchen's sea of consciousness. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a 100-fold alchemy skills proficiency scroll. 100-fold alchemy skills proficiency scroll, a special time-limited scroll. It can increase the user's proficiency in alchemy by 100 times, thereby greatly increasing the speed at which the alchemy skills level soar. Ding dong, the system begins to randomly draw one of the host's existing specialists and directly raise its cultivation to the Earth realm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The result of the draw is Treasure Appraiser. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for raising the cultivation of Treasure Appraiser to the 9th level of the Earth realm. Once the host's 9th level Earth realm Treasure Appraiser's perception is released, with a keen eye, countless dusty pearls and lost treasures will be exposed. Ding dong, the system has now opened the right to purchase monster-killing experience cultivation scrolls to the host. Experience cultivation scrolls, available in the system shop, 10,000 gold coins per scroll. Scroll effect. After opening this scroll, when the host hunts a mysterious beast, it will return a certain amount of cultivation points to the host according to the level of the mysterious beast to improve the realm of Xuanshu. The validity period of a monster-killing experience cultivation scroll is 1 hour. Wow, ha, this is really awesome. Wuchen's face was expressionless, but he was very happy in his heart. At this time, seeing Kai Wenchao fainted, the two referees couldn't help but look at Wuchen deeply. If before, Wuchen gave them the impression of being a somewhat dull and cowardly student boy, then at this moment, these two guys, who are over 100 years old in total, suddenly found that the boy in front of them was somewhat unfathomable. From what we were forced to stand up just now, this boy's character is definitely not as dull as he showed at the beginning. Plus the superb alchemy skills he showed, given time, he will definitely be more than ordinary. Thinking of this, the two of them wanted to establish a good relationship with each other. Even if they can't really become friends, it's better than being made a mortal enemy by such a promising young talent. So one of them said, "Young man, I have to say that you are indeed very good. But you made him like this today, whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was too impulsive." Another nodded. "Yes. You know, Kai Wenchao is not as simple as an ordinary teacher in the Imperial Capital Academy." Wuchen heard this and just smiled faintly. "Haha, I appreciate your kind advice. But as the saying goes, Buddha receives a stick of incense, and people fight for their breath. Dean Zhou suffered because of me, so I naturally have to find that Birdman and get it back bit by bit." Several people looked at the expression of the young man at the moment. How could he still be dull and cowardly? One of the teachers patted Zhou Wanan on the shoulder and said with admiration, "Old Zhou, such a good seedling that is hard to find even with a lantern, has become your disciple, which is really enviable." At this time, Zhou Wanan's eyes were already red. Thinking back to the beginning, he threw all his heart into his first favorite student, but in the end, he got the betrayal of the student who changed his school. Since then, Zhou Wanan's sincere heart has been covered with layers of armor, and he never showed it to others again. Fortunately, God seems to be kind to him, and he once gave up, but he met Wuchen. "Let's go." One of them carried Kai Wenchao, who had fainted on the ground, and said, "Young man, if you are strong enough, we will meet again at the Imperial Capital Academy." After they left, Zhou Wanan walked up and patted the other person's shoulder gently, and everything was said without words. At this time, Sun Jinwang suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, Dean Zhou, I have something to report to you." "What is it?" It can be heard that Zhou Wanan's tone at this time is a little dissatisfied. I guess he is complaining about the other party. Why is he so tactless? Do you have to butt in when I am cultivating the teacher-student relationship with my good student to feel comfortable? It's like this in the secret room of Dantang. Ah! Wuchen suddenly screamed, interrupting Sun Jinwang's report and scaring Dean Zhao. The young man suddenly covered his stomach and said, No, I'm starving. You guys chat first, I'll go get something to eat first." After saying that, he ran away without waiting for everyone to respond. "This kid?" Zhou Wanan smiled helplessly, then turned to ask Sun Jinwang. "Okay, go on." "Oh, I mean, all the materials for refining ordinary grade, top-grade elixirs in the Dan Hall secret pavilion have been used up." After hearing this, Dean Zhao was stunned for 3 seconds before he shouted in surprise. "What did you say?" "Well, there are more than 100 sets of materials for top-grade Xuandan sealed in there." "All used up?" "Indeed." Li Kuei on the side also nodded. When Bu Wuchen came out of retreat, I saw the empty cabinet behind him very clearly. Right now, even the medicinal materials used for demonstrations to the students in the Dan Hall can't be put together. Look at this. Zhou Wanan suddenly came to his senses. No wonder that kid ran away so quickly. Next time I meet him, I must teach him a lesson. These words sounded fierce, but how could Li Kuei and Sun Jinwang not see that the dean was not really angry? Most of them are still secretly happy that Bu Wuchen had spent a night in seclusion and gained a lot. After Bu Wuchen escaped from the dean's office, he went straight to the martial arts arena. This place is now in full swing, because the mysterious ceremony held every 2 weeks is in progress. Many students in the Blood Dragon City Academy are waiting for this day to prove themselves. As long as their Xuan cultivation realm meets the standard, they can enter the upper-level classes and enjoy more advanced educational resources and more cultivation resources. At this time, in the center of the martial arts arena, on the largest stage, there are 10 large copper bells that are as tall as a person. This thing is called Mysterious Ceremony. As long as the cultivator puts all his fist power on the front of his fist and hits the copper bell, the next moment, the surface of the copper bell will light up with a luster corresponding to the Xuan cultivation realm of the person who hits the bell. Next to each Xuan ceremony, there is a teacher who records the results of the test students on the spot and makes them public. Therefore, the surroundings of the martial arts arena were filled with shouts one after another. Li Sanchun from the junior class, the first level of the Qi contemplation realm, was promoted to the intermediate class. Zhang Xuan from the intermediate class, the 4th level of the Qi contemplation realm, remained in the original level. Liu Xiaofei from the senior class, the peak of the Qi contemplation realm, failed to break through to the Qi control realm, and remained in the original level. Ma Yucheng from the preparatory class, the 7th level of the wild martial realm, was admitted to the junior class of the Blood Dragon City College and needs to complete the formal admission procedures as soon as possible. In the martial arts arena, every time the instructors speak, the students will be happy or sad. In fact, the reason why the Academy organizes a mysterious power test every half a month is to spur the students to practice hard. For example, students who perform well in the mysterious power test and successfully advance to the advanced class will definitely be envied by their former classmates. While the promoted students are in a good mood and have increased confidence, they can also stimulate their former classmates to have a sense of urgency and work harder. For those students who have participated in the mysterious power test several times or even dozens of times in a row and have not yet broken through the current class, it will cause a huge psychological impact. These people will either be crushed, proving that you are not this material, and leave sadly, or, with a tenacious warrior heart that never gives up, they will catch up. Keep working hard until one day they come from behind. In fact, all of the above situations are easy to say. The most painful thing is that Bu Wuchen, like before, would suffer a sharp drop in cultivation every time he took a test. As a result, he would be held back again and again, becoming a laughing stock. Speaking of which, since the founding of Blood Dragon City College, Wuchen is the only one who has been held back from the advanced class to the preparatory class. Hey, this martial arts field must have been the sad place of the person I possessed. Wuchen smiled gently. Then, as if he was telling his other soul, he whispered to himself, "Since I have been reborn because of you, naturally, I will do my best to fulfill all your unfulfilled wishes for you. Well, let's start with this sad place first." He lowered his head and quietly mixed into the crowd, queuing for strength testing. "The examiner of the 100 schools competition is also here today. I have to perform well later." Skew? They are here to select and finalize the spots for the Battle Hall seed players. What does it have to do with you, a mere senior class student? That's right. Even among the seniors in the elite class, I'm afraid only Lin Liang, Li Xinxin, and Sun Zhongwu have a chance. Humph, I can't get the spot for the seed player, but I can still fight for the qualification to participate in the Battle Hall preliminary of the 100 schools competition, right? The discussion among the crowd made Wuchen understand a lot about the rules of the Battle Hall competition. He thought to himself, Xianuoyi's analysis makes sense. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble at the critical moment of returning to the imperial capital, it is necessary to hide one's shortcomings and show weakness appropriately. Anyway, the cultivation level of the first level of the controlling Qi realm is enough to obtain the qualification for the Battle Hall preliminary. I will fight my way up when the time comes. After a moment, it was Wuchen's turn to strike the test mysterious bell. As soon as he jumped onto the martial arts arena, he immediately attracted widespread attention. Huh? Isn't that Senior Bu? It's Senior Bu. What Senior Bu? You should call him Master Bu, right? After all, he is the only special student in our alchemy hall. The alchemy battle between Wuchen and Lin Taoshu made this young man famous overnight. He went from being a repeater who was despised by everyone to a unique figure in the alchemy hall of the academy. Many students were surprised, while others were also puzzled. When it comes to alchemy, no one can deny Wuchen, but when it comes to Xuanqi cultivation, he was only at the 7th level of the Guanxi realm 2 days ago. There is no way he can qualify for the Battle Hall preliminary. Aren't you right, Brother Sun? The student called Brother Sun has a very strong physique and looks very mature, but in fact he is only about 17 or 18 years old. He is the eldest son of the Sun family, one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City. Sun Zhongwu. This person has trained an extremely domineering fire-type Xuangang, and his Xuan cultivation realm has reached the 4th level of the controlling Qi realm. Well, maybe. Sun Zhongwu did not comment. At this time, a girl with twin ponytails and an amazingly tall figure stared at Wuchen, who was calm and composed on the martial arts stage, and said with a smile, Hey, in my opinion, he may make everyone drop their jaws again this time. This girl with a childlike face and a big thatch is the eldest daughter of the Li family, one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City, Li Xinxin. In her sweet girl's delicate body, there is a cultivation level that is not inferior to Sun Zhongwu, the 4th level of the controlling Qi realm. Ha! Xinxin, you think too highly of that Bu. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice was heard. The person who spoke was the number 1 in the elite class of Blood Dragon City College, the young master of the Lin family, Lin Liang. With his past with Wuchen, he naturally couldn't say anything good. I don't know what kind of shit luck that guy had. He actually made a little achievement in the way of alchemy as a repeater. Huh? He can surpass your family's alchemy hall priest in public. Such strength in your mouth is just some achievement? Li Xinxin said bluntly. Her straightforward character has always made Lin Liang love and hate her. At this moment, the eldest son of the Lin family couldn't help but frown. Huh, so what? In my eyes, the way of alchemy is just a side door after all. A good man should speak with his fists and respect martial arts. In this regard, he, Wuchen, is 10 streets behind me. Before Li Xinxin could say anything, Sun Zhongwu on the side could not help but nod his head. Well, although I don't agree with what Lin Xiao said, alchemy is a side path, but a good man should indeed abandon all distractions and strive for the peak of martial arts. Speaking of which, Sun Zhongwu is a well-known martial arts fanatic in the Blood Dragon City Academy. People give him the nickname Sun Baido. On the one hand, it describes his tall and strong stature, with a stature as large as 100 buckets of grain piled together. On the other hand, It is because Sun Jongwoo likes martial arts competitions and often fights with others, so he got the nickname Sun Baido. As he spoke, Sun Jongwoo's eyes lit up and he said, "If Bu Wuchen is really strong enough, I am looking forward to fighting him." "Ha ha ha, then you are doomed to be disappointed." Lin Liang laughed and said, "Before the arrival of the 100 Schools competition, the Xuanxu realm of that Bu could not exceed the 7th level of Guanxi realm. That Bu guy is only capable of this. Isn't it bullying for you, Sun Jongwoo, to bet with him?" Lin Liang deliberately said it loudly, obviously with the intention of killing someone with a borrowed knife. Hey, if Bu Wuchen is so angry that he can't stop fighting, he can have a life-and-death bet with the, reckless man Sun Baido. That would be the most perfect result. In his opinion, Bu Wuchen only had the 7th level of the Guanxi realm when he had an alchemy battle with Lin Taoshu 2 or 3 days ago. In such a short time, can he still become stronger? What a joke! It's a pity that Bu Wuchen treated what Lin Liang said as fart and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Although Sun Jongwoo has the name of Sun Baido and is extremely warlike, he never bullies the weak. Therefore, not only did Lin Liang's wishful thinking fall through, but he was also treated with contempt by his sweetheart Li Xinxin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In my opinion, the Bu guy came here this time just to jump from the beginner class to the advanced class that can be entered at the 5th level of the Guanxi realm, so as to ignore cultivation resources, right? Tsk. You are a special student of Dantang. How come you are so mean and poor? It's really embarrassing. These words made Li Xinxin, who was full of justice, frown slightly. You are really going too far, aren't you? I just think Bu Wuchen will definitely achieve brilliant results this time. Oh, really? Lin Liang curled his lips. Then do you want to bet with me? What do you bet on? Just bet on how dazzling this guy you are optimistic about can be. A sinister light flashed across Lin Liang's eyes. If that guy's Xuanqi cultivation level measured later can exceed the 7th level of Guanxi realm, I will lose 3,000 gold to you. Otherwise you lose. Then, either you give me 3,000 gold, or agree to treat me to a meal, the kind where only the two of us have dinner together. Do you dare? Tsk, what's there to be afraid of? Li Xinxin nodded, but she had already made up her mind. It's impossible to have dinner with a man like him. If I really lose, the worst that can happen is that I will have to pay him 3,000 gold coins. The girl wrapped her 2 ponytails in front of her neck, playing with them while thinking, "At first glance, it seems that I am the one who lost. But even if I really lose in the end, when Bu Wuchen finds out about this, he should be more or less grateful for my trust in him, right? Then I can use this opportunity to make friends with him. When we get to know each other better in the future, when I want to buy any elixir, won't I be able to get it first? Maybe he can give me a friendly price. Heh, I'm such a smart guy." Soon, Bu Wuchen was standing in front of a measuring bell. He did not do what other students did, taking a horse stance and punching with all his strength. He just stood there casually and then, somewhat carelessly, threw a punch. Boom! As the loud bell rang, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the bell face. The golden color of the Xuan bell indicated that the cultivator who threw this punch had reached the Qi observation realm. The brighter the golden color, the higher the corresponding cultivation level. The intensity of the light, which was about to turn from gold to white, proved that the Xuan cultivation realm of the person who struck the bell had at least reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi observation realm. Bu Wuchen, 9th level of the Qi contemplation realm, promoted to the advanced class. After the instructor announced the result, the audience was immediately excited. The peak of the Qi contemplation realm? Oh my god. After the initial depression, Senior Bu seemed to have been reborn, creating miracles again and again. I can't figure it out. As a special student of the Dan Hall, Master Bu must spend a lot of time and energy to study the way of alchemy. How can he still have the energy to practice Xuanqi? Senior, not only did he practice, but also achieved such amazing results. It's really amazing. I won! Li Xinxin was full of joy and stretched out her jade hand. Lin Liang, I accept the bet, 3,000 gold. Even though the two of them only had a verbal agreement, in front of everyone, Lin Liang had no face to break it anyway. He could only honestly take out 3 silver notes with a face value of 1,000 gold from his sleeve pocket and handed them to the other party. At this time, The instructor who was guarding the Xuan bell, after announcing the results, took the initiative to stretch out his hand and shook hands with the young man in front of him. Congratulations! Master Bu is not only brilliant in the way of alchemy, but also rare in the way of Xuan cultivation. It's really admirable. Oh my God, a dignified instructor actually flatters his students? This is too shameless. Tsk, what do you know? Let alone an ordinary instructor. If you put yourself in their shoes, even the vice presidents would have this face in person. That's right, who makes him a master of alchemy? Huh? Look, after Senior Wuchen whispered a few words to the instructor, he actually walked towards the largest Xuan bell. The teachers and students of Blood Dragon City College all knew clearly that the largest Xuan bell was specially prepared for students who were promoted to the elite class. Could it be that the 9th level of the Qi Contemplation realm is still not the limit for Master Bu? Lin Liang, who had just lost gold coins and lost face, subconsciously sneered. Just him? Don't make me laugh. Thinking back to the time when Feng Jieshuang and the other 4 lured Bu Wuchen to the Night Forbidden Forest, they were able to kill him. There were indeed doubts about the various reasons, but it was also because of this that Lin Liang was very sure Bu Wuchen could not be in the Qi control realm. Otherwise, Feng Jieshuang and her gang would have come to report to him long ago. How could they have taken Bu Wuchen into the Night Forbidden Forest knowing that those with a cultivation level above the Qi control realm could not enter the Night Forbidden Forest? As for the possibility that Bu Wuchen's cultivation level had advanced to the Qi control realm by leaps and bounds after returning from the Night Forbidden Forest, in Lin Liang's opinion, it did not exist at all. At this time, Li Xinxin, who had twin ponytails and a baby face, suddenly said, "Lin Liang, weren't you very dissatisfied with your defeat just now? How about this? I'll give you one more chance, and you can gamble with me again." Whether it was Li Xinxin's personal beauty and talent, or the huge resources of the Li family represented by her as the only daughter of the Li family, Lin Liang had been coveting them for a long time. It was rare to see the other party take the initiative to make a move. If he didn't accept it, wouldn't the beauty think he was not courageous enough? So he raised his head with a proud look and said, "It's rare that Sister Xinxin is in a good mood, so how can I not accompany her? Well, how do you want to play? Hey, let's bet on whether Bu Wuchen can break through the limit of the Guanxi realm and be promoted to an elite class student. I think he can do it." Li Xinxin opened her jade hand and directly showed 5 scallion fingers. "The bet is 50,000 gold. Do you dare to accept it?" As the jewel in the crown of the Li family, this little girl, with a childlike face and a big body, can be said to be the most loved person in the world. She really dared to take out a huge sum of 50,000 gold coins and pay it for it. In fact, she was not a spoiled girl who spent money lavishly. The reason why she was so silly and generous this time was mainly to make friends with Bu Wuchen. Even if she really lost in the end, in the eyes of this little clever ghost, it was also a gain, and it was not a loss. 50,000 gold, are you sure? Of course. Lin Liang naturally didn't know the little abacus in Li Xinxin's mind. He only thought of the beauty in front of him, but she actually trusted another man to such an extent? While feeling jealous, Lin Liang also felt that the other party was giving him money to spend. So he said fiercely, "Okay, 50,000 gold is 50,000 gold. But if you lose, you still have to accompany me for dinner." "How?" "No problem." Li Xinxin agreed without thinking. There were originally many people paying attention to Bu Wuchen in the martial arts field. Now there was a bet between Li Xinxin and Lin Liang, and for a while, the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school were basically focused on Bu Wuchen. When he stood in front of the largest measuring bell, everyone held their breath. 3-phase power, virtual and real transformation, open. With a thought, Bu Wuchen had quietly suppressed his original 3rd level cultivation in the Qi control realm to the 1st level of the Qi control realm. Then he punched the bronze bell. Boom! After a loud noise, the surface of the Xuan Qi test bell suddenly lit up with a deep purple glow. Purple is the color that can only be produced by the controlling Qi realm. The darker the color, the lower the cultivation level. The lighter the color, the higher the cultivation level. The deep purple in front of him represents Bu Wuchen's Xuan Qi cultivation level, which is the 1st level of the controlling Qi realm. The instructor in charge of recording the results was stunned for a moment, and then he announced loudly, Master Bu's test result for the Xuan Qi realm this time is the first level of the controlling Qi realm, promoted to the elite class. Congratulations. After that, he also congratulated Bu Wuchen for a while like the previous instructor. The other people present also exclaimed in amazement. I never thought that Master Bu, in addition to his superb alchemy skills, also has such a high level of Xuan Qi cultivation. Master Bu, he seems to be less than 16 years old, right? Now I believe that the saying, genius can do everything, is true. Alas, after watching Senior Bu and Lin Taoshu's alchemy duel that day, I relied on the fact that I was the 9th level of the Guanqi realm and found a little self-comfort from the aspect of Xuan Qi cultivation. But now it seems, I was just thinking too much. At this time, not only the teachers and students, even the 3 high-ranking examiners of the battle hall were moved. Entering the Yu Qi realm before the age of 16 is enough to be amazing in this cold frontier. And this young man is actually a Xuan Dan master? Yes, although I don't know who Lin Taoshu is, since Bu Wuchen can compete with him in alchemy, I guess his own alchemy realm must have reached at least the 2nd or 3rd level of the mortal realm, right? That's right. If you only have the alchemy skills of the 1st level of the mortal realm, the success rate of refining low-grade Xuandan is pitifully low. Generally speaking, it is impossible to have the intention of competing with others in alchemy. Hey, I didn't expect to meet a genius in this frontier blood dragon city. As they spoke, the 3 referees had already written Bu Wuchen's name into the list of the battle hall preliminaries. If they knew that the not-so-small genius they mentioned had actually reached the level of alchemy that could easily refine the upper-grade mortal-level Xuanan, I'm afraid they would be shocked, right? Wow, wow, wow. I knew you would surprise everyone again. Li Xinxin screamed happily. This beautiful girl with a baby face and a big boobs directly changed from a sweet-looking but hardcore big sister in the eyes of the younger students to a soft girl fan of Bu Wuchen. After the excited scream, the girl turned around and spread her hands to Lin Liang. There's really nothing I can do. I won again. Master Lin, give me the banknote. At this time, Lin Liang, who had come back to his senses from the shock, was trembling all over. How is this possible? How could someone be in the observation realm a day ago and become the controlling realm just 1 day later? His crazy self-talk happened to be heard by Bu Wuchen. No one noticed that the young man's eyes had narrowed with a frightening cold light. Based on this sentence, it can be inferred that Lin Liang and the Lin family are indeed the masterminds who instigated Feng Jishuang and others to murder me. Sooner or later, I will settle this account with you. At this time, Li Xinxin put her hands on her waist, looking coquettish, and urged, Hey, you are not going to default on your debt, are you? Facing countless gazes, how could Lin Liang do such a self-destructive thing? As the eldest son of the Lin family, he often represents the face of the Lin family. For a clan like this, money can be lost and people can die. However, the family flag that has been erected with great difficulty after several generations, or even more than 10 generations of hard work, must not fall. So Lin Liang had no choice but to give all the silver notes he could find on his body. He said with embarrassment, I only have these 35,000 gold on me. The rest, I will collect and give it to you in the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, Li Xinxin pouted her lips. What? You have the nerve to accept my bet without enough money? Wait, you are not going to default on your debt, are you? How? How could it be? Lin Liang hurriedly explained. I am the eldest son of the Lin family. How could I possibly default? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Xinxin with a look of disgust. Stop! 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 You'd better find paper and pen and write me an IOU. Lin Liang's face turned green on the spot. After receiving the IOU signed and sealed by Lin Liang with a gloomy face, Li Xinxin happily ran towards Bu Wuchen. Hey, wait for me! Bu Wuchen looked up and saw a beautiful girl with twin ponytails jumping in front of him. Although she was standing still, some parts of her body were still jumping happily. It was hard not to attract attention. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Xinxin. Li Xinxin said generously. According to the established rules of our academy, I was promoted to the elite class before you, and my Xuan cultivation realm is temporarily higher than yours, so I should be considered as your senior. Bu Wuchen nodded. Oh, hello, senior sister. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes, yes. The girl with a baby face and big boobs nodded suddenly and said, I made a bet with someone just now. Because you are very competitive, I won a lot of money. To express my gratitude, I decided to treat you to a big dinner. It stands to reason that 11 out of 10 men would not refuse the invitation of such a beautiful girl. But Wuchen shook his head gently. Congratulations first, but you don't need to eat or anything. He had just received a large number of system rewards. He was just waiting to pass the mysterious test ceremony and get a qualification to participate in the 100 Schools Competition Battle Hall preliminary competition. Then he plunged into the mysterious beast forest to fight monsters and level up. He had planned it all. During the day, he made good use of the 100 times alchemy skills proficiency scroll, practiced alchemy in seclusion, and improved his alchemy realm. At night, when the mysterious beasts in the forest were more rampant, he would use the effect of the monster fighting experience cultivation scroll to fight monsters and level up. As long as there was a chance, Wuchen would naturally want to make himself stronger. In this way, whether he returned to the imperial capital in the future or went to some other place by chance, he would have more self-protection power. Since his rebirth in another world, Wuchen did not deny that this world was wonderful, but the interweaving of blood and fire was always around. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how wonderful the world is, you can only live helplessly. At this time, Wuchen's voice of rejecting the invitation was not loud, but it was still heard by many classmates. Their expressions suddenly became very wonderful. Hiss! Our school beauty senior sister actually took the initiative to invite male classmates to dinner? And she was ruthlessly rejected by the other party? Ah, why wasn't I invited? That guy is so hateful, he dared to reject my goddess. What? Not convinced? How about you go and fight with that hateful guy for the goddess in your mind? Ahem, forget it. It's really humiliating to swing your fists when encountering something. Bah, you can't beat Master Renbu, and you still talk so high-soundingly. You are also a talent. At this time, Li Xinshin, who was stunned, also came back to her senses. She stared at Wuchen with her big watery eyes and said pitifully, Do you hate me? The beautiful girl with a childlike face and a big body was so pitiful, and everyone looked at Wuchen with a strange look. Wuchen scratched his nose. Ahem, I didn't know you before. How can I say whether I hate you or not? Hey, if you don't hate me, then let's go. Li Xinshin's delicate face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. While smiling brightly, she took the other's hand and ran. Hurry up, if you go too late, there will be no good seats. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing Wuchen being pulled out of the crowd by Li Xinshin's hand, countless boys present almost shed tears of envy. Looking at Lin Liang, the young master Lin, a face that was originally handsome, was now extremely ferocious. He had shown his goodwill to Li Xinshin many times, both openly and secretly, and had also made many invitations, but the other parties found various reasons to refuse. But now, the most popular girl in Blood Dragon City College actually dragged another man and ran away in front of all the teachers and students in the school? What the hell? There is no harm without comparison. Lin Liang's mouthful of steel teeth made a crackling sound. He was so jealous that his hair stood on end. What a pair of dogs and bitches, I'm really gonna fight you today, let's wait and see. Not long after, Wuchen was dragged by Li Xinshin to the most famous restaurant in Blood Dragon City, Tongue Battle. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw a crowded scene. The biggest difference between this place and other restaurants is that Tongue Battle Restaurant has 4 ordinary level 6 Xuanxi masters and an ordinary level 7-star chef. Xuanxi master, like Xuandun master and Xuanfu master, is also a kind of special master. For ordinary chefs, as long as the dishes are delicious, they are good enough. But for a Xuanxi master, in addition to being able to cook delicious dishes, the most important thing is to be able to cook the nutrients contained in specific Xuan beast ingredients without any loss. Diners can not only enjoy the Xuanxi, but also nourish themselves through the power of Xuanxi. After eating some high-quality Xuanxi, it is not impossible for a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Mangwu realm to break through to the Guanxi realm directly. Therefore, from the opening of the restaurant at noon until the middle of the night, the restaurant is often full of guests. Wuchen was immediately happy when he saw the situation in the lobby. Ha! It's full. It seems that this meal can't be eaten. Let's make an appointment another day? No. Li Xinshin still pulled him stubbornly. There is no room in the cup lobby, but there is in the private room. Waiter, open a private room for me. One of the waiters came up happily, bent his waist, and rubbed his hands. "Miss Lee? Hello, hello. I am sorry for the neglect. It's really... Okay, stop talking nonsense. The old place, the old dishes, serve first." After that, he turned directly to Wuchen and said, "Junior brother, take a look at the menu later and eat whatever you want. Don't be polite." At this time, the waiter suddenly became hesitant. "Huh? Why don't you prepare it?" Seeing Li Xinshin turned around and asked him, the waiter said with embarrassment, "Ahem, this. I'm really sorry. I just received news that all the elegant rooms in our restaurant have been reserved by a distinguished guest. I'm really sorry. How about you, Miss Li? Come back another day?" Li Xinshin was stunned. "You are not kidding me, are you?" The waiter waved his hands in panic. "How dare I?" "Then, you should know who booked it, right?" Li Xinshin curled her lips helplessly. "I want to ask him to give up a room, and the price compensation can be discussed." This little Lolita with a childlike face and a big body also has her own insistence. Putting aside the fact that this is the first time she has taken the initiative to invite a boy to dinner, just because she finally has the opportunity to make friends with Wuchen, she must not return empty-handed this time. "Ah, this." The waiter looked embarrassed. "Hey, isn't this Xinshin?" Suddenly a sarcastic voice sounded. "You come here to eat too? What a coincidence." He was heard to say complacently, "What's more coincidental is that I have booked all the private rooms here." Following the voice, who else could the young man with a smile on his face be except Lin Liang? "Lin Liang? You." Li Xinshin subconsciously felt that the appearance of this guy and his action of booking all the private rooms were a bit strange. But what was strange about it, this little girl with a childlike face and a big body couldn't tell clearly. So she said, "Can you please let me have a private room? If you can pay me back 500 less gold coins." The price of booking a private room for a day was 100 gold. Now, Li Xinshin opened his mouth and offered 5 times the price, which can be said to be full of sincerity. Unexpectedly, Lin Liang gave Wuchen a fierce look and refused outright. "Impossible! If you want to treat him to a meal, don't even mention 500 gold. 5,000 gold is out of the question. But if you are willing to have dinner with me, all the elegant rooms are up to you. All the dishes are up to you." At this point, even the girl with a baby face and a big thing was a little cute, but she had already reacted. It turned out that this guy did it on purpose. "You are so good, Lin Liang. You are trying to disgust me, right?" Lin Liang smiled meanly. "Hey, how can I be as bad as you say? Just happened to want to treat a few old classmates to a big meal, so I booked the whole place out of habit." As he said that, he pointed at the 4 boys behind him. The 4 of them understood immediately and said one after another, "Senior Lin Liang is really too generous. He booked the entire restaurant at once. Tsk. Yeah, we are embarrassed. He is capable, financially capable, and handsome. Alas, if I were a woman, I would have thought of the name of the baby I would have with Senior Lin the first time I met him. How could I take other weak people seriously?" At the end of this, the classmate deliberately glared at Wuchen. Li Xinshin knew these 4 classmates who were also from the elite class, and knew that they were all lackeys of Lin Liang. Li Xinshin was so angry that her body trembled slightly. "You invited 4 people to dinner and you booked the whole restaurant? You, young Master Lin, are really rich." The 4 little followers immediately said, "You just found out?" "That's right, our young Master Lin, that's..." Before she finished speaking, Li Xinshin spread her hands. "Then can I trouble this generous young Master Lin to pay back the gold coins you owe to me first?" The 4 lackeys were suddenly speechless. The smug look in Lin Liang's eyes dimmed a bit. "Well, Sister Xinshin, we have known each other for some years. You should know how I feel about you, right? Why do you..." "Enough!" The girl with a childlike face and a big body said with disdain in her eyes. "I really didn't realize you were this kind of person before. Please don't call me Sister Xinshin anymore. It makes me sick." After that, Li Xinshin turned around and said to Wuchen a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. I said I would treat you to a big meal, but I ended up wasting your time." Wuchen waved his hand casually. "It's okay, there is a long way to go." Anyway, he was thinking about retreating and practicing, and he had no interest in this so-called big meal. When he turned around and wanted to leave, the 4 followers around Lin Liang immediately stood up and blocked his way. Li Xinshin, who was already full of anger, instantly transformed from a soft and cute girl to a fierce female leopard. "You 4, are you itching for trouble?" As the angry shout sounded, Li Xinshin's body was already emitting the aura of the 4th level of the Qi control realm. The sudden burst of pressure at close range made the faces of the 4 students who were not as skilled as others change. Fortunately, they still had Lin Liang's support behind them. Otherwise, they would have rolled and crawled away when facing the angry Miss Li. "Don't be afraid, Junior." At this time, the girl who seemed a little naive did not forget to comfort Bu Wuchen. "If these guys dare to make a move, I will teach them a lesson." "Hey, we have already experienced how powerful you are. How dare we fight with you?" The 4 of them said one after another. "Yes, we are here to find Junior Bu. After all, our levels of Xuan cultivation are similar. It's not too much to learn from each other, right? Or Junior, you don't dare? You are the Master Bu who has become famous recently. You are not the kind of coward who hides behind a woman and trembles, right? Come on, let's give it a try. If you win, we will ask Senior Lin to give you and Senior a private room. Is that okay?" They shouted and ridiculed unscrupulously, and soon attracted the attention of all the diners in the tavern. "Lin Liang, you bastard are going too far." Li Xinshin gritted her teeth, looking like a volcano erupting. She had originally sincerely invited Bu Wuchen to dinner and made friends with him. In the end, not only did she make a wasted trip, but she also made this honored guest a laughing stock for everyone. "What a joke! How could I go too far?" Lin Liang said with a playful look on his face. "It's just a competition between classmates. If this guy is scared, he should just keep his tail between his legs and leave. I didn't force him. You." Li Xinshin was almost furious. At this time, Bu Wuchen, who had been quietly watching Lin Liang and his group's performance, spoke. "It's like a group of flies buzzing in my ears. It's really annoying. Since you insist on getting beaten, I'll play with you." Lin Liang's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. After giving the 4 lackeys a glance, the other party immediately understood. Then he said, as they had agreed before, "We are looking for a fight? Ha, you are so arrogant. Since you are so confident, why not make a gamble? If you can beat any of us, you can choose any of the elegant rooms reserved by young Master Lin. But if you lose... From now on, no matter when and where, as long as you see our young Master Lin, you must bow respectfully and say, 'Hello, young Master Lin.' What do you think? Do you dare?" It turned out that this was the purpose of Lin Liang's troublemaking this time. He wanted to force Bu Wuchen to fight with his own people first. While giving Bu Wuchen a good beating in front of Li Xinshin, he also wanted to make the Master Bu praised by everyone feel ashamed every time he met him in the future. When Lin Liang thought about the future, when they were both students in the elite class, they would see each other every day. And every time, Bu Wuchen would bow and greet him in front of all the classmates. He became very excited. "Hey, let's see if you still have the nerve to snatch a woman from me? If it weren't for your status as a special teacher, which was highly valued by Dean Zhou, what awaits you today is definitely not as simple as a beating. Your old and new grudges with my Lin family can only be settled with your death. Mr. Lin, can you have some shame?" Unable to bear it any longer, Li Xinshin yelled and cursed. "You 4 lackeys have already reached the 2nd level of the Qi control realm. Brother Bu has just been promoted to the elite class. How dare you bet with him?" After yelling, the girl grabbed Bu Wuchen's hand and said as she dragged him away, "Brother, don't pay attention to them. Let's go. This obviously unfair bet, it's right to refuse it." Who knew that this time, Bu Wuchen exerted a lot of force and pulled the little beauty with a childlike face and a big thing back. The force was a bit too strong and the 2 of them bumped into each other. "Ahem. Sorry, my hand was too soft. I didn't control the strength well. I wanted to say something to cover up the embarrassment, but it seemed even more embarrassing when I said it. If other opposite sex did this to this sweet and innocent-looking female leopard who was actually quite fierce when angry, they would definitely be beaten black and blue, right? But at this moment, Li Xinshin just pulled back her hand a little shyly, blushing. I have to sigh at the powerful effect of Spirit of Eye. Lin Liang saw this scene and was immediately enraged with jealousy. "Ah, I'm so angry!" But Bu Wuchen said calmly, "Don't worry, senior sister, I know my limits." After that, he turned to look at Lin Liang's 4 lackeys. "If I lose, I can do as you say. But if I win, just earning the right to use a private room, isn't this a small prize? Then what do you want? Simple." Bu Wuchen snapped his fingers and said, "If I win, you have to give up all the private rooms. In addition, no matter when and where you see me in the future, You must kneel down and kowtow and call me Grandpa. And shout Lin Liang is your dog, Grandpa Boo. How about it? You dare to answer? Ah, this. The four of them immediately cast inquiring eyes at Lin Liang. They dared not make decisions on their own in such matters. Lin Liang's eyes were sharp. Humph, do you think I can't see the purpose of your doing this? You are just trying to avoid fighting. How can I do what you want? Then he waved his hand. What is there to be afraid of? Take it. In his opinion, the reason why Wuchen was able to break through to the Qi control realm in such a short time was not a miracle strictly speaking. It was just a coincidence. Looking back more than 2 months ago, when Wuchen had just entered the Blood Dragon City Academy, at a young age, he had already reached the peak of the Qi observation realm and caused a small sensation in the school. After that, his cultivation level declined all the way, and then he rose strongly now. In fact, if you extend the timeline and compare it carefully, you will find that Wuchen's real growth is just from the peak of the Qi observation realm to the first level of the Qi control realm. There is nothing to be proud of to achieve this achievement in 2 or 3 months. However, no matter how amazing Wuchen's performance was in the previous bet with Lin Zhuxian, when he came to this new Yu-Qi realm, he was destined to be a complete rookie who could no longer hide his true cultivation through some means. Humph, a guy like you who has just advanced to the Yu-Qi realm and can't even control the Xuanqi outward release unique to this realm as you wish. How can you possibly win against them who have already reached the second level of Yu-Qi realm? It can be said that Lin Liang was confident in this battle. If the distinguished guest wants to fight, in order not to affect other diners' meals, please move to the ring in the arena. At this time, the old shopkeeper of the restaurant rushed over and pointed to the platform of 20 to 30 steps square in the middle of the lobby. Wuchen was immediately amused, thinking, "This restaurant is really weird. There is actually a special ring for diners to settle their grievances. This way, they won't fight randomly and damage the restaurant's items, nor will they disturb others. On the contrary, diners will be able to feast their eyes because of the free fighting drama. This business method is smart, really smart." Soon, the two sides signed a gambling contract under the witness of countless diners. The tavern was very considerate and prepared a variety of wooden weapons for both sides of the gambling fight to avoid splashing too much blood and affecting the appetite of other diners. After everything was ready, Lin Liang looked at Wuchen with a haughty face. "Who do you want to fight with? What weapons do you want to use? Just pick whatever you want." Wuchen casually pulled out a wooden gun from the weapon rack. "It's so annoying. I came here to have a meal, and someone rushed to recognize me as my grandfather. Come on, the four of you come together, so that no one will be sad because they didn't recognize me as their grandfather. Alas, my damn kindness." Puff! Many diners who were watching the fun sprayed out the soup in their mouths on the spot. "Oh my God, this young man is amazing. Ha ha ha, let alone anything else, just the courage of this one against 4, I am convinced. Do you want to make a small bet? The loser will buy this meal." "Of course, let's do it." 1 against 4? Junior brother, this is too impulsive." Li Xinshin frowned slightly, her eyes full of worry. Look at Lin Liang again. His face, which was originally a little gloomy, suddenly became bright. "Ha ha ha! Good, good! I was a little worried at first. Now it's all right. That guy actually boasted and wanted to fight 4 people alone? If he can win today, I can become the king of Daliang tomorrow. Ha ha! Are we being underestimated? It's more than just underestimated. It's completely contempt. Fuck it, let's go together and cripple this ignorant guy." The 4 of them rushed forward. Even though they were holding wooden swords in their hands, they were also shining with a breathtaking cold light under the blessing of the external mysterious power. Whoosh! The 4 mysterious attributes of gold, wood, fire, and wind, like 4 startled dragons, came towards Wuchen with fangs and claws. Wuchen on the stage remained expressionless. The girl with a baby face and huge breasts in the audience, however, was terrified. These 4 bastards showed no mercy. Even if junior brother Boo is not in danger of his life, he will most likely end up seriously injured. He may even be left disabled. Thinking of this, Li Xinshin could no longer bear it. The figure that was ready to take action was about to take action, but suddenly she felt a flash in front of her eyes. A figure that she hated so much suddenly blocked her way. "Lin Liang, get out of the way!" Lin Liang smiled meanly. Hey, both parties voluntarily signed a blood contract for the bet. And you just rashly intervened? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Li Xianqin clenched her fists. That's better than my junior being seriously injured and disabled. Get out of the way. I won't let you go. I feel sorry for you. I can't watch you jump into the fire pit. So disgusting. Get out of the way. At this moment, Wuchen suddenly moved. With a burst of flames, the wooden spear in the boy's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling orange light. With the mutated water element, Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Seal, he can call on the power of Yin Ice, or the breath of Yang Fire at will. In order to prevent his trump card of mutated elements from being exposed too early, Wuchen only activated the breath of Yang Fire in both the previous alchemy and the current duel. Except for the strong ones with extremely sharp eyesight, the rest of the people would only think that the mysterious energy attribute awakened by Wuchen was fire. The cultivators who could judge that Wuchen had mutated elements based on the appearance of mysterious energy alone were either treasure appraisers with extremely deep Taoism, or powerful beings whose soul perception was much higher than Wuchen. It was difficult to find such an existence in the huge blood dragon city. At this time, the young man swung his long spear in a circle, eagle wings protecting the nest. This was just one of the 108 scattered moves of 100 Eagles and 1,000 Shadows, not a killer move. Swish, 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 swish! In an instant, the shadows of guns were heavy and the fire was surging. The endless shadows were like a pair of giant eagle wings, protecting Wuchen in them like an iron barrel. Dang! 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 In an instant, the wings of the giant eagle collided with the sword energy and knife auras that attacked from all directions. The barrier built by the guns was like a copper wall and iron wall, and it was able to prevent the full-strength attack of the 4 second-level Qi-controlling realm cultivators from leaking out. Even so, the 4 second-level Qi-controlling realm opponents were already horrified. Huh? What's going on? Is this the appearance of a little brother in the Qi-controlling realm of 1 star? Is he capable of beating us? After they really fought, the 4 of them completely saw how strong this little brother who had just been promoted to the elite class was. Just when they felt that they were in a difficult situation, the direction of the wooden spear in Wuchen's hands suddenly changed. Soaring Eagle Sword Feather! In a flash, the young man had turned from defense to offense. Chuang Flower Feather shadows were scattered all over the sky. With Wuchen's actual 3rd level of the control of Qi realm cultivation, coupled with the extraordinary power of the mutant elements, this sudden change from defense to offense was particularly powerful. The 4 people were forced to defend but couldn't hide. Ping, ping, ping! Bang, bang, bang! The clanging sound of close combat was as dense as raindrops. However, this situation did not last too long, and the situation suddenly changed. After a few clang sounds, the weapons of the 4 people had been thrown out of their hands. The panic-stricken power inspired by Wuchen continued. Puff! When the eye-catching orange light of the eagle feather disappeared, Wuchen was the only one standing on the stage, with his head held high. Offstage, Lin Liang's 4 lackeys were already in a state of disastrous defeat. Their bodies were seriously injured, making them roll on the ground, screaming in pain. The gambling fight between masters of the Qi control realm that was rarely seen in the tavern on weekdays was decided in just 2 breaths. And the winner was actually the boy who fought 1 against 4. This dramatic scene stunned everyone. Hiss, this young man's fighting skills are really domineering. Yes, when he defends, he is like a copper wall and an iron wall, and when he attacks, he is like a beast out of a cage. He is really strong beyond words. 1 person, 1 gun, defeated 4 opponents who were even higher than him in the Xuan cultivation realm in an instant. When did Blood Dragon City produce such a young strongman? Well, based on what he showed today, he is enough to become a person as famous as the young patriarchs of the 3 major families. Listening to the waves of praise from the audience, Lin Liang's face turned green and red. This! How is it possible? At this time, Wuchen's murderous intent was locked on the 4 people who fell to the ground in defeat. He said in a grim tone, "Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. According to the gambling contract, what should you do if you lose? I don't need to emphasize it again, right?" At this moment, the pressure Wuchen exerted on these people was even more terrifying than that of Lin Xiao, whom they had always been in awe of. Therefore, the four of them could only kneel on the ground with their bodies seriously injured and covered in dust. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" After saying that, they struggled to crawl away, but were pulled back by the suction force from Wuchen's palm when he opened his 5 fingers. What else? Seeing that they could not get through, the four of them had to cry and say, Lin Liang is the dog that Grandpa Boo raised. Puff. Most of the diners looked like they were about to burst out laughing, but they forced themselves to hold it back. Due to Lin Liang's background, they were afraid of being hated by this vengeful guy, so they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. In this day, the 2 Dan Hall masters of the Blood Dragon City Academy almost suffered internal injuries. And the diners in the debate restaurant, who were packed with diners, were so tired of laughing that their faces turned red and their necks became thick. Others couldn't afford to offend the Lin family, but the little Lolita with a childlike face and a big body didn't have this worry. She was laughing unbridled and shaking. "Ha! You are so awesome, little brother!" "Oh no, I can't stop. My stomach hurts from laughing." Look at Lin Liang again. He was called Bu Wuchen's dog by his followers in public, and in front of the woman he had coveted for a long time. For a moment his whole face turned the color of liver. His eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. "Ah, Bu, I must kill you today!" Facing the murderous Lin Liang, Bu Wuchen, who had not yet stepped off the stage, was still standing there motionless. Everyone thought that the young man was scared silly by the sudden burst of pressure from Lin Liang, who was at the 5th level of the Qi control realm. Unexpectedly, Bu Wuchen's heart was full of anticipation at this moment. This guy finally couldn't help but take action? Great! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, I can completely kill him with justification. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked Lin Liang and Bu Wuchen, Li Xinxin. She just shouted sternly, "How dare you commit a crime in the city? Lin, do you want to pay with life for life? Or have your tastes changed recently and you want to taste jail time?" Her words were like a basin of cold water poured from head to toe, which instantly woke up the furious Lin Liang, who had lost his mind. He quickly calculated the gains and losses in his mind. Among the 3 major families, although the Li family is slightly weaker, it is indeed not someone to be trifled with. Now that everyone is watching, that little bitch Li Xinxin is wholeheartedly protecting Bu Wuchen. Once I kill Bu Wuchen in public, the law enforcement office of Blood Dragon City will try to offend neither side, and will definitely choose to handle the case impartially under the instruction of the city lord. In the end, it is still me, Lin Liang, who is in the wrong and punished. After figuring out the key, Lin Liang finally suppressed his murderous intent. However, the feeling of being embarrassed in public and having to swallow his anger made the usually arrogant young Master Lin almost crazy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bu, I will settle this account with you in the future." Hearing his words, many people, including Li Xinxin, couldn't help but feel relieved for Bu Wuchen, thinking that he had saved his life. Only Bu Wuchen himself smiled bitterly in his heart. Alas, this soft girl with a childlike face and a big body saved me with good intentions. But in fact, she made me miss an opportunity to kill Lin Liang legitimately. Although Bu Wuchen's real cultivation level is 2 small realms behind that of the young master of the Lin family, but with the mutant element Yin, Yang, Ice and Fire Seal, and the newly learned Earth-level profound technique 3 phases of power, Bu Wuchen can be sure that if he really fights, he will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. But now, Bu Wuchen had no choice but to wave his hands unhappily. According to the gambling contract, all the elegant rooms you booked belong to me. And you can go now. As soon as these words came out, 1,000 waves were stirred up. A guy who had no background here and whose Xuanqi cultivation was 4 levels lower than his own dared to ask him to go away? Lin Liang's eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot anger. He really wanted to rush to the ring immediately and twist the opponent's head off and kick it like a ball. However, Li Xinxin's words of warning to him were still ringing in his ears. Reason, after all, defeated impulse, and he turned around and left fiercely. He didn't even say a harsh word. It's not that he didn't want to, but he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but take action. In fact, this was the result that Bu Wuchen wanted to see the most. After watching the figure disappear outside the door, Bu Wuchen curled his lips with regret. What a pity! Huh? What a pity? At some point, Li Xinxin had come close to him, staring at her big watery eyes, and asked curiously, Nothing. Since he had missed the opportunity to kill Lin Liang, Wuchen would naturally not reveal his true thoughts. He just responded casually. I mean, we can't use all the elegant rooms we won. Why not distribute them to the diners in the lobby? Why ask me? You won it. You have the final say? Li Xinshin said softly. Okay, let's do it. This really made the diners happy. You know, the package price of each elegant room in the Tongue Battle restaurant is 100 gold, leaving aside those ordinary people who may not be able to save a gold, even if they work hard all their lives. Even for cultivators, there are very few people in Blood Dragon City who can have such consumption power. But today, the diners in the lobby can have the honor of visiting the elegant rooms. In addition to being able to enjoy meticulous service, they also have the opportunity to buy a dish cooked by a 7th-level Xuan food chef in the mortal realm at a 30% discount. This is a tangible benefit for all the diners. For a time, countless diners shouted their gratitude to Wuchen. There are also many diners who received Wuchen's favor and paid for dishes to be sent to the other party's elegant room. Although only a small number of people did this, the number of individual customers in the lobby was large enough. As a result, Wuchen and Li Xinshin's elegant pavilion added 4 large 8 immortal tables. Each table was piled with dishes, and a considerable number of them were high-quality Xuan food. This directly led to the little Lolita with a childlike face and a big body, without spending a single copper coin, almost ate all the dishes in the Tongue Battle restaurant. Not long after, her waist was almost unable to straighten up. Wuchen's situation was not much better. Looking at the many delicious Xuanxi dishes that had not been touched, Wuchen burped comfortably and called the waiter, saying, "Please pack all these dishes for me." After that, he grinned at Li Xinshin. It's a rare opportunity to enjoy the delicious Xuanxi dishes. I have to let my family have a taste of them. The family in the boy's mouth was naturally Wan Xiaoyao and Achun. Since Wuchen was reborn, his impression of the cheap grandfather has always remained in his memory. However, Yaoer and Achun's loyalty to him from beginning to end, as well as their unreserved kindness, can be felt. Therefore, Wuchen, who was alone in a foreign land, had already regarded them as his family. Just a few days ago, he had promised the two of them, "When I become rich in the future, I will definitely let you taste the taste of Xuanxi banquet." Unexpectedly, it can be fulfilled so soon. "Senior sister, do you want to pack some back?" Wuchen asked. No, Li Xinshin waved her hands repeatedly. Her delicate face was rosy and she said shyly, "It was agreed that I would treat you today, but it turned out that you, my junior, took advantage of me." Wuchen was too embarrassed to eat alone, so he slapped his head and said, "Why don't you come to my house?" "Ah, go to your house." Upon hearing this, the baby-faced girl's cheeks, which were already rosy, became even more shy. "Why are you in such a hurry to meet the parents? Aren't we moving too fast?" Seeing the girl in front of him lowering her head shyly, her head almost buried in her towering chest, Wuchen realized that the other party had misunderstood. "Well, I heard that Xuan food cooked with special techniques can be digested quickly. After all, the more Xuan food spiritual essence is, the better before the body's absorption is saturated. So I just want to invite you to my house for another meal." However, to Li Xinshin, whose heart was beating like a deer, Wuchen's words sounded like the helpless excuse of a young boy who had his thoughts exposed. "Okay, you don't have to explain." The soft girl with a childlike face and big body nodded imperceptibly and said softly, I promise to accompany you." Seeing her blushing cheeks, pursing her lips, and looking shy, Wuchen was immediately overwhelmed. How could this feeling of getting worse and worse be so confusing? Soon, the two returned to the mansion with a carriage carrying delicious food. If it weren't for the fact that the secret of the portable warehouse was not easy to leak, Wuchen would not have hired a carriage to haul goods. At this time, the boy patted the gate twice and shouted, "Xiaoyao, Achun, and the bodyguard sister, come and help." When Wuchen shouted, the bodyguard sister hidden in the dark really showed up. But for some reason, when she saw the girl with a childlike face and a big thing following Wuchen, she was obviously stunned. "Don't be in a daze. Come and help carry the vegetables." "Ah? Carry vegetables?" Everyone was stunned. This is all Xuan food? Even though his cultivation was abolished and he became an ordinary old man, the old slave Achun still had good eyesight. The maid Wan Xiaoyao also opened her red lips in astonishment. Why are there so many?" Hey, didn't I say before that I would treat you to a Xuan food feast? Wuchen waved his hand casually. Here it is! Ah, but this is too expensive. Yes, young master, these Xuan foods, I didn't spend half a copper coin. Ah? Now several people were even more surprised. Okay, move all the dishes in. I'll talk to you guys while we eat. Speaking of which, Wuchen naturally didn't forget about Xianuoi when there was such a good thing as a free dinner. He wanted to invite her along, but when they drove the carriage to the Colosseum, they found out that Xianuoi had gone out with her battle pet early in the morning and had not returned yet. I think the fairy sister must have been busy restoring the strength of the battle pet Xiaoqi. Although the cold poison in the body of the colorful winged crane has been eliminated, the long-term invasion of the cold poison has made it very weak even after the poison is removed. The original strength of the Earth King level Xuan beast is only 1/100th of its original strength. Not long after, in the courtyard, Wuchen, who explained the origin of these Xuan food, waved his hand and said, "You can eat as much Xuan food as you want. Don't be polite." Everyone ate with relish. This warm family dinner made Wan Xiaoyao and Li Xinxin, who were of similar age, become a pair of good sisters. The soft girl with a baby face and a big body admired Yaoer's gentleness and kindness. Wan Xiaoyao was amused by Li Xinxin's cuteness and straightforwardness. The two girls got along better and better as they talked, and even agreed to go shopping together another day. Since his rebirth in another world, Wuchen has been on the test of life and death many times, so he is eager to improve his strength. He did neglect Wan Xiaoyao and Achen. Now that Yaoer can have a soft sister to accompany her, Wuchen is naturally very happy. He left for a while under the pretext of going to the toilet. When he came back, he took out several silver bills from his portable warehouse and stuffed them into the hands of Wan Xiaoyao and Achen, saying, "Take this money to go shopping with senior sister Xinxin. As for Achen, aren't you very interested in pottery, calligraphy, and painting? Use them to buy them. It's agreed that these gold coins are for you to use. If you can't spend them all, don't come back to see me." In his previous life, Wuchen was completely in a state of one person feeding the whole family, and he lived a life of muddling through. But this life is different. He also has an important person who wants to spend a lot of money on him, and he is even more unambiguous when spending money. Ah! How can so many gold coins be spent in one day? Wan Xiaoyao looked embarrassed. "Yes, young master." Achen nodded at the side. "You gave me so many gold coins and bought some things for me to play with. It's such a waste. It's better to keep them for your cultivation." Wuchen frowned and pretended to be angry and said, "Stop talking nonsense. These gold coins are for you to squander. You have been implicated by me and have been displaced for such a long time, but you still take care of me without regrets and protect me at the risk of your life. Now that the conditions are in place, you two, great contributors, should enjoy it well. That's it." At this time, Li Xinxin had a flushed face and her eyes were full of stars. "Wow, I'm dying. How can my junior brother be so handsome when he is domineering?" Looking at Wan Xiaoyao beside her, she still had an embarrassed expression and couldn't help but want to help her. "Oh, Sister Xiaoyao, this is the kindness of your young master. How can you let him down? If you are really afraid that you can't spend all the money, sister, how about I take you with me? I will make sure that you spend these gold coins happily and get value for money." "Well, then okay." "That's right." At the table, although the bodyguard's sister was taciturn, it can be seen that she has a good appetite. She is a real foodie and doesn't stop eating from beginning to end. Wuchen returned home this time with the intention of spending time with Xiaoyao and Achen. After all, he will start a long and hard retreat after this. And the two girls of similar age also have a tendency to meet each other too late. Therefore, the cheerful atmosphere at the table continued until late at night. Fortunately, the management of the elite class students of the Blood Dragon City Academy is very loose. After all, the more than 20 students who can enter the elite class are all young geniuses of the Blood Dragon City. For the growth of geniuses, the school only needs to assist from the side without controlling them. Therefore, the elite class does not have specific courses. When these geniuses encounter any problems, they will take the initiative to ask the instructors for advice and then improve their practical experience through learning from others, hunting wild beasts, etc. Sometimes when the time comes, It is not uncommon for students in the elite class to retreat outside the school for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, Wuchen and Li Xinxin, who skipped classes and left school since the afternoon, would inevitably be criticized, late at night. In the middle of Qihuang Street in the east of the city, in the small path outside the wall of the Li Mansion, which occupies a large area, a sneaky woman looked around in the empty alley for a while, then tapped her lotus feet, climbed up with her jade hands, and quietly climbed over the wall. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, you can see that the woman who climbed over the wall is very sweet. She looks like a child with a big body. Who else can it be except Li Xinxin? After she climbed over the wall and entered, she tiptoed back to her boudoir. After closing the door, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't alarm my parents. If they knew I came back so late, they would definitely punish me again. Suddenly, two soft snorts came from the dark boudoir, scaring Li Xinxin so much that her hair stood on end and she cried out in surprise. "Don't make a fuss, it's your mother." "Master, come in too." It turned out that Li Xinxin's parents saw that their daughter didn't come home so late, so they sent someone to investigate and deliberately waited here. But after all, this was still a girl's boudoir, and Li's father was not convenient to enter, so he had to find a crooked tree and lie on it to wait for news. In order to avoid being seen, the latter said that they were afraid of exposing the family's shame. In short, Li's father and mother also deliberately sent away all the maids and servants around their daughter's courtyard. In a moment, the lights were on in the hut. Li Xinxin smiled awkwardly and said, "Dad, Mom, it's so late. Why don't you take a rest and stay in your daughter's room? It's scary." You bastard, do you know it's already late?" The middle-aged man with dignified words is Li Xinxin's father and the head of the Li family, Li Duoqiang. The girl shuddered with fear and looked at Li's mother with heart grievance, saying coquettishly, "Mom, you see, Dad is so mean to me." Li's mother did not take her side and said in a tone full of anger, "You came back so late, shouldn't you be mean? Tell me, where have you been?" "Well, my daughter has been in seclusion in the academy and didn't notice the passage of time, so—" "Oh, really?" Li's father raised his broad eyebrows slightly and said sarcastically, "Are you sure you were in the academy? Instead of being in seclusion in the yard of that guy named Wuchen?" Li Xinxin hurriedly covered her mouth, dodging her eyes, and said with embarrassment, "How did you know?" "Nonsense, I know it as soon as I know it." The head of the Li family held his forehead with his hand, with an expression of despair. "Aren't your second uncle and fourth aunt both teachers at the Blood Dragon City Academy? Today, the two of them saw you holding that boy's hand and rushing out of the crowd. They were worried about you, so they followed quietly. You still want to make up a lie to fool us? Tell me about you. You really..." Hearing this, Li Xin's pretty face had already turned as red as an eggplant hit by frost. She hurriedly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. "My daughter knows she was wrong. My daughter shouldn't have been with a boy classmate." "You really did it so beautifully." "Huh?" The soft girl with a baby face and a big body just admitted her mistake halfway, but suddenly heard the second half of her father's unfinished words in her ears. "You really did it so beautifully? Are you kidding? Are you hallucinating?" She mustered up the courage to look up. There was no trace of blame on the faces of Li's father and mother. There was only a full, bright smile. Mother Li said, "Actually, your second uncle and fourth aunt have already told us about Wuchen's condition." What condition?" Li Xinxin blinked in confusion. That expression was quite cute. Mother Li rolled her eyes at her daughter and said unhappily, "You silly girl, it's already this time, and you still want to hide it from us? Wuchen is younger than you. He wasted some time before, and it's not an exaggeration to say that he has fallen into the dust. But after that, he rose again under pressure. At today's Sexuan ceremony, he has proved to everyone that he has reached the first level of the Qi control realm, right?" Seeing that her mother knew Wuchen's past like the back of her hand, Li Xinxin was directly confused. But the other party continued. In the afternoon, at the debate restaurant, faced with the provocation of Lin Liang and his lackeys, the courageous Wuchen directly chose to fight for alone. Not only did he teach those guys a lesson, but he also made the eldest son of the Lin family lose face. After that, he generously invited all the diners to dine in the elegant room, which won rave reviews. Your father and I both know that the reason why he, a child from a poor family, dared to face Lin Liang's provocation and behaved so bravely was because of you, right? I have to say that the love for the opposite sex can often make young people like you burst out with extraordinary fighting power. Listening to her mother's endless chatter and thinking of the love-hate plot that the other party had imagined, Li Xinshin was speechless. What does this have to do with that? Well, it must be that my second uncle and fourth aunt are so careless. It has to be said that when it comes to love between men and women, everyone has a gossipy heart. The behavior of adding fuel to the fire is often common sense that applies to all things. Poor girl with a baby face and a big boob is already cute, and at this moment she didn't even have the chance to defend herself, and her father patted her on the head gently and said lovingly, "My baby daughter has grown up and it's time to consider her lifelong affairs." Father heard that Bu Wuchen is also proficient in alchemy. Even before that, he won the alchemy competition in front of all the teachers and students in the school. He is really a young talent with a bright future. Father has no objection to you getting in touch with each other. Well, it would be better if you could get to know more about his family. If you both feel it's almost time, then the marriage should be put on the agenda. Oh, wait a minute, Li Xinshin interrupted with a blushing face. You two elders, are you not drunk? How can you talk like that, little girl? Mother Li rolled her eyes in annoyance. Who made your attitude so weird? Li Xinshin said with surprise, Didn't you always tell me before I should concentrate on cultivation and not be distracted by matters between men and women? Didn't we worry that you would be deceived by some unreliable guys before? If it's this Bu Wuchen, as a mother I encourage you to have more contact with him. And don't think I can't see that you also have feelings for that boy, right? Mom? The girl's eyes were full of reproach. Unexpectedly, just as he stopped talking, his father spoke again. If you can really get married to Bu Wuchen, wouldn't my Li family have one more master of alchemy? Moreover, he is a talented young alchemist whose alchemy realm is far higher than your uncle Li Kuei. Daddy? Li Xinshin stomped her feet in shame and annoyance. With Bu Wuchen's potential, he is very likely to become a master of Xuan realm alchemy in the future. If that's the case, won't my Li family also rise to prominence? Pa, isn't it hard to hear? It's soaring into the sky. Oh, madam is right. It's soaring into the sky, soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha! Listening to the two elders talking about the future, Li Xinshin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, Lin Mansion, being severely slapped in the face by Bu Wuchen, Lin Liang returned home and was immediately scolded by his father. Tell me, what stupid things did you do? You had to make a bet out of anger, and you lost tens of thousands of gold in the blink of an eye. And the owner of the tongue-fighting restaurant even came to the door of my Lin Mansion's warehouse to collect the debt. It's so embarrassing. It turned out that Lin Liang was full of resentment before, and then left in disgrace. Not only did he forget to pay the money for those private rooms, he didn't even leave an IOU. When he remembered this, it was too late. The owner of the tongue-fighting restaurant had come to collect the debt in person. Seeing that the 100 schools competition is imminent, your father and a group of elders are trying every means to integrate resources for you. In the end, you lost such a large sum of money in a moment of impulsiveness. How do the elders and uncles in the clan see you as the future helmsman of the family? I know I was wrong. Lin Liang lowered his head. However, the murderous light hidden in the young man's eyes could tear Bu Wuchen, whom he had cursed thousands of times in his heart, into pieces in a minute. Lianger, I know you are angry, but don't forget your identity. Lin Yunba narrowed his eyes. Murderous. If your motive for doing this time is to get rid of that little beast Bu Wuchen, I won't be so angry. But you put so much thought into it just to compete with that little bastard? Is it interesting? You really disappoint your father. Listen carefully. Before you are absolutely sure to get rid of Bu Wuchen cleanly, you are not allowed to think about it again. Prepare well for the 100 schools competition, remember? Yes? Lin Liang nodded respectfully. As for the real thoughts in this guy's heart, no one knows. Night. In the mysterious beast forests around Blood Dragon City, you can often hear the cries and roars of some birds and beasts. Usually, whether it is a hunter or a merchant team, they will try their best to avoid going to the mysterious beast forest at night. This is because the mysterious beast forest at night is a carnival time for many carnivorous beasts or mysterious beasts to hunt wildly. If a human chooses to wander into the mysterious beast forest in the middle of the night, he will most likely become food for the mysterious beasts. But there are exceptions occasionally. For example, at this moment, under the sparse moonlight, the blue-clothed boy is running fast in the forest, Wuchen. Beside him, there is also a panda cub the size of a kitten or a puppy, a battle pet giant panda. Don't look at this guy's round, fleshy, and silly appearance. His combat power should not be underestimated. Often a simple pounce and a bite can defeat a ferocious, mysterious beast that is many times larger than it. In this mysterious beast forest, under the moonlight and starlight, the two of them have hunted countless beasts that originally regarded Wuchen as midnight snacks. According to the memory of the person possessed by Wuchen, in this world every mysterious beast forest has almost certain rules. The deeper you go, the higher the grade of the mysterious beast, and the risk factor increases exponentially. At this moment, the young man took out 2 chi-restoring pills from his portable warehouse while taking a break, one for himself and one for the giant panda. He said, "Eat it and cheer up. You know, based on the current situation, we have entered an area dominated by mid-level mysterious beasts. If you are unlucky, you may even encounter high-level mysterious beasts. Don't panic, boss. This bear saint doesn't take a mere mid-level mysterious beast seriously at all." After saying that, the giant panda spit out his tongue that had just chewed the restoring pill with a look of disgust. "It's so disgusting. Sure enough, the Xuanqi feast is more suitable for me." "Boss, there should be some leftover Xuanqi in your portable warehouse, right?" When the giant panda said this, he subconsciously sucked his saliva. "You wish?" Wuchen rolled his eyes. "Your stomach is like a bottomless pit. Even if I stuff all the Xuan food into you, it still can't satisfy the glutton in your stomach. Besides, the effect of a lot of low-level Xuan food in restoring Xuan power is far less than eating a few top-grade ordinary-level recovery pills. So forget it. Work hard and don't think about eating all day long." The giant panda pretended to be sad in a very human way. "Alas, why is this bear saint so pitiful?" Speaking of which, Wuchen's system portable warehouse is really magical. The size of the storage space will expand as Wuchen's Xuan cultivation realm improves. What's more, there is a special effect of preservation, so there is no need to worry about the things in the portable warehouse spoiling. After waiting for the effect of the medicine to take effect and recovering his profound energy, Wuchen moved his spiritual sense and called up the shop panel of the God-level selection system. "Ding dong, you will spend 10,000 gold coins to purchase a monster killing experience scroll. Are you sure?" "Yes." Ding dong, the monster killing experience scroll has been successfully activated. Within the next hour, the host will return the corresponding cultivation points to the host according to the grade of the profound beasts hunted. Tsk, another 10,000 gold coins are gone. I really spend money like water. Wuchen curled his lips. If he hadn't earned 300,000 gold coins through gambling, refining pills and selling them to Song's alchemy shop, he really couldn't afford this toothache-inducing monster-killing experience cultivation chore. But then again, although it costs money, the effect is also obvious. After killing monsters until now, the experience bar that was originally empty at the 3rd level of the Qi control realm has increased by 1/5. No one would believe this speed of increasing cultivation. Wuchen happily planned. There is still more than half a month before the 100 Schools Championship starts. I go to the school alchemy hall or Song's alchemy shop early in the morning every day to refine pills in seclusion. I keep some of the refined pills for my own use and sell some of them in exchange for gold coins. From the afternoon until nightfall, I sleep to get enough rest. After nightfall, I go straight to the mystical beast forest to open the monster killing experience cultivation voucher to kill monsters and level up. It's so nice. So for the next few days, the mysterious beast forests around Blood Dragon City were disturbed by a boy with a giant panda. On the 8th day of Wuchen's retreat, late at night, the Blood Dragon City Academy and even the entire Blood Dragon City were all quiet and peaceful. It was like the calm before the storm. Ding dong, monster killing and upgrading cultivation scroll has been opened successfully. As the system prompt sounded in my ears, the boy in the night blue clothes and holding the abyss python gun began a new round of hunting. Beside him, the chubby giant panda was still following him, reminding him from time to time, "Boss, There are two human auras about 150 steps behind us, and they are secretly following us. Ignore them. Kill these two saber-nosed tigers in front of you and then continue to go deeper. Boss, there is the aura of a high-level mysterious beast, 200 steps away to the northwest. A high-level mysterious beast is already equivalent to a human being in the God-transmitting realm. Wuchen frowned. How come a big beast comparable to a God-transmitting realm cultivator ran to the middle and outer edges of the forest? The giant panda put his hand on his chin as he thought and said, "Oh, maybe it has something to do with our crazy hunting of mysterious beasts in recent times?" Wuchen said thoughtfully, "It's too early to provoke high-level mysterious beasts now. Besides, we can't let those two tails hanging behind us discover my true cultivation level. Giant panda, let's turn east." "Okay." Boss, 80 steps ahead, in addition to an initial stage top-grade mysterious beast, there are a dozen initial stage middle and lower-grade mysterious beasts. "Oh, a small group of beasts?" Wuchen raised his eyebrows. "Well, we can deal with it. Go." These days, the reason why Wuchen was able to fight monsters and level up without any harm is thanks to his battle pet giant panda. Although this little fellow who likes to call himself Benxiongsheng has a low level of cultivation, its perception as a holy beast is enough to crush spiritual-level mystical beasts. It is precisely because of its real-time reminder that Wuchen can avoid danger and seek benefits in this dark and dangerous mountain forest. In this mountain forest, this man and beast will take a detour when they encounter something they cannot defeat, and will decisively attack when they encounter something they can defeat, saving a lot of time to carefully grope forward or be chased and killed by the fierce beasts that they cannot defeat, and the efficiency of killing monsters and upgrading is very high. In addition, the giant panda's super perception also allows Wuchen to see through those malicious stalkers in the dark at any time. The reason why Wuchen chose to kill monsters and upgrade at night is not only that the mystical beasts are particularly active during this period of time, but also a very important point. He does not want to expose the mystical weapons in his hands too early. There were wild beasts in the forest, there were dark clouds in the sky, and not too far behind him, there were two dark shadows with ill intentions. It was in such an environment that Wuchen completed his hunts again and again. When the dark night faded and the sky showed a hint of white, a series of pleasant system prompts suddenly rang in the ears of the young man. The mysterious weapon, Abyss Python Gun, in the host's hand has successfully triggered the special effect of spiritual transformation after continuously killing enemies and drinking blood, and has been upgraded from upper grade of Xuan class to peak of Xuan class. Ding Dong, the host's special body movement mysterious skill, Instant Shadow Step, has been upgraded from entry level to through level after accumulating proficiency, and the skill cooling time has been greatly reduced. Ding Dong, the host's attack mysterious skill 100 Eagles 1000 Shadows Gun has been upgraded from entry level to minor success level after accumulating proficiency. The power of the 108 scattered moves of the gun method has been increased by 15%. The number of Changgang Thunder Eagles transformed by the ultimate skill 100 Eagles 1000 Shadows Gun Kill has doubled. Ding Dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th level of the Qi Control Realm. Wuchen raised his lips. Ha! After several days of crazy monster killing and hard training, I finally got a good reward. Now there are still more than 20 days before the 100 Schools Championship. If I continue to practice at this speed, before the competition starts, I should be able to return to the 8th level of the Qi Control Realm, and there should be no problem in making it to the finals of the 100 Schools Championship. Ding Dong! Monster killing and upgrading coal has expired. The sudden system prompt sound made Wuchen smile helplessly. Ha! Have you used up the last monster killing and upgrading cultivation scroll? I'm so poor. I have to buy several monster killing and upgrading cultivation scrolls every night, and the gold coins I earn are always less than what I spend. The auction that Shanui mentioned before is tomorrow. I hope that by then, my 3 jars of Beast King's blood can be sold at a good price. After thinking about it, Wuchen did not forget to put the Abyss Python back into his personal storage and then waved to the giant panda. Let's stop here today and go home. Okay, wait. The giant panda twitched its fleshy nose twice and said, "Boss, 200 steps ahead, there are two familiar human auras wandering around. Since the second day of our night hunting, these two followers have been busy all the time, and they obviously have bad intentions. In fact, their auras are not strong, just at the peak of the observation chi realm." The little furball snorted and said, "If it weren't for their speed and tracking skills, and if they hadn't been following us all the way, which invisibly reduced the probability of encountering the mysterious beast, I'm afraid the two of them would have died in the beast's mouth long ago. How could they still be alive now? Followers are so annoying. If it weren't for you, the boss, I would have slapped them to death with one claw." Wuchen smiled slightly. Hey, this master will definitely not let you do whatever you want. Only by saving their lives can I play a chess game against them to the end." After saying that, Wuchen glanced in the direction of the two people without leaving a trace, and thought to himself, no matter who your master is behind the scenes, after following and observing me for so many days, it's time to take action, right? The night gradually faded, and the sun rose in the east. Wuchen, who returned to Blood Dragon City, went home to take a bath and change clothes, took a short nap, and then went straight to Xianuoyi's Colosseum. "Oh, our busy man, today you finally took the time to come and see me." As soon as they met, Xianuoyi rolled her eyes, which was enough to turn everyone upside down, and said angrily, "I thought you were going to use the excuses of retreating to make medicine and practicing martial arts to fool me again. A few days ago, I sent someone to invite you, intending to discuss the relevant matters of the auction together. How are you? Why didn't you show up until today? Tell me, have you done something bad and are deliberately hiding from me?" After not seeing each other for several days, when I saw this fairy lady again, the other party was still covered with green silk. Her legs were loose, her waist was like water, and she was beautiful beyond words. Wuchen scratched his nose. "What bad things can I do? I am indeed practicing hard and can't be away." "Huh, who would believe your nonsense?" Xianuoyi frowned and got back to the point. "I have received news that one of the items for sale this time is a Xuan-level medicine cauldron. I don't need to emphasize how important this thing is to Xuandan masters, right? A good medicine cauldron can not only increase the success rate of pills, but also reduce the consumption of soul power and Xuan Qi of the alchemist. You know, every time Xuandan masters make pills, they will consume a lot of soul power. And the soul power is not like Xuan Qi, which can be quickly replenished by taking Qi Hui Dan and other things. After the soul power is depleted, except for a very small number of heaven and earth wonders, the cultivator can only rely on meditation and rest to slowly recover. In addition, the higher the grade of Xuandan refined by the alchemists, the more amazing the loss of soul power. Sometimes the exhaustion of the soul brought by refining a high-level Xuandan can make a Xuandan master sleep for 1 or 2 months. Moreover, the higher the grade of the pill, the greater the difficulty of refining, and the possibility of failure naturally rises. It is very likely that after a pill master has spent 99% of his soul power to refine a furnace of pills, the final result is that the pills are destroyed and the cauldron explodes. It is also because of this that Xuandan will always be in short supply. High-quality Xuandan is even more valuable. In fact, it is not just Xuandan masters. All special-time masters have the frustration of not being able to quickly replenish the loss of soul power. In this regard, Wuchen is no exception. It's just that he was reborn and lived 2 lives, and his soul realm and strength far exceeded those of the same realm. But even so, if it weren't for the help of the system, every time he refined pills, so that as long as he reached the realm of pill cultivation, his success rate would be amazingly high. This young man would never have the energy to refine pills during the day and fight monsters at night, and he would have been exhausted long ago. If there is a good medicine cauldron, it can really get twice the result with half the effort. Just thinking about it, Wuchen suddenly saw a blur. It turned out that Xianuoyi had handed the 3 jars of beast blood to him. "I've thought about it. You should keep these 3 jars of Beast King blood for yourself. You know, Xuan-level Xuan weapons, especially rare and scarce items like medicine cauldrons, every auction will be called out at a very high price. If you use these 3 jars of beast blood to barter, the possibility of you successfully bidding for that Xuan-level medicine cauldron will be much greater. If it's not enough, Xianwei waved her jade hand and took out a stack of silver notes directly from her storage ring. This ant can help you with a maximum of 3 million gold. Hearing this, Wuchen finally understood it. This fairy sister in front of him, who came to him several times to discuss auction matters, turned out to be just to help him bid for that Xuan-level medicine cauldron. For this, Xianwei even paid out of her own pocket. Wuchen's heart suddenly warmed. The look he gave the fairy sister also became a little hot. Even though she was called a witch by everyone, Xianwei's heart was beating like a deer when she was looked at like this by the only person who had made her heart beat fast in all these years. "You, don't look at me like that." The Qingluo girl quickly looked away and pretended to be calm. "The reason why I did this is actually to help myself. I'll get you a good medicine cauldron so that you can refine pills with twice the result with half the effort. Wouldn't I be able to get more Xuandan?" Seeing the stubbornness in the other party's expression, Wuchen felt warm and sweet in his heart. Just when he was about to do something, he heard Xianwei change the subject. "However, even with my help, you must not be careless. You know, Dinzhou is himself a master of alchemy in the Xuan realm, and he has always been struggling to get a medicine cauldron of sufficient weight. There is no doubt that he will be your strongest opponent in the auction." The Qingluo girl was like a female Zhuge Liang at the moment, analyzing and weighing for Wuchen. In addition to Dinzhou, the alchemy hall priests of the 3 major families will definitely participate in the auction with all their strength. Especially Lin Taoshu, given your past with the Lin family. If you bid with your real identity this time, you will inevitably be targeted. So you'd better conceal your identity and then let me deal with it to increase your mystery. Yes, that's what I mean. Wuchen nodded in agreement. Even if there was no Lin family factor, he didn't want to reveal his true identity at this auction. After all, he has another unknown identity, the descendant of the Bu family, the only grandson of a general. If he is too high profile, who knows if the guy who caused him to be expelled from the imperial capital and poisoned to death will rack his brains to harm him again. Before he has enough power to protect himself, Wuchen will not risk his life and property. But I have to think carefully about what kind of identity to give you. After all, the forces behind this auction should not be underestimated. If they become suspicious and find out your true identity after an investigation, it will be very troublesome. It may even bring you a fatal disaster. Wuchen knew that Fairy Sister was not exaggerating. Just imagine, a stranger who has been in Blood Dragon City for more than 2 months suddenly took out 3 jars of blood of the King of Beasts. How explosive is this news? It is hard to guarantee that someone will not have the idea of killing and robbing him. Well, what identity should I give you so that the 3 jars of blood of the King of Beasts can be decent, and people will be in awe of you and never dare to breed greed? Xianwei frowned and talked to herself. Obviously, she has been thinking about this for several days, but she has not come up with any good ideas. "Hey, this is easy." Wuchen suddenly smiled confidently and said, "It just so happens that I have recently refined a mysterious pill. With it in hand, I think no one will doubt the identity I want to pretend." "Oh, what pill?" Fairy Sister looked curious. Wuchen turned his palm. "This is it." "Huh, this is actually..." Xianwei's red lips opened in surprise, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. "Hey, how is it? Isn't it amazing?" Wuchen smiled complacently. The Qingluo girl nodded. "Well, it is indeed very surprising," continued. "Then you will do as I say. We will do this and that." After hearing the other party's plan, the Fairy Sister's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ha, it's quite interesting. Hearing what you said, this aunt is looking forward to this auction?" At noon, the sun was shining brightly, the scorching sun above, but it still couldn't stop the large number of cultivators in Blood Dragon City from flocking to the same place, Baibao Hall, because the annual grand auction of Blood Dragon City was at this time and here. At this moment, not only was the Baibao Hall crowded, even the streets outside the building were full of cultivators. The crowds of people blocked the surrounding streets. These people were not here to watch the fun. A large part of them were here to participate in the auction. However, due to various reasons such as their status and assets, they were not eligible to be invited to enter the Baibao Hall and participate in the inside auction. So they stayed outside the building and participated in the outside auction. The building of Bibao Hall looked very much like the famous Roman Colosseum in Wuchen's previous life. The large open space in the middle was the first-floor lobby for displaying auction items. Around it, there were circles of stepped seats that were higher than one floor. The top floor was a circle of private rooms. In order to be spacious and luxurious enough, the number of private rooms was extremely limited. Therefore, in previous auctions, those who could sit in the private rooms were all big names in Blood Dragon City. But today there was an exception. That was Bu Wuchen. In theory, his status as a master of alchemy qualified him to be invited to the private room by Bibao Hall. But in fact, in order to hide the trump card of the 100 schools alchemy competition, Dean Zhou has not made public Bu Wuchen's superb alchemy skills. Therefore, very few people in Yinglong City know that there is a young genius alchemist like him. Naturally, Bu Wuchen is not on the list of super VIPs invited by Bibao Hall. However, at this time, the young man is in the most distinguished Tianzi Hao private room, enjoying the meticulous service of 2 maids. He is wearing a loose robe, a bamboo hat on his head, and a veil on his face. No one can see his true face. Even if he doesn't speak, others can't even tell whether he's a man or a woman. If you observe carefully, it is not difficult to see that the 2 maids with beautiful faces and graceful figures are a little nervous. Because, in the eyes of the 2 girls, Bu Wuchen, whom they served this time, was mysterious and powerful. He was dressed in a black robe, with a cold tone, a slightly hoarse voice, and a look. Oh, you couldn't see his eyes at all, so what kind of look could he have? But the 2 maids were sure that this mysterious man was introduced by Xianuoi and warmly received by Qian Baiwan, the big boss of Bibao Tang. It is said that when the 2 sides first met, the mysterious man didn't say a word, but just threw a small porcelain bottle to the big boss Qian. After Qian Baiwan opened the bottle stopper and saw what was inside, his attitude towards this mysterious visitor changed from routine enthusiasm at the beginning to respectful nodding. You know, the status and influence of this Bibao Tang in Blood Dragon City are not bad. What's more, behind it, there is a Wanbao Pavilion. In Daliang, all cities with a slightly larger scale have Baotang settled in. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has monopolized the auction houses in Daliang. The Wanbao Pavilion is the headquarters of the Daliang imperial capital. The power behind it is so great that even the Lord of Blood Dragon City, Ding Moxen, can only look up to it. So it stands to reason that Qian Baiwan has no need to be so humble to a hidden outsider whose identity is a mystery. But he really did it. Why? Could it be that this mysterious black-robed man is much more noble than the lord of a city in Blood Dragon City? Even so noble that even the Wanbao Pavilion behind the treasure hall has to treat him seriously? Thinking of this possibility, the 2 maids who are the most beautiful and intelligent in the treasure hall, who often accompany Qian Baiwan and have seen many big men, can't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. They are afraid that if they don't serve well and neglect this master, the consequences are unimaginable. Fortunately, this mysterious visitor doesn't seem to be as difficult to serve as imagined. He just sits there silently, which makes the 2 maids feel a little depressed. After the auction officially started, bidding sounds came one after another. In less than half an hour, dozens of items had been sold. But during this period, Bu Wuchen did not bid once, as if he was asleep. This gentleman has been sitting like this for a while. Yes, if he fell asleep, should we wake him up? Given the familiarity between the 2 maids, they could communicate through subtle body language such as eye contact. At this moment, you and I said one after another, "Let's call him. I'm afraid this gentleman will be in a bad mood after getting up." Don't call him. What if he really misses the auction item he wants because he fell asleep? I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. What should we do? Just as the 2 maids were trembling with fear, a shout from the hall sales floor diverted their attention. The next item for sale is from the hands of a mysterious master of alchemy. But because it came a little late, it was not included in the list of items for sale that my Bibao Hall announced 3 days ago. But I believe that this thing will definitely make all the distinguished guests shine. Speaking of this, the bright and charming female auctioneer in the middle of the hall slowly pulled down the cloth cover on the tray in her hand, revealing a small bottle in the style of blue and white porcelain. Seeing this, the mysterious black-robed man, who had been motionless since he came in and sat down until now, finally straightened up. This lord finally moved. Yes, that means he is not asleep, right? Well, I think it must be the newly presented item that aroused this lord's interest. The maid guessed correctly. Wuchen, who suddenly sat up straight, was indeed interested in the things in the small porcelain bottle, because it contained the xuandan that he specially refined for this auction. As the owner of this item, Wuchen would naturally care about what price it would eventually be sold for. At this moment, the beautiful auctioneer was still trying to whet the appetite of the guests. This blue and white porcelain bottle contains a very strange pill. It is so strange that people still have disputes about its grade classification to this day. It is so strange that every time it is unveiled, it will cause a storm in the local area. But soon, some guests became impatient. It's just a mysterious pill. Is it as exaggerated as you said? What do you mean by there is still controversy about its grade classification to this day? In my opinion, this is clearly a trick of your auction house to hype up low-priced items. That's right. Stop keeping us in suspense and show us quickly. After seeing that the guests' emotions were aroused, the beautiful auctioneer smiled with satisfaction. This small porcelain bottle contains a mid-grade leaping pill. What? As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, there were bursts of exclamations in the venue. Just as the beautiful auctioneer said, since the Leap Realm pill has a very unique effect, there has been controversy so far on how to define its grade. When it comes to the effects of pills, even the newbies who have just embarked on the path of Xuanxu can tell them all. The low-grade Leap Realm pill can allow the cultivators of the Observation Qi realm to leap to a small realm. The middle-grade Leap Realm pill can allow the cultivators of the Control Qi realm to leap to a small realm. The high-grade Leap Realm pill can make the strong people of the Tongshan realm advance to the next level. As for the highest grade, top-grade Leap Realm pill, it is even more amazing. Its medicinal effect can directly act on the strong people of the Condensation Sea realm, allowing them to reach a higher level of Xuanxu. The most important thing is that regardless of the grade of the Leap Realm pill, the medicinal effect is very mild and has no side effects on the user. However, the medicinal effect of the Leap Realm pill is unique in each realm. In other words, in the same realm, only the first time you take the Leap Realm pill can you directly jump to a small realm, and the accumulated cost is invalid. But even so, the effect of the Leaping Realm pill has made countless cultivators crazy. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more people want to get a Leaping Realm pill. After all, the further you go, the more difficult it is to improve your cultivation. People are not very interested in the low-grade Leaping Realm pill that works in the Observation of Qi realm period. It is because it is not difficult for cultivators in the Observation of Qi realm to improve one small realm. As long as the cultivator's qualifications are not too bad, he has some money, and the cultivation method is not too bad. He can steadily improve his realm through hard work. As for those cultivators with poor qualifications or too poor, it is difficult to guarantee even the minimum consumption of cultivation resources, and naturally they have no ability to buy the expensive Leaping Realm pill. But once you reach the level of controlling Qi realm or the Divine Realm, it becomes very difficult to improve each small realm. At this time, a Leaping Realm pill is tantamount to opening up a shortcut for these people on their long road of cultivation. For example, if a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Realm wants to make further progress, he needs to work hard for nearly 7 or 8 years while ensuring the supply of basic cultivation resources. Now, he only needs to take a top-grade Leaping Realm pill, and he can do it in an instant. Do you think he will be tempted? At this moment, a similar xuandan is being auctioned, a mid-grade Leaping Realm pill. After the intense reactions of the crowd subsided a little, the beautiful auctioneer smiled charmingly and said, "The once-in-3-year 100 schools competition is about to begin. And this mid-grade Leaping Realm pill, which is specifically designed for the controlling Qi realm stage, may be able to help a young talent here advance into the top 100. With this record, your son can be specially summoned by the Imperial Capital Academy to practice and study in the inner courtyard, and it is just around the corner to glorify his family." Her eloquent words immediately aroused the desire of countless people who wanted their children to become successful. Among them, the VIP boxes where the 3 major families are located are the most. In the previous 100 schools competition, Those who were able to rank among the top 100 in the battle hall competition almost all had a cultivation level of more than the 5th level of the Qi control realm. So whether it is Lin Liang from the Lin family, Li Xinxin from the Li family, or Sun Zhonggu from the Sun family, whoever can get this middle-grade realm jumping pill and sprint one more small realm before the competition, whoever is one step closer to the top 100 position in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Capital Academy. But Wuchen made a great move by taking out the mid-grade leaping pill at this critical juncture when the 100 schools competition is about to begin. Just as the patriarchs of the 3 major families were all determined to get this item, Xianuoyi, with excitement flashing in his eyes, couldn't help but feel puzzled. But then again, how could he refine the leaping pill? In the Daliang Kingdom, it seems that the only ones who have the ability to refine this mysterious pill independently are those Dan elders who are in high positions of power in the court. Xianuoyi has been in Blood Dragon City for such a long time that he has learned a lot about the Daliang Kingdom. But because of this, she was even more puzzled. Could it be that Bu Wuchen is their secret successor? I always feel something is wrong. The more I get to know him, the more I feel that he is full of secrets. At the same time, Qian Baiwan, the owner of Bai Botang, was thinking the same thing as Xianuoyi. Looking at the entire Daliang Kingdom, there are no more than 5 great masters of the alchemy who know the formula of the middle-grade leaping pill and can refine it independently. Any one of them is a great existence that can make the wealthy nobles in the capital of Daliang Kingdom tremble. I just don't know which one of them is this mysterious black-robed man, but the little demon girl who introduced him to me kept her mouth shut about this. Qian Baiwan paced back and forth on pins and needles, constantly guessing the other party's motives for coming here. After all, Wu Danlao is not an ordinary person. He will not leave the capital easily. I just hope that this gentleman just stopped by Blood Dragon City while traveling around and happened to catch the auction held by our Bai Baotang and just felt like coming here for fun. If this gentleman really has other purposes for this trip, with my millions of dollars, I can't stop him even if I risk my life. Forget it, forget it. All I can do now is to do my best to entertain him. No matter how hard the fat boss Qian tried, he could not guess that the mid-grade leaping realm pill that caused such a stir was just a product that Bu Wuchen accidentally gathered the materials and simply refined. As for the recipe, it was just one of the 5 special recipes that the system had awarded him. At this time, the beautiful auctioneer saw that the atmosphere had reached a climax, so she spoke in a deep voice. The starting price of the middle-grade leap pill is 100,000 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 2,000 gold coins. Now the auction begins. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a slightly domineering offer voice coming. I offer 200,000. Hiss, the bidding has just started and he has doubled the price? Who is this? Such a rich man. In astonishment, many guests in the hall couldn't help but cast their eyes towards the place where the voice came from. When they saw the exquisitely crafted green Tianzihao plaque, they couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the big shots in the Tianzihao box are different. I don't know which force just spoke. This person must be one of the 3 major families, someone said with certainty. I don't think so, someone also questioned. Lord City Lord and Dean Zhou of Blood Dragon City College, isn't it possible? But an old man stroked his beard and talked freely. Generally speaking, only the City Lord, the Dean, and the patriarchs of the 3 major families are qualified to sit in the 7-color compartment of the top-level red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. But no one among the descendants of Lord City Lord and Dean Zhou participated in this 100 schools competition. Naturally, their demand for this middle-grade leaping realm pill is not that urgent. Yeah, that makes sense. It must be said that the old man's analysis really hit the nail on the head. The man who doubled the price right away was the patriarch of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families, Lin Yunba. Just as everyone was discussing, another rich and powerful voice suddenly rang out in the field. I'll bid 250,000. This voice came from the green room in the most prestigious 7 colors box of Baibao Hall. It was the patriarch of the Li family, Li Duoqiang. In the box with a blue plaque, the next bid was heard, 300,000 gold. This was the patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Wuji. In this way, the three major families of Blood Dragon City have started a confrontation with great fanfare. I'll bid 400,000 gold, Lin Yunba said in a cold voice, and did not forget to say something to disturb the mood of his bidding opponents. Li Duochang, Sun Wuji, I know the other two bidders are you. In terms of the realm of Xuan cultivation, your children are already weaker than my son. Even if you spend a lot of money today and really get this leap realm pill, they are destined to not surpass my son, so why bother? 500,000. After Li Duochang made a loud offer, he sneered, Hey, if you, Lin Yunba, are really so confident in your brat, why don't you just give up the bidding? Anyway, whether he has this thing or not, he, Lin Liang, is the #1 in the Battle Hall of Blood Dragon City Academy, isn't he? 600,000. Lin Yunba had already shouted out his anger, and he did not hesitate to use Xuanyan to fill his throat, and shouted angrily, This thing I, Lin Yunba, will definitely get it. I want to see who dares to compete with me. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Sun Wuji, the head of the Sun family, also made an offer, 650,000 gold. Then he said excitedly, According to what I know, the Leaping Realm pill only appears in the circles of the rich and powerful in the royal city and the imperial capital, and it rarely flows out. Since I have come across it today, it is the fate of heaven's blessing. How can I not fight for it? For a time, the heads of the three major families were unwilling to give in for the bright future of their children and for the future of their families. The price was raised by the competition among them. 800,000, 850,000, 900,000. I'll offer 950,000 gold. 960,000. Huh? Why don't you increase it by 50,000? Are you short of money? Then stop being so stubborn and leave early. I'll offer 1 million. Damn it, who said I'm short of money? I just shouted wrong, okay? Listen carefully. I'll offer 1.1 million. Listening to the three parties bidding, the other guests in the treasure hall couldn't help but sigh. The three major families are really generous. In the end, this middle-grade leaping pill was bought by Lin Yunba at a price of 5.1 million gold. In the past, this price could even buy a top-grade, Xuan-level Xuan Dan. But who made it so that this was the only middle-grade breakthrough pill auctioned on the eve of the 100 Schools competition? Demand determines value. At this time, Wuchen, who was in the red-plated Tianzi #1 box, was overjoyed. After deducting the commission from the transaction price of Baibaotang, I can get nearly 5 million gold coins. This money is enough for me to buy monster-killing experience scrolls for closed-door cultivation before the 100 Schools competition begins. In addition, I can continue to search for materials for the middle-grade breakthrough pill. When my Xuan cultivation realm is raised to the 8th peak of the controlling Qi realm, I will refine a middle-grade leaping realm pill for myself and break through to the peak of the controlling Qi realm in one fell swoop. The more Wuchen thought about it, the more excited he became. If Lin Yunba knew that the leaping realm pill that he had spent a lot of money on and finally won had inadvertently helped Wuchen, what would he think? The Baibao Hall, which is well versed in auctions, deliberately chose this time to throw out the killer weapon of the leaping realm pill, successfully making the somewhat sleepy atmosphere in the middle of the auction active again. However, the following items were no longer hard goods worth more than 1 million. Time passed by minute. As one item after another was sold, everyone finally waited for the final treasure to appear. A jade-white medicine cauldron was carried into the hall. The extremely unique jade quality made the cauldron look crystal clear, like the texture of crystal. Huh? Isn't this the white jade tripod mentioned in the sale brochure? Well, it should be. Ordinary medicine tripods and alchemy furnaces are mostly made of metal, but this tripod seems to be carved from soft white jade. It is beautiful, but it always gives people a sense of gaudiness. Yeah, can such a fancy thing really be used to make an elixir? Just as the guests were whispering, the beautiful auctioneer held the ear of the medicine tripod with one hand and raised her slender waist with the other hand, posing an extremely enchanting posture, smiling and saying, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Please allow me to have the honor of announcing the finale of this auction, the white jade tripod. In order to identify the grade of this item, we specially invited the treasure appraiser from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the headquarters of the imperial capital. Only then can we confirm that this white and beautiful thing is a medicine tripod of the middle grade of the Xuan level. With the Wanbao Pavilion's endorsement, none of the guests present would question the authenticity of this item. Moreover, there are also treasure appraisers among the guests. Even if their treasure-repairing skills are not high and their eyesight is limited, it is not difficult to judge the authenticity of this item with the combined efforts of everyone and spending more time. After a routine introduction, the beautiful auctioneer raised her arm high and raised 3 scallion fingers. The white jade tripod of the middle grade of the Xuan level, the starting price is 3 million gold. Each bid shall not be less than 100,000 gold. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. It was the first time in recent years that the starting price of an item reached 3 million gold. Wuchen, who had been lazily lying on the recliner, being served by 2 maids who massaged his shoulders and legs and was almost asleep, suddenly became energetic. Ha, it's finally here! Although everyone was shocked by the starting price of 3 million gold, that the beautiful auctioneer suddenly said at the beginning, soon some guests realized that Xuan-level items are much rarer and more expensive than ordinary-level items. Especially Xuanbing. At the same grade, Xuandan and Xuanfu are equivalent in price. Xuanxi are several times cheaper than the above 2, or even dozens of times cheaper. However, Xuanbing is more than 10 times more expensive than Xuandan and Xuanfu of the same grade. As for Xuanbing of the middle grade of Xuan level, especially the special-shaped Xuanbing medicine cauldron specially designed for Xuandan masters, the starting price of 3 million gold is not excessive at all. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, a bid was heard from the Tianzi No box with a yellow plaque. 3 million is fine, I want it. The first person to bid was Zhou Wanan. Those who can sit in the Tianzi No 7-color room are all super VIPs with prominent status in Blood Dragon City. And these 7 top VIP rooms also have a conventional ranking: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue. The higher the color, the higher the status. As the Dean of the Blood Dragon City Academy, Zhou Wanan's status in Blood Dragon City is almost on par with that of the City Lord. Therefore, he was arranged to sit in the Tianzi No box with a yellow plaque, which is second only to the City Lord Ding Moxon. As the Lord of a city, Ding Moxon is in the orange box. The most prominent red Tianzi No box is enjoyed by Wuchen, who disguised himself as the mysterious black-robed man. But at this moment, he was frowning and thinking hard. Who knows what he was thinking? 3,100,000 gold. The second person to bid was Li Ke, the Alchemy Hall priest of the Li family, and also the Alchemy Hall master of the Blood Dragon City Academy. After the bidding, he did not forget to say, Li did not mean to offend, but a good alchemy cauldron is like a left and right arm to any Xuandan master. It is hard to give up. I hope the Dean will understand, smiled calmly. Haha, it's okay. In an auction, the highest bidder wins. You and I are competing as gentlemen, and each of us depends on our ability. After saying that, he raised the price again, 3,200,000 gold. Ha ha ha, what a gentleman's competition. Count me in as one. Sun Jinwang laughed loudly and said, I'll bid 3,300,000 gold. At this moment, a very discordant roar came. I'll bid 4 million gold. This person was Lin Taoshu, who was expelled from the Academy's Alchemy Hall after being exposed by Dean Zhao after losing the alchemy duel with Wuchen. Since then, in addition to his hatred for Wuchen, he also hated Zhou Wanan, who was fair. Seeing that the other party wanted to bid for the medicine cauldron and was still engaging in a gentleman's dispute, the flame of hatred in Lin Taoshu's heart began to rise. Mr. Zhou, if it were in the past, I would definitely not be able to compete with you in terms of background. But this auction is a great opportunity for me to take revenge on you. A sinister light flashed in Lin Taoshu's eyes. I will raise the price to the sky. Even if you get the white jade cauldron as you wish in the end, I will lose a lot of money. Ha 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 ha! His bid, which suddenly rose to 4 million gold, really made Dean Zhao and the other 2 Alchemy Hall masters pause for a moment. After a brief thought, Zhou Wanan continued to bid 4,100,000 gold. 4,200,000. 403. Sun Jinwang had just shouted out half of his offer when Lin Taoshu, who was shouting angrily, interrupted him. 5 million. Humph, 5,100,000. Sun Jinwang hurriedly changed his words and his tone was already somewhat unfriendly. He could tell that this was the voice of his old colleague Lin Taoshu, and he had also realized that the other party might have bad intentions this time. But he couldn't resist his love for the white jade tripod of the middle grade of the Xuan level, and wanted to get it in his pocket no matter what. 5,200,000, Li Ka said calmly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Lin Taoshu say in an extremely arrogant tone, "I'll give 6 million." The other party's repeated actions made Zhou Wanan and the other three frown at the same time. He thought, Lin Taoshu, is he deliberately messing around? As a result, the parties who were originally bidding enthusiastically fell silent at the same time. At this moment, Wuchen in the red Tianzi knower box jumped up in shock because of the system prompt sound that just rang in his ears. Time goes back to when Zhou Wanan and others just started bidding. In Wuchen's Soul Sea, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding dong, the host's all-round special master, the appraiser ability, has been automatically activated, and the object locked by the eyesight is found to be a special-shaped weapon with a broken spirit and in deep sleep, the Night Jade Lion Cauldron. The so-called special-shaped weapon refers to some mysterious weapons with special appearances and strange functions. For example, the alchemy furnace used for alchemy, the talisman pen used for making talismans, etc., are all included in this list. Jiaoye Jade Lion Cauldron? From the name, it is much more advanced than the white jade cauldron mentioned by the auctioneer. I'm afraid that this cauldron with incomplete spirit is just an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless. As soon as this thought came to his mind, his fire eyes and golden pupils that had just soared to the level of Earth-level upper treasure appraiser, with the help of the system not long ago, started up again. Ding dong! The current grade of Jiaoye Jade Lion Cauldron is Xuan level middle grade. As long as the broken spirit of Jiaoye Jade Lion Cauldron is successfully repaired, it can be restored to an Earth-level Xuan weapon. Fuck, Earth-level Xuan weapon? It was at this moment that Bu Wuchen jumped up in shock. Earth-level Xuan weapon. How awesome would that be? The national treasure of the Daliang royal family is only a spiritual item. On the other hand, if Bu Wuchen's treasure appraiser realm had not been upgraded to the upper level of the Earth level, he would never have discovered the hidden secrets of this white jade tripod. After all, even the senior treasure appraisers in the treasure pavilion of the Imperial Capital headquarters could not identify the hidden value of this medicine tripod. At this time, Bu Wuchen's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, even if I take out all the royal-level animal skins, meat, and blood in my portable warehouse, I must exchange for this treasure tripod. He stood up suddenly in excitement, which startled the two maids who were serving him carefully. They both prostrated themselves on the ground and said tremblingly, I wonder how I failed to serve you well enough to make you so angry? It turned out that the two maids thought that the mysterious man in black robes stood up suddenly because he was angry. It's none of your business. Bu Wuchen deliberately lowered his voice and pretended to be full of vicissitudes of life, and said, Go and call your boss and tell him that I have something important to discuss. Didn't I tell you to serve the senior well? Why are you running to me? Seeing the panic of the two girls, Qian Baiwan couldn't help but ask angrily, Could it be that you two blind things offended that adult? We didn't. The thing is this. The two maids ran out of breath, and while waving their hands in panic, they also brought Bu Wuchen's instructions word for word. Qian Baiwan heard that it turned out that the mysterious black-robed man wanted to discuss something with him. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to neglect it. He appeared in front of Bu Wuchen at the fastest speed. The plump and tender middle-aged man first respectfully bowed to Bu Wuchen as a junior, and then said, What can I do for you, senior? Bu Wuchen was not vague and directly took out the 3 jars of the blood of the Abyss 10,000 poison python from his personal warehouse. He got straight to the point and said, I came to participate in your auction on a whim, but I didn't prepare any banknotes. I didn't expect that you actually have something that interests me here. So, take a look at how much these 3 jars of things can be worth. Bu Wuchen's few casual words shocked Qian Baiwan's heart. With a flick of his hand, a flash of inspiration came to him, and then he held the object in his palm. This scene of taking objects out of thin air is enough to prove that he has a storage ring on him, which is not too surprising. After all, a storage ring is just a rare treasure that ordinary cultivators can only dream of. But for a big man like the 5-Dan Elder, it is nothing rare. Compared to the storage ring, what surprises me more is that this gentleman doesn't even carry banknotes when he goes out. Could it be that a big man like him carries with him the heaven and earth spirit stones that are said to be worth millions of gold at any one of them? After thinking about it, the attitude of the big boss of Bai Tang became more humble. He bowed slightly, held the 3 most ordinary wine jars with both hands, and carefully opened the lids. While observing and smelling, he did not forget to use the power of spiritual consciousness to perceive it. After a moment, Qian Baiwan was shocked and his eyes widened. Is this not the blood of the Beast King? He thought. Wuden Lao's collection is really extraordinary. Baiwan was about to take the opportunity to flatter the other party, but he heard the other party's nose tremble and snorted coldly. I am really worried about your eyesight. Go and bring your best treasure appraiser. After saying that, he lazily lay back on the armchair and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Qian Baiwan didn't know that he had misjudged the grade of the things in the jar. Cold sweat came down. The bloated man apologized repeatedly and waved to one of the maids to invite the treasure appraiser from the imperial capital. He prayed in his heart, hoping that the other party had not left yet. After a while, an angry roar came from outside the door. Qian Baiwan, you fat man, you are too ignorant. I'm already on the carriage back to the imperial capital. Can you still ask someone to block me back? Block me if you want. Why don't you come in person and just ask a maid to greet me? Who do you think I am? This movement made Joannan and others who were bidding paused, and also attracted the attention of many guests. However, when they saw that the old man was wearing a special costume prepared by the Wanbao Pavilion in the imperial capital for treasure appraisers of the spiritual level, they had to hide their dissatisfaction deeply in their hearts. Just kidding, that is a treasure appraiser of the spiritual realm. Looking at the entire Dalian kingdom, there may not be 10 fingers to count. Compared with other specialists, the gold content of treasure appraisers is undoubtedly slightly inferior. But the treasure appraisers who are at the spiritual level and have connections and resources are enough to make countless powerful cultivators feel awe. The old man pushed the door open with a bang and roared at Qian Baiwan without saying anything. You said before that you got an amazing thing. In the end, I came all the way here and found that it was just a middle-grade Xuan-level medicine cauldron. Now you. Do you think I have no temper? Shh. Qian Baiwan saw the other party's attitude and was afraid of disturbing the adult on the recliner, and he was so scared that his soul almost flew away, so he kept shushing and winking. What are you shushing? The old man rolled his eyes, stretched out his hand and pointed at the black-robed man on the recliner, and said, Who is he? He is hiding his head and showing his tail. Shut up, Qian Baiwan shouted fiercely. The old man was stunned by this. After all, he thought that with the other party's status, even if he had more courage, he would not dare to confront him like this, right? The old man was about to explode, but he saw Qian Baiwan holding a jar in front of him. He said very quickly, Take a look at what this senior brought and then decide whether to control your temper. Ha, what a joke, asking me to control my temper? You think you are, huh? As the old man opened his mouth and raged, his soul perception, which was subconsciously extended due to professional habit, noticed the thing in the jar. His originally arrogant words were immediately paused. Is this the blood of a mysterious beast in the realm of the human emperor? Well, my God, it's the blood of the top-grade beast emperor? The old man was a little arrogant, but it was undeniable that his professional skills were indeed excellent. With just one glance, he judged the true grade of the beast blood. Thinking about the strength of the person who could take out such a treasure, and Qian Baiwan's attitude, the old man was shaking like a sieve, because he knew very well that the person who could take out 3 jars of top-grade royal beast blood was definitely the top wealthy giant in the entire Dalian kingdom. To say that this old man's identity as a spiritual treasure appraiser is also extraordinary, but among so many special-time appraisers, his presence is, indeed, at the bottom. He may be regarded as a guest of honor by Wanbao Pavilion, and he will also be respected by the second- and third-rate wealthy families in the imperial capital. But compared with the big man who took out 3 jars of royal beast blood, whether in terms of family background or the level of network resources, This old man can't even reach his knees when he stands on tiptoe. Oh my God, I'm in trouble. At this moment, he heard Qian Baiwan's trembling voice. Is this the blood of a top-grade imperial beast? How ridiculous that I said it was the blood of the Beast King before. I'm really blind. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Hearing this, the old man was so scared that his face turned pale. He thought to himself, no wonder Qian Baiwan is in a hurry to find me back. Now that I have offended such a big guy with my careless words, how can I have a good ending? The old man's face changed from cloudy to bright. Beads of sweat slid down his wrinkled face one by one. Wuchen, who had been leaning on the recliner and kept silent, understood. The time is almost right. So he said to Qian Baiwan in a leisurely manner, is this the treasure appraiser you invited this time? Ha, very good. I will remember him. The two cold sneers were like two heavy hammers, directly smashing the kneecaps of the spiritual treasure appraiser. The old man who was so arrogant just a moment ago now bowed his head, bent his legs, and knelt down with a thump. I am blind and didn't recognize the great man. I offended you, which is really wrong. In order to seek your forgiveness, I am willing to offer a little money and sincerely apologize. As he spoke, his hand like a dry branch gently waved. Buzz! After a flash of white light, the old man had a thick stack of silver bills in his hand. The face value of each bill was 100,000 gold. Then, the old man kept kneeling, moved step by step to Wuchen's side, and handed over the silver bills with both hands. The old man was quite open-minded, thinking, since I have offended such a big boss, I know that I can't settle it peacefully, so I might as well spend a lot of money to avoid disaster. Let this big boss in front of me calm down, and maybe he will look at me differently. Even if my move can only leave a good impression in the heart of this big boss, it's not a loss. Maybe in the future, the big boss will remember my move today and give me a chance to join his camp. The old man's idea was very beautiful. However, his self-righteous little cleverness was destined to be in vain, because the mysterious black-robed man sitting there, motionless, was not the top big boss that he and Qian Baiwan imagined. It was also because of this that Bu Wuchen accepted the silver note without any pressure. Since it was given by someone sincerely, it would be a waste not to take it. After the young man took the silver note and threw it into the portable warehouse, the system had already made a settlement for him. A silver note with a face value of 100,000 gold per piece, a total of 115 chapters. That is a full 11.5 million gold coins. Since he had taken so many benefits from others, Bu Wuchen thought that he had to show some appreciation and appease the other party's uneasy mood. So he nodded slightly and said indifferently, well, not bad, you are quite sensible. Hearing this, the old man's heart, which was hanging in his throat, finally settled down, but he continued to confess and repent. He also said that in order to thank Bu Wuchen for his forgiveness, if he was sent by him in the future, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. Bu Wuchen waved his hand lazily. Okay, you step aside. When I return to the imperial capital, if I need you, I will send someone to find you. Yes, yes. The old man then retreated with satisfaction. He was secretly delighted in his heart. Hey, didn't I get in touch with this big boss? I was very smart in a hurry. Not only did I escape danger, but I also earned a sense of existence from the big boss who I could only look up to on weekdays. Alas, even I admire myself. His pair of deeply drooped old eyes still flashed the light of as smart as I am. Bu Wuchen was in a very good mood at this moment. Wow, ha ha ha, these 155 gold come at the right time. However, if you want to use this money to bid for the Zhaoye Jade Lion Ding, it seems a bit risky. It's better to sell the 3 jars of beast blood. Anyway, I don't need it in the short term. Thinking of this, Bu Wuchen still spoke in a slow tone. The blood essence of the Abyss 10,000 Poison Python is in this jar. Boss Qian, name a price. The old man who stepped aside heard this and pretended to be enlightened. He slapped his thigh and said, oh my, no wonder I said that there seems to be some breath of the underworld hidden in this blood energy. This is a great treasure for cultivators who practice poison-related mysterious energy, or talisman masters who refine highly toxic mysterious talismans. He did this naturally to help the mysterious black-robed man wave the flag and shout. If he could let the other party get a few more gold coins because of his words, wouldn't that be giving him what he wants? As for whether Baibao Tang and even the headquarters Wanbao Pavilion would have to pay more money, that was not the concern of the old man. Qian Baiwan waved his hands in fear and trepidation. "Please don't call me Boss Qian. Isn't this shortening my life?" After learning that the mysterious black-robed man brought 3 jars of top-grade Beast King blood, Qian Baiwan lowered his attitude even more. "Even if you call me Little Qianzi, it would make me happy for a long time. I plan to buy these 3 jars of top-grade beast blood essence at the price of 8 million gold per jar. What do you think?" 8 million gold per jar is more than double the final auction price that Xia Nuoi estimated for Wuchen. On the one hand, the top-grade Beast King blood is indeed as rare as unicorn horns in this secular kingdom. On the other hand, it was due to Wuchen's identity. A jar of 8 million gold was the highest price that Qian Baiwan could offer. He also took a great risk for this. If he failed, he would be held accountable and reprimanded by the headquarters. Wuchen was obviously very satisfied with the offer. In addition, he was pretending to be a top-level figure from the capital of Daliang, so it was impossible for him to lower his face and bargain with the other party. So his head, which was tightly wrapped in a bamboo hat and a mask, slowly said, "Okay, you take the things first. As for the gold coins, let's settle them all after the auction is over." Qian Baiwan said yes. Wuchen waved his hand and motioned the other party to leave. The old man followed him out very tactfully. When the two returned to Qian Baiwan's own box, they breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Baiwan caressed the 3 jars of royal beast blood and couldn't help saying, "That lord, without signing any contract, handed these 3 jars of top-grade beast blood to me first. It can be seen that lord still trusts me very much. Hey, you fat guy, you really have the nerve to be so self-indulgent here?" The spiritual treasure appraiser beside him sneered twice and continued, "How can they trust you? They are sure that you dare not deny it after taking the things. After all, who would be so bold as to deny the debt of a big man like him who can shake the whole Daliang country with just one stomp of his feet?" The old man said without giving any face. Obviously, he still had a grudge against Qian Baiwan for the tragic experience that led to his return. In the auction, the bidding price of the Jiaoye Jade Lion Ding had soared to 9 million. This is because everyone except Wuchen only thought it was a profound-level middle-grade Xuanbing. 9,100,000. This was Zhou Wanan's voice. 9,200,000. Li Ke spoke immediately. But smart people could already hear the inner vacillation of this Li family Dantang worshipper from his not very vigorous tone. Obviously, this price was already beyond his tolerance. 9,300,000. Sun Jinwang also hesitated for a long time before giving a new bid. At this point in the auction, and because it was the last piece of the finale treasure, the experienced beauty auctioneer was very tactful and gave each bidder relatively sufficient time to consider. At this time, Lin Taoshu's arrogant voice of raising the price rang out again in the venue. "I'll bid 10 million. Damn it, Lin Taoshu, what's wrong with you?" For a moment, Zhou Wanan, Li Ke, and Sun Jinwang all frowned. "How can you talk like that?" Lin Taoshu said in a mysterious voice, "If you can't afford the price, just give up. No one is forcing you to buy." In fact, the bid of 10 million gold is basically the maximum price that Lin Taoshu can bear. But he just won't give in at this moment. "I'd rather be uncomfortable than for you to be comfortable." Seeing this, Lin Yunba, who was also in the green Tianzi box, couldn't help but frowned. He thought to himself, he has a deep inner demon now, and he really needs an outlet to vent. If this loss of money can relieve the inner demon that has troubled him for many days and make his alchemy realm improve, it would be worth it. Speaking of it, the rational price of a middle-grade Xuan-level medicine cauldron is only about 8 million. But now it has been called out for more than 10 million. If Zhou Wanan's family was not rich and he really liked this white jade cauldron, he would have given up long ago. Now he was repeatedly choked by Lin Taoshu, and finally couldn't help getting angry. He gritted his teeth and offered again, 10.5 million. The price was raised by 500,000 at once. Li Kue's eyes darkened and he shook his head. Sun Jinwang also sighed and gave up the bid. Lin Taoshu waited for a while. When the beautiful auctioneer had already started the countdown, Li and Sun still didn't speak. Lin Taoshu grinned and said, "Hey, it seems that those 2 guys have been beaten out? Then let me play with Dean Zhou, 11 million gold." Zhou Wanan's eyelids jumped and he fell silent again. Lin Taoshu laughed sinisterly. Hey, Mr. Zhou, when you fired me, weren't you very impressive? I'm going to make you crippled this time. If you want to take this Schwan-level middle-grade medicine cauldron, be prepared to bleed heavily. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, I'll pay 12 million. This slightly lazy, light, but seemingly powerful voice was transmitted into the venue. The guests looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the red Tianzi plaque, which lit up a circle of mysterious light. Hiss. I didn't expect that this medicine cauldron would attract the city lord to personally take action. But the voice that just bid was very unfamiliar. It shouldn't be City Lord Ding, right? Could it be that the City Lord asked someone else to ask? How is it possible? Our City Lord is used to being alone and likes to do everything himself. That's right! But apart from the City Lord, who else is qualified to sit in the red Tianzi room? At this time, not only the guests were full of doubts, even the City Lord Ding Moxon himself in the orange Tianzi room had a deep suspicion between his weathered brows. He thought to himself, Qian Baiwan has been running the Baibao Hall in Blood Dragon City for many years. He would never make a mistake about such an important issue as seating. In other words, among the guests participating in this auction, is there anyone whose status and position is higher than that of this city lord? Just as people were guessing who was sitting in the red sky box, Wuchen spoke again. These days, just about any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to call himself a big shot. To be honest, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. I just learned that you are the Alchemy Hall priest of the Lin family. Haha, the inconspicuous Blood Dragon City and the tiny Lin family really think they are a dish. The words that came out of the red sky box shocked all the guests present and petrified them instantly. That was the wealthy Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Blood Dragon City. Especially in recent years, as Lin Yunba and his son's Xuanshu realm has surpassed the other 2 families, the Lin family has already taken the lead in the chief throne of the 3 major families. But now, the Lin family, which is in the limelight, was actually ridiculed in public by an unknown person. The unexpected new confrontation shocked everyone. Oh no, there is an exception. That is Xia Nuoi, the only one who knows the true identity of the mysterious black-robed man. This girl, who makes the whole room full of spring colors and peach blossoms when she smiles, is now excited to watch a good show. Puff, that guy is quite good at pretending. I don't need to see it to know that Lin Yunba's expression at this moment must be very exciting. Ha! Just as Xianwei said to herself. In the Tianzihao box with a green plaque, Lin Yunba's face was red and his neck was thick. Lin Liang, Lin Taoshu and other core figures of the family who came with him also stared with eyes and dark faces. If it weren't for the fact that this was the territory of Bai Bao Tang, if it weren't for the fact that the person who humiliated them in public was the mysterious strong man in the #1 VIP room, the Lin family would have already drawn their swords and rushed over aggressively. The angry silence did not last too long. Then an elder of the Lin family said, "It is certain that the person in the red Tianzi no box is not City Lord Ding." Another person nodded and said, "Well, I have already investigated this matter before. The person in the orange box is City Lord Ding." What do you think? Could this be a deliberate arrangement made by Ding Moxon and Bai Batang? Lin Liang said thoughtfully. Lin Yunba narrowed his eyes and said, "We can't rule out this possibility. But the question is, what is Ding's motive for doing this? Yes, although our Lin family has been developing well in recent years, it has already left the 2 old rivals, the Li family and the Sun family, a little distance away. But if we say that it can pose any threat to the City Lord's lineage, it is still a long way to go. Besides, if the whole incident is really a collusion between Ding Moxon and Qian Baiwan, then their purpose should also be to let the white jade tripod be auctioned at a higher price. But now suddenly showing up and ridiculing us in public will only make us hate him, which is counterproductive. In that case, the person sitting firmly in the red Tianzi box is really an unknown big boss? The core senior executives of the Lin family quickly discussed the result. However, the fury in their eyes increased instead of diminishing. No matter who that guy is, if he dares to humiliate our Lin family in front of all the important people in the city, we must not turn a blind eye. That's right. But we have to be careful about the methods and ways to get our revenge. After all, the other party is the one who can squeeze City Lord Ding out of the red sky box. Or how about using the bidding price to show our attitude to that guy? Good idea. Lin Liang nodded. At the auction, the highest bidder wins. No matter how powerful that big guy is, he can't just attack us without caring about his face, right? As long as we start with the bidding, if we win, we can naturally restore the family's face in an upright manner. Even if we really lose in the end. Lin Liang pulled a sinister sneer at the corner of his mouth. Heh. As long as the price is raised high enough and the other party spends a price far exceeding the value of the item itself to bid for the tripod, we can also disgust him. Okay, let's do it. Lin Yunba immediately made up his mind and slammed the table, saying, Lin Taoshu, continue bidding against that guy. Okay, Lin Taoshu was overjoyed. Before, he was the only one who participated in the auction, and he used his own private money. But now, the clan leader has spoken, and all the elders support him, and he can use the resources of the entire family. So he said confidently, I'll bid 13 million. Huh? How did it become I? Wuchen smiled jokingly. Where is your confidence in calling yourself lousy before? Although the Lin family decided to fight hard for the family's face, but the pressure brought by the other party's mysterious and powerful identity still exists. Lin Taoshu is still a little afraid. How dare he be as rampant as before? Seeing that a new round of confrontation has begun, and the prices called by both sides are very fierce. After a slight hesitation, Zhou Wanan shook his head helplessly and gave up the idea of continuing to bid. At this moment, a new offer came out from the red Tianzi number box again, 14 million. Lin Taoshu's eyelids jumped and his heart was determined. 15 million. 16 million. Wuchen spoke without hesitation. 17 million. Lin Taoshu followed closely. Oh, I'm a little thirsty after hearing you shouting so many times. Wuchen's voice was still so calm. 20 million. Huh? Lin Taoshu was shocked. The original 1 million and 1 million bidding increase between the two sides had already accelerated his heartbeat. Who would have thought that this time the other party would directly break the 20 million mark? This made Lin Taoshu a little undecided, and he turned his head to look at Lin Yunba. After the other party frowned and nodded solemnly, he continued to speak. 21 million. Why are you still asking for 100 and 100? So annoying. Wuchen said with a look of disgust and once again said something shocking. 25 million. Hiss! Lin Taoshu took a breath of cold air. At this time, the elders began to persuade him. Patriarch, this is only a mid-grade Xuan-level medicine cauldron after all. This price is about right? Yes, Patriarch, our attitude has been made clear. If we raise the price again, if the other party refuses to pay, we will lose a lot. How could these people know that the white jade cauldron of the mid-grade Xuan level they were talking about was actually the Jiaoyi Jade Lion cauldron of the earth-level treasure that was temporarily covered in dust? Normally speaking, a treasure of this level would be worth not only 20 or 30 million gold coins. Even if it was worth 10 billion or 100 billion gold coins, there would be no hope of getting it. And for Wuchen, the only one who knew the truth, even if he had to use all his wealth to exchange for this item, it would be a sure win. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to suppress the arrogance of the Lin family and make them lose face. So why not? After hesitating for a long time, Lin Yunba gritted his teeth and said, Raise the price one last time. If it doesn't work this time, I admit it. In fact, he has now seen that the mysterious boss seems to be determined to fight to the death for the medicine cauldron. If conditions permit, Lin Yunba really wants to raise the price by millions. But his strength does not allow it. Bai Baotang has monopolized the auction business in Blood, Dragon City for so many years. As long as they are invited to participate in the auction, their family backgrounds are basically known. Once Bai Baotang thinks that your bid is a bit too high and may not be paid, they will immediately send someone to do an asset appraisal. If it really comes to that, let alone the embarrassment, if it is really found that the Lin family does not have sufficient repayment capacity, thus proving that they are maliciously raising the bid. Bai Baotang's compensation and punishment mechanism is extremely cruel, and from now on, they will be listed on the blacklist, and the branch halls in every town under the Wanbao Pavilion in the imperial capital will refuse to let anyone from the Lin family in. Everyone in the field waited for a full 10 breaths before hearing Lin Taoshu announce a new price. 26 million. After the announcement, the old guy's legs were a little weak. It's just a middle-grade Xuan-level medicine. Cauldron, how can you play it like this? 30 million. Bu Wuchen said calmly and added, "Hey, this high price can finally make me cheer up. Lin family's trash, follow me. Don't let me down. Play with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was petrified again. 30 million gold. It actually made that big guy cheer up a little. Patriarch, this. Lin Taoshu's face turned pale. Lin Yunba also looked ashen and sighed heavily. "Oh, give up." In this confrontation, he had clearly used the strength of the entire clan, but he was still beaten to a pulp by the other party. Bu Wuchen's tone, which was always indifferent and light, fell into the ears of the Lin family, but it seemed to explode like thunder every time. Now, their last bit of dignity and luck was finally blown to pieces. The beautiful auctioneer, who had been smiling like a flower, finally raised the gavel in her hand after reading the number 3 times and announced excitedly, "Deal! Congratulations to the distinguished guest in the red Tianzi box for bidding on this treasure tripod." The beautiful auctioneer smiled charmingly and sweetly. At this time, there were bursts of cold laughter in the red Tianzi box. Hey, I just got interested, and you bid? How dare you be so arrogant when you can't even eat the small change I used to reward my servants? As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of gasps in the venue. That's 30 million gold. It's just the small change that this gentleman used to reward his servants? Who the hell is he? The always arrogant Lin family actually provoked such an existence this time, and it can be said that they reaped the consequences. As for Lin Yunba, Lin Taoshu, and the others, their faces were all livid. It was such a slap in the face, but they didn't dare to say a word, and could only slip away with their tails between their legs, looking ashamed. Just as the beautiful auctioneer announced the successful conclusion of the auction, and the guests left one after another, a visitor suddenly rushed into the red Tianzi No. 1 box, Xia Nuoyi. Seeing her extremely nervous expression at the moment, she must be worried about Bu Wuchen. Others didn't know the direct lineage of the mysterious black-robed man, but didn't she know it? No matter how hard this fairy-like person thought, she couldn't figure out how the other party could come up with the 30 million gold. "You don't need to serve here." Bu Wuchen waved his hand gently, dismissed the 2 pretty maids, and then used his own voice to say, "Why do you look so nervous, fairy lady?" "Are you worried about me? Humph, look at how conceited you are," Xia Nuoyi said unhappily. "Tell me, are you having so much fun that you get carried away? You dare to say 30 million gold!" It must be said that Xia Nuoyi is so beautiful that even when she is angry and scolding others, she has a unique flavor. "You are still staring at me. Look, what are you looking at?" "I just think you are pretty." Bu Wuchen subconsciously confided his true feelings. Xia Nuoyi, who was angry at first, immediately let out a little bit of anger. That pretty face became even redder, and after a moment of silence, she rolled her eyes fiercely. "Bah, stop making trouble. What was I talking about? Oh, by the way, look at you. You spent such a high price, but in the end, all you got was a mid-grade Xuan-level medicine cauldron. Don't you feel like you've lost out? Well, actually..." Bu Wuchen was about to explain, but he saw a flash of white light in front of him. It turned out that Xia Nuoyi took out a bunch of things from the storage ring, handed them over, and said, "Forget it. Since things have already happened, it's no use to regret it. I estimate that in a short while, Qian Baiwan will bring the medicine cauldron to settle the payment and deliver the goods with you. I have nearly 3 million gold here, plus these Swandan and Swanfu, which can more or less make up for it. Speaking of which, if this ant hadn't escaped from marriage in a hurry and consumed a lot of resources while being chased, I wouldn't be so poor." Looking at the fairy lady in front of him frowning, pouting and nagging, Bu Wuchen felt warm and touched in his heart. But he heard the other party continue. "After your leaping realm pill is auctioned, you should get 5 million gold in the end. Add your 3 jars of beast blood, and these things that this ant gave you, and you can barely make up the number of 30 million. Dong dong dong. The sudden knock on the door made Xia Nuoyi's heart rise to her throat. She was worried that the people outside the door would doubt Bu Wuchen's identity after seeing the scene in front of them. Outside, Qian Baiwan knocked on the door gently and said respectfully, "Senior, I brought you the white jade tripod you bought." Xia Nuoyi rolled her eyes. "This fat guy came quite quickly." So the Qingluo girl winked at Bu Wuchen wildly and whispered, "Why are you still standing there? Take it quickly." Bu Wuchen, however, had a relaxed tone and leaned close to Xia Nuoyi's ear and said, "Take these things back quickly. I have my own way to deal with this matter." After that, the young man deliberately made his voice hoarse and vicissitudes of life and said lightly, "Come in." Qian Baiwan pushed the door open and came in. He didn't expect that Xianui was also here. After saying hello, he gently placed the exquisite medicine cauldron carved from white jade at Bu Wuchen's feet. "Senior, I've been waiting for a long time. This is the medicine cauldron. Would you like to check it?" Bu Wuchen just nodded lightly. "No need to check it." After saying that, he waved his hand. Buzz! After a flash of inspiration, the medicine cauldron was already stored in his portable warehouse. The young man had 10 more silver notes with a face value of 100,000 gold each in his hand, and handed them to Qian Baiwan. He had a calculation in his mind. 3 jars of beast blood, a total of 24 million gold. The middle-grade leap pill was sold for 5.1 million. As the seller, Bu Wuchen could still have 5 million left after deducting the service fee of Bai Baotang. The two added up to 29 million gold. So at this moment, Bu Wuchen only needed to take out another 1 million gold and give it to the other party, and the money and goods would be settled. Unexpectedly, Qian Baiwan waved his hands repeatedly and refused to accept it. "Senior, I'll be honest. The price you offered for this white jade tripod is already far higher than its own value. I know you are not short of money, and you may not take these gold coins seriously, but we at Bai Baotang cannot be so ignorant. We dare not take that 1 million gold coins no matter what." Bu Wuchen didn't think it was a big deal. 29 million gold coins have been spent, and the boy didn't really care about the gains and losses of this 1 million. Anyway, compared with the Jiaoya Jade Lion tripod he got, no matter how much he paid, he would have made a fortune. The one who was surprised was Xianui. She opened her eyes wide and was full of surprise. "Huh? The 3 jars of the Beast King's blood can actually be worth as much as 24 million? According to the original estimate of the Qingluo girl, it would be quite good if the 3 jars of the Beast King's blood could be sold for about 15 million. But I didn't expect that the young man in front of me could actually sell 3 jars of beast blood at such a high price. And judging from the situation, the 3 jars of beast blood were directly purchased by Bai Baotang, or Wanbao Pavilion behind Bai Baotang. Xianui secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, I returned the things to him. In fact, if Xianui had witnessed what happened between Bu Wuchen and the treasure appraiser of Wanbao Pavilion in this room before, perhaps it would not be difficult to understand why Qian Baiwan was so generous. Bu Wuchen stood up and said goodbye. Xianui, who had many questions in her mind, followed Bu Wuchen and left Bai Baotang in a daze. When Qian Baiwan's figure, who stopped to see him off, became blurred in the distance, the fairy lady suddenly came back to her senses. He said, 3 jars of beast blood sold for 24 million, which is really impressive. But I don't understand your subsequent operations. Why do you have to spend so much money for a Xuan-level middle-grade medicine cauldron? Bu Wuchen grinned. Hehe, this is a secret. After that, without waiting for Xianui to continue asking, he took out a thick stack of silver bills from his portable warehouse, stuffed it into Xianui's hand without saying anything, and said, "I said before you help sell the beast, blood, and we will share the profits equally. Although you didn't sell the things in the end, the reason you returned the 3 jars of beast blood to me was to help me bid for the medicine cauldron. So this is what you deserve. Don't be polite." Xianui was stunned. This, a full 60 gold and silver notes with a face value of 100,000? That's 6 million! It turned out that what Bu Wuchen gave her was almost half of the silver notes that the old appraiser of Wanbao Pavilion compensated him. The young man also left himself more than 5 million gold. It was more than enough for daily expenses such as purchasing Xuan food and Xuandan cultivation materials, as well as the gold coins used to open the Monster Cultivation Experience Scroll and Retreat Cultivation. Where did you get such a large sum of money? At this time, the Qingluo girl still had a question mark on her face. Besides, when did you get a storage ring? She wanted to ask when she saw Bu Wuchen's casual move and the medicine cauldron in front of him disappeared. But at that time, Qian Baiwan was still there, so she suppressed her curiosity. Hehe, this is also a secret. The young man smiled. After this period of contact, Bu Wuchen has already trusted this fairy lady. Therefore, he no longer deliberately hides it. Even if Bu Wuchen is at the current level of Xuan cultivation and has many trump cards in his hand. He is not really afraid that Xianwei will suddenly change her face, get greedy for money, and hurt people. Tsk, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. Ha 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 ha. Actually, this is related to the blood dragon birthmark on my chest, but I can't figure out the specific reason, so I just don't want to think about it. Bu Wuchen found a reasonable reason, and then said, "Hurry up and put the banknote away." Huh? Shinoi waved her hands repeatedly. But I didn't do anything. I don't feel at ease with this money. Hey, what a coincidence. I just want to ask you for help? Bu Wuchen snapped his fingers, then took out a piece of paper with various medicinal materials written on it, handed it to the other party and said, "You have a wide range of connections. Can you help me collect the materials on it as soon as possible?" While Bu Wuchen was talking, Xianuoi had already gone through the names of all the materials. Even if all of these things were carefully selected to be the best, they would not cost more than 2 million yuan in total. Xianuoi understood immediately. This guy is obviously trying to give me some benefits. The Qingluo girl was about to say something, but she saw that the other party's expression suddenly became extremely serious. In the next period of time, I will prepare for the 100 schools competition wholeheartedly, but these alchemy materials are indispensable to me. I don't feel at ease to leave this matter to others. After all, since I have lived to this day, you are the only friend who is strong and worthy of my unconditional trust. So please. Strictly speaking, Xianwei is indeed the most trusted person of Bu Wuchen, who was reborn in another world to this day. But his words, heard by the fairy sister, have a different meaning. It's as if I am the most important person in the life of that young man. The restless little deer began to jump around in the heart of the fairy sister again. Bu Wuchen saw her looking at the herbs on the list and suddenly froze. He thought that Xianuoi was going to refuse when she realized that it would cost far less than 6 million gold to buy these things. So Bu Wuchen didn't give her a chance to refuse. I have to race against time to retreat. See you later. After saying that, he ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianwei came to her senses and muttered to herself, "This guy?" Then her eyes, as beautiful as the bright moon, flashed with a luster of worry and fear. With his ability, he will definitely soar to the sky in the 100 schools competition. And we are just friends? At this time, the rough Bu Wuchen rushed back to the mansion and couldn't wait to take out the jade tripod. His spiritual consciousness moved. Ding Dong, the special type of black weapon Jiaoi Jade Lion Cauldron, is still in a state of broken weapon spirit. Bu Wuchen licked his lips excitedly and asked how to repair it. Ding Dong! Repair requires 2 pieces of earth-grade medium-grade materials. Bihai Lo Tianye, 3 earth-grade top-grade 8 desolate skyfrost flowers, and 1 earth-grade top-grade Shiran Leiqiang grass. Then supplement it with earth-grade black crystals and elixir fire. Burn it into juice. And after blending each other, use this liquid to wash the body of the cauldron without leaving a single inch, and then the damaged weapon spirit can be repaired. This wave of system prompts made Bu Wuchen depressed. You bastard, each of these things you mentioned is a rare treasure. Where can I get it? Ding Dong! The host can also choose to purchase the Earth-grade weapon spirit repair order in the system shop, which can solve this problem conveniently and quickly. Hearing this, Bu Wuchen was immediately delighted. It is much easier to spend some gold coins to buy the repair order than to collect those earth-level materials. Just at this time, Ding Dong's special reminder. Earth-level artifact spirit repair order is half price for a limited time. Buy it as soon as possible. Bu Wuchen's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that you are deliberately setting a trap for this host and making money from me? Forget it. As long as you can repair the artifact spirit of the Zhaoye Lion Ding and restore it to the grade of an earth-level Xuanbing, I will let you make a lot of money. So he thought about it, called up the system store panel, pulled down the menu, and found the Earth-level artifact spirit repair order. Earth-level artifact spirit repair order. There is a probability of 5 to 10% to repair the damaged artifact spirit of an Earth-level Xuanbing. Special reminder. The higher the grade of the repaired Xuanbing, the lower the success rate of repair. Price. It is currently in a half-price discount period, so you can buy one for only 500,000 gold. After reading it, Bu Wuchen was in a bad mood. My God, the success rate of this thing is so low, and the price is so high. System, I feel more and more that you are cheating me of my money. Although he complained, Wuchen couldn't help but click the button to confirm the purchase. After all, few people can resist the temptation of repairing Earth-level Xuanbing. Ding dong, insufficient gold coins can't buy. Insufficient gold coins? Are you kidding me? I have more than 5 million. Oh, I almost forgot. The system only counts gold and silver. So, Wuchen disguised himself and went to the money houses on the street. The reason why he wanted to hide his true appearance was naturally that he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, his behavior of taking out millions of silver notes and frantically exchanging them for cash could not guarantee that he would not be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Even if Wuchen himself was not afraid now, he was still worried that Wan Xiaoyao and Achun would be killed, so he was still cautious. The young man went to almost all the banks in Blood Dragon City and finally exchanged all the silver notes in his hand for cash. To be honest, if Wuchen didn't have a portable warehouse, the gold and silver he exchanged this time would not be able to be transported even if he hired more than a dozen carriages. When Wuchen exchanged the silver and returned to the mansion, it was already evening. Ding dong! Buying a Earth-level artifact spirit repair order, limited time special item, will cost 500,000 gold. Are you sure? Yes! Ding dong! Purchase successful. Earth-level artifact spirit repair order. There is a 5 to 10% probability of repairing the damaged artifact spirit of the Earth-level Xuanbing. Special tips. The higher the grade of the Xuanbing being repaired, the lower the repair success rate. Wuchen took a deep breath. It's time to see the face. Is it Emperor of Europe or Black Chief? Let's take a look. With a thought, the sudden burst of spiritual light on the Earth-level spirit repair order shone directly into the jade tripod in front of him. A moment later, ding dong, unfortunately, the spirit repair failed. Wuchen's eyes twitched. Fuck me, try again. Click on the system store, spend 500,000 gold to buy a token, and then drive it with your mind. A moment later, ding dong, unfortunately the repair of the weapon spirit failed. Wuchen frowned. Go on, damn it! Ding dong, unfortunately the repair of the weapon spirit failed. Wuchen said sweetly, but give me another one, I won't believe it. Ding dong, unfortunately the repair of the weapon spirit failed. In just a few breaths he watched as the 5 million gold in his portable warehouse, which was originally piled like a small mountain, suddenly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wuchen's face turned black. Later, the young man didn't hold out much hope. He almost mechanically bought tokens, released spiritual light, failed to repair, and started all over again. Until the 9th time, ding dong, congratulations to the host. The spirit of the weapon has been repaired successfully. Alas, it failed again, and then Wait, it succeeded? Wuchen was overjoyed. Wow, ha ha ha, there are still 1 million gold left? Not bad. Then he couldn't wait to check the status of the white Xuanbing after the spirit of the weapon was repaired. Earth-level top-grade special Xuanbing. Xuanbing Special Effect 1. The success rate of refining any Xuandan will be greatly improved, with a minimum increase of 70% and a maximum of 100%. Special Effect 2. At the moment of refining the pill, an identical Xuandan will be automatically reproduced. This special effect is only for Xuandan below the Earth level. After the spirit of the weapon is repaired, the first Xuandan refined by Zhaoye Yushiding will be successful. Mysterious Soldier Special Effect 4. Cultivators above the Divine Realm will have the hope of gaining 100% recognition from the weapon spirit, thereby controlling the Zhaoye Jade Lion Cauldron and making it arbitrarily enlarge or shrink, up to 10 times. Mysterious Soldier Special Effect 5. Users above the Earth King Realm can communicate with the weapon spirit and activate the Zhaoye Jade Lion Cauldron's mysterious weapon skill, Jade Lion Kylan Flame. This is actually a top-grade Earth-level mysterious weapon? Wuchen was overjoyed. Before, he only heard the system say that it was an Earth-level mysterious weapon. He thought, even if it is only a low-grade Earth-level mysterious weapon, if he can repair its weapon spirit and use this treasure tripod for himself, it will definitely be a great fortune. He never thought that after repairing the weapon spirit, it actually brought him a big surprise. The Zhaoye Yushiding is indeed a top-grade Earth-level Xuanbing. Every special effect is so awesome. Especially when it is used to refine a Xuandan below the Earth level, it can actually automatically replicate an identical one. With excitement, After injecting a trace of Xuan force into the cauldron suddenly burst into a soft white light from top to bottom. The dazzling white spiritual light illuminated the room that was dim after nightfall as if it were daytime. Looking at the tripod's feet, the three lifelike lion-shaped beasts originally carved there seemed to be alive at this moment, shaking their heads and tails around the tripod's feet, which was extremely magical. Seeing this scene, Wuchen was amazed. What a good Jiaoyeyushi ding! Ah, it's already night without me noticing. Let's hurry up and kill monsters and level up. This ding? I'll experience its magical properties when I refine the elixir tomorrow. By the way, after the spirit of this Jiaoyeyushi ding is repaired, it has the special effect of successful in the first refining. That means the higher the grade of the Xuandan I refine with this ding, and the lower the success rate, the more money I will make. Well, I have to think about what kind of elixir I can refine with it to make the most money while I'm leveling up and killing monsters. About an hour later at the residence of the Lin family's side branch, Lin Senyu, the patriarch of the side branch, was standing in his own hall with his head lowered. Sitting on the main seat was someone else, the eldest son of the Lin family's main branch, Lin Liang. Next to him, there was an old acquaintance, the only elder of the Lin family's main branch who had a surname other than Lu Chunyang. At this time, Lin Liang asked harshly, "I asked you to do something more than a week ago, but there is still no response. You, Lin Senyu, didn't take my words seriously at all, or you didn't take me seriously?" Lin Senyu had a worried look on his face and apologized repeatedly. "I dare not. Ever since you asked me to secretly keep a close eye on Wuchen's every move, my spies have been busy. Just half an hour ago, he sent a message back, listing the little beast's behavior patterns that he had secretly observed these days in detail on this station list. Originally, I wanted to pick out the key parts first, and then give it to you, young master. Who knew I was a step late, so I have to trouble you to come in person. Would you please take a look at this?" After glancing at the white cloth roll covered with densely packed small characters in Lin Senyu's hand, Lin Liang's face looked better. He waved his hand gently. "I don't have to look at it myself, just tell me the important ones." "Yes." Lin Senyu nodded respectfully. After carefully organizing his words, he spoke. "In recent days, Wuchen has been either at home or in the alchemy hall of Blood Dragon City College during the day. Otherwise, he goes to the Song's alchemy shop. He won't leave until nightfall. And every night, the little beast will travel light and go to the Xuan Beast Forest in the north of the city to hunt." Hearing this, Lin Liang raised his eyebrows. "Hunting?" "Yes." Lin Senyu nodded. "I guess he should be quickly improving his practical